would be, but the patrons, like, yeah, they jumped on board with surprising enthusiasm. Yeah, channel's been a little bit disappointing in its growth. It was really rocketing up. Like each video was getting more and more and more than the last. And we had 4 weeks of not posting, and then it just cannot get that traction back. Posting what we think are really good videos, and just nobody gives it up.
You're doing short stuff on TikTok and stuff as well, or just on YouTube?
I've got a TikTok, but I posted like maybe 4 things to it. Haven't done much at all.
How many subs you got on TikTok,
Barry? 5 maybe.
You have to consider that. You have to consider that people have a hard time having at keeping their attention span saturated. So TikTok is a much better tool because people can get the info in like 15 seconds instead of having to dedicate 30 minutes to get the conclusion or something like that.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
I mean, I have this, what's this saying? Like TikTok is like, dog training because people's mind is being used to this 10-second attention span or information gathering instead of actually dedicating the time to read a full book and then make conclusions or not,
You better have more than 5 subs on TikTok, Harry. You better have more than 5.
I'll be here still. I'm probably just going to listen in the background because the rain's picked up again and nobody's going to be able to hear me. But it seems I do have to speak, otherwise the room will die.
Well, I'm not going to be talking to myself, Harry.
Play with yourself, honey. Funny joke.
I like people monologuing if they have something to say.
Was that Tim, was it? You spoke up.
Yeah.
Oh, we've never spoken, Tim. How you going?
No, I'm more the listener.
The quiet spectator, eh?
Yeah.
Tim gets to do it in the chat.
I mean, I like these hours because there's not a lot of people on. So my rocket English, there is time for me to actually, make sentences without being crowded. Or you know what I mean? Like, for example, we wait 4 hours and there is 30 in here, and there is 9 of the frequent speakers. It's gonna be hard to actually do anything, when you're not a natural English speaking guy.
Well, this is definitely the best time of day. Gets a bit crazy when they start waking up in the US, I must say. Jeremy's awake now.
Are you excited to go for a ride?
Fuck yeah.
Oh,
Not much.
definitely excited to go for a ride. Where were you riding?
I don't know, but it's gonna be on eggshells.
I'm going back out. I was just going inside to try and find something to stop up this thing, and then my girlfriend said that because it's absolutely bucketing down, and we need to go and see this headhunter dance.
Are you excited to go for a ride? Are you? I know the sort of ride Harry wants to go on. Let's see what news we have today. Let's have a look. Mars is littered with 16,000 pounds of human trash from 50 years of robotic exploration. Oh, Lord. Can you believe it? Littered.
How thoughtless of them. What about the poor Martians?
I
Who's
just
going to consider the Martians?
Well, I can't believe that actually NASA has got away with littering Mars without putting in some sort of recycling program in place, to be honest with you, Ronnie. So,
Which would be good for jobs too, because I've heard there are no jobs on Mars. Which is
oh, look,
yeah.
I've heard that the minimum wage on Mars is pretty damn low, and living conditions, the amount of homelessness or Mars.
Not a single home either.
Yeah. It's crazy.
So what was your answer? Somebody asked you a really good question the other day, Bandy, which was, do you think, although we haven't been to the moon, is I think what I said, do you think that it's a physical place we can go to?
Do I think it's a physical place that we can go to? Look, I
Yeah.
definitely, well, like I've always said, writing, and I've been very open and upfront about this, like, the moon to me looks like a physical object to me because of the texture that you can see on the face that we look at. It seems to give the moon some sort of shape. Now, yes, I know it's only something that we're looking at, and we can get tricked with our eyes, but just from a simple observation, it does look spherical in nature, and it does look like, right, from here on terra firma, it does actually look like a place that you could reach, right? And for people to perhaps strive to reach for it, I don't see that that's out of the ordinary whatsoever. Especially with with the technology and advancements that we've made in air travel. Like, imagine the first person that well, the second people that jumped in a plane, the Wright brothers, because they weren't the first to fly, but the Wright brothers, when you've got things like that,
I didn't know that. That's interesting. Who beat the Wright brothers?
It was a Kiwi. It was a Kiwi about 3 months prior, was the first man to fly. Yeah. So,
Had a working plane, didn't have a good PR agent, then I'm guessing.
pretty much. It is a little known fact, but it was definitely a Kiwi that was the first one to have a powered flight, went for, I don't know, 200 or 300 meters or something. Some ridiculously short flight. But anyway, he was the first to take off. But yeah, you know, once you've kind of got to that stage, like, then how far can you take it? Like, if you can get in the air, you can keep yourself up in the air. Like, to look at something that's in the air, you know, I don't think it's an unreasonable stretch of the imagination to think that you can get there at all.
Mm.
You know, so
You reckon it'd be an atmosphere?
do I
Like
think it's
in our atmosphere?
do I think it is? Well, it looks like it is, doesn't it? You know, to me, it doesn't look like it is behind anything. Okay, so
You can agree with that?
you know, same with the sun. Like, it looks like, you know, in our atmos, right? Like I said, it doesn't look like it's beyond anything. You know, I don't think it looks like it is in a firmament, behind a firmament, part of a firmament. It doesn't look like that to me. You know, the sun and the moon don't look like, to me, reflections either.
Yeah.
But I'm only going on my observations, right? And so I look at things and I go, oh, you know, what does that look like?
Mm.
But the moon definitely looks more physical than what the sun does. Okay,
Mm.
you know that goes without saying. You know, the sun just looks like a bright light up there. You know,
Yeah,
even
but
though
they
it's,
can't resolve any texture to it. Although we did
yeah,
once see it in school where he got some, you know, I wouldn't even know what to call it, but something that was able to show that like it was on a piece of paper, and then you could make those solar flares out and stuff. Those big arching things, you know.
yeah.
I think it's so bad.
Yeah, no, you know, to answer your question, you know, like I said, I think, you know, it definitely looks like it's something that we can get to. Like, it really doesn't look that far away, does it?
Mm.
Like, if you're just looking at either the moon or the sun, like, it doesn't look that far away. You know, regardless of what they tell us and how far it is away, it doesn't look that far away. You know, let's go with the shortest possible distance. All right, isn't some of the distances they say 3,000 miles to the furthest being 93,000 or 93 million miles. Like, to me, it looks closer than all those figures that I quoted. Right?
The sun does,
Yeah,
or the
all
moon.
both. You know, I've heard some say that the sun and the moon are like 3,000 miles away. Well, to me, it looks like it's closer than 3,000 miles.
Okay, another job done. Knocking them down today.
Like, it's like all the stars, Harry. Like, to me, all the stars that I see above my head, you know, all look like they're exactly the same distance away. Okay, they're
Yep.
just different. They're just different brightnesses. Okay, and I've got exactly the same effect when I made a fairy garden for my little girls when they were younger, by putting a backdrop of fairy lights in there with different luminosities, and it gave this perception of depth, even though they were all in the same piece of timber, right? But because they were different luminosities, gave this illusion of great depth. So, to me, that's exactly what the sky looks like. The stars, in particular, like, they all look like they are on exactly the same surface. They are just different brightnesses. Now,
Chris, that was some of the ancient beliefs of some cultures, wasn't it? That they were like, just almost like pinpricks in a bed sheet, like we were surrounded by this big black thing that had some holes in it, and beyond that was a realm of light. Yeah. When I think about that, I'm like, yeah, that would explain it. It does look like that.
Yeah. Now, because they have different luminosities, it does give that perception of depth. Like, things then obviously, I think in our brain, I think it automatically does. Oh, that's closer and that's further away because they are different luminosities. So it does give that perception of depth in your mind. But at the same time, like I said, they still seem like they're placed on the same surface, for want of a better word.
Mm.
And I don't think that's an unreasonable thought to have, really.
Is this done by, I think was it the other day, it was saying I don't think you're a real flat earther?
That I'm not a real flat earther. I don't really care
Yeah,
what
one
people.
of the...
I don't think.
No, no, I didn't think you would. But I mean, like, that you don't toe the line of, like, they're physical, we can't know, so I won't entertain the discussion, and I won't. I think he's breaking with some of the FE fold.
We've had many a conversation, Harry, as you know, and I've got my own ideas and my own thoughts about many of things that go against the grain. Right?
Yeah, I think it's something I respect about you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna back down from that at all.
Because I almost feel like with some of them, where people are like, can't look over the side, I know what's under our feet or something, like, I imagine, like, is it Shooting of the Corn or something? But like, or any of those, like, movies where the person's eyes almost roll back in their head and they're like, say the mantra. That's a good example. The Westworld, it doesn't look like anything to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that. Like anybody shows them evidence that they're living in a simulation, they just always say it doesn't look like anything to me.
But the amount of times that it's been mentioned to me that I've flip flopped or I don't toe the line, I couldn't really count riding. But like I said, at the
I think
same
it's a
time,
good thing.
I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, when people say I'm not like an ordinary glober, I take that as a compliment. It might not be intended that way, but I did take it that way.
I think I told you, once before, Harry, and I've been quite open with this. One of the things that actually probably got me to flip flop years ago was the moon itself, with what it looked like.
I think you may have told me that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what was it? Was it sort of a discussion you had with somebody, and then?
No, I think it was being part of the discussions in a whole, right? And but once again, just thinking for myself, and I was out in the back paddock one night, and it was a gorgeous night, not a cloud in the sky. It was this magnificent, huge full moon, absolutely gorgeous, and the sky was crystal clear. And I'm just looking up at it, going, "Damn, right? That it looks like a sphere, looks like a ball in the sky, right? Perhaps we are. Perhaps we are. Also, too, but that lasted all of about maybe a week and a half, type of thing.
Then what brought you back to the flat Earth? Was it Rumpus?
No. Just my reality, with water, being a plumber, you know, just the practicality of what I can test myself. It's the simple things. I can't test something that is light years away. Riding.
And I think it's something that I didn't want to do a debate. I don't want to debate with. It is something that kept popping into my head a bunch of times while I've been writing. I've been like, I want to ask Andy this, but I want to try and ask him with a non-adversarial way. And so that's my sort of prelude to doing so, is if I were to remember your conversation here, when I said first time we spoke on that stream, so what makes you feel you're on a flat earth instead of water? But it also felt like, and I'm shortening it a lot here to the point of quite possibly straw manning, had like in essentially in what way? Yeah, I'll just put it across. So, in what way does water behave differently in your experience to what it would on a ball?
Look, I am told, right, it would behave exactly the same way, riding, right? Right, you know that's what they say. It wouldn't behave any differently on a ball as to flat. Okay. Now, and I accept that answer. You know, the answer for everything is either gravity or refraction. Right? They're the answers that are given, right? At the just to boil it down into a nutshell. That's the general retort to any question that may come up: is gravity or refraction. But you know, um, I am staunch in my beliefs in the way water behaves and what I think is a horizontal, Harry. Right now, until and I think I have come up with a very good proposal that could debunk it either way. Until someone can show me that water will not conform to a horizontal, I'm always going to think that it does, right? So if someone can demonstrate to me, right, that it doesn't, I'll be sold, right? And I think my proposal of demonstrating that is pretty much full, right? It'll show either way, um, one model or the other, and it cannot be disputed in any way, shape, or by anyone. And it's as simple as making a horizontal line and getting a water level. It's really that simple. No harder.
Just a very long line or a very precise?
No, you'd want to make it. You'd need to create a horizontal line, 4 miles long, but from a central point. So 2 miles to the left and 2 miles to the right. So you are creating a horizontal line, okay? If on a ball from a tangent point, Harry. If on a ball, right? And obviously, if on a plane, it's going to be horizontal to horizontal and parallel to horizontal. But regardless, that line is going to be horizontal central point, 2 miles in both directions. And then all you have to do is just get a water level, right? And a water level that is minimum 2.5 inches in diameter, minimum. 3 would be better. That is about 1.5 miles long. You start from that central point riding and you go 100 meters to the left and you go 100 meters to the right. That water level will always marry up to that horizontal line. You keep on moving at equal increments along that horizontal from that central point. That water level will always marry up to that horizontal line. Okay. Now, at this point, you haven't proven or disproven any model. You've actually confirmed both models, both flat and globe. But once you take that water level and fix it at the center point and only move it to the left, right, that water level will either A, continue to conform with that horizontal line, right, which will mean flat, or if B, it will drop below that horizontal line, and confirm globe. It can only go one of two ways.
Yeah, I think that'd agree. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, can only go one of two ways. So now people just have to do it.
I just need got to get out there and do it for you.
Well, it would cost about 20 grand. I worked it out to be, hiding. It cost about 10 grand for the water level, and it would cost about 10 grand for 6 independent, non-related surveyors to go out and create horizontal lines, right? And then
You can
all we have
trust the surveyors. It's an interesting question that I've wondered, why haven't people done it more? It's just like, get a surveyor and go, what's a day of your time? And then go out with them to a beach or a river or anything and be like,
Yep.
can you show me how you use this instrument?
Mhm.
You've got to show things further.
Yep. Well, a surveyor here, a geodetic surveyor here, is anywhere between $800 and $1,500 for the day's work, and a planer surveyor is anywhere between $600 to $1,200
Oh,
bucks
there's
a day.
far more
Right.
overlap than I'd have thought.
Yeah. So look, the cost, like I said, the cost involved to actually perform this, I think, is quite modest, really. It's just if people want to get together and actually do it. That's the $64,000 question in regards to anything, really, because I'm not putting in 20 grand writing, and I don't think you would be either. So
Nope.
there we go.
Not
But
for
I'd put in $5, and I'm sure you'd probably put in $5 too, right? If we could get a
that. Yeah, if you were
commitment.
going and doing it, I would, yeah.
There you go. All right. So if you've got enough people to commit to that, you raise the money, you can go out and do it. Quite simple. Quite simple, really.
Yeah, I'm still going to be here. Let me just duck off and chat with the missus and charge for your headset.
Yep. You go
I'll
take
still be
care of
listening.
business. Take care of business. The Three Stooges blowing up an asteroid, eh?
I think you'll, unless you ask the surveyors, hey, dance on.
Hey, the gator, how you going?
I'm about to make some dinner.
Okay.
I think that you're running the same conversation we always do, and that's how do you establish level over long distance. Though I'd be interested if you propose the whole thing to the surveyors and let them figure it out themselves. I think that would yield some good results.
Oh, look, and I would want probably the surveyors to use as many different methods as possible as well, Negator. Whether that is, an ordinary everyday little auto level to GPS, and they can all have their stakes side by side and get it done. But it's not really a great deal of money, really.
I mean, the concept is really like it's the same as line of sight. What we always argue about is how far should you go?
Well, look, we can argue about it until the cows come home naturally, Negator. Right? But, a decent surveyor can give you an accuracy guarantee over 2 miles of within half an inch. Right? They'll get that line within half an inch tolerance. So they can give you that guarantee, and they're willing to sign off guarantee. That half an inch is well within the what is it over 2 miles? 16 inches, close enough. gives you more than enough wiggle room.
Yeah, well, I agree.
But we probably have better tests to be doing. I don't know, a Foucault's pendulum or something like that, negator.
No, I mean, the concept I think is fine. Like, I think that is the penultimate test.
Yeah.
You know, with or without the water, it's just that we have guys that go do it, and they, you know, their methods always get disputed, but no one ever goes and does different method.
No, well, that's why my suggestion, negator, is to employ professionals that aren't part of this realm, to be going to and employ them to do the job that they do day in, day out.
Ben, sorry, I was just listening just before what you were saying to Eggshells about your experiment with the $5 put in. What? Just explain very quickly what that was.
Oh, it's just creating a horrible line, Jazza, and comparing it to a water level. Pretty much, pretty simple. Right.
You should
You get
you should totally do that, but maybe beforehand do just like an official or unofficial, like a clipboard, grab your signature, and make you have to say on it that the Earth's flat and NASA's lying, and we want to take them to court.
what?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This wasn't you. I was listening to something today where someone was going, "We've got to take NASA to court."
Oh, okay, well, that's not my goal.
Yeah, yeah.
To be doing anything with NASA. It's just to be demonstrating something and to do it in a professional way. Also, too, Joseph, they could be written up professionally, presented professionally.
You should.
I think NASA will shut down eventually. I think they're retiring the ISS is a sign that they're going out of business.
Maybe.
I don't think they will, Godric. They're just getting. NASA's just going to keep doing more and more and more, and it's not only NASA; it's all the other space agencies. It's not even the end of the month, and there's been 12 successful launches.
If it's not NASA, it'll be some other organization like Space Force or something. So don't worry, they're not going to go away.
No, I'm not worried. I'm just saying for you guys should be worried.
I'm not worried at all.
Because it's just getting more and more and more.
We've already caught NASA lying. We have nothing to worry about. Trust me.
Godric,
They're hanging on wires in ISS, man.
Godric, what have you proved that NASA's lying? I've seen everything.
Dude, they're hanging on wires, man.
Many years.
Okay. This is why
The girls have hair like it's floating in water or some kind of other medium.
This is why, Jazzo, we have to stop worrying about what hairspray people are using and get back down onto the ground.
Yeah.
If you look closely, the moon gravity looks a lot like underwater gravity. Take a look. Look, this is just common sense, okay? The moon is 1/6 the Earth's gravity. Okay, so if I can lift 200 pounds on Earth, I can lift 1,200 pounds on the moon. Have I seen anybody done any kind of shit on the moon? Jump real high, flip over a fucking one of those moon rovers. Be no problem on the moon.
Okay, yeah, but because Godric, to test your experiment on the moon would have taken a lot of fuel just to lift that 1,200 pounds. because you got to lift it from Earth. You can't just get out of the lunar module and go, here's a 1,200 pound weight and let's do this experiment. It doesn't work like that.
Why can't I do that?
Why can't you do that?
See, now you're crushing my dreams now. Tell me why I can't do that.
Because you can't manifest weight out of nothing.
Oh, so you can't actually, confirm that what they say is true. Is that what you're saying?
I know that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm going to say this in the nicest possible way. I'm not paranoid enough to think that they lied. I've seen no evidence to prove that they lied, and I've been looking into this for a long, long time. So unless you've
Okay,
got
let's just get this straight. If it's 1/6 the gravity, it's 1/6 the weight, correct?
about that, yeah.
So wouldn't I be able to lift 1,200 pounds? If I can lift 200-pound weight, can I lift 1,200 pounds on the moon?
Yeah, but you got to get the 1,200 pounds up there.
They have a lunar rover right there.
Yeah, but you have to put the 1,200 pounds on the lunar rover, which is 1,200 pounds extra, which is more fuel, to get the 1,200 pounds there to prove your experiment.
What are you talking about more fuel? They have lunar rovers.
Yeah, holy testicle Tuesday, dude.
I feel like you guys.
You didn't think that they would?
I feel like you're talking past one another.
Well, that's the first thing I would do.
Just saying, grab something that's 100 to 1,200 pounds in weight. You're talking like bringing up a 1,200 pound weight.
That's the first thing I would do, and I would do that. And I would jump like fucking in the sky really high. That's what I would do. Now, granted, you're in the moon suit, but still.
I'm trying to explain to Godric that you have to. That's weight that you have to take to the moon, which is more fuel, which is a lot more fuel to take that weight.
But we take that weight to the moon already. You know, we already take these rovers to the moon and stuff. I don't see what the issue would be, Jazz.
But dude,
my question is though, we got 4 months left of 2022. What's the flat Earth achieved this year so far?
Absolutely
what are the
nothing.
big highlights? Godric?
Yeah, go ahead. What is it?
What is, there's 4 months left in the year. What's Flat Earth achieved so far in 2022? Like, what are the big
Flat
highlights?
Earth has achieved everything. Everything happens on the Flat Earth. So all those achievements you think are yours, there are achievements too. Because guess what? Earth is flat, bro. Or flat or round. Any achievement you can fucking think of, bro, that's a Flat Earth achievement. Okay, what next? We got.
So us smashing something into a comet, that's a Flat Earth achievement? That's what's up.
Well, that's complete horseshit, bro. You believe that, bro? I don't know what to tell you.
Godric,
but you just told me all achievements we have this year are Flat Earth achievements.
That will never happen, bro. That will never happen. Oh my god.
Godric,
dude, I saw the movie Armageddon, bro. I saw the movie Armageddon. That's as best you're gonna get on a movie.
Godric, you should be taking that and running with it. That's just proving CGI.
I don't know if it's CGI. I look at it because I know there's no possible comment anywhere. This is a stupid idea.
Then what are the Flat Earth achievements? If that's not a real one, like what are the real ones?
No, I was just saying that all achievements are done on the Flat Earth. That's all. That achievement is bullshit. That's basically entertainment. You're basically making movies and you're telling people they're real. That's all you're doing with that.
Which ones are the real ones if that one's bullshit? Just name one real Flat Earth achievement this year.
Was the real Flat Earth achievement mowing your front lawn in the summer?
I mean, whatever technology is doing, I'm not really up to date. I mean,
no.
All the planes.
Godric,
you know what? Hang on. Wait. That guy floating with the jetpack, the arms, and they're floating over the water and floating over the grass. That dude, that's a cool achievement. It's like a little hover craft.
That looked like CGI to me. It didn't look real. It's just another fake one.
I'm gonna go with
it
real, but I wasn't there myself. I'm gonna go with the big. You know, you have to use your better judgment. That's what you have to do.
No, but I'm waiting for you to give me a real one because you've said all the achievements that happened this year are flat Earth achievements. So could you give me
I
one?
just told you that hover mechanism.
No, that was
That's pretty
CGI.
cool.
CGI fakery.
Oh,
You
I don't
didn't see
know,
the
bro. I mean,
cables?
your guess is good as mine. We'll have to. I guess we'll have to meet the guy, have some tea with him, and then we'll see. Maybe he answer some questions.
So there's no achievements done this year on the flat Earth. Okay.
Every achievement has been done by the flat Earth. I don't know what achievement you want me to tell you about. I mean, I'm not up to date with technology.
But Godbreak, if that wingjet thing that you were just talking about, which I don't know, but I can take a wild guess, you said hovering. So how is that hovering? Oh, okay, the Earth's flat and non-rotational. So okay, fucking forget it.
It was a green screen.
Yeah, it was a green screen.
The
Green
guy with
screen.
he has like a little he has these jets over his hand. Then he has a jetpack. That's not. I think that was pretty real. I mean, I was going with it. I don't have a problem with that.
Go with it.
You fall for a lot of fakery, Godric.
Oh, dude, man, your guess is good as mine, bro. You don't believe it? Shit.
I mean, if you don't believe we can smash asteroids apart, why should I believe this jetpack stuff? Come on.
I can't explain these lights we see flying over in the sky, like especially at night. But I wouldn't say they're asteroids.
Can you explain how this jetpack works?
Not at all.
So why is it true then? Like, come on, bro. Like, this is the weirdest thing. You guys hold a certain level of scrutiny for things that question the Earth being flat, but anything else you just accept. But the moment it has to do with the shape of the Earth, there's this unreasonably high level of scrutiny and, evidence demanded. But anything else, like, you guys don't, question things to this extent. You just accept that this guy's jetpack worked, even though you don't know how it works.
Well, I mean, you're acting like you're acting like you see something that I don't. I don't. When you go outside, I don't see curvature. Where's the curvature? I don't see the Earth moving. I don't feel the Earth moving or spinning.
But
You might be able to notice that was happening.
Would
What
you
about
see
the image?
So really, it's what's that?
I said, would you see it? Like when they're talking the measurements that they're talking about, like I know that when you and I walk out the door and we look around, I know that when I look go down to the beach tomorrow and I look out across the water, okay, and I know to me that it is going to look as flat as a tack. Apart from the waves and the swells and all that sort of stuff, it's gonna appear to be as flat as a tack. I'll have my circle of vision, left to right.
That's right.
But that little area that I look in, right, that 3 odd miles or however big it is going to appear as flat as a tack. But when the globe Earth is saying, and they come back with the figures that they come back with, do you actually think that over a 3-mile distance that we could physically see a 16-inch or 24-inch difference or curvature?
On
So I
3
don't think
on 3 miles, honestly, on 3 miles, no. But
no.
8 miles or 10 miles, yes.
I don't think we're going to see that sort of curvature. I don't think we're going to see something curving from front to back. I don't think we could resolve it or even make it out. Personally, that's myself. Right?
Well, okay, so right, and we're on the anthill. We're too small. The Earth is too big.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it's curving, but you can't tell. That's what you're saying. It's locally flat. Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
But that's not that in no way does that make it a sphere. Okay.
No, I'm not suggesting it does, Godric. I'm just saying
So
that.
basically, it's curving, but we can't find it. Can't
See,
tell. That's the globe. That's the globe belief.
Well, that's basically the retort that comes back to us, isn't it, Godric? Like, this.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with the spinning. It's spinning, but we can't feel it.
Is that
Curving,
minute?
but we can't see it.
Yeah.
You
The
know,
numbers are either. Yeah, the numbers are either way too small or way too big for us to even comprehend. Like, these are the general arguments.
But we have a globe. We have a globe killer, the P900. We can see 10 miles on a clear day with great conditions. But refraction. No, it's a refraction. So we explain away this flatness we see. So we should see about 45 feet of curvature at 5 feet of observer height, 10 miles. Get a clear day, chances are we're going to see the bottom of that object, whatever it is. Sometimes, the atmosphere will change, the light will change. There is refraction, but
Godric, just very quickly, Godric, it's funny that these observations are very, very tiny ships, so their angular size is going to diminish very quickly over a distance. But if you have a super tanker or a cruise ship, they can be much, much further away, and you can see that they are disappearing from the bottom down, even when you zoom in.
Yeah, no.
And that's what you would see on the flat plane.
Yeah.
How the fuck
this
would you on the
this angular resolution that you speak of, Jazza, right? The bottom half of that ship is going to disappear way quicker than the top half of that ship because of the angular resolution. It is going to disappear into that vanishing point far, far, far quicker than the top half of that ship. So angular resolution doesn't save you at all.
Are you?
Your mic's a little low.
Bandwidth, are you literally trying to do a comedy skit about how they disappear? Because you're going, oh yeah, no, they're gonna fucking disappear this way because fucking this and that and this and that.
What do you mean? What comedy skit? I'm just pointing out the facts.
And now you're eating some chicken wings.
Don't chew with your mouth open.
Sorry, he answered me a question.
No, that even made it funnier.
So I'm curious because what I just heard was the Earth is flat because I can see too far, which was followed directly by the Earth is flat and I can't see too far.
Yeah, and that's
because obstruction's real, right? Like we're literally arguing. It's like we argue something within the context of that particular argument, and then move to another argument, make that argument, but only consider the context of that argument, not combine the two of them into a single logical reality, right? Like I see 10 miles, therefore flat.
What do you want?
I don't see 10 miles. Also,
That's why recently I've flipped the script and say we've been saying it incorrectly this whole time. The question is not why don't or why can't I see or why do I see too far? The question is why don't I see as far as I did one day from the other? Because that always puts it always puts it back on refraction.
Well, don't we see just as far as what we should?
Okay, well, just very quickly, Copernicus, I'll say that if the Earth's flat, you just said that, and I'll say that you've never had an optometrist. I've never heard an optometrist come on here and say what you guys all say about, oh, we've got a personal atmospheric dome, we can only see so far. What a load of fucking bullshit. We can see stars. We can see the moon that some of you claim are 3,000 miles away. So we should be able to see Australia from New Zealand if the Earth's flat. If the Earth's flat, we can't.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Did you just say something with a straight face and absolutely mean it? Say that again, and did you mean what you said in terms of Australia to New Zealand or whatever it was?
I just said listen to me. I just said your claim is, not you. I'm not pointing
No, I
at
didn't
you.
ask you to repeat. I didn't ask you to repeat my claim. Just that last part where you said we
Okay.
ought to
So
see from New Zealand to Australia. Is
no,
that
no, no,
are
hang
you
on,
are
hang on,
you
hang on,
sincere?
hang on. So your people claim that you can't see. They have their
Oh my
personal
God!
atmospheric dome. Listen, this is what they state. And
I
you
don't need you to repeat that part.
because you don't want to hear it because it makes you wrong, dude.
I heard it before. I'm wanting you to repeat something so I understand. I understood that part. I'm asking you to clarify
What part do you want me
on
to
a part that I
understand?
want to make sure I'm understanding. No. I don't want you to understand something. I'm asking you.
What
When you
part do
said
you want to
we ought to
understand
see
what I'm
for,
saying?
I thought I was just saying it. Would you like to interrupt me again?
No, talk.
Okay, here we go. When you said we ought to see from Australia to New Zealand, is that your personal opinion that you ought to be able to do that because you can see the moon?
Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1
Yeah,
2 1 2 1
you
3.
are working.
Yeah, dude.
I have a question.
Just to
Is
answer
it
the
your
question.
opinion?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay.
It's yes or no.
It's not yes or no.
That's what.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, it is. Oh yes, it
Yeah, it
is.
is. Yeah, it is.
You
If
think we should be able to see from
You just
Australia
made a
to New
statement like
Zealand?
okay, carry on, Copernicus, carry on.
you were just making basically an argument.
No, Copernicus was
earthers-
talking. Copernicus got
Flat
it. He
earthers-
took over.
Flat earthers say this, we can see stars, we can see the moon. If we can see that far, we should be able to see Australia from New Zealand.
It's only 1,800 miles away.
Right, I'm asking you one more time for the cheap seats. Is it your opinion that since we can see the sun and the moon and the stars at thousands and hundreds of millions of light years,
Can you see them at the same time?
Why are you red herring right now, man?
I'm not red herring.
Yeah, you are. I'm trying to get you to fucking answer a question.
You can't answer shit, so carry on.
Is it your opinion that you should be able to see Australia from New Zealand because you can see the sun or the moon or the stars?
Yes.
Okay. That's absurd.
That's pretty dumb.
How the fuck is that absurd when it's only fucking 1/6?
Okay, great. Listen, I've said this before. Listen very carefully, please.
Carry on. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. You don't belong in this conversation if that is a sincere, perplexing...
fuck, I'll just mute myself and we'll be out.
Enough with the ad homs, right? Either
catch you later, fucktards.
They sent Jazz here.
That's an absurd question. That's an absurd question.
Hold on.
What a way to start the morning.
You had to get that last one in.
Yeah,
that was spicy.
Spicy? What the fuck does that mean? That's gay as fuck.
We can see the stars, so we should be able to see Australia from New Zealand.
Would you say that's spicy?
Yo, Ben, so can you talk to Jeremy with the ad homs?
The ad hom? I haven't ad hommed anyone. What the hell are you?
No, Jeremy's ad homing. If he could
You
stop.
said that's spicy.
Spicy?
Yeah. Travis and Jazza got spicy.
Well, they did.
Gay as fuck. That's not an ad hom. We're not even... I'm just telling you that's gay.
You could have been nicer to him.
That's spicy.
Just said how small do you think Zealand would be?
Spice Girls.
Looking from Australia.
Jazz is just here to do what Jazz
They sent
does
him here
best.
to fuck with us.
Yeah.
They sent him here from Gems to fuck with us, I bet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
What are they doing over there, Nate?
Over Gems, when I was there, Jim was talking to Dan the Waterman.
Why are they
I
sending
think you
these
guys
lunatics?
sent Dan over there to fuck with them, right?
And
No,
No,
I don't.
Dan's a
That's not.
maverick. He's on his own, man.
yeah. Dan did that on his own accord, actually. He made an announcement, said he was going over there.
Dan the Maverick Man.
Yeah, I think Jazz is here on his own accord as well. It seemed like.
Well, he just tanked, obviously.
Yeah. He needs to
Yeah.
pull his head in or move on. One of the two.
Australians for you, you know. I don't know.
Hey, he ain't Australian. Don't you dare. Don't you dare call him Australian. He's an
What is?
outcast. He's an outcast.
What
He's
is?
a bloody Kiwi.
Ah,
Bloody Kiwi.
ah. Damn, that's messed up here. So.
Mm. They are messed up over there. They are, definitely.
I don't know. People from New Zealand seem to be a bit more chill than Australians, you know.
No. They're very attracted to sheep in New Zealand.
What?
Yeah, they back sheep up to cliffs so they can't get away. So they can have their way with them. That's what they do over there.
That's funny.
It's common knowledge. Common knowledge.
There's got to be a joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, but Banso's insinuating something. Are you saying
Yeah,
that
they sell Velcro gloves, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do, Riding. I'm not insinuating anything, Nate. This is fact. All right, that Kiwis have a great affinity and love affair with sheep.
What the fuck?
I know exactly what I thought the very first time I heard about it. I was shocked, actually. But what can you do?
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen those images of people that like made their goats and whatnot pregnant, and then the goats gave birth to some goat human hybrid?
They did not.
Like, so you should look it up. Like, I remember, I used to spend a lot of time like on the dark web. You would find all these weird images of people in remote rural areas, like the Middle East, Africa, or South America. Like someone would just fuck their llama, and then it would give birth. Like the baby would be stillborn, right? But it would have like facial features of a human being, like a human's ears.
Oh,
It was just so disturbing to see,
No way. No way.
I swear to God, yeah.
The last time I Googled something that was disturbing that I didn't believe, I swore I'd never do it again. Right. And that was blue waffle. And I said, yep.
That's not that bad. We've all seen a blue waffle. Come on.
Hey, it ain't that good.
I have not.
You've never seen a blue waffle, Travis? Come on.
No.
Do not
I've
Google
had.
Come on, the old
Travis.
ladies never had a bad day down there. Little yeast infection, something gone wrong.
I've had waffles with blueberries on them, but I've never seen a blue waffle. No.
Yeah, you do not.
Also, I just searched about it, and your own fact checkers is also denying this. So,
what?
Yeah,
it was a made-up story. The one with the sheep and the human.
What was made up?
The half sheep, half human, half goat.
No, it's real. It's happened so many times.
It's biologically impossible.
Exactly.
What's biologically possible about it?
Oh my God, Nate, stop! Please stop.
Impossible. You're trolling now. Now you're trolling. You're on troll mode.
No, I'm saying the
this is a fact. Globes think humans can impregnate sheep.
If it was true, 50% of the New Zealand population would be half.
Right. If I post the images, will I get banned? Is it fine if I post one image?
Is it? I don't know. I think if people
will I get banned? Because I have something.
You should put it in some obscure chat. Don't put it in this text. Put it in some other obscure one, and somebody can go look for it if they want.
Okay, which one? So that you guys know where to go look. I'll put it in all topics, right?
All topics.
Is that fine?
Where's that?
You
Right,
don't even
yeah,
know the chat is over there.
I just
yeah, but
posted something in the chat. That is
yeah,
the quote unquote
no,
fact check.
you
Okay,
know, if you
so
put it
here's
in,
something from the Daily Telegraph. All right,
yeah,
this
no,
is an
if you put it in
Australian newspaper.
Australian,
Yeah, dailytelegraph.com.au. Sheep gives birth to human face lamb.
oh god, what a
Yeah,
load.
I'm not gonna Google anymore because it's too gross to look at. Like
Oh,
it's
you
making me.
think?
That's proof. Proof positive. Nate's shown us human sheep hybrid is
Just
real.
a that's just a costume from the Isle of Dr. Moreau.
What?
It's just
Yeah, but guys, this stuff happens. You know, it's a bit gross. Don't look too deep into it because you're gonna see some disturbing images. But
I, I'm not going to look into it at all. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Just
me either. Move on. Nothing to see here.
yeah, let's all give us something.
Go sell your Barnum and Bailey Ripley's Believe It or Not elsewhere, man.
Nate, you know that's not even physiologically possible with
I,
the
yeah,
llama
he
fucking
thinks
goat
it is.
babies.
He thinks it is.
All right.
Dude,
Hey
what
Jeremy,
do you guys?
how's your box
Yeah,
in front of the theodolite thing going?
bro, I'm questioning that whole picture now. But if that is legit though, you would be able to put a box in front of it, dude. Come on.
So what? The Daily Telegraph in Australia publishes lies. Is that what you saying, Jeremy?
100%. It's nothing but lies. Right? Nothing but lies.
Wait, what do you mean? The National Enquirer is a rag?
Yeah, it's like it's just a tabloid, right, to suck people in, and obviously, it gives people that are trolling ammunition.
Anyway, for the viewer, this is the best the Globus has.
Anyhow, what are we going to
54
argue about?
chromosomes, horizontal line that can't be created, apparently.
Hmm.
Where do we get this proof that sheep have 54 chromosomes? Who's counted them?
Who has 54 chromosomes? Humans?
I don't know. I don't think anybody's counted them. How could you count a chromosome? Give me a chromosome in a bucket.
Bucket full of chromosomes.
I'll
I
tell you,
think you
just
have
got
to
a
know
bucket full of goo.
how to read DNA to do that. I can't do that myself.
So what we're saying is a human could interbreed with a sheep.
Oh my god,
I mean,
they
I don't
sent
think.
these guys over here so we talk about nonsense. We got Jazz saying we could see from Australia, from New Zealand. We got Nate saying they got goat humans. Like, don't fall for it.
Then what do you guys want to argue about? That's what I keep asking. Like,
Listen, I
is
want to
it
argue about if things could be loomed up over other things. All right, I don't know how anyone can say they can or can't because you don't have any actual positions of stuff out there.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know how you could say things can't be loomed up over other things. Like, how do you know? How do you even know that?
Give me an
How would you
example.
know?
Like, if you standing behind me and Bansaw's looking at us on the horizon, are people saying you can't? Bansaw can't see you loomed up over behind me?
Yeah, there's people saying that this looming things being higher than actual position thing can't happen.
Hey, the thing that you guys seem to be looking past is actually making observations yourself. So one of the shortfalls of Andrew Thomas Young when he talks about looming and what I guess what we would say the black swan is, right? I've heard that people consider that the black swan is an example of looming. But when you look at what Andrew Thomas Young diagrams is a hard horizon with the target behind it. he doesn't have the horizon behind the target, which is what the black swan does. So there's other things that there are other aspects of this discussion that you guys are completely whistling past. It's like you're not even paying attention. It's not simply that an object can be displaced per se. Everything in the field of view changes, right? We have to talk about every aspect of it. So it's much more complicated than Jeremy's letting on that you can just see something beyond another thing.
Yeah, this is why you got to be very careful with your work. You got to be. You know that things are higher than their actual positions because we can see them shift. So it's not like a stretch to think that something would be higher in the background than something in the foreground, making it appear higher than, say, a box or a building or something. Like we already know this is happening. I don't care. You got to be very careful with words. I said that was my.
Is Jeremy breaking up?
Yeah, you're breaking up, Jeremy.
I don't know. I think
We're breaking up with you, Jeremy.
I think also too you get caught up in the realm of these things that we see, whether they're loomed up or down or round and round. That these things that we see are actually like little movie projectors, projecting the images through the atmos to our eyes.
I think that's a great way of describing it. I appreciated that when you first brought that up a couple weeks ago. I thought that was a good.
That's exactly how they describe it, Travis.
Yeah, I get it.
And if you think of it that way, right? Well, then now you're getting caught up in the web of everything doing what it does in the atmos. You know, it's refracting 7/6R and doing all other things and bending and warping and all this kind of stuff. Instead of us actually just seeing what we see where it is, and it's not traveling to our eye at all.
Wouldn't that then create a bit of a problem for like what we see, where we see in terms of the moon?
Your mic is shit again, Harry.
Repeat that, Harry, because your mic is rubbish at the moment.
If stuff's just where we see it, like I feel you're being pick and choose with when you apply that.
Yeah, it's not even possible because you have black swan moments where we know there's two static positions, and one day it's lower, one day it's higher, and now you know.
Is that like some days the Earth's flat and some days it turns back into a ball?
No, it's never been a ball.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I was just saying things appear higher and lower, and you can't. I mean, we're not seeing in straight lines. Obviously, it's not far fetched to think that something in the way background could be loomed up over a physical object.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I obviously don't think it's doing a flattened ball. I think that light
You
might
definitely
bend a
can't
bit.
say it can't. You definitely can't say that can't happen. I don't know how you would know that. How much this refraction thing is possible, since no one has any actual positions. Like you're just talking shit.
So, Jeremy, let me know.
You're
This is
just
almost
talking shit, Travis. You don't know.
Jeremy, I was going to ask for your help. Can I ask you for help? So, if you're on the shoreline and you're looking at a house that's right in front of you, and you get in the boat and you start driving away from the boat, at what point does that boat stop being in front of you? Hello? Is this thing on?
Yeah.
Get on a bus right now. I can't. I'm trying to get a kid on a bus. I can't right now.
Well, like, okay.
I'm letting you know though. You're talking shit because you and I both know you don't have any actual.
I'm not talking
You have no
shit,
base.
Jeremy. I was asking you a serious question.
You have no baseline. I know.
How are we being picky, or how am I being picky and choosy writing, I suppose, if I think that we see things where they are?
Well, I think Jeremy's thing said it perfectly well. If we see things where they are, then look at the black swan photo and the white swan photo.
Yeah.
And if things are where they are, then you've got a giant curve of water and a moving oil platform, or light's bending a bit.
No, we see whatever we are looking at in place where it is. Okay. Now, that image that we see where it is may be reflected, higher, onto the atmos around it, distorted onto the atmos around it. But we are seeing that distortion, that misfiguring, exactly where it is. It's not traveling through.
But how can I guess well, it's probably the problem is I don't understand what you mean. Like if we see let's say a boat floating in the sky, can you describe that in terms of we see it where it is? We see a horizon where you expect to see a horizon, and then what appears to be 100 foot above that, there is a container ship.
Sorry, Ryan, I was distracted.
All right.
I was fixing someone's DM. Sorry about that, mate.
Oh, right.
Okay, so
Oh no, someone was asking why they were muted.
So what I was asking was,
no, go ahead.
if
Sorry, you got real quiet.
Yeah.
Harry?
yeah. So what I was asking is, if we see things where they are, and there are photos of a container ship floating in the sky, which bit is where it is?
Well, we see that image exactly where it is in the sky.
So the
don't we?
boat is.
Well, it appears to be, doesn't it? Now,
Yeah.
obviously, it's not floating in the sky, right? We can both agree. We both can agree to that one. But I don't see
I
that.
hope so.
But I don't see that container ship, Harry, as a little movie projector projecting its image, right, through the atmos to get to my eye. Right, I'm seeing it in place where it is. I'm seeing that image exactly where it is. That's what I mean by we see where it is.
It's a good one for if you had a box. You could put a box in front of you. How high angularly does that ship appear in the sky? Does anyone know? You could put a box 10, 20 feet in front of your face at level. Then you're going to see that ship floating in the sky. Is that how it would work?
I don't even know what you was arguing.
I'm not following.
That picture of the ship that seems to be floating up way high.
Oh, yeah?
Aussie.
Hello?
Yeah, no, we're here. Nate's distracted. I mean, riding is distracted
Yeah, clearly.
by mosquitoes or something at the moment.
Epic here. And I think I've already had dengue.
Okay, well, that's handy.
What's dengue?
Mosquito-borne disease. Just
Mhm.
apparently it gets worse each time you get it.
Isn't that like
Hopefully.
malaria?
Malaria, you just keep. I think I've also had malaria. Apparently, malaria, you just keep getting recurring attacks from every now and then.
Jeez.
Well, hopefully you
Wait,
don't get
wait, wait.
Ross River fever. You don't want that
Yes.
one.
Ross who?
Ross River fever.
Jeez.
Also something that is passed on by the pesky little mosquito. It's quite debilitating, actually.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, I knew someone that had it. And it actually cannot be cured either, Ross River fever.
Oh god. How did you say you get it again? Is that mozzies? Don't make me more paranoid
Mozzies,
about
yeah,
getting bitten by mozzies.
yeah, no, mozzies, yeah.
What's
Yeah, I knew
mozzie?
a fellow. He was about, I don't know, 50 or 55, and he got it. And it's generally, you only ever really get it in the northern parts of Australia, in the warmer climates. But it is debilitating, joint pain, fever, these sorts of things, and it can be quite debilitating. And like I said, there's no cure.
Oh, okay. I'm going to just be back in a second. I'm getting some mozzie stuff and putting it
Yeah,
on.
yeah, good idea.
What were you two talking about?
It was really magical, so they had this belief, writer thing, believe that when someone dies, they don't actually die. They are sick. Depending on what pasture they slaughter that buffalo. So for high caste people, that's something we have to slaughter.
Is Harry hot micing?
Yeah, you're hot micing, Harry.
Well, sometimes you want a mic, and if you're going to have a mic, it might as well be a hot one.
Yeah,
Better than a
exactly.
hot Jeremy. Or hot eggshells.
So, what do you have for us today, Nate? Anything exciting?
What do you mean? Oh, I think so.
We did discover a tragedy that is before us, Nate.
Oh, dude. I don't know if you saw something I posted early in the evening. There was this really cool picture they took from the ISS.
Okay. Of.
It was the trail left from, I think, a Russian satellite.
Okay. No, can't
Yeah,
say that
they call it a space angel.
Oh,
Let me try to
okay.
post it.
Yeah,
I
post
saw
it.
this. I saw this supposed asteroid. It looked like a box of kitty litter.
Jesus, I fucked up. But yeah, if you click on that link I just posted, it takes you straight back to the message.
Okay, hold on. Let's have a look.
I was trying to post
Oh, that's
the
pretty
thing.
cool.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, does look nice, huh?
Yeah, it does actually.
I don't know. There's that. I don't know. I mean, the rest is like deep sciencey stuff that I don't want to bore you with.
Okay. Well,
Hmm.
I think NASA is going to start up a recycling business on Mars. Did you hear that?
NASA is what, Basil?
Well, I think NASA's probably got a recycling business planned for Mars. You know, putting a recycling center on Mars, because apparently, right, with over 50 years of robotic exploration on Mars, humans have compounded 16,000 pounds of human trash. Now, this is a tragedy, an absolute tragedy that I think we need to be responsible for, because who knows what is going to happen to the universe if Mars also too succumbs to climate warming and change because of humans. Who knows what will happen? It'll knock everything out of whack. So we need to get onto it right now. Right now, I say.
What would happen to the universe if climate change? What?
Affects Mars.
So you being serious that you're concerned that a dust planet without an atmosphere is going to become less hospitable to human beings?
Well,
Mars
it's
is
still
on
pollution, even
sabotage
if it's making it
Canada.
more hospitable.
Better start fundraising to prevent global climate change on Mars.
On
So
Mars.
important right
Yep.
now.
Yeah, because isn't the plan in the future we hoping we can terraform Mars and turn it into a colony and go live there? So it would be good if we started taking steps today.
Exactly. That's my point,
Yeah.
Nate. That's my point.
Could be really detrimental if we
And we
heat it
can
up.
use our
Mars
success
filmed
from
on
the
different
Earth,
islands
right?
of Canada.
We
The
can use what
atmosphere
we've
is fine.
learned here.
I saw a squirrel. The atmosphere is fine. You don't need any terraforming. Trust me.
Look, squirrels on Mars just mean that there is a sustainable food source once humans get
Of
there.
squirrels.
Yep.
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 Just gonna have to catch them. That's the difficulty. Wearing a spacesuit and catching a squirrel.
Exactly.
You've got a sharp stick, but they're very quick.
Didn't you know humans are supposed to be eating plant-based diets and insects? So by the time we get there, we're going to need to terraform plant-based and insect life because, you know, rodents are protein. You're not allowed that.
Oh, damn.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, Mars, man. Mars where it's at. It's the closest thing we have to Earth. Yeah.
Yep, that is the latest news from space today. We are polluting Mars.
But how exactly are we polluting Mars? What are we doing?
We're going there with 50 years of robotic exploration on Mars. We have created 16,000 pounds of rubbish.
Don't think the proverbial we is applicable here. I think here we can say NASA.
Yes.
NASA has left rubbish.
Yeah.
NASA needs to clean it up.
But they're going to hold us responsible when they plan the recycling center on Mars.
Yeah, they put a tax. They put
Yeah.
like a recycling tax for all the humans, for what
Exactly.
what NASA's done on Mars.
Uh-huh. That's right.
Would you guys go? Do you guys remember a few years back there was that thing Mars One
Yeah.
where they were looking for candidates to go to
Yep.
Mars?
Yep.
Would any of you have like done it?
Not a chance.
Why not, Pietro?
It's retarded to sacrifice your life to go to some inhospitable planet where your eyeballs get sucked out of your face.
They were gonna, if they got enough funding, they were gonna build a whole ecosystem there and terraform it so that you could breathe there, and then you
Yeah.
would be the first human beings on Mars, and you would start the new colony. You would be the first.
Benstock, all you need is a sense of adventure, bro.
That's right. Look, you demonstrate to me, Nate, that a bee can live on Mars, and then I might be convinced that we can terraform. But until a bee can live on Mars, we can't terraform.
Yeah, I agree. I would say that our only demonstration so far is that we have the ability to warm up the climate.
Yep.
If we put into practice the ability to actually cool down climate, then we may be in a position to go to Mars and start cooling it down. Or why don't we put people in a submarine and show that we can keep them submerged in an inhospitable environment for over a year? Once we know that we can do it underwater, and if we needed to safely return, we always could, rather than we go test this out a couple 100 million miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you hear the Red October? I think it sank, bro. I didn't think it was recovered.
Oh, damn.
Hold on. You said that we have the ability to warm up climate. Can you demonstrate this to me?
Global warming, bro. Global warming.
Well,
Just
global
do on
warming is no longer
Mars
a
what we
thing.
did on Earth, and we're good.
Well, global warming is no longer a thing, is it? I thought they changed it to climate change because it's cooling down or something.
We're
So
going
it's
to the
been
new ice age.
demonstrated that most power plants use a cooling system involving water. When you use water and a lot of heat, you create steam. And when you're injecting steam into the atmosphere at large proportions daily, with multiple power plants spaced evenly over a continent, if you watch the satellite data of cloud formation, you can actually watch the clouds forming near the areas where additional steam is introduced into the sky. And I think that that's possibly part of there was definitely science prior to 2014 which showed that temperatures were warming before they started to stabilize a little bit. But it shows that
Yeah.
by introducing tons of steam, it's like putting a humidifier somewhere. It's going to increase the air temperature, and that's what we're effectively doing with our power plants.
Yeah, but unfortunately, man, heat goes to cold and cold goes to heat. It all normalizes regardless. It's second law of thermodynamics, man.
How are we going to deal with the lack of water on Mars if we want to live there?
So that last statement, you were right up until the point where you said cold goes to heat. It's demonstrable that heat always moves toward the cold because the heat has energy. Cold is a state that has less energy.
Right, but if you put an ice on top of a table, would it just stay in ice all the time?
I want to know what that mask is on Mars surface. The
Would
mask
it?
of the giant.
Hold on, I asked him a question. Table. Would it remain in ice? Did I lose him?
I don't think so.
Is this thing on?
Yes.
Did I lose you?
No.
Would code not go to wouldn't the it equalize to normal? Said my message is wrong. I'm trying to figure out if ice would stay ice.
I mean, if heat is carrying energy and ice is the static form with less energy, that would mean that the heat would go towards the ice and therefore apply energy to the ice and it would melt. Did that make sense?
You guys stop talking?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I suppose it is hard. They can't even create a horizontal line. What are they going to talk about at the end of the day?
Oh, what's the difference between a horizontal point and a vertical point and a diagonal point and a curve point? Anybody?
There's no difference in a point.
Yeah, but we were told that the only place we have a horizontal is at a point. But
Mhm.
isn't that where the vertical point is and the curve point is?
That's the point.
And the diagonal point?
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's honestly, it's like listening to a liar tell a lie, and you know that they're lying, and you just like, come on, I know you're lying, man. Why just stop, just stop.
Enough already.
When logic and geometry kick you in the balls, you have to just change the meaning of everything. Oh, it's not horizontal. It's not a horizontal line. It's a horizontal point. It's only it's only straight at the point. Yeah, but how many points? How many straight points make a curved line? At the point where they deviate. Well, isn't it's just insane. It's absolutely insane.
Well, maybe the answer, Travis, is just to disengage.
Well, but the thing is that they're the only audience members that come in here are these trolls that aren't interested in learning. They're just interested in fighting and or arguing, right? I'll be a little bit more genteel, right? They just want to argue rather than learn and correct. Whereas if we get somebody, who might know that this place exists, who comes in for an honest discussion, they'll actually try to be like, okay, I hear what you're saying. I'll like, how does that work? Oh, okay, man. It's like what we were talking about with DP and Laurie yesterday on the other channel. Whereas if you go out on the street and you ask a person about measured distance, is distance measured in a straight line or a curved line? If you just ask them that, just walk up to somebody. I've got a quick questions on the street. We want to know. Is distance measured in a straight line or a curved line? They'd probably say a straight line. And then you show them, the globe, and then they'd be like, okay, so wait a minute. So distance is curved, but we measure it straight. Okay, now they're going to have something to think about, right? And so they'll think about it. They'll go away thinking about it. But these guys don't even think about the reality of logic and sensibility and empirical data. They are just here to fight against his globe. It's a globe.
Well, the answer is always the same too. At the end of the day, Travis, gravity, refraction, right? These are the answers. It boils down to.
I mean, if I were a fanboy, I might have fought a little bit longer when I came face to face with an argument about air flight against the spin of the Earth. But because I had been so far removed, I could understand the logic, sensible, empirical point of the argument. It made absolutely logical, empirical, sensible sense. And I was done. I'm like, I'm done. This is absolute bullshit. It was that easy.
I think you can get caught up in the web of explanations that they have so perfectly perfected over a period of time.
And it doesn't mean that I have all of the answers right away, right? Because that wasn't an argument about gravity. It wasn't an argument about curvature or per se. It was just an argument about motion, right? So in that one argument, the entire house of cards fell down. So then I had to start rethinking other facets of the model, So it's not like I have all of the answers. And then the person might say, well, then what about this? Well, right now I don't have to answer that one. I just have falsification of these other points, right? These other points, yeah.
You don't need to have any answers, any alternative answer at all. Right? And that's what they want. What's the alternative? What's your model? What's this? What's that? Well, you don't have to have one, right? To not see that the answer that they give is illogical and unreasonable too.
Right. Well, the whole thing is, if I don't think it got recorded, but it was a really good conversation last week on the Voice Channel 2. It was a religious discussion that was going on for a while, and then I hopped in, and then it went in a different direction for another couple hours, and Paul came in, Rags to Riches Paul, and he was throwing questions at me that were like, well, then what about this? What about this? I'm like, look, you can't ask those questions at this point if you don't accept the starting point that I'm giving you, right? I'm trying to debunk the greater picture, right? The main premise, and you're asking me about a minor premise. Whereas if you understand my main premise, your minor premise question goes away, right? So it's kind of like the question that we all have as kids in Sunday school: where did Cain get his wife?
Was one of his sisters.
Okay, but if the story is an allegory of well, let me just say this: if the story is an allegory to begin with, then it's not literal. Then guess what question doesn't exist in that allegorical story? You don't have the question of where did Cain get his wife. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is to show the competition between an older brother and a younger brother throughout history. And the older brother persecutes the younger brother. And you see that all throughout the rest of the Bible, older brother conflicts, which when you then get to Luke chapter 16, or I'm sorry, Luke chapter 15, no, Luke chapter 16, with the story of the prodigious son, the older brother won't come to the party because the younger brother came back. It's an older brother, younger brother conflict. So the story in Genesis 4 about Cain and Abel is not literal. So you don't get to ask the question, where did they get their wife? Because it's not a real story. It's not actually about two real brothers named Cain and Abel.
Why did you say that? Why would you say that?
Why would I say that? Because of my understanding of the rest of the scriptures and how it relates as an intricate web. That's so. If you think of the scriptures as a tapestry or a web where every story is connected to every other story, the story that happens at point 10 is allegorical, right? You can demonstrate that in a particular way. Then that has to trickle back to and touch the primary beginning of the story. So like, oh, this is so complicated and interesting as a discussion, because it's like, where if I were to be a pastor of a church, or if I were to start teaching the Bible in even a secular setting, like, where would I begin? I wouldn't begin at Genesis. Okay, I'd begin somewhere else to show that the story in this setting here uses language and concepts and motifs that the rest of the story uses as well, so that when we then go back to Genesis and see the similar language there, we then understand that one passage informs on another passage, informs on another passage. So there, the only thing that God creates in the Bible is Israel. Okay, so when you read Deuteronomy 32 is often called the Song of Moses. And basically, it's an educational ballad. It's almost like let me say what's the phrase? It's almost like a predictive programming ballad, right? It starts off with God telling Israel what He did for them, and then what they are going to do in the future, right? So it's predictive programming. God's basically saying, "You're gonna do this, even though I did this for you. You're going to do this." So it's for future generations. That's why they should sing the song. Every generation should sing this song and memorize it, so that you don't do what this song tells you you're going to do. But in the song, God says, "I created you." Well, when did God create Israel? The only creation account we have is in Genesis 1. And if you don't connect those two places, at least put it, like on the side, right? Like a possibility. If you don't even consider that a possibility, I don't think you're treating the text in a fair way.
I would, Travis, I would even go further with the two brothers being two versions of yourself, your inner. You are raised by your parents. You are able. You have become able. But when you grow out to be a man and have to do for yourself, you have to create your own cane. You do what I can. What can I do? Me, not my parents. My parents gave me a foundation. Foundation where I can build on, but I have to create myself still. I recognize that in the story.
Sorry, I only heard a little bit of that. I had to go on mute because my paperwork was coming to my window, so I apologize.
Okay, I'll do it again. I interpret the story even further, that the two brothers are two aspects of yourself, that you are raised by your parents and you are able, you have received a foundation that fitted that time frame as a child, but also a time frame in a certain time. And then you have to create yourself. What can I do? I have to make my own cane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with, well, I don't know how to say this. I mean, I guess the nicest way is to say that I disagree. I think that the intended meaning of the Bible, like however a person falls on it, my exclusive position would be similar to my writing a love song or a love poem to my lover, right? This is for her. This is about her. This is to her, whatever, around her, under her, over her. If you want to then take that message and apply it to you, I guess you can do that if you want, but that's not what my song's about. So I hear what you're saying. That is something that we can just generally derive from life itself. I get that. But I think that the Bible's story of Cain and Abel is 100% specific so that it doesn't allow for you to do that. The Bible would actually, if the Bible could speak and say, they would say, Alexander, stop. If you want to make that point, go somewhere else. But that's not this point. That's the simplest, most direct way I can say that.
Yeah, you can say what you want.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, yeah, that's great, right? So it would be 15 love years served.
Sorry, I'm just sort of tuned in on at the end here. Are we having a literal verse analogous argument here, debate about the Bible?
I mean, if you want to keep it going, it was just a general. I don't remember how we started it.
Yeah, I was just going to add that I've always thought that it's both. Always both. So that's the beauty of God and His Word, that it all happens in reality, in the flesh, but it's also like these perfect analogies for everything. That's what a perfect story from God would be. Something that actually does happen, like how it's described to have happened. But all the names and all of the symbols are all analogous to like almost infinite lessons, stories that you can learn.
Well, I think my criticism of that would be that as long as here, I guess, yeah, I don't want to. As long as you also include the primary meaning of the text, I suppose, as long as you do that, then I don't care what you do with the rest of it. Like you can do whatever you want after that. It's like if
Primary
it's
meaning.
both and.
The primary meaning being that it is true, like that it is something that is true that actually happened. Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. So like Genesis 1 isn't literal. So I can't allow for it to be both literal and allegorical.
How is it not literal?
Because it's allegorical. The allegory precludes it from being literal. Right? So
where do you get the allegory from?
So the problem with a literal reading is that we're first of all reading a translation. Most of us are not reading it in the Hebrew. So that's a major loss right there. Like a major, like we're like 95% behind the curve on that one. So if someone says, I think the Bible's literal, I believe it's literal, then my question is, are you talking about the English or the Hebrew? Because which one are you reading? So if the person says, well, I know how to read Hebrew and I believe the Bible's literal. And I say, great. So you believe that there is a large sheet metal, piece of sheet metal that's hammered out up in the sky. And they'd be like, what are you talking about? The sky is like air. Like, well, that's not what the word rakia means. The word rakia means a flattened out piece of metal hammered by a smith.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Find me that definition where it means a piece of metal.
Okay, I can't do your homework for you right now.
No, I've looked at it. I looked at the definition. You're making up a word that is not in the definition of rakia.
What's the definition, bro?
I'm not, sir.
Yes, you are. It just means a surface. It means an extended surface.
Okay, I understand that you're having a reaction to this.
No, I'm not having a reaction. I'm just calling off your bullshit.
Okay. If you want to maybe set some time aside where we can come back, where I have actually, the time to walk through where I'm going to make my case. But in the time that I have spent when I was going to school, taking Hebrew, looking up words, in my experience, I saw and learned the difference between a denotation, which is what the word actually means, and its common usage in different contexts, which is its connotation. So its usage could mean something like a surface, but the actual meaning of the word rakia has to do with a metallic flattening out by a hammer. It's just what it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right. That's cool, man. I've got to pull the truck away from the dock and close my back door, so I'll be on mute and then I'll be back in a little bit. So carry on.
Hey, Banzor, have you purchased some silver lately?
It is. Rakia, an extended surface or expanse. Extended surface, expanse. That's definition.
Doesn't say solid.
A surface could be anything, bro.
Oh, in the definition I found, it says solid. Anyway.
I mean, I'm looking at this for Bubble Hub. It says from Strong Concordance. I mean, it says a noun, masculine, extended surface, and it has in parentheses solid, expanse. I mean, expanse is what it means. And Job, the only place that says that is like it's like a beaten out. I think he's confusing the the verse because it says he has spread out the skies strong as a mirror cast metal.
As a molten looking glass, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it describe the rakia several times?
But then, yeah, it describes it, but it says, you know, that's the word though. It compares it. It's not an actual statement that's what it is.
Yeah,
it's strong as metal. Doesn't mean it's a metal surface. You believe there's some kind of metal surface up there then. And like he's supposed to be like the arbiter, like this guy. He said, "Well, if only if you use it this way, that's the only way I could take it." Like, dude, who made you boss? Like,
all right, so what you're saying is it's not necessarily like some sort of sheet metal, but it's something that is solid, that's expanded.
Yeah, like, the way they describe it in I want to say Chronicles of Deuteronomy, where when they saw the elders saw God or Jesus or the Son of Man, whoever that came over the mountain, like this says the floor was paved. It would like a crystal, like the sky. Like it looked like it was like I forgot that they named the type of crystals or whatever that it looked like.
I found something, Elbow, that says rakia, which equals firmament, which is the bottom of the sky that holds the sky water in. That's why it's related to the word for metal working. The old legends were that the sky was filled with water and that there was a layer of material like a celestial glass that held it back until it opened up and rained. So it is related to the word metalworking. What I can.
And the one I found was just like a solid structure.
So
there are many people who think that the firmament is the dome, but the firmament is the surface of the earth. That's where you form your mind in this.
The firmament is the surface of the earth?
Yeah. It is the dividing line between gases and solid, where you can form your mind. That's the place where, in essence, it is forming the mind.
Oh, here we go.
And then he says that well, the question he said. I mean, I understand because he said something else about where did he where did he find his wife? I mean, that was his wife was his sister. I mean, only if you. I guess if you only read the Bible, you never get the whole grasp. I mean, because unless I'm pretty sure he probably hasn't read none of the Apocrypha. Maybe I'm not. I'm guessing. None of the Apocryphas, which were part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which tells you who was his wife.
On? Is this thing on? Hello.
Yep.
Say my name.
Rakia.
Well, that verse that thing you were reading, it says that it was there
Yeah, I
until
know
it stopped
that.
raining.
Travis, I mean, the word allegory is defined in a specific way. Like it doesn't call for someone interpreting something as an allegory. An allegory is something that you let the person know you're doing so that you get what they're trying to relate to you. Like it's not going to happen unwittingly or without. Like when the Bible speaks of an allegory, it actually tells you it's about to be an allegory that it's speaking about, right?
Or uses like
Just
or
like
as.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. The noun rakia is derived from the verb that means to beat out or stamp out, as in hammering metal into thin plates. Exodus 39:3. This suggests that the noun form is likewise related to something solid.
Yeah, if you
go ahead.
well, I was going to say, if you trust the word, what I call God's word in the Bible, he's very specific and telling us about it, the creation. It tells us that his throne sits upon this. So you assume by the other things he said also that it is a structure that can hold back. And then when you look at reality, how domes are built and they're one of the strongest structures, it starts to make sense that the creator would use that. But you look into the flood account, it said it opened up doors, let the waters of the heavens flow in. It opens up the vaults of the deep and lets it flow in, and rains for 40 days and 40 nights. That's the story, right? So if you believe that, then you have to kind of go with the assumption that it's a structure that holds back water, that has some type of door situation that can open and let that water flow in.
And think about this. I mean, according to scripture, man, it took him a day. I mean, it took it. You know, he made a bunch of stuff in days, but he made that one thing in the second day. That's the only thing he made that second day.
Yeah, the entire day is the structure that may be in layers, but it's doing what they say it, what he says it does. And he put his throne, it's seemingly in the north on top of this structure. And I mean, you have to, I'll just go by that. I mean, until someone proves me wrong, like that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I grew up in a tradition that read the Bible literally. I believe the Bible was literal for the majority of my Christian life. So the reason I decided to move away from that tradition or that understanding was based on my own study and understanding of the Bible itself. Just like my claim, the reason why I moved away from the globe model was because I saw things now in another way that ran up against the way I was taught and made more sense. Now, I'm not the only one, right? I'm not the only one who thinks this way. There are many other people who think this way. You just happen to be talking to one of them right now. So,
And
I'll try to.
it's based on how you've discovered these things yourself, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Your own personal beliefs, and you put it together, so you may think the Bible was written by men or whatever. I kind of feel the same way. But the dome, the container, and all that makes sense to me, right? Because in my own personal life, I think to have pressure and to contain water and all that, you need a container. So I go with that portion of the Bible being true, whether it's written by man or actually written by the Creator. That part seems real to me. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, this was something that I brought up yesterday in a different discussion, and that is how did the author know to describe the sky as a rakia? Because he can't get up there, right? So how did he have firsthand experience, or was he simply, you know what I mean? So like, these are questions that come about if we're going to start, I think, looking at things a certain way.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
So in my studies, it says that the word is the inspired word of the creator. So the creator would have told him what he built, and then also a couple of the I forget, just a couple people have ascended into heaven and seen the creation from that viewpoint and were amazed by it, and also described it just like he described it. But it also tells us that the common man, like you and I, like men now, can't ascend into the heaven. That's how I believe no man has ascended to the moon or whatever. You can't, that's where the heavens are. So the moon is in the heaven, so no man will ascend into the heavens. I just go with that. I mean, it all starts to add up to me.
I mean, but Moses wrote Genesis, correct?
No, it doesn't say that. Tradition lumps Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers under the authorship of a man named Moses, but it doesn't ever say it.
I would go as far to say that what I say and what Travis says and what 10 other people say that's studied the Bible more than me, or maybe even more than Travis, if that's possible. These things are still debated.
Yeah.
But it's also, it doesn't have to be known. Like the Bible also tells us there are things that you may never know. There's things that I don't want you to know, right? There's things that you really even shouldn't seek out. You should just have faith in this area. Show your faith, give glory, that sort of thing. So the Bible does cover almost everything that we encounter as humans. I will say that. That's an amazing part. And if you believe that it's written by many different authors over many different time periods and many different, continents, and then it all comes together to tell a story that holds true for, as long as I can remember, and people, it's a real popular book, right? It holds true for many people. Then it is amazing in that aspect, no matter how you think it was put together.
One of the other things, I mean, and again, this is if you enjoy this discussion as much as you enjoy any other topic of science or other literature or movies, and you want to invest in it, it's a worthwhile conversation. So I can't say everything, but one of the other troublesome issues in reading Genesis 1 literally is if the sun is created on day 4, what's the light that was created on day 1? Right? Let there be light. And God separated, okay, right? And so God separated the light from the darkness. Well, in our experience, the only thing naturally that separates light from dark is the sun. So then if the sun wasn't created until 3 days later, what was the light? And I'll just say the answer to a certain extent is the Bible doesn't say anything else about the light. So you have to then make up an ad hoc, well, maybe it's, and that's the problem. At that point, you're completely. Did someone talk?
You hear me?
Yeah, was someone talking over me?
I think I did talk over you. I thought
Is that me you're talking about?
I don't know. All I heard was an electronic noise, and it sounded like someone was talking.
My bad.
I couldn't tell. Okay.
No, I'm hot micing. I'm not actually saying anything.
But anyway, so yeah, so my point is that the Bible doesn't tell us what that light is, so you then have to make up something that's not in the text, and to me, that's troublesome.
I agree.
There's a second light out there.
as I read that part of the Bible like many times, I had that same thought. I'm like, why are they doubling up on this here? I don't. Maybe it's a bad translation. Like, is it because of the translation? Like, what's going on? You know, it's one of the
Light
things I
can
don't
be
have an
light
answer
can
to.
be sound can be light.
Yeah, I kind of disagree. There's an ambient light out there. The sun is not even needed, but there is an ambient light, and you can actually tell by the shadow it casts. The only way to have a shadow is by direct light, correct?
Yes, a
Okay.
shadow is light. Yes.
Right. So it once the sun is not over you, meaning either early in the morning or before it sets. There's actually a shadow cast underneath every car, underneath anything that's above surface that is direct that has pretty much has a shadow. You can see a 12 o'clock shadow practically. That means there is a light source that's actually that's being shined upon that place or that surface or that car, which casting a shadow.
I
Yeah,
don't. I don't
I would
understand
like to add
what you're
to that.
saying.
Well, I think what he's. Let me add to it and see if it helps. I think the Bible tells me that light is something different than the source of the light that rules the day and the light that rules the night. He kind of separates the sun, moon, and stars from night and day, but light is also a separate thing. So that's how I read it. Anyway, I don't know if I'm right or not. I think that's why I say God is light, the great I am, like the great source of energy.
Okay. Right. Okay. So what I hear Rakia saying is something to be appealing to other places of Scripture where he thinks it's clearer or more specific, and then he's taking it back. Right. So to me, that seems to be trying to be as uh, consistent in his answer. Right. This is the way. This is the reason why I think it's this way in this passage here. Right.
It always
Well, I
it
think
also matters what light, like electromagnetism too, right? Because if an object is electromagnetic, it can bend the light and do weird shit too, right?
Well,
So the
the
medium
other thing
itself.
about
In
the
Genesis
other thing about
one,
uh,
Genesis one, it's all creating nature, everything in nature, sky, moon, plants, everything, light, then daylight, then the stars. Pretty much, if it told you exactly what it's doing, the sun is gonna rule the day. In other words, the day was the daylight.
You also have to remember certain things back then and ways of explaining shit like us today. You get lost in translation. Maybe what they're trying to explain is different than what they mean a little bit. Or,
I
in
agree
my
with
opinion.
that. Yeah, I
yeah,
agree with that.
the way that I had phrased that when I taught classes was there's a difference between what the Bible says and what it means by what it says. Big difference.
Well, I think that's why it's a lifelong journey, right? An individual walk with with God's word, which I think is the Bible, but it doesn't have to be the Bible. It can be your personal relationship with whatever you think your creator is. I just happen to trust God's word being talked, through the Bible to me because it's never been untruth, right? It's always been true to me. It's always told me the truth, right or wrong, good or bad, like, terrible things or great things. You can't know love unless you know hate, that sort of thing. And when I go to the Bible with anything, whether I believe in UFOs or not, what does the Bible say? The best question I ask myself, or I challenge people to ask, is what does the Bible say? But it is also a personal thing. And I think it changes throughout your life. Because when I read the Bible 10 years ago, and when I read the Bible today, the same scriptures tell me things differently. I also think that's how it's an amazing book. No other book does that for me.
Well,
I get the
I
same
think it can be both
experience
too,
when
though.
I get the same experience recently when I watched the movie Infinity Chamber. I've watched it 12 times, and each time I see something new.
Yeah, I get it. I think the
I do
Bible
think
is
it could be like
like,
a weapon, also, like a good thing and a bad thing. It always depends too. It's always down to translation.
well, there's a reason that it's talked about all the time and brought up as this, that, and the other, good and bad, because it seems to ring true or have a deep meaning to a lot of people, whether it be good or bad. So that's amazing also.
Right.
But you know,
No, the true
it has
part.
to be something, right? Like,
I'm with that 100%. The true part. Now, the part
yeah.
that bothers me is the parts that wouldn't ring true to everybody. Like, so to me, it's like weird. It's like, okay, say we're in we got the government's book, right? Or the government's information. They give us a pamphlet. Now, this pamphlet might have 98% truth or 90% truth in it, but that other 10%, if you don't know the power of that 10% versus the 90%, it's pretty wicked. Like, psychology is a motherfucker. And I've always just think about, like, if they promote something, like your preachers, your military, your people who are trying to, like, always be in control of you, is it 100% good?
Like most things, it's a double-edged sword.
Well, we're taught to use discernment, though, even when reading the Bible and interpreting or reading different translations. We're taught to, you know, not jump to, you know, the conclusion that fits your bias. Use discernment. Discernment is way different than just, you know, going with what you believe. It's really thinking through and reading everything in context and researching everything that's important, and then coming to an educated decision on what, you know, your creator is telling you. That it includes prayer in that discernment. Like, you have to think about it and dwell on it. Maybe even, you know, take some time. It may be years before you completely understand what you thought you knew, sort of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I just posted a picture of the 12 o'clock shadow I'm talking about.
the point that I want to echo from what Rakia said about light and the way that he, you know, understands that light is different than perhaps the sunlight. Um, that's typically referred to as the internal witness of the Bible. That is, it's consistent within itself, so that it uses its language over and over again consistently. So in the Song of Moses that I mentioned before in Deuteronomy 32, the song is to the children of Israel, but the song begins, "Give ear to my word, O heavens. Pay heed to my mouth, O earth." So the song begins with an address to the heavens and the earth, but it's to the children of Israel. So it's showing us in that text that the children of Israel understood themselves to be the heavens and the earth in their story. So that when you see in Deuteronomy 32 that God created Israel, you say, oh, I wonder if there's a story about that creation. And then you go back to Genesis and it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, imagine if that story had said, in the beginning, God created the stars and the stripes, right? We know that reference, the stars and the stripes, to refer to our flag, which is a symbol of our nation, which is a collection of us as people. So we need to familiarize ourselves with a story that wasn't written to us or about us or for us, because their way of talking might not be our way of talking, but their way of talking is very specific and consistent for them. I hope that came through clear. Did I break up at all during that?
No, you were fine.
Okay, great. I'm glad because that was good stuff.
Rakia, really what he's saying is that the only thing that God created was Israel. That's pretty much what he's saying here.
Okay,
Well,
if you want to put
I don't think that. Yeah, I think
yeah,
that's putting words.
No. That's what you started off today, didn't you? Didn't you say that the only thing that God created was Israel? That what you said?
okay. I'm gonna try to be as clear and simple as possible because I don't want to cause whatever. I'm saying that the story that the
answer
Bible
is that
is
not what
telling
you
us is.
believe?
Hang on, he's trying to tell you, brother.
Yeah, I understand, but this is
I'm
what
telling.
he started off with, and I just want to make sure that this is exactly what you were saying earlier. Are you saying that what you believe is that only thing that God created was Israel?
Okay, I didn't say it that way. I didn't say it that way earlier. I don't know why you're making that connection right now. I'm trying to clarify so that it becomes clear in your mind. Okay.
All right, I'll look for the audio.
All right. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to be specific. The story of the Bible is about one thing: the nation of Israel under her covenant with God from beginning to end. That's what the Bible is about.
Right, but I'm going to look for that clip that I heard you when you said the only thing that God created was Israel. Give me a second. Hopefully, it's recording.
The only way I could say something like that is if I'm talking specifically about the creation story. So that in the creation story, I'm saying this story is about the creation of Israel. I would definitely say that.
What was your problem with Genesis? You said he didn't create the sun on the fourth day, so where did the light come from?
I
Is that why you
said
said?
that I think is a. I said I think that's a problem that arises if we take the story literally. If we read it literally, and we understand that light comes from one place in our experience, then the light that's created on the first day is something completely different that we've never experienced.
It could have just been God fucking beaming out light from his somewhere. Like who
Yeah,
knows? I don't know.
I get that, bro. But my point is, if you're going to be literal, then you can't say something the Bible's not saying, which is what you're doing right now. It could be this. Well, no, it can't because the Bible's not saying that. If you're going to be literal,
Let there be light.
you
He could have
can't.
just had. When he says "Let there be light," he could have just meant like, "Boom, there's light." You don't need a sun. It's God. He can do whatever he wants.
I know that. Yeah, that to me is a very weak argument. I grew up in that world for the majority of my life, and I had to leave it behind me.
Yeah, I put a picture up a few seconds ago of the 12 o'clock shadow, and the sun's not even above. So the only way to create, I don't know if you hear me, but the only way you can have a shadow is with the light being cast directly over it, right?
What's that got to do with this?
What we're saying about the light, right?
Though?
Right. Well, you're asking, what y'all talking about the light right now, or I probably was hearing something else. I heard Jeremy when Jeremy just said, "Well, I think the light is something else," and I'm just saying, "Well, no, I think the light was something that was when he was creating when from Genesis 1 and whatever, he was talking about everything in nature. When he said, 'Let there be light,' that was an actual light."
Well, what about intelligence? When
Like a
does he say
light bulb?
intelligence in the Bible? Does
Just
God
light.
ever say he created intelligence or intellect or like was that ever in there? Like to start with, it's just light and all this other stuff.
The shadow, if you look at the shadow, is always, if you always see it, it's always like a dispersed shadow, like it's like an ambient lighting. And I don't know if you have ever.
Saying if he didn't create, Travis has a good point on this. If he didn't make the sun on the fourth day, where'd the light come from? I mean, it's God. He can do anything he wants, right? He says, "Let there be light," and there's fucking light. Like,
what is the light?
This doesn't seem like a stretch.
Yeah, exactly. It's light. It's day and night. Where did night come
I'm
from?
not even like biblical.
No,
religious
it's
or
you
anything.
can't say it's day and night, because the thing that creates day and night is the sun.
No, that's what you think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
What if it's intelligence? What if light is intelligence in the aspect of that?
You're
What
going
if the
somewhere else
earth
with
was
it.
intelligence? And then
Yeah, please stop doing this, Democ. You do this all the time.
doing what? Making sense?
No,
Saying something
making
that's
nonsense,
Rambling
man.
nonsense.
Hey, look,
Rambling
Jeremy.
nonsense.
Hey, Jeremy. I got an opinion for you. Why don't you mind your own damn business?
Why don't you just keep to the point and where we're talking about light and not something else, and like try to divert for something different, man?
You can have day and night, right? So you can just be like, all right, God made light, and then you can have day and night and be like, light off, and then just shut the light off. Like a light switch in your room. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know,
see
bro.
right. No, I mean I get it. And so it's not just those are examples to me that are simple instances of, if you do take this literally, those are questions that come up because you're taking a literal interpretation. Like I first started this discussion with was on Cain and Abel, the brothers, right? Or where did Cain get his wife? That question doesn't exist.
I've always
In
asked
an
that too.
His
Right,
wife was his sister.
Okay, hold on. I know, Jeremy. So the issue that I'm saying, Jeremy, is this. If the story is an allegory about something else and not really about two real brothers, then your question doesn't follow. But your question has to follow if you think that the story is about two human being brothers that were the first children of two human beings named Adam and Eve.
You said Cain's wife was his sister?
No, I'm
yes,
not.
it was.
No.
We have an answer.
No.
You had a question. Where did Cain get his wife from? Elbow knows. It's his sister.
No, I'm saying that question doesn't exist.
No, it does. We just asked that. I used to ask that a long time ago too.
That's because you were told that's because you were told that the Bible teaches that Adam and Eve were the first two human beings that God created, which is not what the story's about.
But now we know where he got his wife from. Is his sister, which is weird because that means we're all nerds.
No.
What do you mean? It didn't go down like that?
The story, okay, listen, the story is not literal. If the story is not literal, there's no question about the sisters or anything like that.
Why is it not literal though?
We've been talking about that for a while. It's not a very simple question to answer, except that the Bible is consistent within itself. The Bible uses the term heaven and earth to refer to Israel. Israel understood herself to be the heavens and the earth in relation to God. Okay?
Elbow, we're all products of incest, you're saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what do you think? That's where it all started.
Crazy. Could be literal. How do you know? Like, I don't know. Your evidence thus far isn't really that great. Like, as far as the Genesis thing, you're trying to figure out the mechanics of God and how God operates. Like, I don't even think that's within our grasp.
No, stop.
Dude, I'm not even a biblical person. I don't even believe. I don't go to church, nothing.
I know, but Jeremy, slow down. The Bible itself is its own toolbox. You can figure out everything the Bible is about because everything the Bible is about is in the story it's telling you. Okay? So it's not like I remember hearing these things in college where people were like, "Oh, you think you can confine God? You think you can understand everything?" Like, no, I'm telling you that I can understand what He's told us, right? I'm not going to go beyond that, but I am telling you that you can understand everything in the Bible because everything in the Bible is about everything in the Bible.
If it's not literal, I just have a question for you, brother. Here, if it's not literal, how can anyone understand everything God's told us?
You broke up just a bit right before your question. If it's not literal, what? Say it again.
Yeah, if it's not literal, how you said that we can understand everything that God has told us. But if it's not literal, how do we understand any of it? I mean, then it would be open to every single man's interpretation.
No, it's not. It's not. You
I
ready?
think it means this. I think it means that.
I get you, bro. I get you. I understand that. And this is another way of thinking. You don't have to take my way of suggestion, but this is the way I've said it. I hope you appreciate this. I worked very hard on this. The Bible is written in 3 different languages: Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek.
Okay, yeah. I know.
All right. Now, even though it's written in 3 different languages, those 3 languages all use the same major language together. And this is the way I say it. There is one language to rule them all, one language to guide them, one language to reveal them all, and in the light unbind them. When we understand that the language that the Hebrew uses is symbol, and the language that the Aramaic uses is symbol, and the language that the Greek uses is symbol, then we need to understand the symbolic language the Bible uses fundamentally throughout.
And the light means intelligence. When you bring somebody to the fucking light, you bring them to the intelligence.
Oh, there it is, Demok, man.
You
There
don't
it is,
shine.
bro.
Hold on a second, please. You don't fucking willy-nilly shine candles on people, Jeremy, with your ignorant ass comment you made. I challenge Jeremy anytime he wants to a debate on how biased and how no count he is. And how he brings nothing to the table, but fuck Demok. Why are you smarter than me? I don't know, Jeremy. Too bad, so sad.
All right.
Anyways, I posted a clip that said that you said, yo, you didn't say that. There's the clip that says that you're saying the only thing that got created is Israel.
Now what?
Yeah, no, it was something that he said earlier, and then he's saying that he didn't say that, and I just posted the clip that he did say that. So are you gonna take where's that clip, Chronicus?
I like the idea of this whole Genesis thing and let there be light, like debunking the fact that it could be literal.
He even says it in I mean, he divided the day from night, right? So when he brings on the sun, he says to rule the day. In other words, the sun is sunlight, the day is daylight. The sun rules the day. Doesn't mean it is the only thing that shines throughout the heavens.
Well, what does that mean?
The sun is the ruler of the day. In other words, when God divided the day and night, day was already a light. In other words, the sun is the one ruling the day. In other words, when God, in Revelation, when he says, when he comes and he's going to be part of the the temple comes to where he's going to land, there's not going to be the need for a sun or night or a moon, because he will be the light. In other words, day, the light, him being a light source there. We had the discussion. Did we have the discussion the other day, Jeremy, about the light?
If I said I was the light source, or if I said the light and the light unbinds things, that would mean like a decipher, or like, you know what I mean? So like, to me, the light, and if you're saying God is the light, that would be intelligence. That wouldn't just be a fucking light. It wouldn't be just a charge of electricity.
When you don't need sun to actually shine on you, and he's gonna be the light of that place, meaning he's gonna be a physical light which will shine the whole city, only the city. For that means, then that means that sun is not actually really needed. You just need some kind of other light source.
How can you do that without information? None of that can be done without information.
Yeah, he is the informer.
Without info. So the light. So you said he was the light. So is light information, or what are we saying here?
No, the light information and light is two different stories, two different things.
Okay, so what is the light without the sun? Without information, what is that light?
Do you need the sun to have light?
That's not what I asked you.
Well, I'm asking you that.
You said,
you're
no,
asking,
you're the one that said sun. I didn't bring the sun into this ever.
yeah,
You
but
said
you
there's sunlight, right? Then you said God's light, and then you said there's light. So which is which? There's three different lights you got going on.
yeah, there is different lights, are there?
So how do
So
we
there's
demonstrate
stars light,
three different
and
lights?
there's moonlight, and there's sunlight, and there's daylight.
Not if the sun makes them all
We
happen.
even differentiate from
How do
both
you demonstrate
every
it?
time. Hold on, stop. Because we both everybody stop. Let me answer. We differentiate. Oh my god! Shut your trap hole, man. I'm trying to speak.
I don't know why you're even engaged. I don't even know why you're even engaging them. Are you
I don't
serious?
even know.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. Ask for a demonstration, damn it.
Well, we do that all the time. There's sunlight, there's daylight. We differentiate from both. That's what.
Yeah, right. I really see that all the time, don't I?
Yeah, you talk about it every day.
No, I don't think I've ever talked about sunlight coming from anything but the sun, buddy.
Oh, you don't refer to daylight as a daylight?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Can you
So
demonstrate?
you don't know what's daylight?
Can you demonstrate what you're making up right now?
Actually, I have.
Demonstrate daylight.
Demonstrate daylight without a sun existing.
How do you cast a shadow?
Weird questions that you're making.
How do you cast shadow?
You show me, weirdo.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. How do you
guys,
how do you cast a shadow?
How light exists to cast a shadow? I haven't seen that yet.
How do you cast a shadow?
Without a sun, I don't know. Good question.
What? Can you cast a shadow with a flashlight?
Candle.
Dumbass.
I mean,
So,
Jesus Christ, there's so many different sources.
Yeah, since we're
Go
heated
ahead.
already, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since we're heated already, I'm just going to say this about the reaction that I'm hearing. I'm hearing the similar reaction that we get when we talk to a baller and we give him evidence and he goes, yeah, but.
You haven't given any evidence.
You guys think
okay.
a candlelight
Okay,
is
well,
gonna
hold on.
separate
Wait. Come on, Demok, come on. Right when I said he's acting like a baller, he then acts like a baller again and says, you haven't given any evidence, which is exactly what a baller says after I've given him evidence for flat earth. That's not evidence. Right.
Dude, you're saying, the stories is allegory. That's your own opinion, bud.
It's not my opinion.
It's not?
No, listen, I have given you references within the Bible itself that give me the evidence to say what I'm saying about Genesis 1.
So correlate.
It's not my opinion. I'm based. I didn't hear if you finished yourself. I stopped talking when you interrupted me because I didn't want to. So I didn't even hear what you finished off saying. What did you say?
When this Genesis thing, you're trying to figure out the mechanics of God, right? How God works, how God can make there be light with no sun. Like, bro, we can make there be light with no sun. It's not far fetched to think God could make light with no sun. You know what I'm saying? Like this,
If you want to beg,
very shaky.
If you want to beg the question, go ahead.
God lit a
question,
candle,
bro.
you guys.
He
lit a candle. That's
light
what
without
Jeremy thinks.
He separated
we
light.
can make light without sun. Hold on, guys.
Go ahead.
We can make light without sun. God said, "Let there be light."
Information.
God, shut the fuck up, Demok.
You can't do that without information, Jeremy. You can't shut up without information, buddy.
Yeah, I could shut you up with a mute button.
When God says, "Let there be light," and there's no sun yet, that's not far fetched, out of the realm of capabilities. Even since we know we can do that, let alone God. If we can make light without sun, why can't God?
Okay, look, I'm just telling you, man. All of these. No, it's not. All of these questions don't exist if you understand the story to be about something else. If the story is about the creation of Israel, right? This is another nation telling their story. This is how they understood their role and their place in their time. And the story is about them, to them, for them. they are not going to understand it literally at all. They're not going to ask these questions.
That is just factually, historically so false. It's patently ridiculous. There's not a single early church writer who is saying what you're saying. Jesus Christ and all of the rabbis prior to him, they all understood it to be literally. This is why Israel has a 5,700-year-old calendar, because they're counting it literally. What you're saying has no basis in reality as far as history goes. You are inventing a hermeneutic. And what's even funnier is you're saying it's allegorical, and there are already people who are saying because it's allegorical, they can say it means whatever they want it to mean, just like I said they would. And you say, no, it's allegorical, but it can only mean what I say it means. It's historically ridiculous. Your position
Travis, do you
not-
have a better? Hold on, let's give him a chance. Do you have a better example than this light thing in Genesis? Because that's a awful. It's a god awful way to say it's allegorical. Is there like a better spot where we can show like, hey, look, this can't be right. It's an allegory.
Jeremy, let me ask you a question before we go to because I want to talk about the light, right? How do you cast a shadow?
You can block something with the light.
But can a shadow? So in other words, can you cast a shadow from a different direction that the light is coming from? In other words, can I have a 12 o'clock shadow when the sunlight, or any light, it's at a, let's say, 6 o'clock position? In other words, or even 9 o'clock position.
The shadow generally comes from the opposite, from the, you know how shadows work.
Right.
But I have seen on Mythbusters where they got the shadow to change direction. Like they were trying to debunk the moon landing, and they were able to make shadows converge and diverge or something, one or the other.
But there has to be direct light to cast a shadow. In other words, the shadow has to be cast by, it comes from a direct source. Correct?
I mean, yeah, you need light for there to be a shadow, yeah.
Right. In other words, so in other words, if to have a 12 o'clock shadow, you need the light to be directly above it. Is this correct or not?
There's no light, then how do you have a shadow? Everything's just all shadow.
But to create a light, to create a shadow, I mean, let's look at the definition for how to create a shadow.
Bro, you get a light and you shine on it. That thing blocks the light wherever it hits or whatever. I've heard people say that things can create shadows on themselves. If you're in a dark room and you got a ball, they'll say the shadow's on the other side of the ball where the light's not hitting.
Right. So, but light rays travels from a source in a straight line, which something has to block it off those straight lines, right?
Yeah. Like somebody standing there or a car or something, a telephone pole.
Right. So can you have a 12 o'clock shadow, sunlight? In other words, the sun's supposed to be atop to have a 12 o'clock shadow, but can you have that from let's say 7 o'clock position? If
the shadows pointing like straight north and the sun is at position.
Well, let's say 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, 7 o'clock, whatever. Can you have a 12 o'clock shadow? Can you have a 12 o'clock shadow at 7 o'clock in the morning?
See how convoluted this is?
Yeah.
Can you have a 12 o'clock shadow at 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes. What is a 12 o'clock shadow when the sun's directly above you?
Right. So when the sun is directly above you, right?
Yes.
At 7 o'clock in the morning?
Oh no! Wait.
Jeremy, why are you confused, man? This is such a clear conversation. Everything's making
I know.
perfect sense.
You couldn't get a
You can have
shadow. You know how the Globers say you get no shadow on the when you're at the subsolar point. Like that can only happen at noon. You can get close that and after
You can
that,
also
but I mean,
you can also too have more than one shadow.
Yeah, but you have to have two light sources, don't you?
No. About a month and a half ago, I was traveling home from a weekend away, and the car in front of me, like it was a cloudy as day, Elbow, right? And some strange reason, I was looking at the
You get a
shadows
12
of the
o'clock
car.
shadow on. Yes, this is the ambient light.
No. Yeah. There was a shadow to the left-hand side of it where the sun was. Now it was a cloudy ass day, and there was a break in the clouds, so we saw the shadow, and then all of a sudden, the sun
This is
went
12
behind the clouds. You couldn't see the sun at all, right? You couldn't see where the sun was coming from. But now there was a shadow not only on the left-hand side of the car, but also too on the right-hand side of the car and behind the car. And I actually said to my wife at the time, I go, look, isn't that bizarre? There's actually a shadow all the way around the car, even though you can't see the sun. It was quite unusual at the time.
When you told that story before, Ben, I understood it that it was rather dark clouded, or am I wrong?
Yes, it was. Yes,
Yeah.
it was rather dark cloud. Yes, yep, you're right. You're right.
hold on. What's the problem with the shadow though?
All right, so the only way to have shadows is by direct lighting. In other words, there has to be a direct blockage of a light. There can't be a light coming from, let's say, the east, and also have a shadow on the east, and also have a shadow at 12 o'clock.
But he tells you that he saw it.
Hold on, dude. I'm giving an explanation to Jeremy. Because the light source
you
has
could get four shadows. You could get four shadows going on. Like, say you're in a football stadium, and somebody's in the center, at the 50-yard line, and you got the lights on.
How many light
side.
sources? You had light sources. Yes, there has to be light sources directly up on them, and then that's for it to cast shadows. There have to be light sources. You're telling me there's four shadows because there's four different light sources, isn't there not?
Yeah.
Right. So this is what I mean with the firmament lighting, the daylight. There's an actual light source other than the sun. I took at 7:52 a.m. at 52 minutes past the hour I could say, I don't know if it's you're in Eastern time. It would be 8:52 for you. I took a picture of a shadow that was being cast by a car. The only way to have shadows is by a direct source of light. The sun is to the west. It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, the shadow with the car thing, it probably wasn't making its own footprint in the shadow. There was probably a slight angle to it, like it might have been depending.
There's
on
no angle. It is directly above. Go look at it. It's at 7:52. I'll repost it.
And that's incorrect. Right? You don't need a direct light source for a shadow.
Show me. I
told you.
No. That's not what I said. Something. Give me a citation.
I don't have to show you anything. I'm telling you what I saw. Right now, you can either believe it or not, Elbow. Right? It's up to you. I don't really care if you don't believe it, but I'm telling you that it is possible.
I'm gonna need a citation for what listen. How does this link to the Bible?
Hang on, Jeremy. I'm sorry, man. I literally just got here. I can't help but keep both my mouth. I'm really sorry. But from the 60 seconds of context I got, if you go in your house during the day, the sun's directly overhead, you turn all the lights off, there's going to be shadows. And those shadows, if you trace them, do not lead to the sun that is directly above you with your roof between it and you. Does that make sense?
That's a good point. Good point. How does this link to the Bible, though? What are we doing with the shadow?
It's the light source. That's what I'm saying. There's a light source.
It's everything around you, because everything around you is reflecting the sunlight, right?
Well,
That's how the
There is no sun
interior of your
anymore. Yeah.
house.
that's what in contention.
What you're talking about, Elbow, is a very distinct shadow from a pointed light source, and I would agree with you. You can, you do see that. Everyone experiences it all the time. I'm just saying that you can get shadows other ways that aren't from a direct sun point.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
as
saying.
well.
Everybody's saying, no, the only way we have light is because of the sun.
No.
That's what they're
I know.
saying.
I already went through this with Travis. Just because God said, he created the sun on the fourth day, but he said, but there was light 4 days before that. We can make light without the sun. So
Right.
for him to do it is not a stretch.
And this
He
is
could have
what
had
I'm
a
saying.
flashlight or a big candle or something. You know what I'm saying? It's God. Like, you're trying to figure out the mechanics of how God operates.
This is what I'm pointing to, that there is a shadow being cast without the sun being the source of light. Because again, if you look at what I just posted, lights and shadows, the light source casts a shadow. There's always has to be something that is that's opaque, that blocks the source of lighting, right? So the sun is not above that car, yet there is a 12 o'clock shadow under that car. What is the source of light? It can't be the sun, because the sun is in the west position at the moment. It's barely rising, or it's risen. It's over the skies, but it's not even on above it. So it cannot cast a 12 o'clock shadow. The shadow will be more in the eastern direction.
Could it be that what you're talking about is diffuse light?
Yeah,
Like
it is diffused lighting, because it's diffused. Well, I mean, that's what I think the light is. It's diffused lighting. It's like some kind of ambient lighting that is not necessarily is the sun. That's what I think, that the light, there's the reason we have the sky is blue and yada 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 is because the sun is the one causing that issue, or causing that diffused lighting.
Well, the thing is, when you're outside, whether during the daytime, there's no street lights on, there's no other light source except the sun. So what my contention would say is that it's the fused sunlight, the clouds and stuff like that, cause the light not to be direct, but be more diffused out. And so that would be make logical sense, because it's been scattered, it's been more, spread out across the area than to be more direct in one specific spot. Like you would get shadows.
Well, I mean, that's the story.
That can be proven. That's why you have diffused lighting.
I mean,
you have that.
You could if you can with one, and let's say if you go into a closed room, right? Blacked out room, closed room with one source of light, a spotlight. Take a picture and have defined shadows, and you tell me. I mean, you'll have one shadow, but you want to have like if you wake up in the morning, right?
Oh my God, this is so complicated.
Have you ever taken pictures, bro? Or have you ever messed with any 3D program? You cannot just have one source of light. There always have to be some kind of ambient lighting.
Here's the thing. Can I jump back? There's a video I just posted in the live stream chat. It's actually it's called The Blackest Paint. Okay. He actually puts just one little single light bulb in this room, and he closes the room up. And then from that one light source, everything can be seen, because the light is being reflected off the walls. But when he puts that black paint in the same room, he can actually make himself disappear by just blocking the light source. So even in that scenario, the light is being reflected off other objects. That's why the whole thing lights up. It's the same light source. It's the same bulb. You know what I mean? In both scenarios. So the only thing that's changed is the environment.
It's all black, right? But if without the sun, right, and I mean, if the sun is in the blackest of night.
But the point in that video is that showing us what, like in a room, it's the walls, it's the everything that's also illuminating the room. It's not just the light source itself. The light source is illuminating things, but it's also illuminating everything else, and that's being reflected. The light's being reflected, causing more, illumination everywhere in the room. So I don't know what the problem is with this. That's his experiment, or you want to call it experiment, is a perfect example of what's going on. So I don't know what the problem is.
Your thing will be like the sun will be in the blackest of night, pretty much. Like the second part of that, where you put a sun inside that place and it's all dark. That's what that's what it would look like if it was just the sun.
Well, here's the thing: if there's if it's in the black, okay. The reason it's black is because there's nothing it's being reflected off of. But as soon as you put an object in there, light will come from the source and also be reflected off of that. If light did not reflect off of objects, you would not see anything. It has to reflect off objects for you to be able to even see it. I don't know what the problem is. Again, I don't get what the problem is with any of this. This is logic.
I don't know why we're still even on this thing. Travis, do you have a better thing that shows the Bible's allegorical?
Okay, okay, look. First of all, your statement, Jeremy, I don't even know why we're on this thing, is because there is an understanding that the Bible is literal. This is the problem that comes up. If you think the Bible is literal, it presents problems that conflict with reality, just like looking at the globe. If you think the globe, hold on, if you think the world is a globe, there are going to be other things in physical reality that are going to conflict with that model. And you're either going to have to keep pushing your model or get rid of it based on the evidence. So
Listen,
I don't know why you're interrupting me.
My bad.
I'm telling you guys this, I've said it before. You guys are not necessarily going to accept everything that I'm saying right now, and I get it. That's fine. I am happy to have this conversation. I will be happy to give you as many clear answers as I can. But don't expect that I'm going to give you an aha answer where you go, oh, now it's not going to happen that way. This took me 20 years plus to be able to present what I'm...
My bad.
It's all right. Go ahead.
I'm just saying this whole, let there be light, and then 4 days later he creates the sun. Like it's not a stretch that God could have made light without the sun. Like we make light without the sun.
It doesn't have to be a stretch at all. It's not about the physical world.
What's up?
Everything you want to be true about the physical world is still true, even if Genesis 1 isn't about the physical world.
Yeah, but
that's your opinion, Travis. That's your opinion. We all have.
I already said that, Paul.
It's your opinion. Okay, so then why are you trying to convince everybody? Why are you trying to convince everybody? If he wants to hold that as his opinion and that's your opinion, then why do you keep going on and on and on about it?
I already told you the answer to that. Did you forget about it already?
Well, I mean, you keep saying it. Jeremy wants to see it this way. I want to see it this way. You want to see it your way.
He asked me He asked me a question about my understanding.
Okay, he answered the question. You answered the question, and then he said he still looks at it that way, and then you keep saying no, that's not right. So you're trying to convince him that he's wrong, but it's just his opinion, and it's like his opinion.
That's because I care about reality and the truth. It's just like if I'm talking to a globe head and he will not accept, he says, if I give him an example and he goes, yeah, well, it's still a globe. I'm like, no, it's not. You just want to hold on to your model.
What's untrue about what Jeremy said?
I don't even remember what he said anymore, right? So
wow.
I've said it like three times. Hold on, I'll say it again.
Yeah. No, I remember now. I can say it.
The whole thing with him having light before the sun gets created, like that's not like I don't know how you make the leap of that being allegorical. Why does it have to be allegorical? We can actually make light without the sun right now.
I don't disagree with that. Great. I do not disagree with that. Genesis 1 is not about the creation of the physical world. You can still believe what you want about our ability to create light other than the sun. That's still true.
Yeah, but why does that lead you to believe that it's an allegory? Because there was light before the sun.
That's not what believe. That is not what leads me to believe Genesis 1 is allegorical.
All right.
Well,
Well, then what is it?
yeah, I don't get. I still don't
I
get what
thought
you're
that.
trying to say about Genesis not talking to you or I, like only talking to the Israelites or whatever. I mean, it is
Okay,
talking to them at that point, but it's for everyone, right? That's what I think.
I get that. Listen, I used to be on your side that way, right? I used to understand the Bible that way. So imagine someone finds a book that starts off in the beginning, God created the stars and the stripes. Right there, who's going to understand that language?
Well, let's go with what the Bible does say, because I understand that God created the heavens and the earth.
You think you do. I already answered this question.
I have
Israel,
an understanding of it.
I know. Are you aware that the Bible speaks to Israel as if she is the heaven and the earth?
Where?
Well, and maybe another case, but when talking about creation, that's not what my understanding is. My understanding that the Creator is telling me, like when I read it as it's my personal reading, the Creator is talking to me through His Word about what He did on the first day, which was create the heavens and the earth. And He also tells me what the earth is. Hang on. He also tells me what the earth is. The earth is the land only, because He separates that from the waters, the seas and the waters above. So it's very specific on what the Creator is doing. Now, who He's talking to at the time really is not my concern, actually.
I don't think that that's a very strong position to hold, but again, that's your
Travis,
prerogative.
Travis,
Yeah.
you have a better
What if it's
spot.
the position that the entire church held for 2,000 years up until a century ago, and clearly the position that Jesus held, clearly the position that Paul held,
Sure.
and provably the position that all the early rabbis prior to Christ held?
Okay,
I mean,
great.
you-
Wait, hold
you're
on. Are
taking a
you going to keep
weird
ranting right
minority
now? Hold
position
on,
here.
man. This is what you did last time, okay? You are appealing to authority right now because that's exactly what the Globers do about science. They appeal to.
Do you think that the scriptures can be rightly understood outside of the historical context in which they were penned?
You're
You're
breaking
breaking up
up.
for me, Travis.
And it's crazy that he tells you what stop you from speaking when he goes on and on.
He does. He does feel like he's got a good hold on this, and I respect that. But I think he in turn does respect us. He just is not showing it
Well,
very well at
can
points.
I say something about that appeal to authority argument he just made? The thing is, it's only appeal to an authority when the person that's just doing the discussion is not an authority. But when somebody is an authority, like someone that's a rabbi that understands the text, someone that lives in that culture, that is not appeal to authority. It's not the same argument. So that argument falls apart immediately.
I heard a lot of that, but it might not be the best time for you.
Yo, hold on, real quick. Does anyone know when this guy Enigma got muted?
No.
Who's Enigma?
Okay.
You're still coming in broken up.
And Travis, I need a better thing. You could sway me on this because I'm not even religious, bro. Like you could sway me on this, but I need something better than the light. This whole light thing to show me it's allegorical.
Dude, Jeremy, let me ask you a question, Jeremy, again. Do you don't think there's a difference between sunlight and daylight?
You said, is there a difference between sunlight and daylight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis, you're
You
still
don't need.
roboting.
I apologize. I was asked a question. Did you guys hear me?
No, you were breaking up.
You're roboting the shit out of us.
Daylight. Sunlight would be like directly from the sun, but then like if that's blocked, you could still have daylight, right?
Actually, waveformlight.com describes daylight would be clear bluish light coming in through a north-facing window. No direct sunshine coming in, just light from a crisp blue sky. Sunlight, on the other hand, has a warmer, yellower quality to it. Imagine the soft early morning sun rays streaming in through your window.
Like there's light coming into my window right now, but I can't see the sun from my window. Like no matter which way I look. I would say like sunlight is like the light directly coming off the sun, and then daylight would just be like the shit it's bouncing off of or refracting or reflecting.
For ambient.
Yeah, it's more of an ambient light. I mean, I did.
But seriously though, Travis, I need something better than this daylight thing. Like this is terrible. This isn't even a good one. This is like not a good one. I don't know any one would be better, but this doesn't seem like a good one to me.
Am I coming in now?
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I mean, I absolutely have no love for Discord because I just lose my connection all the time. So I apologize for a broken conversation.
Well, you're making crazy Glober arguments right now. Like these arguments you're making are terrible.
I agree. They are awful.
Hold on. I want to hear this.
Wow.
I want to see how horrible or not horrible it is.
No, you're going to have to go back. We should not replay this. You're going to have to go back and re-listen to it, okay? But simply understand that because this is not a proper debate, everyone is going to be making certain claims, right? So whoever, I don't know who the other guy was who came after me with church history and rabbis and all this kind of stuff, right? I'm not arguing from history. I'm arguing from the text. If you would like to have a debate about the text, I'd be happy to do that. It's not my fault if someone else apparently seems to misunderstand what the text is saying.
How can you have a debate about the text and divorce it from the history and the context in which it was written, and then say 3,000 years of testimony and understanding of what that text meant to the culture in which it was written and given to means nothing? How can you make that claim?
No, my
say,
claim.
Let's debate about the text. Let's not talk about history.
Are you gonna fucking keep talking, man? You asked me a question, I try to answer, and then you keep talking.
Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead.
Okay? If I didn't answer clearly, I apologize. I do believe that the Bible was written in an historical context, yes. I do believe that historical context is important, yes. I do believe that the language the Bible uses is understood within that historical context. Okay? Is that any better?
Yeah,
if for instance, God damn it, that name, that old English author, sorry that I forgot his name, Shakespeare. If he writes allegorical stories and places it in an historical surrounding, and we still understand his stories loose from the historical background, if we can interpret it in our daily functioning and our daily reacting to each other. So if you have an allegorical story, you need a historical background. You need a background to put it in. Otherwise, it's only allegorical.
Okay.
Travis.
Hold on. Let me address Alexander real quick. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I agree 100% with what you're saying, Alexander, but I don't divorce the allegorical meaning from the intended audience. So the allegory has a meaning for the audience, which is precise and specific. If other readers want to try to apply the story to themselves, as long as they acknowledge the primary meaning first, then that's fine with me. Absolutely.
Travis, I agree in broad lines with you that there is headlines and there is bylines And because we all have somehow a different consciousness, it also needs personal interpretation. So there must be a head interpretation and a by interpretation. That must be possible always in an allegory, in my opinion.
Yeah, but we don't even know if this is allegorical or literal yet. Like, show me another spot where it shows that it's not literal.
Travis and I know.
Do you give me a spot other than this? God created, said, "Let there be light," and then 4 days later made the sun. Like, I need something other than that because that doesn't work for me.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We hear you, yeah.
Okay, great. So again, I'm just going to repeat the principle of biblical interpretation, where people who study the Bible understand that the Bible uses language within itself consistently. So when Moses is giving the instructions for the creation and the building and the construction of the tabernacle, he has 7 speeches. 7 speeches on the creation of the tabernacle. If you read those 7 speeches, you will find that speech 1 correlates to day 1. Speech 2 correlates to day 2. Speech 3, and on and on and on. Each of the speeches correlates to a particular day. Okay? So scholars often call the Genesis 1 a temple text, because it's a depiction of the creation of Israel's religious construct.
Bro, I need words in the Bible that show me that it's an allegory and not literal. Like, I don't know what.
Okay, I can't
what all
do
that
that for
just
you.
meant.
I can't do that for you. That's not the way. You might as well ask me for show me in the Bible where there's a glossary to tell me what all the terms. The Bible wasn't written that way, bro. It's a complicated work of art.
Hey, Copernicus,
I mean, how do you know what's out? God.
Copernicus, are you a professing Christian?
I'm no longer a Christian. No.
Okay, so you're no longer a Christian, which means that you don't believe the Bible, which means that you don't. I don't understand why anyone's saying to you.
No, what the fuck, man? What is your malfunction? What's your malfunction, bro? I absolutely believe the Bible. Absolutely, 100%.
But what led you to believe it was so allegorical and not literal, though?
That is retarded. That is so ridiculous. That's like saying I eat bacon every day and I'm a vegetarian. Yeah. How do you say, yeah, I totally don't believe the Bible, but I'm a Christian?
Okay.
And then you're telling
again,
people how to read the Bible. Oh my God.
Okay, listen. I hope the audience, look, I don't mean this in a disparaging way, but I hope the audience can completely resonate with your frustration right now. You are clearly frustrated. You are clearly not open to understanding my perspective, because my perspective has. Hold on, I'm not talking to you.
I'm open to it,
Rakia. Oh, well, ho. I wasn't talking to you, Rakia.
You're just being too.
You're just ranting.
Okay. Oh, wow.
We're all being chill. I know, but it's not like a debate, dude.
Oh my God.
Oh my God is right, man.
I was talking to this one guy right now. This one guy, not you, Rakia.
That means I can't just say, "Hey, man, Travis, what's up?" I mean, whatever, dude.
Okay, look. His initial reaction when I said, okay, first of all, he said, you don't believe the Bible. I've never said that. That's like the 3rd time he's strawmanned me. So now I'm going to say, I do believe the Bible. He then says something to the effect of, that's ridiculous. He doesn't ask me to understand my position. He just shuts it down.
Can you explain it? Because that's why I interrupted you. Instead of dwelling on him, maybe tell me how you're not a Christian, but you believe the Bible is true. Like, that's weird to me. I've never heard that.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I know. Okay.
So go ahead.
All right.
That's what I'm wanting.
Okay. Forgive me for speaking longer than I should, but I used to believe, I would have had the same reaction you did 20 years ago if someone would have said, I'm not a Christian, but I believe the Bible 100%. It wouldn't make sense to me. I get that. I've already said this again. I don't expect anything I say to you guys right now to be this aha moment for you. It wasn't an aha moment for me. It took 20 years. I had to unlearn shit. I'm going to do my best to answer questions, and we don't have to have a long conversation if you don't want to.
You're making it long, dude.
You didn't answer the question that I asked you. You went talking about us again. How do you say you're not a Christian, but you believe that the Bible is true? I do not understand that. That's my question to you. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay. The Bible, as I understand it, is 100% exclusively about the nation of Israel in her historical context from somewhere between the 8th century BC and the 1st century.
Yes, and you think it's all allegorical, but I
have no reason to be a Christian. It's not a story about me or to me or for me.
there's nothing you could point. No, we heard you, but there's nothing you could point to in the Bible to be like, look, this is clearly allegorical and not literal.
I did. Deuteronomy 32. I already did. It talks to Israel and calls them the heavens and the earth.
I just want to make a statement here. I don't think what you're saying is ridiculous. If you know what I'm saying, like I can't dispute how you feel and how you view it. So I don't want to be put in that category. I'm just trying to understand your point, and it makes a little sense to me, but I've never looked into it that way. That's not how, that's not what it tells me.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. And I want to say it again. I wasn't trying to address you, Rakia. I was trying to address this gentleman who was coming out at me and just completely stiff-arming my answer and telling me and the audience that it's ridiculous. That's who I was talking to when I said it that
I don't think that's right to do, but I get his point too. I thought in my mind, I thought it was ridiculous too. I just didn't say it, But I respect your views. I mean,
So Deuteronomy, they call Israel the heavens and the earth.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy what?
32.
32:1. It doesn't say that at all, of course.
What does it say?
He says, "Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall distill as the dew upon the small rain, upon the tender herb." And he goes on.
Hey, yeah,
There's
he's
nothing
talking. Hold on.
Israel is the heavens and the earth.
He's
Your
talking.
hermeneutic is broken.
Okay, thank you. Who is he talking to?
Bro, that didn't sound like anything like what you said.
To the heavens and the earth. He says, "Give ear, O ye heavens, O earth, to the word. Hear the words of my mouth."
He's talking to Israel. He's talking to Israel, addressing them as the heavens and the earth. It's not complicated, people.
Well, if you want to take that allegorical, yeah, you could say, yeah, he's talking to Israel. If you want to take it literal, I would say God's addressing all of heaven and all of earth, like he says he is.
Okay, so then, go ahead, Jeremy. What?
Bro, it doesn't say it's God. That's God talking. He's addressing all of the heavens and all of the earth. It doesn't say anything about Israel as the heavens and the earth. Like that's not what I got from it.
Okay, look, I get it, guys. Look, I get it. If you want another example, Isaiah does the same thing. I can't remember which passage it is, so forgive me. I think it's in the early chapters. I want to say maybe chapter 2. It uses the same way of speaking to a group of people by addressing them as celestial references. And then also Isaiah 65 through 67. Okay? Just take your time with it. I understand it. I get it. I totally
okay. Okay, well let's walk this through. You brought up earlier about stars and stripes, right? If I say stars and stripes, right? usually behind that, most people in the U.S. understand what that means. That's a word speaking to the flag, but it's also speaking maybe to. But you're right, the nation as a whole. So to connect that though, you would have to show how the connection of the heavens and earth are directly towards Israel. Because in somebody reading it on the surface, like everybody's already done, just on the surface, when they think of heaven, they think of the sky. When they think of the earth, that's the ground beneath. So what is the connection of those two incidences to the nation of Israel directly? If you're going to call it allegory,
Eric,
there should be a direct connection, just like the stars and stripes has a
the
direct
Bible's not
connection to
written
the
that
flag.
way.
You just use that as
Bible.
an example. Well, then,
No,
then you can't say anything.
No, I
You can't say anything.
I was trying to simply replace one metaphor for another one that you might understand. But the Bible is not written in a way that is, in a sense, linear, right? You don't have to. I guess what I would say is like this: if someone said to me, "Travis, I want to start reading the Bible. Where should I begin?" and I would say, "Doesn't matter. Pick anywhere you want to start, as long as you let the text connect the dots for you. You will then begin to see."
Let's disconnect the dots then, Travis. Let's connect the dots. Heaven and earth. First thought in my mind is Genesis 1. When the heavens and the earth were created. That's a direct connection. But I don't see a direct connection with Israel directly.
I get it, man. Listen. So if you read Psalm 102, okay, Psalm 102 is a psalm during the exile where it is basically as if the temple were crying, right? As if the temple were the ones speaking. And so if you read Psalm 102, you will see language that refers back to the beginning, back to the days of old. And that same passage is used in the New Testament a couple of times. One is in the first or second chapter of Hebrews, and then also in, I believe, in the Olivet Discourse, as well as in Revelation. Okay, it's again, Israel doesn't need to be told what these symbols mean because she understood what her story was about. So she doesn't have to have a how to read this book. You know what I mean? They were just raised understanding that this is what it was.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, let's think about that. You said the temple is crying out. Okay, well, for one, you have a direct connection between an allegory of something physical, the temple. Now, are you saying the temple didn't really exist or the tabernacle didn't really exist? Is that all allegory too?
No.
Okay, so it's literal. So there's a literal temple, a literal tabernacle. So if they're saying that that's the temple and the tabernacle were a place of worship for Israel. So if God's saying the temple's crying out, that means there's something about the worship or something about that place that's going to speak to something. That doesn't mean because if you draw one allegory, it's got to connect to something. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm trying to say that within, because Psalm 102 is about the pains and struggles of the temple during the exile. The Psalm 102 refers specifically, in my opinion, back to the creation account. But Psalm 102 is about the temple, but it refers back to the creation account, where I already explained to a certain extent that the temple, many people understand that Genesis 1 is a temple text. It's about the temple. So it would make sense that Psalm 102 refers back to it. Now, when we have what happens in the New Testament is the replacement of one temple with another. We have the replacement of the physical temple where it is changed out, where it is changed over, and it is replaced by people. Okay? That is a clear, obvious understanding in a lot of different Christian traditions that we have moved away from literal sacrifices and literal temples and literal priesthoods, right? We're now a people that use those same languages. But for us, I would agree with that, except you don't have any right to call yourself a part of that story because it wasn't written to you, for you, or about you. But the New Testament is about a transition from one thing to the next, and it uses the changing of clothing as that metaphor, which is what Psalm 102 does. And then the New Testament uses that psalm for what's happening in those days. I'm done.
Said the Bible is all allegory, but then you've also acknowledged within that there's actually some physical history. So you can't say in one breath it's all allegory, and the next breath say that there's history involved.
I don't know why that this is a hang up for you, Paul. I can't unhang that issue
Well,
for you. I don't know.
I mean, like I said, I'm using your own analogy. The stars and stripes are something that happened, it's a connection to the nation, to our nation, and I don't disagree with that. But there's a physical connection there, so you're trying to allegorize everything. So like you even say Jesus is just an allegory of Israel. He's a mythology. It doesn't really exist.
Okay,
So, but Paul seems to talk about it in a physical, literal sense, not in an allegorical sense in his writings in 1 Corinthians.
So
you can't have it both ways.
I'm not okay. Look, I'm going to try to say this again, and I hope you don't ever say it again after this. I'm not trying to have it both ways.
Well, you say the Bible's an allegory about Israel. You've said that. So pretty much every story in the Bible, from Genesis 1:1 to Revelation 22, is all allegory. There's no history in there. It's just allegory.
Okay, no. Okay, look. Genesis 1 uses a reference to the sun. That doesn't mean the sun doesn't exist. It uses a reference to the land and the waters and the creatures of the waters and the birds of the air. It uses those as metaphors. It doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm not trying to have. You can't do that, Travis. You can't have a literal sun and then use that literal sun figuratively. You can't have it both ways. That's not my problem. If you are hung up on that,
Okay.
I can't help you.
Okay, so when God said, "Let there be light," because go back to what we're talking about, that's an allegory. God he didn't really say in creation, "Let light exist." That's an allegory.
Correct.
Okay. Allegory for what? What is that light that God creates? What is that connected to?
Awesome.
What's it connected to?
Yeah, fantastic. So day 1 corresponds to day 7. Day 2 corresponds to day 6. Day 3 corresponds to day 5. Day 4 is the center of a chiasm, which is a figurative tool in poetry. Look it up. Okay, it's a very useful tool all throughout the Bible. So the light of day 1 corresponds to the glory or the Sabbath rest of day 7, which is the story of Israel's beginning and end, that God wanted them to move from childhood to manhood. He wanted them to progress in maturity, and day 7 is the goal. So when you read throughout the Old Testament, and then you come to the New Testament and find that there's a lot of language of light and dark, like these opposites, the darkness is the Old Testament. That's why it starts with evening and morning, because the Old Testament is darkness moving toward light. That's why when Paul talks about this in Romans and Corinthians, he talks about a coming day. We're moving out of the light. Don't remain in the dark, they say. Wake up, sleeper. Well, when do people sleep at night? It's going to be daytime. Wake up. Okay? So the language of of darkness to light is a metaphor as well. That's why when Genesis 1 says evening and morning, it's giving you the progression of history. It's going to start in the dark, going to move toward the light. It's a progressive move through history.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah.
Hey, why do you read the Bible? It's just a question. Why do you read the Bible like jump back to Hebrews and then jump back to this and that? Why can't you just read what it says and not try and infer things or it seems like the Bible can be interpreted whatever way anybody wants for their narrative. Why can't you just take that book, whatever it says, and be okay with it? If it says on the first day God created whatever, then it is that.
I don't believe the Bible was written in a way for people to just make up whatever shit they want.
Okay, so right on. So if it does say that God created the heavens and the earth, and then the next day I think it says He created light and the waters. So what don't you understand about that?
Okay, I'm going to start from the beginning, if I may. And okay, first of all, the translation in the English of the word in the Hebrew eretz, translating that as earth, is a poor translation. Because for us, when we read that word earth, in distinction from land, we have a particular connotation in mind, and that might be the entire system of land mass. If you want to make it a globe, or if you want to make it a flat earth, I don't care. But the Bible is not about every continent. It is about a geographically locked people group named Israel in a particular location. The land is specifically about Israel. It's not talking about the earth as a massive collection of continents.
Okay, can I get in here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so there's a word that you think is translated differently, and therefore you think it's not talking about the earth, but it's talking about Israel. So why? Okay, I have another question. Why wouldn't the interpreters or the people who interpreted the Bible see it that way and include it that way for everybody to read? Because it's under my it's what I read, and probably 3 billion other people that read that same book see earth, yet you see Israel. So is there somebody trying to fool us?
Hey, good one. Like, can I rephrase your question?
So
can I
rude, man.
rephrase my question?
So freaking rude.
I was.
Do you know Hebrew?
Am I being rude?
No, you're not being rude.
No,
I had the exact
you
same
are being
question.
rude, sir. You're being.
No, he's okay. No, it's all right. No big deal, man. He wants me to rephrase my question.
No.
He said
he wants to rephrase. He wants to rephrase your question. That's what he said.
He's like, you're not doing a good enough job, bro. Take a back seat. Yeah, I can do this. I got it from here, bro. You're not doing a good job. Basically, what just happened.
Well, what's misconstrued about what I'm saying? I'm just asking, why is Travis reading one thing and getting something different? It's basically what I'm saying. As opposed to everybody else reading Earth, Travis is seeing Israel. Now, is it a problem with the interpreters or the people who interpreted the Bible from Hebrew to English, or is what's going on here? That's all I'm wondering about.
It's a very, very good question. Absolutely. I don't know that I have a patent answer for you, but to say this, that all translation is interpretation. You are never getting a straight one-to-one from the text to your language. It's impossible. So at every turn, the interpreters for the most part, it's almost like asking, does the second grade science teacher know she's telling a lie when she teaches the globe? No. She's just looking at the information incorrectly. I don't know how to answer this question except because I can't go back into history and see when this all took a wrong turn, right? I can't do it. But they're looking at the Bible from one perspective, and that perspective is clouding the way that they understand the rest of it.
Travis, do you know Hebrew?
Yes, I took Hebrew in grad school. Yes.
Okay, so you're fluent in Hebrew. That's awesome.
No, I didn't say I was fluent. Again, that's now the 4th or 5th time you put words into my mouth. If you want to be a dick, go somewhere else, man.
All right, so you know Hebrew.
I'm familiar with the tools of
Wonderful.
lexicons. And fuck you. I'm done. There's no reason for me to have a conversation.
Oh, hold on, Travis. Don't go, man. No,
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to have a conversation with this dick.
So you
I
know
don't think
Hebrew.
he meant it as to be a dick.
He just, I don't know. He just I feel like he's sparring like a baller, like he was just trying to call us a baller a few seconds ago.
Well, I'm just curious. You know Hebrew. Can you name one translation? I think there's 80 English translations that translates the word earth the way that you would like it to be translated. I'm just curious if there's any other team of translators on the earth that agrees with Travis here.
Okay, if I want to take the time right now to find out what kind of fallacious argument you're posing toward me, I would do it. Okay, but that's not what I'm going to do. I can show you in different passages, and I can't do it right now because I'm driving. Okay, but in the book of Isaiah, I saw it a number of times where within the same verse, they translate Eretz as land and earth. In the same verse, the same word, they translate it earth and land, and it makes no sense. If you just read it, it makes no sense why they... Okay, I wasn't finished. It makes no sense why they chose to choose... They could have then flipped it and put earth first and land second, or land first and earth. It's confusing. It's not helpful.
Okay, look, Travis. Have you ever said, because you live in America, right?
Yeah.
There's many words for America. You could say the land. You could say America. You could say United States. There's many different words to say that place. You could say country. You could say a bunch of different things without actually saying earth. But it all means the same thing.
So my point is that if, let's say we went to on the street and we showed this person this passage in Isaiah where it uses both words, and we said, what do you think the difference is between this land and earth? Why do you think they use two different words?
Does it mean the same thing?
Does it?
No.
Does earth?
Man?
Well, aren't we talking about earth in Genesis 1?
Hold on. Does earth bring the same connotation in your mind as land?
Yes. Here's why. May I answer this, Travis? Yes, it does.
Okay.
It means the same thing because, and then look, to be frank, Israel wasn't even thought of at the time when this creation happened. There was only Adam and Eve. There wasn't any Israel. What are you talking about? Israel wasn't even a figment of anybody's imagination.
You're conflating. You're conflating a literal. You're conflating a literal understanding of those chapters with an allegorical, because Genesis 2 is not about the creation of the first human beings.
It takes place at a time when Israel wasn't even a spark in anybody's eye, so to speak.
That's your
opinion.
No, that's your opinion. Who told you that?
Hey, Travis. Are you aware of any Christian scholars
Hold on. I'm fucking talking, man. Can I get a mod, Elbow? Mute this fuck.
Yeah, let them finish.
Okay, my point is, Israel wasn't even a country. I'll say it again. Israel wasn't a country then. It hadn't even been developed. The people that were actually born at that time to be Israel, like the 12 tribes, that wasn't even fucking, that didn't even transpire yet. So
Who
how can
told
you?
you? Okay. Who told you the date and time when Genesis was written?
It doesn't matter. The timeline is beginning, and then somewhere, I don't know, a quarter of the way, 1/8 of the way, not that far, Israel was a thing and all that. You know, you got point A to point B. Point A is Genesis. I don't care when it was written. They're trying to tell a story. So let's stick to the storyline and the timeline, and
I
let's
am
put
trying.
Genesis at the beginning.
Right.
There's
The
no
beginning.
way you can put.
Oh,
Can I finish? Can I finish?
okay.
You can't put Israel at the beginning as well because it wasn't even a thing yet.
Okay.
It was
Now,
nothing.
I apologize for cutting you off, but I did because you've been repeating the same thing a couple of times. Because what you just said right now, you've said 2 or 3 times already in this conversation. So
I know, and it crushes your whole paradigm.
okay, again, stop gaslighting and poisoning the well. Okay, because you're trying to influence the audience that you've just destroyed me. Have you? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
Has anyone heard my rebuttal yet? Or do you just want me to stop talking because you just shut me down? Should I do that?
Okay, hold on. You asked me a question. Maybe you should consider this just a little bit instead of defending yourself and wanting to be right. Maybe
Really?
I gave you some information and maybe
Uh-huh.
something to think about. Maybe you thought about it. Maybe you didn't consider it enough. But maybe it might change your mind. It's okay if it does.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So it's taken me 20 years, right? So it's not like I just came to this aha and never thought about anything you're saying, right? So how do you know what I've considered and what I've eliminated over the past 20 years, right? Are you going to go back to the ball? Is there something that some baller could say to you right now, right? They could come up to you with this argument and you'd go back to the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found the curve. It's right over here. Let's go measure it. That would convince me.
Okay. All right. Now, again, guys, I'm really trying to have an open and honest conversation with you. So when he refers to saying that this can't be about Israel because it's about the beginning, my question now is this: the beginning of what?
Creation, bro.
Okay, I don't disagree. Absolutely, 100%. Genesis 1 is about the creation. 100%. Yep. The creation of what? Genesis 1 is
The
about
earth.
creation. Okay, so you're going to read it literally.
Yeah, like everybody has for 3,000 years.
Not everybody, man. Come on, guys. You
Travis,
you don't even have all of that information to say everybody's understood Genesis 1 literally.
I can tell you for certain, without a doubt, that every single church father, Christian church father, for almost 19 centuries did hold that position. That's a fact.
Okay. That's fine that you believe that.
That's not a belief. That's a demonstrable fact.
Okay, fine. I don't disagree with that. It doesn't mean that they're correct. I'm still the one. Can I finish, please? I've said this before, but I'm gonna say it again. I'm still simply arguing the language of the text itself. I'm trying to establish my position from the text itself.
I'm curious, and this is not an appeal to an authority. I'm just wondering if you are standing by yourself, or if is there any kind of you've mentioned scholars a few times, and so are there any scholars that you would suggest that are actually Christian scholars or even Jewish scholars that hold the position that you're postulating right now?
No, my studies and research are simply an amalgamation where I have understood that each of them have a piece of the puzzle, and each of them is colored by their own bias, so that they can't follow the conclusion of the text because they are presupposing something else that is limiting their ability to do that.
Wow. So 3,000 years of scholarship is wrong, and Travis is right all by his lonesome?
Goddamn fucking right. Goddamn fucking right. What are you gonna do about it, right? Right? Let's go, bro.
Let him prove his point. Let him prove why he believes what he believes instead of asking him non sequiturs. Let's just get down to why he believes what he believes.
Which is not going to be settled in this conversation. It's absolutely not. You guys are
Yeah,
looking
because
for.
I've been trying to figure that out all morning, but he can't point me to a spot where it's.
You're doing exactly what I told you not to do, Jeremy. Just listen. You're going to have to do this research on your own, bro. Simply because I'm telling you something isn't going to make it right. Just simply try to understand what I'm saying. And if you don't go and read the book, you're never going to fucking even get close, man. You've got to start reading the book.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm not seeing it. Like, it's not clicking for me. Like this whole, it's allegorical thing. I don't know. I don't think it's one way or the other because it just doesn't even, I don't have a dog in the fight.
Okay, listen, I've already told you. Isaiah, in the early chapters, uses the cosmological references of heaven and earth to talk to people.
Nothing to do with the conversation.
Oh my God, I'm talking to Jeremy. I'm talking to Jeremy. Yes, I am. Well, who the fuck is this guy?
You talking about the Deuteronomy thing?
No, I'm talking to you, Jeremy. You asked me right now, give me something. I'm still struggling. So I'm trying to reiterate. If it wasn't clear before, please let me make it clear right now. I'm trying to give Jeremy another point that I've made before. Okay?
Yeah, the one from Deuteronomy, right?
No, Jeremy. No.
And we should
Shut the fuck
what
up.
we read in Genesis. Come on, man.
The fuck
no,
up.
I asked to go and you talked over me. It's not fair, man.
It's right in the middle of something with Travis here. I mean, you can go next, bro. I'm not going to be long.
Who talked over whom? I was talking to Jeremy, not you.
Give me 1 second because I've been trying to figure this out all morning. Just what do they say where it's like, okay, this can't possibly be literal. It has to be allegorical.
The Bible's not written that way. The Bible is not written that way, okay? I'm telling you, if you want to take what I'm giving you right now and just go read Isaiah 65 to 67, and it's not going to be like this light switch for you. You're going to have to study the fucking passage. In that passage, they are talking to people. And in that passage, they use a metaphor of heaven and earth while talking to those people.
Isaiah, what's the numbers?
65, 66, and 67. 3 chapters.
65 to 67. I got it. I mean, does anyone know these chapters off the head?
Yeah, he's first of all, there is no Isaiah chapter 67. Isaiah 67, I don't believe that exists. Isaiah 65 and 66, though, are talking about the future new creation of the new heavens and the new earth at the end of time.
Okay, so forgive me for misspeaking. Right. I was thinking about, this is just the way my mind works. Okay, so I believe it's verse 17. It's either in 65 and 66. So for some reason, I was just putting a 7 at the end and I made it 67. I apologize. It's Isaiah 65 and 66. Yes, it's talking about the new heavens and the new earth. Yes, but if you look at the passage itself, you'll see that it flips back and forth between creating a new people and creating a new heavens and a new earth. The new heavens and the new earth are a new people that are coming up about in the future.
And the new people are the Christian church, the Israel of God.
All right, go ahead, Fly D.
All right. Is there any way that they could have used earth to mean something different, but the same thing? Just like I mentioned earlier, you could say country, you could say land, you could say a bunch of different things. Is it possible that the first, why wouldn't you even take the first thing that they used? What if what if they're using, you said, what was the translation in Genesis? Eris or something?
Yeah, Eretz. Yes. Okay.
Okay, what if they took that and said, you know what, we're going to use this word in a different way, even though we all know that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. Let's go ahead and switch this word up, but it still means that. Why are you going back and saying, 1,000 years later, we're going to use that word, but it's going to change the meaning when they first made up the word? Why are you doing that? Why don't you take the initial use of the word and then think about it? You're thinking about it like, oh, just because somebody used it in a different context, that totally changes the initial meaning? No, that's the first time they use that word. That should set a precedent to you. Yeah, dude, think about it. It's not that hard. Use your brain, man.
Fucking A, man. You know what? You were doing great until you just ad-homed me twice. What the fuck is your problem, bro?
I thought he was doing
Well,
great
dude.
for the ad hom, so that's what.
All right, I apologize, man. But man,
listen to me very carefully. You guys are expecting me to give you 20 years of transition in 5 minutes. It took me a long time. Listen again. I did not come
it
to
shouldn't
this.
take you a long time. It shouldn't take you a long
What
time
the
to read
fuck,
Genesis.
bro?
That
Fuck
shit should be easy.
your face, man. I don't even know how to express the frustration that I have right now. You are such a fucking interrupting cow. It's insane.
I hear you. I hear
I'm
you,
sorry,
chat. Let's all
Travis.
calm down. This doesn't have to get hectic.
I don't even want to have. I don't even want to have this conflict, man. I don't.
All right,
this
dude.
should be a very peaceful conversation. I'm not angry.
Bro, and
Yeah,
you
let's
claim
be
to be the
peaceful,
only
dude.
person in history to understand the Bible, and you don't want conflict?
Oh my
No,
god!
leave him alone, man. Hey, leave him alone, Travis, man. Let's talk about something. Let's change the subject, dude.
Fine with me.
Right on. Because it's clear that I crushed you. Let's just.
Could we at least get Demog's 2 cents on this?
Demok, tell us how light is intelligence. Let's go.
You would have to unmute him.
I didn't mute him, but I unmuted him just now.
Cool.
Hey, good
What I
morning.
was doing, morning, I was just helping Travis out. Travis asked a question. He was trying to defer. He said between what is light and another light source. He said if there's light in one portion of the Bible, they say let there be light, and then on the other portion they create day or daylight or sunlight or whatever. He said what could be a difference in those? I said well, Jeremy came in and said some like could be shiny God just shine and shine or whatever, or hope, shine and hope or whatever you said. I said, well, in the same idea that it could be that, it could be intelligent. And Travis said, holy shit, Demok, you might be right. And then Jeremy muted me and hated
I did
me.
not mute
So I don't
you.
know.
It wasn't me that muted you. Listen,
Oh,
if I
yeah.
build a house, right, and I got the frame built or whatever, I just say let there be light, and I set up a whole bunch of construction lights on the outside so we can start building the frame and shit. But then I don't install lights in the house till like the 4th day. You know, I don't know. I don't see like that. Really wasn't
What's that got to
good.
do with God? God doesn't need any of those light bulbs or any of that shit you said. He only needs intelligence for anything to react from or to. So if God, whatever that is, and it's supposedly so powerful and great, then it can do a lot of crazy shit that we wouldn't be able to explain, Jeremy. And I don't think our candles or our light bulbs that we make as man have any fucking thing to do with the whole earth shining or lighting up or the atmosphere or like the air or the sun or any of that. So bringing a candle into it was pretty like kind of lame.
It was an analogy, right? It was an analogy because we can make light without. Well, it was an analogy because right now as humans we can make light without the sun. So it wasn't far-fetched to think God could make light without the sun. That was the whole thing. We actually have the same argument. I was arguing with Travis that
I didn't say
you're trying to figure out the mechanic. hold on a second. I was arguing with Travis, like you're trying to figure out the physics and mechanics that God could use. You know what I mean?
Same here. I'm in the same thing. Nobody really can. It's the most known unknown. You know, I've said that a million times. But in speculation, I can throw out ideas, just like the next man. So my idea was intelligence. Because if you're going to say, hey, light, I wouldn't think God's going to use a candle. You know what I mean? I'd think intelligence. When you say to unravel something, I wouldn't say a flashlight is going to unravel anything for you. You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to separate much. So I would just
You're
say
saying he could have
intelligence.
had a flashlight in his pocket, whatever, or he could have just made light appear, like whatever. It's God. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Like I don't.
Well, yeah,
You could just
with
been
you.
boom. There's light.
Exactly. I never said lots of things couldn't make light or humans couldn't make light. I didn't never disagree with you or anybody on that we could make light sources. I never disagreed with that. I was just saying when he asked the question, what could be a different thing from light or light itself from light being another light? I was like, well, maybe intelligence. Just as like, you know, if somebody's writing something in a book and they have like an epiphany of something, their way of wording it, they could have meant intelligence, you know, illumination, illuminated, lit up.
Hey, can I chime in when you guys are done?
Yeah, go ahead. No, we're done. Go ahead.
So, last week I was, challenged to a little bit of a debate with Good White Light, and then a few people came down, and then later Travis came down, and it was a very, very good, productive debate for me. So sometimes it gets a little sideways. So Travis, are you still here? I'm your Copernicus. Maybe he's not. I don't know, but there's like did he tell you? Did he get to his preterism belief? Because that they spiritualize a lot. I'm not trying to talk for him. It's just in general. They spiritualize a lot of things in the Bible, and it's kind of one of those doctrines that are seeping in that I believe that sometimes it's the Judaizers. I don't know exactly, but they do believe a lot of things already happened, and we're living in the kingdom now. I don't know if it's Satan is let loose right now, or this is the kingdom. A lot of times they say this is the kingdom within. So it's really challenging. But I had a really good conversation with both Good White Light. Are you still here? Maybe he's not. It kind of, the conversation kind of got a little sideways, and then he came back, and then we got really, really related, and the conversation was just really good. It's just sometimes it's challenging, we want people to hear what we have to say, and we want to be right about it. Listen to me. And Democ, I'm not sure if that's how I say your name. I was really enjoying the topic, what you were talking about yesterday, and I was understanding it. If I could say, maybe, I know I heard you one time say you like to be honorary, but you're in here all the time, and obviously you care that other people know the truth. So maybe would you consider just being nicer? Is that even a word? Can you even say that? Nicer? A bit more, congenial with people, because these people are blinded and they just want to be right. But okay, that's all I wanted to say. Sometimes I can shut a room up.
You
Sorry.
killed it. Travis is probably hiding because Flat D just crushed him. So.
Well, we all should consider being nicer to Democ too.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's frustrating, like when you see something, like I'm the one that's losing my cool all the time with my friends and family because I care so much. I want them to see it's like this. I'm I have a premonition, and I've got some information that I know something's going down. Your house is going to catch on fire. And it's literally on fire, and you're out front, but you're more concerned about like what I'm wearing and what I'm looking like and what color lipstick I'm having. But you're not, I'm trying to tell you to turn around, but you're not turning around. You're just interested in the surface stuff. Because at the end of the day, you know, my friends in here, you know, I don't know. But on some level, they're at the same level because we just want to share the truth. And you have to, like Travis did say, you do have to seek it yourself. You know, these guys, they can't just come in here and, or, you know, whatever, say that they've done some research and research flat earth debunked, you know, 20 ways to clobber a flat earther, you know, and there's been a lot of infighting, and it's not that is not productive. You know, we're all the same as far as liking the truth for the most part. You know, why we're in here doing it, why you guys are in here doing it every day is probably a different reason. But the reason I've been coming in here the last couple times is because this channel is so amazing. You guys talk about everything. This is my jam. Coming in here, what you guys were talking about, the Bible and what it's all about and everything. I can't prove anything, you know, but I can talk about things and we can research things and stuff. But this channel, the server's so amazing. You guys have the best conversations. And I think everybody could be a little bit more cordial with everybody, you know, because what's that saying? I can't hear what you're saying because of who you're being, or something like that. If we're constantly being jerks to these people, why would they listen to us? You know? And there are some people that just want to come in here. I had somebody admit it to me that he just comes in here just to, like, you know, debate, cause problems. Maybe not cause problems, but, you know, so that's just my 2 cents. But I really do love coming here.
Can I jump in and give some of my 2 cents?
Hey, you.
Hey, what's up? The thing is, I mean, I just posted an article, or not article, I posted a quote from Josephus. Josephus was a Jewish historian during the time of Jesus. So you would think a Jewish historian looking at the history of the nation of Israel, when he's looking at the scripture, the Bible, he would probably at least allude to that stuff in his context. You would think he would do that if he's an historian. But if you read what he says in Josephus, it doesn't talk like allegory. He actually says the firmament is a crystalline thing. So if this is all allegory, as a Jewish historian, you'd think he would understand that and at least try to bridge that gap that Travis is trying to argue. And the second thing, when he made the appeal to authority in that argument earlier, like you're just a Glober's just appealing to authority. Appeal to authority is saying it's right because my mom says it's right. But when an authority that it has an authority in the subject, that is not appeal to authority. So a Jewish historian looking at the history of Israel, I think he's not appeal to authority. He has an understanding of the context better than we do, and he's 2,000 years closer to the events than we are. I think he'd have a better understanding. Or any Jewish rabbi. Like, what did the Talmud say? The rabbis. What did the rabbis say about all this? Because if it's an allegory, then they would speak to that. They would say that. And if we're just interpreting the text, but not looking at it as a whole, there's a problem. And also looking at the historical context and also how other people looked at it.
Did you say the Talmud?
The Talmud. Yeah, I'm not saying the Talmud's right, but it is a book that was written during a lot of the things was written during exile.
Have you seen some of the translations coming from the Talmud?
I'm not going into depth in it. I'm just saying that the only reason I bring it up, it's Jewish writings about the period. It's about the Bible, the scripture.
Well, it's really bad. It talks about blasphemies against Mother Mary, Jesus Christ.
That's fine. Well, I mean, if you're talking about Jesus, but that's the thing. If we're talking about the Genesis 1 account being allegory, what did the rabbis say about it? because they have, if you don't have they have a better grasp of Hebrew than we do. You know,
Yeah, but are
seminaries.
we talking about original Hebrew, or are we talking about?
Okay, that was really muffled, really bad. I had no idea what you had to say. But I
said,
mean,
are you
if
talking
you,
about original or modern?
well, I mean, you want to go like any source document. You want to go back as close to the source as possible. That's why I quoted. First of all, I quoted Josephus. Most people recognize Josephus as being a Jewish historian that lived during the time of Jesus. So he's somebody that we can all at some level agree to. If you don't think that's history, then that's a different question. But most people agree to that. And even in that, he talks about Jesus. So if we're going to look at a source, there's a source. And I'm saying the Talmud would be another source because it's of the Jewish writings of that time period. And they would have an understanding. That's the only point I'm making.
Yeah, I wouldn't resort to the Talmudic books because it's pretty horrible what's said within that.
I mean, if they're, I mean, well, that's fine, but it's like you can use them as a hostile witness then. They may be horrible things they said, but if they talk about Genesis 1 or they talk about the history of Israel, then they would have at least their understanding of it. So it's either way. That's the only point I'm trying to make. And yeah, we're 2,000 years removed from those things. And yeah, we're looking backward in time trying to understand it. But just to allegorize the whole thing, I think it's fallacious. And especially since here's a Jewish historian says it doesn't write like it is. It's an allegory. He writes it like it's history. If anybody's ever read Josephus, he doesn't read like allegory. He reads like history.
Never read it. Sounds interesting.
Well, I quoted a link in there, and I did a screenshot of the very first. It's called "The Antiquity of the Jews," and it's the very first chapter, and it talks about virtually almost describing Genesis, and he actually unpacks it a little bit more. So you can take it for what you will.
That was well said. And the problem with a preterist is you can never and I'm not and Travis and I had a great conversation, and I have nothing personally wrong with them. I try to debate in a loving way, which it doesn't always work. But when I chat with them, you never know what they believe in and what they don't, what they spiritualize and what they don't. And it's challenging. And I think that it appeals
So
to
just
go ahead.
through.
Yep. You're breaking up for me.
Yeah.
Maybe
hear you.
what I do is I have to turn my Wi-Fi off, and it works for me. Like I'm at home, but sometimes my Wi-Fi's, I don't know. So if you can't turn off your Wi-Fi, it might work if you're on your phone. Hi, Travis. Did you leave and come back? Try it now.
Is this any better?
Yes, so far.
Okay.
Is there?
I really didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know that I was somebody saying something.
You're cutting up again. Are you on Wi-Fi? Maybe go off the Wi-Fi. That works for me.
Yeah, if
If
you're
you're
on your phone, disable the Wi-Fi and quit Discord and come back.
Okay.
Well, why he's gone? Like we should be at peace, you know? Even if these guys don't understand us, like they're not our enemies. We have a different enemy. We have the same enemy, but they just don't know it. You know, it's that house, your house is on fire, you know, but they're just so worried about getting their math right. And
Okay, how's this?
yeah, better.
All right. I always forget to do that Wi-Fi thing because I use Wi-Fi over the weekends and then I'm out on the road and it's still on.
Mm-hmm.
So I apologize. So just real quick, two things. One of the points that was made that I want to address, it's just a general comment, that is that if someone wants to argue that eretz, which is the word that we're talking about in Hebrew, can be used to refer to a local piece of land or the earth as a whole, my statement would be this. Show me where you think there is a difference between the two in the text. Like, what is it in the text that's telling you, okay, they should translate it as earth because it means the earth, and here it just means general land. Okay, that would be the burden for anybody to prove that in one context it's bigger, in one context it's smaller. The other thing, just real quick, which is what you were saying about, not knowing what they spiritualize or not knowing what I try to be very specific about what I'm claiming. So I don't have just this make it up as you go along kind of a philosophy. Like when I try to make a point about what I believe the Bible is, I'm going to be very specific. It's not going to be like, oh, you're just making this up. That wouldn't be a fair, criticism. So there we go.
Okay, but did you get to the point where you told everybody that you already believe that everything's already happened, and that could you clarify that again for the room? Because I just got here like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't think they're ready for that. The stuff that we were talking about it was causing mayhem. So,
well,
y'all
but
think
like,
I'm ready? Wait. Ready for what?
yeah, I mean, maybe you could just explain your belief, because it is kind of confusing a little bit.
It's
Everything already happened. We're
confusing.
in cyclical type time.
It's confusing when you don't. Okay, I don't want to say you.
Yeah.
I was confused about this perspective as well before I understood that the language I was reading was using another language, which is what I already talked about. So the Bible has an overlying use, or I'm sorry, has an overarching use of symbolism when it's speaking to the audience to whom it is directed. So the reason why it took me a long time is because I fought that principle. I was a literal Bible believer, and I was fighting the Bible because the Bible wanted me to read it in its own language, and I was saying, no, you must mean this.
So could you explain that you think that a lot of things, listen, the Bible is symbolic. The Bible does have metaphors and all that kind of stuff. Absolutely. But it's not something that, like, I know you and I talked about it, that you could just read it one and done. But so could you just explain to people that you believe everything's already happened, the kingdom is within, or I forget, because it's preterist. There, you were explaining the other day that there's different preterisms. Could you explain the differences?
It's windy out right now, so I don't know how that's going to affect.
Yeah, I'm in Florida,
So
so it's super windy here.
The Bible is about a specific people group during a specific period of time in a specific location. The Bible is about the beginning and the end of that story. That story ended in the 1st century. So everything that is written about in the New Testament has already happened. Everything. There's nothing left. That is a perspective that's called preterism, because the Latin word for the past is praeter, Praeter. And so the term for understanding that the Bible is in the past is preterism.
Okay, right. And so again, I'm going to ask you, like, what is wrong with us people believing that Messiah is actually still going to come back? He's going to reign here on earth, because I don't see him already doing that. I see Tartarian, messing things up and all that kind of jazz. But what's the harm in us believing that and having hope that our Messiah is still going to return, even if you believe that he's already been here? Wait, do you believe he was already been here, or do you even I forget.
So there's so many good questions that are going to come out of this, and I don't know how to answer. So it's almost like answering one is leading to another question. So Jesus was an allegory for Israel. He wasn't a man. It wasn't about a man being born of a virgin. All of that stuff. Those were stories for Israel, about Israel, and to Israel in a language that she would have understood. And somehow in the past, it got reinterpreted to be literal. I don't know that historiography well enough to break it down for you.
Okay, but what is the harm in us believing that Messiah is still going to come and that we can try to walk righteously like him and to share the word, which is,
right,
the good news of him coming back and like an outline of how to live? Like what?
Okay. So first of all, the first thing that comes to my mind is the New Testament clearly uses words that expectation of Messiah's return was imminent, was about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
About to. That's all throughout the New Testament. Okay. So the language of the New Testament is very limited. It's not about something that's can happen at any time, like it's a lobbed up mortar shell that's just hanging in the air, waiting until it's going to come back down. Okay. Secondly, if we look at the past church history where people continued to think that Jesus was coming right around the corner, people are saying on Facebook, Jesus is coming, everybody get ready. Okay. It's a false story. Like, why are you warning people? Like, what are you warning them about? Like, are you afraid that they're going to go to hell? There is no hell. The Bible is not about hell. So that's part of your story, if that's a part of your story, doesn't even exist. So what's the message that you're telling, right? So for the past hold on, just real quick. For the past 500 years, we have had people who think that Jesus is coming back in their lifetime, and he hasn't, and he hasn't, and he hasn't. These are the last days. These are the last days. And it just becomes this unending stretch of crazy hermeneutics that can't be justified. So to me, you're asking me, what's the harm in us reading the Bible incorrectly? I would just say, well, no. Okay, so look, you said, what's the harm in us believing that Jesus is coming back if he's not, right? If I'm right, you're asking me, what's the harm in me thinking that that he is coming back? I'm saying that you're believing something that's not true. I care about the truth. You're believing something that's not true. You don't have to believe my explanation. That's fine. But I want you to know at least.
Hey, Blaze.
Your line.
Hey.
Your line. Yep. Go ahead.
Hey, Blaze. It's Good White. Hey, can I get in real quick?
Hey. Yeah. Hey, you.
Hey. Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I answer Travis?
Yeah.
Or did you have something to tell? Go ahead, and then after your...
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, now, you know what? Just go right ahead. And I'll catch up afterwards if anybody else wants to chime in as well. So,
well, okay, I'll go real quick because it's not going to take that long, but it's probably going to offend both of you, and I don't really want to do that.
No, it's okay.
It's probably not going to get answered, but
offend us.
We're all assuming that this is a true story. So there is that factor too, that whatever Genesis said isn't the true story of what actually happened. Because to be honest, there's no way to verify it, so we kind of have to believe in something that was written a long time ago that, is pretty much just a story. Now, kind of sucks, but that's just the truth. So, it's something we have to believe in rather than knowing it from the source. Say say if God came down and said, you know what, instead of writing a book, I'm going to not even leave, I'm going to personally describe what I did and let everybody know. That way there's no doubt that this book that I'm going to leave you guys is true.
Larry, did you want to
Yeah,
say
I'm
something?
going to respond. In the very first sentence of the Bible, I don't know if you guys know this, but ancient Hebrew, the letters are pictographs. I apologize for my voice. The letters are pictographs, and it talks about the Messiah in the very first sentence in the letters. And I will post the video as soon as possible.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
just to let you know, I've got a close friend who has a PhD in Semitic studies. So he's well versed in Hebrew and Aramaic. And when I first came into Flat Earth and started coming across all of these Flat Earth Bible believers who believe that the Bible is a Flat Earth book, which I don't believe it is, but I came across this entirely new species of Bible believers that I had never encountered before. And so I've heard what Larry has said with this pictographic principle of what is it? How's it worded? The ancient Hebrew. What is it called? What's the term for it?
Pictographs, the Hebrew letters.
No, not the Torah. There's a. It's like Paleo Hebrew. All right. Isn't it like Paleo Hebrew? Like that's a term for it because it's like really old. Like Paleo is really old. Anyway, so hold on just real quick. It's really short. So my friend who's got his PhD in Aramaic and Hebrew, I called him up and I said, hey man, I just got a question. When you did your research and all that, did you guys talk about Paleo Hebrew at all? And he said, yeah, that's not even considered as a viable, hermeneutic. Now take that for what it's worth. I just put that out there. Yep.
Okay, so Paleo Hebrew, Torah, whatever fucking language you want. It's my contention that it's a possibility those guys were wrong. Now, if it's true, we have to believe that God actually came down and talked to these people in, some in spirit, well, mostly in spirit, right? Because God talked to Moses through a burning bush. Now we got to believe that story. It's pretty much all a story about how this book was written. So instead of asking, our initial argument was, hey, did he mean Israel or did he mean literal Earth? Instead of that, we haven't even got to the point where is this book even real?
Well,
right, but
can
see,
I chime in?
Can
I chime in real quick? So, I do believe that, the earth is fixed and immovable. I believe it was created. I believe that everybody's special. And he does have an instructional book because the Bible is called the living word. We were talking about the other day that you sit down to read it. You read it 5 more times throughout, say the year. Each time you get something different. So I'm clear that the Bible is not for everybody. Definitely. It's about, starting from Adam. They didn't follow instructions. So this is how the whole earth was going to play out. Father, our creator, needed a way to introduce free will. And that's where, we have the Watchers. They left their first estate. And it's playing out. He had a certain number of souls that he allotted. And I find it very interesting that there's scriptures that were once in that explain a lot of things and why we're in the situation. And if people don't want to believe in a creator, that's fine. But I'll tell you what, everybody in here that knows what shape the earth is, fixed and immovable, you guys are his biggest defenders. I've said this before in here. You guys are his biggest defenders because what difference does it make whether the earth is a sphere or if it's fixed and movable if it doesn't have a creator? Like, what difference does it make? Who cares? The truth. Yeah. Well, what difference does it make? Like you say, Travis, what, like, what's the point? Truth. Okay. But I don't believe in a hell. I believe that the religion is controlled opposition because my Messiah simply came to show us the way back. He says, follow me. And back in the day when he walked this earth, in my opinion, it was called the way. And I believe the adversaries, and I'm almost done. The adversary said, "Oh, well, it can't be done. Let's join him." So that he created all these different religions and pathways. Hence, Catholic Church and all his little Protestants are still part of the Catholic Church. So religion is controlled opposition. So I can see how people might not want to believe in it because if you do believe in it, he's going to require you to change your life a little bit to be set apart. Okay. I can say so much, but go ahead.
Just going back real quick to what Good White brought up, I think. So if I'm correct and the Bible is an allegory that is to and for and about a particular people group, then that can be true. The story can still be true. It doesn't have to be make-believe or made up or bullshit. I think that when someone says, I find it difficult to believe the Bible because it requires me to believe certain things that are like pushing the boundaries of what I understand to be true, I think that's because that person might be reading it literally. And that's my point. If you read the Bible in an opposite way of what it's intended to be read, it's going to be a problem for you. It's not going to make sense. You're going to reject that snakes talked or donkeys talked or whatever you else can think of, right? But if those stories are allegorical, then they are an artistic retelling of something to another people group that's not you. And it still can be true. Absolutely. 100%. I believe the Bible is 100% absolutely true. It's just not literal.
I got a question, and this goes for everybody in the room. If man could make the rocks talk like computers and cell phones, don't you think God would be able to make his technology speak?
Oh, yeah.
That's an argument from silence.
Of course he could.
He says he does.
Right, exactly. Faithful Phoenix, right? That's another thing that we have with Christians, right? I think, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but I believe that, grace, there's nothing we can do for our salvation. Nothing. Messiah's already handled it. He's already handled it, but he's got a people that he recognizes that walk like him, that are walking in his righteousness, not theirs. So if there's no laws, like the person just brought up, Faithful Phoenix, which is a great point, why do we need grace? Right? And then if God didn't exist, then atheists wouldn't exist. I mean, I just would
Hey,
like... Yeah.
Blaze?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not saying there isn't a God, because I do believe in a creator.
Awesome.
Damn, I'm trying to catch my breath. Sorry. I'm just saying, is it possible? I'm not trying to put doubt on your, belief either, or your, because
it's not going to work anyways. But yeah.
Well, some people could misconstrue that as like, the devil or something. I'm not trying to be a devil. I'm just trying to really look for the truth and consider that maybe this book isn't the truth. It's possible.
Well,
yeah, okay, but let me ask you this question just real quick.
So maybe you said maybe this book isn't the truth. So here's my question. Isn't the truth about what?
About the creation, about all the, everything that they've told us in the Bible.
Okay. So based on your answer, I think that you're talking about reading the Bible literally. That Genesis 1 is about how God actually created the physical universe in 6 days. Right?
No, let me tell you where you're wrong. So don't continue, because you're not going to be you're not going to be addressing my point, because that's not what I mean. I'm literally saying the Bible may not be true.
About what?
It could just be a story. You know, like in the fiction section, you got some sci-fi stories that NASA loves to put out, or whatever. Whoever, there's billions of storybooks that are fictitious. This could be one of them.
Good white.
You got to tell us how you came to that conclusion.
I feel like I'm trying to say the same thing you are, and I don't want to be misunderstood. So I'm going to ask you again. It might not be true about what? Can you say that part again?
The whole book. It's just fiction.
Okay,
exactly
but that's not
it's not complicated. It's just,
no, I get it. But when you
you're
say
not
it's
even
not
considering it.
Hold on. When you say it's not true, I'm asking you, it's not true about what?
He's answered you, bro, 3 times.
I know, but when
wait.
I know that he answered me, but when I tried to restate what he said and answer his question, he cut me off and said that I misunderstood it. So that's why I'm starting back again, if you wouldn't mind. I don't think I'm asking anything out of hand. So
go ahead, ask it again.
Okay, great. And again, I'm not trying to be a dick. When you say the Bible might not be true, please say again, true about what?
The entire story.
Right, but that doesn't tell me what the story is about. That doesn't tell me what the entire story is about.
It doesn't have to. I could take a whole book in its entirety and say, I'm not saying 50% of it's correct. I'm looking at a whole book and I'm saying, okay, this parchment paper, everything, the front cover, everything.
That's
the middle of it, the end of it. I don't have to go into detail about grace or fucking Jeremiah. None of that. I'm saying the entire book as a whole. 100 out of 100 of that book, I'm saying may not be correct. What of that don't you understand?
All right.
Like what? You can't just blanket that.
Stop. No. Be correct about what? You're still not saying
No,
what
don't
it is
ask him
correct
again, bro. He's going to
about.
say the same thing. You asked him 4 times, he repeated
It
himself.
doesn't
the story
mean,
of Noah. Let me give you an example.
It doesn't mean that he can't get to a place to where he can actually make a specific claim. Like you don't want the Bible.
Let me make a claim.
Hold on, Travis. He's literally saying pick anything you want out of the whole shit.
And he's going to say it again.
I'm saying the entire book. I even specifically fractioned it out for you. 100 out of 100 of that book could be false.
I don't want to hear that
What don't you understand?
Look,
he's so deep in his belief, he won't even consider it.
Let me ask Copernicus something. Like the story of Noah. Like I heard somebody make a pretty cool parallel that, the idea of the ark in the sky and the ark of a boat and the animals and the zodiac and the astrology of the animals in the sky being an ark, and how that's like a parallel with the story of the animals on the boat. Like, is that to be taken literally? Am I to think that's a metaphor for the sky? You understand that?
Now we're just going to spiral on to whether we think a part of the Bible is true or false. Now I'm saying, without taking any other story, I could take Moses, I could take fucking Mount of Olives. I'm saying stop doing that, because you're going to start trying to drill into something That's probably not even there. What if you're trying to drill for oil and I'm saying, hold up, let's not even waste our time drilling here because our seismograph just told us that there's no oil underneath. Let's don't even go here. But you guys keep trying to drill, and it's a fruitless endeavor.
Flat D. If
If
you say the whole Bible, hold on. If you say the whole Bible's incorrect, all right, that's a good starting point. But now we have to pick something in the Bible to see if there is something that is or isn't correct.
No, we don't have to pick. Okay, let's just pick. Why don't we start at the beginning?
They just picked
Travis
something.
don't
The
even
ark and
believe the beginning. Look at that. Travis don't even believe in the beginning. He thinks it
Yes,
means
I
something
do.
else.
Yes, I do.
No, you think he's talking
I
about Israel and not the earth.
Yeah, but that means I believe that it's true about the story that I say that it's telling. It doesn't mean that I don't believe it's not. I believe it's not true.
Well, you don't believe the official story?
Official.
What's the point?
I mean, I would like to ask.
That's the point. It's ironic that he don't even believe the first part of the Bible. The very beginning.
Yes, I do.
The quintessential essence of the damn book. Without the earth, none of this, we can't have none of this stuff here. And you don't
This
even
is like
believe
low-key
that.
stressing me out. Like I really want this to move forward.
He believes it. He's just saying that part. What you think? Everyone can interpret things differently, right? Travis is saying I'm interpreting differently. I still think it's true, but I'm just interpreting it differently than you are.
Okay, can I talk to that, Jeremy? What if in every book I wanted to change or interpret the way I saw it? So, for instance, algebra. I'm in school and I'm doing my algebra, and I don't like the way this symbol looks, and I want to change it. Instead of PEMDAS, I want it to be SAMID. I don't want to follow the orders of operation because I think I should be able to interpret it the way I want. Instead
that's cool. You're not going to get the right answer then, but
no, I can.
So here's
I
my
could.
question.
No, I could.
I get what you're saying, but here's my question: where's your evidence that I'm just making shit up and changing symbols the way I want to?
The fact that you
literally changed the word the way you wanted it to. That's how. You're changing Eris into something that it meant 1,000 years later and trying to apply it to the beginning.
No, not absolutely not. I'm saying that I'm not satisfied. Hold on. I'm saying I'm not satisfied with what I have seen the translators do. They have not justified for me the reason why they have taken a word that simply refers to land and they have now given it a broader connotation that I have not seen evidence for. It's not just that I am not happy with shit because I just don't want my parents telling me that I can't go out late on Friday nights. That's not what I'm doing.
Hey, look, it's obvious that book shouldn't be up for interpretation because that's how you get 30,000 different sects, and that's how you get different rules.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So
that's right.
There's a problem right there.
That's absolutely right.
I want to ask you guys, since I both debated you guys last week. Sorry, cut you off. If what's the point in sharing the shape of the earth if there's no creator and you're not moving them towards another direction? Because really, it's not making their life better. I mean, my life hasn't gotten, easier since I know the shape of the earth. I mean, I'm an outcast. I mean, my brother just told me that, he has to always defend me, and he can't stand the fact that I'm a flat earther, but he defends the fact that I want to be. What's the point? Me? I come in here hoping I can get into conversations like this to maybe talk to other people to get them to read the scriptures that are not very easy, but that to study the scriptures, not just read, but like seriously, if you're here, everybody's here defending the creators or defending the shape of the earth, and you don't believe in a creator, do you think you're helping people? you're complicating their lives because it's not easier. So who cares about the truth if there is no creator? And, this is it, and you die, and then, people throw dirt on you, and then they go to lunch. I don't believe in you're going to burn in hell forever. I don't believe in that. That's like totally man-made, a doctrine. And I get that there are a lot of false doctrines. Of course there are. Paul talks about it. Don't believe every wind and doctrine. But I just want to bring it back to the shape of the earth. If you're not in here defending a creator behind the shape of the earth, what are you doing here? You want to just be right? Why aren't we searching the fact, is there a creator? Oh my gosh. I mean, obviously we're doing that now. I mean, it's a great, healthy conversation. But to the people that aren't really talking, that maybe don't really ever talk that much, speak up or whatever. But let's ask ourselves, if we don't believe in a creator, who cares about what the shape of the earth is?
Yeah, I listen, I appreciate your point, and you've made it a couple of times, but here's the difficulty for me, right? Because the creator has never spoken to me. That doesn't mean that I'm not open to the fact that there could be a creator out there. Now, I am open more to understanding the ancient spiritual realities that the primitive cultures seem to be tapped into, right? They seem to be aware of a higher level of spirituality and connection with the world around us that I'm not. I'm much more open to understanding that the creator actually could just be this world's most intense expression of energy that we can tap into and participate in and benefit from, and then also bring that benefit to other people with our positive energy, right? We always talk about that, right? Talk about being positive, not being negative, all of those kinds of things. I think bring creative reality home. But at the same time, I've got to drive a fucking tractor trailer for long hours of the day. So at the end of the day, I'm not in the mood to meditate. I'm not in the mood to get on that higher plane, right? And that's my shortfall, right? I've got to figure out how to get past that. But I'm not saying that I don't believe that there's a creator. I'm just saying he's never spoken to me. If he's out there, good, great.
His word is
Hey,
speaking
I
to
agree.
people.
I agree with that. I think nobody has talked to the creator, and I think we just made up stories to make to answer this. But I don't think nobody has the true story. That's possible too. Now, if you want to believe the Hindus, a lot of people do, maybe about 2 billion people. If you want to believe Jehovah, about 3 billion people do. If you want to believe in something else, you got those people too. So it's my contention that nobody knows who the creator is, and that's possible too. But nobody considers it. We want to identify with a certain group or a certain a certain ideology, and not consider that maybe none of us, not 8 billion people or the people that lived before, ever had the truth.
How do you know that those ancient stories are accurate, that they're telling you a true spiritual things? If history can't be proven, how do you know those stories and those ancient texts are true?
I'm saying maybe none of them are correct. Is that possible? Or they've been verified to the creator and back. There was actually eyewitnesses of the creation and all the other stories as well. Jonah, Ganesh, all those people. Buddha.
I'm talking about all the other
well,
ancient
Buddha's
stories.
way after, but I'm talking about more ancient.
I am too. I'm talking about anything like from Hindu text to ancient Indian text to whatever text you want to say. How do you know that those are telling you the truth?
I don't. That's the whole thing. It requires faith.
And does it have a creation story in those texts, ancient texts?
I think it's wild to
well,
suggest
yeah,
that
they
nobody's
do.
ever got it right. Billions of people, billions of thoughts, trillions even maybe. Nobody considered the correct way our existence came to be. That's crazy.
No, it's not crazy. It's possible, and you should consider it, because if you don't, and
I
you just say,
just did,
"Oh,
and I'm
those people
rejecting
got it
it.
right," then it just keeps snowballing and can turn into what we got today. Is we're still parroting ancient ideologies without actually knowing the truth. We haven't got any closer. We're actually getting further from it, because it happened at a point in time, and we just keep getting further and further away from it.
I think it's just all allegory. All those ancient texts are just allegory.
Paul,
Well,
why you got to be a
that's
dick,
a problem too. If you believe it's
Oh,
allegory,
come on.
I wanted to ask
if it's
Copernicus.
not even real and up for interpretation, then how can
I
you
mean,
consider it true then?
honestly, Paul, I have a lot of respect for you as a debater, but when you pull shit like that, man, you just drop like 5 notches. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's fine.
Okay,
But here's the thing, though,
hey,
Travis. Hold on a second. That's fine. I wanted a little bit of a rise for a reason. The thing is, if you can't trust like ancient sources to tell you what they understood about the text, like I've been quoting Josephus. Josephus actually doesn't read it. He doesn't describe those things in the Bible as allegory. He describes them as history. And then if you can't trust Josephus to describe what he thinks the Bible's about, then how can you, that has to apply to everything else. So whatever you're doing,
Yeah,
like if you're looking at ancient past, you can't trust it.
Okay, listen,
So-
again,
Yeah,
I'm
but
happy
who's
to take.
Josephus, bro? Josephus
Right.
didn't
Hold on,
didn't
Good White.
take
Good White. Hold on.
didn't take
Hold
notes
on.
from the creator. He actually
Hold on.
is doing the same thing you're doing. Hold on, Travis, I'm talking, man. He just brought up Josephus. Here's another example. Josephus doesn't mean that Josephus got the truth either. He's simply taking the story that was given to him and trying to interpret it as valid or not. It doesn't make it true just because Josephus.
I didn't say that. That's the thing. I'm not even talking about it being true. I'm talking about understanding of the text from someone that lived closer to the source than we do. And how does he understand the text? That was the whole argument. And he does not look at it as allegory. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, so
allegory.
He is
because
closer.
you. All right.
Hey, Paul, he is closer. Seth, he is closer, but he still isn't close enough because he didn't get it from the creator either. You know what? Hey, if Josephus wasn't even alive during Jesus' time, so he didn't even get to witness Jesus firsthand, which is ironic and proves my point even more. Being that you brought up Josephus,
okay, so
he didn't
because
see
I'm
any miracles. He only saw the stories that people wrote about and try to validate it however he did.
okay, so if my daughters were wanted to write a book about 9/11, either because neither one of them are around during 9/11, don't you think they can have at least looking at the stories and everything that's going on from news broadcasts? They could not at least give some level of understanding of what happened at 9/11?
Let me ask you a question real quick based on that.
No, hold on,
Let me ask you a real quick question, please.
No, you're gonna derail this, and it was directed.
No, you interrupted his question to me.
No, stop, Travis.
Yeah,
I
Flat
have
D,
to.
what
I
are
have
you
to
doing?
respond to Paul, and
Flat D.
after
He's not letting anybody talk. That's what he's doing.
No, he brought up a good.
You need to relax. Let other people in. I mean, Paul did ask Travis a question or made a point to Travis, and then you jumped in. So I don't know why you're not letting Travis respond, but go ahead, Travis.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so Paul, so what if your daughters decided to write a historical? Okay, what if your daughters decided to write an historical fiction of 9/11 based on the mainstream narrative?
Oh, but see, I didn't say about a fictional narrative. I actually said an historical narrative. That's what you're conflating the two.
I'm asking you a question. Okay, so look, what if they decided to write a story based on the mainstream story?
I mean, if they're writing a fictional account of that, then I hope that I would taught my daughters to indicate when they're writing this fictional account that they would indicate that. But if they're saying they're going to write a historical narrative, talking about even if I'm not saying that the thing behind 9/11 occurred, but they talked about the stories of the firefighters or talked about the buildings coming down, and they've never lived there, but they just go on from the testimony they've seen either through newspapers or through writings or whatever, and they recounted that. I mean, that's a historical narrative, and they can write something about that.
Hey, can I address Paul now, Travis? Okay. So
yeah,
Travis,
sure. Go ahead.
Good. Okay, so you're actually committing a logical fallacy indirectly. Now you're bringing up a example of 9/11. Well, here's the thing. There's been many eyewitnesses to this 9/11. There's actually physical, tangible proof that 9/11 actually happened. But as far as the Bible's concerned, there's no and its validity. Or you even brought up. No, let's take it back to exactly what you said about Josephus. Josephus never had tangible proof of Jesus or the creation of the Bible. He was never there. He didn't eyewitness both, and he didn't touch both. But your daughter could have literally been there at 9/11 and went and touched it. But if they didn't, they know somebody who did actually go and touch that.
Oh,
now,
when was Josephus? No, wait a minute. Then that's true. So, but Josephus was during the time of Jesus, as far as I understand, and he could have talked to eyewitnesses. When was he? Well, okay, when give me the time frame. Give me the date. 200 years after. So if my daughters write 200 years after the events of 9/11, even though they're 200 years, they cannot give a historical account of what happened of 9/11 because they were never there. I mean, honestly, the buildings are not there anymore. There's no monument now. So,
well, yeah, they can, because there was everybody in America eyewitnessed that. Pretty much everybody knew about that. But
don't you think 200 years later? Wait a minute, 200 years later, though, nobody's alive.
Hey, Paul. They're saying Josephus was born in 37 AD and died in 100 AD. So it ain't.
Oh, so that means he would have been around during Jesus' time.
Not around, because didn't Jesus die in 33 AD? So he actually didn't see Jesus doing these things, and it's more of a second-hand account of what actually happened.
Okay, so when my daughters go out and go, wait a minute. So my daughter's going and doing research on 9/11. Everything they're going to get is second-hand account. There will be no first-hand account. I wasn't there. I wasn't in 9/11. All I saw was the news.
Yeah, that means that you have to verify whether 9/11 actually happened, which pretty much everybody knows it did. And then you got the Jesus situation where he died, Josephus died 4 years after. So all the other accounts of Jesus, you'd have to go and verify those. So.
Okay, so if he went 20 years, let's say Josephus wrote 20 or 30 years, let's say Josephus wrote his Antiquities 20 or 30 years after the events, 40 years. Don't you think there might be still people around that he could go talk to and investigate this with?
Sure, but could they be lying?
I got a question.
Could they be just telling a story? Because look, here's the difference between the Jesus stories and 9/11. It was videotaped. There was actually people that it impacted, so people actually got killed. Now, if Jesus had if the Jesus stories, there was actual impact, because he did heal people. Now, if we had some sort of account of those people that said, "Yep, he was actually here. It's true. He healed me. I got a videotape of it. I even got, here's the scar where, whatever he healed. There it is.
Can I get in there?
And you can keep my body for, examination. I'm going to, donate my organs, and you can tell that Jesus put his hand on these organs, healed them.
Can I get in just?
That's the difference, is you have tangible proof other than
Let
other
Larry
than
talk. Let
the
Larry
Jesus
talk,
stories
please.
are simply stories.
Come on, man.
Okay, they're just stories, right? But when the Romans talk
Right.
about the Messianic uprising and how Constantine switched to Christianity, right? Did they make that up too, or is it because the Romans said it? It's automatically true.
They could have. Yeah, they could have said, "Hey,
They could have what?
let's do this uprising, and then let's write about it, and then it'll kind of make all the Bible seem correct." Sure, if they wanted to go that far as to be that deceptive, or you know, need some other proof because people just weren't believing in this damn Jesus story, they could do that. Sure,
I've been
So
waiting
let me get
like
this
25
straight. They
minutes
made
to
up
ask Copernicus a
the
question. I'm
Romans.
about to go to work. Do you guys mind?
Go ahead.
Great,
Hold on,
thanks.
let Hank wrap it up here, and then. All right, go
Okay,
ahead, if Hank
okay,
wants.
go ahead, wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm questioning the guy's logic. So the Romans, who are seeking power and authority with their empire, they wanted you to believe in Jesus so much, because I'm trying to steel man this guy's argument, that they made an uprising to overthrow the legitimacy of Constantine, who was, his grandfather was proven in court to be a god, so that made him a demigod. And they wanted everybody to bow down to Constantine, but because Jews don't bow down to men, and Messianic Jews certainly don't bow down to men, so why would they wreck their own kingdom? Why would the Romans wreck their own kingdom and have it divided in so many different religions that they had to do a Council of Nicaea just to put it all back together? Right? Why would they do that just to make you believe in Christ, bro? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, may I answer that? Okay, if you understand anything about social sciences and social dynamics, it's a complicated thing. So if this movement was happening with the Christians, and they got an uprising, they got a following, because I think they never were called Christians, they were called followers of the way or something. I don't know if that's true. That could just be another story. But if you have a group gathering up, just say like the group that met on January 6th and the turmoil they caused, this is a similar situation. So just because there was another civil dynamic at play doesn't validate the actual reason. So based off your logic, you're saying just because all this uprising took place means that whatever happened was true. Well, if you look at January 6th, you're trying, and I don't know if you're a Trump supporter or not, but the reason why they attacked the Capitol was justified because Trump was true. It's the same logic. Now, it's better if you're not a Trump supporter, because you're going to totally disagree with that point. But it's still valid because it's similar to the point you're trying to make.
I don't see how. Someone else wanted to jump in.
No, it's the same. It's the same thing. Trump gathered supporters, and the supporters.
He was trying
put
to
it
give the
on
floor to
themselves.
somebody else. Good White. He was trying to give the floor to somebody
We
else.
heard, man. We heard. You never end. It's like the never-ending story. Who was trying to jump in?
Hey, I was quiet, man, but somebody put something on my plate. I'm gonna eat it all, man. Well,
When
why
were you
you
quiet,
guys
bro?
want to cut me short?
When
But you
were
know
you
what? I'll
quiet?
take
Go
it as I
ahead,
win
Rep.
because I didn't get a valid rebuttal, so I win again.
Fine. You can make your
Thanks
closing
for playing.
statement. It's fine.
Can you make your
You
concise
can
point?
make
I
your
actually want to
closing.
know your point. Yeah.
No, please, dear
Well, if
God.
you weren't listening, I'm sorry. That's your ignorance, not mine.
It's a little drawn out. You got to like fixate on one thing and explain that rather than go
Please,
over a
dear
bunch of
God,
examples.
don't do that.
Yeah, please try to be concise, guys. Everyone.
Maybe this will help the question I want to ask Copernicus. You said you believe that everything in the Bible is 100% true, right? Is that to be taken like metaphorically, literally? Did this actually happen? What about truth in the Bible is making this, what is making it true? That's
Is
for
that
you.
to me? Is that
Yeah.
to me? So, I am taking it for granted that history, to a certain extent, can still be, I suppose, referred to. So the Bible clearly is about, a people group, right? Of the distant past. I think that, again, the position that I'm trying to establish can be based on the evidence of the internal testimony of the text itself. It's going to be consistent within itself, and I'm trying to suggest how to do that to the best of our abilities if we're going to read it.
Electric.
It's telling us.
Electric.
What the fuck?
What kind of question is that? You asked him
What the
that
fuck,
he
man?
believes
Can
the
you put
Bible is
him on mute,
100%
please?
true.
Wow.
Wait, he's not even listening.
Go ahead,
I want to
Travis.
say real fast. I wish that I had the religious
Hold
fervor
on,
that
Hank.
guy has.
Hank, Travis is in the middle of a sentence. You can go next.
So the story that it's telling us, the story that the Bible is telling us, is the beginning of a nation and the end of a nation. And in the end of the nation, there is a rebirth of that nation. That's the entire story. I do believe that that is true, and I believe that the Bible tells us that story through allegory.
All right, go ahead, Hank.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Sometimes I have this crazy psychosis where I believe the rules don't apply, so I apologize. But I'm just saying,
You
I
all right,
wish
bro?
I
You
had.
sound sick.
Yeah, I've been sick, and I know it's probably sandpaper and nails on a chalkboard, but I just wanted to say that I wish that I had the religious fervor that the other guy has, one that's anti-Bible, and I wonder, does he question like all of history, or is it just like one particular group?
Hey, Larry, was that to me?
Yeah, if you're the guy who's been talking just about nonstop this whole time, that's toward you.
You know what? Yeah, I do, man, because I don't believe none of us got the truth, because we'd have to either witness it firsthand or actually get told by the creator, hey, look, this is what I did. And you know what? For good measure, I'm gonna actually show you me doing this. And that clear it up. But we pretty much got a bunch of stories. Now, based off of the question Electric asked Travis if he believes the Bible is 100% true, let me just tell you that Travis doesn't even believe the first words of the Bible. He doesn't even believe
How
that.
are you even allowed to say that, man? I can't
Because
believe
I
that
just
you're
did.
uttering that again.
Well, you
Do
don't
you want
even
me to?
believe that Eris means Earth.
Might say that's kind of crazy.
Oh my
So,
god! Oh my god,
But
dude!
that's what this whole debate is about this morning. Is Earth?
You have
Eris doesn't mean Earth; it means Israel. So he doesn't even believe the Bible, dude.
Stop speaking
Isn't
for
that
him.
a
I
valid
didn't
point?
even get a chance to speak to dude. I've been waiting to talk to him the whole time. Now you're speaking for him.
wow.
Oh, I'll
You
go
guys.
ahead and let you. Hey, you know what? I'll go back on mute because I think my point is taken. Travis doesn't believe in the Bible. He believes Eris means Israel and not Earth.
Wow.
I would rather hear it from him.
You heard him say that earlier. We all did.
Go ahead, good wife.
No, I
Go
didn't.
ahead, man. Go ahead. Keep going there, big guy. You're doing great.
I don't got a problem
Okay.
with what you're
Okay,
saying.
so
Copernicus.
I don't know. Do you have a specific question? Because I can ramble. I want to try to be specific.
Yeah, this is like, what are we considering truth? Something that just resonates that I can apply to my life? Is that like the truth? Like, just like a value, not really like a piece of history that happened literally, right?
I would, if I try to answer your question the way I think, if I wanted to derive truth from the Bible to apply to my life, I would do it in the way that I would do it in the same way as listening to a Katy Perry song or a Radiohead song or reading the Iliad.
Could I come in after somebody else? There's other people that probably want to speak. So
Well, does Electric want to follow up at all? I mean, did that answer your question, Electric?
Yeah, I really just wanted to know your
Electric,
viewpoint
he's
on
probably,
that specifically, so that helped. Yeah, thanks.
Hey, Electric, you're probably not talking because you're still trying to you're still trying to
When it
decipher
comes
what
to
he meant
religion,
by
I could talk
listening.
for hours, bro. I really
By
have to respect
I know by
that.
listening to a Katy Perry song. What what type of man does that? I know you
I
don't get it,
don't.
but
You guys, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. That, I mean, we have to understand there's other people listening, so bickering doesn't benefit anybody. Could I just
yeah, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. I think I'm done.
That's okay. We all do it. I mean, I got kind of triggered last time I spoke, but not like that badly. But you know, this I don't believe the Bible was created just for that specific people. It was about creation, and then you know, the sons of God, you know, left their first estate. That's why we have in Genesis 6, we have some giants issues. And then there's scriptures that were taken out that explain what happened. They left their first estate, defied, and left their first estate with God. And then they taught man things that we weren't supposed to know about. So then it seems to me, just from my understanding and research, that God wanted to take a people for himself so that he could teach them to go out to the world to show who he was and to follow him. So anybody that wanted to follow the creator, because a mixed multitude came out of Egypt, and then we have Joseph's children that were Gentiles, because I do believe that you're kind of right. And I said this before, Travis, that the Bible is really for a people that want to follow the God of the Bible, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
I got next.
Absolutely. Now, I personally think that, yeah, I could agree with it. It's the children of Israel, because I believe once you're a believer, you're grafted into one of those tribes. And I don't want to really get specific,
Which
but
one are you in?
I don't know. That's just it. I don't know. Probably Ephraim, because that's what the scriptures seem to say, that, you know, there's going to be a multitude of believers in Hosea, you know, hey, I know you. You're my God. And then Father says, hey, you're my people. It's the mixed multitude. So it doesn't matter which tribe we're from, as long as we're followers of Messiah, and that we are a set apart people from this world. And again, not everybody wants to be set apart. I get it. My family, nobody really in my family wants to be set apart. Maybe I'm delusional. I don't know, but my life seems to work, you know, a lot better. I seem to have an instructional book.
I'd like
I
to
seem
be
to
after
have
Larry.
peace. Yeah, so in summary, the Bible is for Father's creation, and it's for a people that want to live and walk out and research and study what he's about, because it is an instructional book. Over.
Amen. Amen.
All right, cool. I'll try
All
to be
set.
quick. So when you think about Genesis 6, it's like a preview to a movie. And then you read Enoch and you're like, oh, that was the movie. And then you read and that's from Ethiopia. And then you read like the Phoenician stories about, you know, these gods coming down. And then you read about like the Greeks who talk about gods interacting with, you know, humans and all this stuff. And it's like, those people were all probably liars. And you know, me in like the 21st century or whatever, like I got it all figured out. They were all just like getting together and lying. Like that's probably possible, right? But it seems more likely that they're all neighbors and they're telling like similar stories, right? So I guess it boils down to, you know, are you a coincidence theorist that they all just happen to be telling the same lie? Or are you a coincidence theorist that, you know, they're all basically telling the same story of what they observed back in the day? And then when you look at the archaeological record, I know a lot of it has been, you know, done away with because of the Smithsonian, right? But they can't erase the newspaper articles. And that's why I always post chroniclingamerica.gov, because if you type in giant bones, it's going to equally pull up dinosaur bones or human bones or animal bones or human bones. And when you take the time to actually do the homework and go through all those articles, like you start to see like a pattern here. Smithsonian came, they took everything and lost it. Like, oh, convenient. Well, it's just a coincidence, right? Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Are you done?
Yeah, my count.
Okay.
That was
so,
awesome. Yeah, cool.
So just to go back to what Kelly was saying, my other YouTube channel is a content creator interview channel, and my theme is trust your senses, question your sources, resist consensus. Right? Trust your senses.
You got a YouTube channel?
Shut up, Jeremy. I have more than one, Jeremy. Trust your senses, question your sources, resist consensus. That's what I've done as a 40-year-old Christian, right? I trusted my senses. That is, I felt like the Bible was conflicting with my tradition. A lot of you would say, hey, that's great, awesome, dude, until I start challenging your tradition that you think the Bible teaches. Okay, so I was trusting my senses. The Bible is telling me something that my tradition is telling me is the opposite. And I changed my mind. And I had to keep going because I saw that the other guys that I was listening and I looked up to weren't going as far as I was willing to go. In fact, after I read one of the books that I really appreciated and I thought led to a certain conclusion, which it does, I wrote to the author and said, why don't you go the entire way with what you're saying right now? Because it has certain implications. He told me tradition. He wanted to keep his job because if he went the full way, he would lose his job by going against tradition. That's the denomination that I was in. Absolutely. If you go against the standards, you cannot be a pastor. Okay. Now,
because the standard is you believe in Christ, and you're saying to reject Christ. Your standard is the rejection of Jesus.
No.
You're
I hadn't got.
Bro, and you're saying he never raised himself.
Listen very carefully. Why don't you ask me a question? Why don't you fucking ask me a question instead of putting words into my mouth? Okay. So let me.
Jesus Christ is a mythological person.
At the point in which I went against my tradition, I still believed he was real and was who he said he was. Okay. So at that point, I was just challenging a minor principle. I was still on board. I was still a Christian up until 2018, bro. Okay? So stop fucking putting words into my mouth. It's insane how you have no problem just putting shit into my mouth.
Do you believe that Jesus Christ is a mythological person?
At this point in my life, yes.
Yeah, that's what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm repeating what you said.
No, you're putting it out of context because when I was challenging my tradition in years past, I was still, hold on, I'm not finished. Hold on. I was still believing a great majority of the literal aspect of the Bible, okay?
Cool. I've decided that everything you say is allegorical, so I can decide what context to interpret it in.
Are you honestly think that that's a healthy response, dude? What the fuck? Like, why are you even
It may
here?
not have been healthy. It was funny, though.
It's not funny.
I feel the same way that
it's a little bit funny.
The Bible is actually the stories are not to be taken literally, but they apply to real life in a way that you can definitely use, and it works.
I don't mind if you want to do that as long as you understand the primary purpose of the text was not to make a general story that everybody could feel good about, right? It was specifically about and to a particular people group in their context. Simply because it has correlations with real life and what people can relate to doesn't take away from its original purpose.
I got next.
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. So I've studied all the major religions of the world, I only practice one. But I didn't study Islam. So other than that one, I've studied the major religions. And as far as I can tell, a lot of the other religions in the world still require human sacrifice, including wokeism or leftist modern America communism. They really like the abortions and stuff like that. And that kind of takes me back to like ancient Canaanites or the Norse, right? These people, some of these people still believe in like human sacrifice to this day, or spreading their doctrine through warfare and, you know, human sacrifice. So the cool thing about Christianity is when you're hanging out with a Christian, you don't have to worry about them like slipping you a Mickey and sacrificing your bitch ass to some god, because in Christianity the one sacrifice has always been made. So if it boils down to just something as simple as that, you know, I think I'll hang out with the Christians. Thanks.
We're glad to have you, Larry.
Right on. And well, how about believers too? Because not everybody's a Christian. And like I said, I believe that religion is controlled opposition.
Does not thinking the Bible actually happen the way they say, does that make me less of a Christian?
Well, what part, right? I mean, I don't know. What part?
Like for instance, I consider the story of Noah, it's really interesting how you can just compare it to the zodiac and, you know, the Tropic of Cancer and Sagittarius and all the animals in the sky, and maybe the stars are a reflection of themselves below the equator, and that makes two of everything, and there was a flood, and then there's the water is above, and the flood could be the sky. I don't know. I have like a weird thoughts about Noah and the sky and the zodiac. Like maybe it's not to be taken so literally that there's a boat with a bunch of animals on it. But
Have
maybe
you ever
that's
looked at? So sorry.
no,
Have you ever looked at the how they built ships of antiquity, and how the story of Noah kind of helped them a little bit? There's information out there. But anyways, at the end of the day, Travis, we love you. Good White Light, we love you. We love everybody that has different opinions, you know? The thing that we do have in common for the most part is the shape of the earth. And the fact that it does have a creator in some capacity. Everybody at the end of the day, you know, has to realize they're special and we do have a creator.
or like the story of Genesis, you could say Adam and Eve is rather to represent like the birth or the first initial time that perversion or shame happened, and embarrassment, like they are wanting to cover themselves. Like that's like the representative of a principle or the birth of a principle in reality. Like they tried to isolate people, and they still felt shame. Like, you know, that's supposed to represent something. Uh, if I want to take it literally, then I don't know. Does that make me less of a Christian? I'm still wondering this.
No, but could I just say
I
one
want to
thing?
get into.
Yeah, could I just say one thing to that? I would say that's where free will was introduced. Go ahead, Larry, and then I guess Travis.
Yeah, from what I understand, speaking boldly, it does make you less of a Christian and more of a astrotheologist, in my opinion. But my understanding of astrotheology is there's two ways to interpret it. One is that the text derived from the stars, and the stories were all arbitrary. The other way to interpret it is that the very stars themselves line up with God's word.
I hear you. Yeah, that makes sense. I really agree with that.
Okay, are you done, Larry?
Like how?
Okay, so again, when I first came into the truth movement, you know, Marty Leeds and Santos Bonacci were channels that I came across, and I absolutely appreciate a lot of their work. But the one thing that I was really interested in was how they understood the Bible with gematria and astrotheology. I have still not been convinced by their assertions, primarily because they seem to me, and this is my understanding, rather than establishing their principles from the text, it seems to me that they are imposing their principles onto the text. And like I said, I questioned everything. So I wasn't like I don't want this to be true. I still have not found any proof from them. And I've gone to their channels and I've gotten kicked off when I ask them to provide justification for their position. Just like a baller, when I say, where's your proof? They kick me out of the room. Santos and Marty have they will not prove their position from the text itself. They simply want me to assume that what they're telling me the text is about is what the text is about.
That's
I
exactly what
never
you're doing.
really got into Santos Bonacci. I can't follow his stuff like I might have to follow a couple of his videos. But Fundy is the one that put me onto the Noah's Ark thing. Fundamental. And then
Well, look, that's it might be very, very interesting, but I would have to be convinced from the text that that's what's going on.
nice. Yeah, I like that assertion. Cool, man. You guys are answering my questions.
Hey, Electric, are you a professing Christian, brother?
I used to profess it.
Okay.
It's only been like maybe around a year now that I'm challenging all this stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Did the shape of
just
the
want-
earth have anything to do with it? Oops, sorry, Larry.
You know that I'm old fashioned and ladies first, right?
Well, I just wanted to ask what changed in the last year for electric, and it's good to hear electric and
I've had to tell this story to a
I'll
couple
kick
people
her.
because when I get into this stuff, right? Sorry to interrupt. What's it called? I got really sick in January and I tested negative for the whatever. And then 5 days, no eating, no sleeping, no moving. I couldn't move my neck. I got a stiff neck. I sweat. I couldn't eat. So after those 5 days, I guess I considered myself rid of everything that they told me. I wasn't watching no news, no food, nothing being suggested to me, no sleep. And after that, I pretty much was just laying in the dark for 5 days. It was crazy. And I came out of
Hey,
it thinking
Electric.
that, yeah. What's up?
Oh, after you're done, I'd like to make a similar story about what you're
I came
talking
out
about.
real fast.
But Larry was in.
No, take your time, dude.
No, this is the end of it. I came out of it thinking that you shouldn't eat bread, like they suggest bread, and it's bad for you. You shouldn't drink milk, it's bad for you. You shouldn't eat meat, it's bad for you. And the same people that suggest all these diets are the same people that tell you to believe in a God. And I just wonder, like, how much of the Bible is really manipulating our thoughts, and like, if the point of it is to manipulate our thoughts, and like just aligning with truths, like how much of the truth needs to be in current. Like all these crazy thoughts came to me in those 5 days, and I've been believing in God my whole life. So this is all just right now. I've really
Yeah, I
never
definitely gotta
challenged God like this ever in my life.
I definitely got to respond next. So I gotta describe this thing before I go to the next thing, and I'll be quick. So God has perfect will and permissible will, right? His perfect will is that you do this, but sometimes He'll permit you to do this instead, right? Under certain circumstances. He created the heavens and the earth perfectly, and humans as well. But we came out of the garden, right? And after the flood, what are we going to eat, right? Well, there was meat, right? So he permitted us to eat meat. But I think the original plan, God's perfect will, is that we're vegetarians. From my studies alone, it was all about the dietary law from the very beginning. Don't eat of this tree, eat of the garden, right? You eat it and teach them to be hunters. They only are allowed to eat meat after the flood, and I think that you might ought to look into that, Mike out.
Did you want to? Anybody want to say something?
Yeah, Electric. You're saying you got sick in January. Well, I had the same situation. I got sick in October, and before that, I haven't got sick in I know for sure 10 years, but I
Me
pretty
too.
much say about
Same story. Yep.
probably about 20 years I haven't got sick. And maybe I'd have a little sniffle, but I didn't understand back then what I know now of how you can make yourself sick. So say if you have like the sniffles and you say, "Oh, you actually you say those magic words," I don't even want to utter them because I believe it's that powerful. Yeah, man. Hey, it was suggested to a lot of us that we were. I don't want to even utter the words again, but you know what I'm saying. A lot of people telling you this and that, and you know what. But yeah, I actually got sick, and I almost died. So for about a month I was sick, but I was actually in the hospital 1 week, and until they gave me that remdesivir, the day after they gave me that, like literally like 12 hours later, I was ready to leave the hospital. So I went to one hospital, like an urgent care, and then they tested my oxygen levels, and they said, "No, this guy's, probably this guy's gonna die." And that's what I literally felt like. But I was like that. It felt like I was like that for like 2 days, but I was actually sick for a month. So 3 weeks in, so I went. Whole story. I went to the urgent care, and they didn't want to see me. They acted like I had some plague or something. I'm serious. They left me there for 6 hours. Nobody was there. Like there was literally nobody there. There was maybe like 1 or 2 patients, but it felt like nobody was there. And it felt like they didn't even want to get near me. And that was the first time I went in. So I left. I got pissed off and I left because I was laying there for like 4 hours, 6 hours, a long time. Then I left. Then I came back when I couldn't take it anymore. I barely made it to the hospital, stumbled in. An hour later, they checked my my oxygen levels. They said, "No, it's good." They transported me to one of the main hospitals we have here. And then so they, the next day they gave me the stuff, and that stuff just whatever they gave me just cleared me up. But then they left me there for a week, and it felt like the longest week I've ever been anywhere. I don't know if you had that same experience while you're sitting in the hospital bed. It felt like prison, but and then they told me I was scared to leave because I wanted to leave.
Can I
but
put
the
myself
doctor
in
told
line, please?
Nobody was gonna talk after this, I don't think, but the doctor told me if I left, he wouldn't give me release papers so I can get back into work, and that's kind of why I was doing it. I needed papers just to say that I could go back to work. So I was basically kept there, and it felt like an eternity. It was pretty difficult to deal with. I think we take time for granted. We take being busy for granted. And sometimes it's seldom, but I can go back to that place or have a similar feeling, and I can always remember what I felt then and compare it that nothing could ever compare to that. And then I've never been to jail, but I kind of I'm more compassionate to those who are stuck in a place, or maybe people that don't have as much, or because God, let's face it, there's only a few of us that actually live good lives. Like some people in America, some people in Great Britain, but there's a lot of poor people in third world countries, and gosh, I could just imagine how they feel, or maybe they feel good. Who knows? Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'll just say that it left me with a lot more compassion, and yeah, I guess I could just stop with that.
You know, I think that a lot of my attitude changed as well. You know, it's ironic. I think that my ex-wife would actually appreciate the more or the less judgmental and you know, just closed-minded position that I used to have. Right? I feel the same way. Like, I can have a conversation with someone about this discussion, and it doesn't have to be heated. Right? It doesn't have to be. So, I mean, I guess that resonated a little bit with what you're saying about being in a certain situation, and it totally changes the way that you are. But going back to some of the things that have been talked about before, you know, a lot of the books that I read in my education understood that they're
You're breaking up on me.
I took a lot of we're actually pushing in a
Sounded good towards the end. Try again. Start your sentence up.
pushing corporates. You live not coming in.
Go back
Can't hear
about
you
30
that well.
seconds.
Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you got like a 10 to 2.
I think I'm. I think I'm breaking.
You are
Yeah, you're
breaking
breaking
up.
up.
You're breaking
You got
up.
a
Your
10 to
roboting
2.
bad.
So I'm just gonna go
Yeah.
on.
Download, upload speeds 10 to 2.
Are we still in this incoherent shit?
What else we got? Let's switch it up. What else we got,
I
guys?
mean, are we still talking about the Genesis being?
I don't know. I wanted to say, you can really go through like sensory deprivation, and then it changes your mind about stuff. Like when you don't have all this stuff in your body, and you're not just like pounding meat every day. Like, can we consider that normal? That led me to wanting to be a vegan and really like challenging myself, because I felt like I had to do this for my body. Like I wasn't even allowed to put meat in my body during this time. It felt like it was going to make me feel worse. Like I literally was in a state where meat was going to make me sicker. So yeah, that
Hey,
happened.
What's the topic,
hey,
Jeremy?
Electric, can I talk to that real quick? Yeah, how you said about eating, man. I'll tell you what, they fed me good in there, and here's probably some TMI that maybe you guys don't want to hear, but I think Electric talked about it, how how he didn't feel like what he was doing was good for his body or something. I think, what did you say about that? I don't want to put
That
words
after
in your mouth.
5 days of not like maintaining the kind of diet I had, where I really believed the Atkins and the who's the guy. I mean, I've heard all the arguments about eating meat, and so I did that, and then I got really sick, and I felt like if I ate meat, I was going to get sicker, so I didn't.
Okay,
Well, hey,
yeah, let me talk. Let me talk to that real quick, and then I'll shut up. But yeah, I did the same thing. What I actually did was I listened to Jim Brewer and Joe Rogan, and they were talking about, you know what,
Yeah,
and they were saying that certain drugs could help you, like the I word. We all know what that is. I didn't take that, but I actually took antibiotics. Now, what the antibiotics did to me was totally mess up my gut flora, so I couldn't eat. So about a month, I couldn't eat. I didn't have any digestion. So here's the TMI. I couldn't even use the number 2, and it was like, it was the most sickest I've ever been. It was the most painful thing I've ever went through. It was brutal. But they fed me good in the hospital, and it was like 4 or 5 meals a day, huge meals. They fed me awesome breakfast, awesome lunches, meat, everything. But I couldn't use the bathroom, man.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Cool.
Go ahead if you
So,
want.
Joe Rogan had this guy, Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson was talking about his daughter being like so sick that she couldn't function. And she did this elimination diet where she kept eliminating things and eliminating things. And then Jordan Peterson, I heard, got down to where they only eat meat. So I say for some people, like if it, makes you better to only eat meat, then only eat meat. And if other people say that they only want to eat, like carbs, vegan or whatever, like do it, like whatever helps you, right? But I would say more important than that, it's really important to understand like how the gut flora works, and your body is like not just an organism, but it's a community of organisms. And most of the DNA in your body isn't your own. So you're supposed to have like a really good gut fauna. And if you don't have it, you probably need to get it. And every time you take regular antibiotics, it completely wipes that out. But if you take colloidal silver, it doesn't. So
See, Larry, you're speaking like a conservative, man.
What?
You're speaking like a conservative. Because if a conservative doesn't like a show, they just switch a channel. Socialist doesn't like a show, they want to cancel it. If a conservatives doesn't like meat, they'll go vegetarian.
No,
Socialist,
I think.
if a socialist, hold on, man. Socialist
Sorry,
doesn't like
sorry.
meat, they want to cancel meat for everybody.
I don't think he's
Yeah, just
talking
real
like
quick
a
with what
conservative.
Larry said.
No, hold on. Hold on,
It's
man.
just that he
Hey, let
said
me
that
respond to that.
like what he said was, well, if you don't like meat, if you like be a vegetarian, go for whatever makes you happy, man.
You're gonna
Yeah,
suggest
he's
I got this
talking.
idea from
He's talking
socialism.
like a Democrat.
Literally
He's
telling you,
saying
I never felt this way until
you
I
have
got rid
choice.
of it.
You have a
So
choice.
that's not socialism at play.
Not
That's
Democrats, man. They
meat.
if they don't like something, man, they don't like the show, they'll freaking try to cancel it. What are you talking about?
No, but they're pro-choice, dude. That you get the choice. He was saying it was not conservative. Conservatism. He was saying you can choose whatever you want for your body. That's all he was saying.
That's not a socialist type of thinking, man.
Okay, so
The socialists you can only think their way. Otherwise, you don't have a choice.
That's not true, man. That's 100% false. The Democrats are the same way. This is
Don't
a
they want
false
to cancel everybody? Don't they want to cancel Katy Perry because she wrote a song and then Jay-Z said something in a song like 10 years ago, and now they want to cancel because of cultural appropriation. So now they want to cancel Katy Perry. I mean, the leftists are always trying to cancel shit they disagree with. Well, it's because of his brokeism.
Yeah. Hey, the Democrats are pro-choice, and the conservatives are pro-life. They only want it one way. You can't go against.
Tell me about all the choices with an abortion you get to make. Either the baby comes out dead or the baby comes out
I'm
dead.
just saying, Larry. Hey, I'm just saying he's making a false equivocation of your example.
I'm not.
You're
I
saying
want
you
to
have
bring
to
something
choose.
up with the abortion thing after Good White Light's done.
Oh man, I'm done, man. I'm just saying. Larry was saying you could choose on what's good for your body or what's not. Just because Electric said he thought that he didn't need to eat meat doesn't mean that applies for everybody.
Yeah, but if a socialist will want to freaking cancel meat,
All right, so you know how they just overturned the Roe versus Wade thing, right? I don't know how that's going or whatever, but if anyone's ever read the book Freakonomics, they actually made a link to abortion and crime rates, right? Before abortion was legal, there was a wild amount of crime, and they linked it to, parents are having kids that they don't want, so they're not raising them right or abandoning them or whatever. So those children grow up to commit, they weren't raised right. They're out there committing crimes and doing wild shit. So once they made abortion legal, like 15 or 20 years later, the crime rate started reducing over time, and they saw less and less crime coming about. So they just overturned Roe versus Wade because I feel like they want more crime to happen. Like they need big prison's big business. Like there's a lot of money in prisons. I don't know if you guys know, but like there's a lot of money to be made off privatization of prisons, right? So anyways, it might have been a little off topic. Go ahead.
Just real quick, what's absolutely stupid is that even though I turned off the Wi-Fi toggle, I still have a shit connection with Discord. It's ridiculous.
You're on the road?
Yeah, I'm a trucker.
Honk if you're horny.
Bro, be careful out there. I mean, you're probably just getting shit reception, in the area you're driving through.
Yeah.
It's everywhere, bro. It's everywhere. It's just Discord. Like I could stream YouTube, no problem, no buffering, nothing. Jump on Discord, it's shit.
Might be the region you're hooked up to.
Be the what?
The region?
The region. I go into Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, everywhere.
Hey, I wanted to.
Sorry, go ahead.
Real quick, Larry, I want to touch on Jeremy's point, how they made a correlation between more crime and abortion. Well, I don't think they're taking into account other factors like, let's just say post, what we just went through, post C. Remember all the, all the looting that happened? They'd have to actually take that into account as well. So you couldn't basically, you couldn't make an argument for something because that would be a factor as well. And there's no way you can isolate crime because there's always been times like that, at times of looting. Whatever year this is, I'm sure we could find something in the year, in the news in that year that there was some sort of turmoil that could have affected that that conclusion or that correlation that they're trying to come to.
There could have been other factors, yes. However, that's not a stretch what I said about parents having kids they don't want, and now they're not, they're probably not raising the kids right. Maybe some of them were, some of them probably weren't. A lot of them were getting put up for adoption or just, left to rot or whatever. Basically the parents didn't give a fuck because they didn't even want this kid. So it could be other things. There's definitely probably other factors, yeah. But I mean, if you want more crime, that's a good place to start. Let's start making all these people keep the kids that they don't want. They'll raise them all fucked up and not correctly, and then we'll get a whole bunch of crime in 15, 20 years.
Well, Jeremy, if I ask you this, hold on, Larry, real quick, and then I'll finish. Who is actually planned? Like, let's just say, like, really, I'd say maybe about, okay, I'll give you, let's just say 1 out of 4 kids is actually planned, but it's probably more like 1 out of 25 is more likely. So the number's way down.
There's a difference between planned and not wanted at all, right? Like me and my wife didn't plan to have a child, but it's not like when we found out she was pregnant. But it's not like when we found out she was pregnant, we were like, yo, we don't want this kid. We got to get an abortion. Shit, abortion's illegal. That's a whole different scenario from planned to not wanting the kid.
Okay, but how do you know who wants their kid and who didn't? Did these studies actually ask, hey, while your kids grew up because they weren't unwanted, and they went on because they're unwanted kids and they went on to commit crimes, how many of these criminals did they ask this question to? Because I'm probably
I don't think they
zero.
asked any criminals any questions. They didn't ask any criminals any questions in this.
Exactly. So I think
they just made a correlation. They just made a correlation between the. You think so? You don't think that makes sense? What I said about people that don't want children, they want to have it. Okay, well, it makes sense in my mind. And people that don't. All right, go ahead, bro. I'll wait.
Go ahead,
I don't want you interrupting my every word.
Yeah, how's that feel, Jeremy? How's that feel, bro?
It's fucking annoying. I know. Go ahead, Flat D. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you asked me how much of what. Okay, I was going to tell you of what percentage I believe that. I was going to say 0, but I'll give you 5%. 5%
Hey, you all
possibility.
set? Oh my god, that was a long pause, bro. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm finished, man.
Okay, you sure? All right. So it's not a stretch to think that people that don't want to have a kid and want to have an abortion aren't going to raise the kid right. They might have wanted an abortion because they knew that they couldn't raise a kid right, or some other reason, whatever the reasons may be. They don't want the kid. So it's not a stretch to think that they're not going to put the time or effort. Now, maybe some of them are. Yeah, some of them have kids. They're going to love them, try to raise them as best they can. And other ones are going to be like, well, I don't give a fuck. I didn't even want this kid, blah, blah, blah. So they're not going to raise them right. Those kids aren't going to be taught how to act in society and what's the difference between right and wrong. They're going to grow up doing wrong things, committing crimes and whatnot. I mean, that's not a stretch.
I'm just saying that you can't even correlate this because there's so many dynamics and variables that tie into how a person's behavior is going to be as they get older. Not just because they were loved, that's a big part, but God, then you got to deal with environment. What's their environment like? Are they growing up poor? Because I'll tell you what, I'm sure there's unwanted kids that grow up in a rich community and they're just trust fund kids, but yet they're not at the will of scarcity and no money, where they have to do some of these things just to survive. So if they grow up in a poor area, they have to commit crimes just to survive. And there's some trust fund kids that aren't subjected to that. So that's another factor you didn't even take into account, which clearly blows your whole argument out of the water.
It doesn't blow my whole argument out of the water. Here, I'm reading this from Wiki. No significant effects are found for property crime. The effect of legalized abortion reported by Donahue and Levitt, 2001, is largely unaffected, so that abortion accounts for 29% decline in violent crime, elasticity 0.23, and similar declines in murder and property crime.
Hey, that Donahue and Levitt, I'd line up both of them. And have you ever watched that Three Stooges? I'd slap Donahue and Levitt just like that. Hey, wait, hold on. As I'm slapping them, I'm gonna say, here's your 29%. Yeah, yeah, dude.
Hold on. Let me tell you how I'm gonna slap these guys.
Yeah, are you done, or do you want to tell me more about how you're gonna slap them?
Donahue and Levitt, yeah. I'm gonna line them up and slap the shit out of them.
Okay. This is from Stanford. This is from Stanford.edu. From 1991 to 2014.
That's even worse.
Go ahead.
They should know better.
No, that guy interrupted me to talk. That's not, guys, we got to have some kind of social awareness. When two people start talking at once, that means it's not time for a third guy to jump in. Please, guys, go ahead, whoever that was trying to get in.
Okay. All I wanted to say,
they probably had a lot of things put in motion at the same time that could also increase the crime rate. It's like, who knows what was really going on between the 60s and the 90s with gangs and prison complexes, right? Like, I have no idea. I don't want to get into all that. But yeah.
So this is from... Okay, my bad. I thought you were done. That was a long pause.
That's dude.
I got next after Jeremy.
Okay.
So this is from Stanford.edu. From 1991 to 2014, the violent and property crime rates each fell by 50%. Legalized abortion is estimated to have reduced violent crime by 47%. Here's another one from PRB.org. The states with high abortion rates have experienced more dramatic declines. The authors estimate 15% higher declines in crime. There's definitely this correlation's there. Like, you can't act like it isn't there. So,
I mean, they're not taking into account rap music or any sort of influential music, any sort of economic factors. 1991 to 2014, that's 25 years, man. Come on, man. A lot of shit has happened in 25 years to try and make a correlation in that time span. I'd have to say that
I want to go after Larry because
money. Hold on, I'm not finished.
Good
man.
way. Yeah, but Larry was supposed to go right after that, and you just interrupted the whole process, Brad.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Oh, I thought I was making a valid point, but go ahead, Larry. Sorry, bro.
I yield my time. My God.
I'm finished. Wait, I'll go after
Okay.
you.
Well, I'll finish.
Yeah, they didn't take every single little thing into account. There's just this correlation between legalized abortion and the crime rate. They didn't take into account rap music or how many dicks your mom sucked. All right, they didn't take every little thing into account. Right, they only taking in if abortion's legal to the crime rate. That's it, bro.
I could give you something else. I mean, that contradicts what you're saying. That has nothing to do with abortion. This is from Chicago, University of Chicago, .edu. The crime decline is also. The question. The thing is understanding why crimes fell in the 1990s. This is a PDF. Then it says crime decline is also frequently attributed to increased imprisonment, change in the market for crack cocaine, the aging of the population, tougher gun control laws, the strong economy, and increase in the number of police. Increase.
Yes, there's
unaccounted for
lots of factors. There's lots of factors and why the crime rate may increase or decrease. Obviously, yes, it's not just
what makes more sense.
Very one.
I got a causative
Yeah, bro.
An increase in police.
It doesn't even account for
crime
3
laws
strikes, you're out.
or imprisonment.
I got a
makes
causative
more sense
factor.
than. All right, I'll do you after this. It makes more sense than because we started killing more babies. Therefore, the crime rate fell. I mean, that makes more sense to me.
Well, no, I'm saying there's this baby, right? The mom or dad or whatever didn't want the baby, so now maybe they're not, raising it right. Like I said, like okay, if the mom had an abortion, no baby to commit any crimes, but now the mom has the baby, she doesn't want the baby, she doesn't treat it right, she treats the baby like shit. We're products of our environment. She doesn't teach it the difference between right and wrong, whatever the case may be.
Sorry.
The kid's gonna grow up and probably commit crimes if he was raised like that.
Well, I mean, it's a Melendez family.
Yes, you can point out
kill their
specific.
parents. I mean,
That was a hoax.
Whatever.
You can point out specific instances where rich people commit crimes and people from good areas and people whose parents love them dearly. Yes, that all still happens.
I doubt that it has to do with the way you raise them, right or not. You're raising maybe yes, but same because it's a factor of a son that didn't want to be raised or somebody that didn't want to be raised or anything like that. It's kind of bit of
well, would you agree that the raising of a child has a lot to do on whether he's going to grow up and commit crimes or not? It may not be the 100% end all be all, but the way a child was raised in his environment is that'll have a lot to do with if they commit crimes, right?
Can affect, yeah. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I'd assume it would have a big effect on it.
I think you've got a very good point, actually, Jeremy. Although I don't agree with abortion whatsoever. But yeah,
this isn't a for or against abortion thing. This is just a link to the.
Wish I could agree, but I can't because it's not like a all or nothing thing. Because just like myself, there are a lot of people I know from a bad environment, and I'm not a bad person. I don't commit crimes, and neither do a lot of us. So
yes,
I get
it's not
100%. Somebody with a shitty could is. I don't even know most likely because I wanted to be the opposite of how I was treated, how I saw people being treated. Like I just have a need for doing.
Eli,
Hey,
I'm
your
just saying I had
connection's
a
off.
need.
Eli, you're roboting, bro. Hey, I'd say, Jeremy,
I think it
it's
got fixed though
probably,
right now. I can hear him
hey,
perfect
it's
now.
probably correlated, Jeremy. It's probably 20. I'll give it 20% of the actual cause, and then you got environment, and then you got influence, and then you got other factors. You got economic factors. I don't think it's the underlying cause. I think it's part of the whole, but I wouldn't say link it to this. Therefore, this is the fault. It's not. Abortion is not the single fault to if somebody's wanted or not.
I never said it was.
But it's
never
part of
said
the
it was.
problem. It's not the
That's
whole
Well, let's
problem.
take
what
it. Can y'all hear
been
me?
saying the whole time. We hear you
Can
now.
y'all hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
you know, I don't think he was saying that. He just said that that's not what he was saying. But like if you take it back to childhood and our experiences as children, like I mean, I guess we can argue that like if you're an abusive parent, then you're seeing the effects of it from birth. But no, I've met a lot of my friends' parents who were actually very decent, and I've you know sleepovers and all of that, like knowing their parents in and out, and it's like so I'm taking that out of the equation to say that when we get together as kids, sometimes there's good kids and sometimes there's bad kids. That asshole was an asshole on his own. Like it wasn't his father, wasn't his mother, wasn't any like that kid is just a fucking dick. You know what I mean? Like that happens. I think who we are is who we are. This whole thing about people changing, I'm not sure that's like necessarily true. Like what changes? Like I might choose not to do something. That doesn't mean that I don't have the same range of emotions or the same outlook. Well, yeah, the same range of emotions on specific things. You know, like you could probably change political ideas, but if you're a thief, you're probably not gonna stop nabbing like your friend's CDs or uh, anything that a klepto would steal. Like just like pathological liars, we know them now. We knew them since they were children. Like that doesn't change.
You know,
I've been a
as
procrastinator my whole life since I was a baby.
you
I
know that
really pray for it to change. Hasn't changed, and
you know
I'm not
that
willing to do anything about it.
you know that when we're
As
formed,
fucked up as that sounds, I know that that's true,
you know that when we're formed, the
regardless of
first
how
thing
I
that
feel about it. You know,
Dude, let me just
damn,
say, Elijah, that was hilarious, by the way.
you know
You
that when
realize what
we're
you just
formed,
said?
you know
what?
that when we're formed,
Said
the
you're a
first thing.
procrastinator, and then you went with it. Sorry, carry on, Elbow. That was hilarious.
No. Wait, why was that hilarious?
Because you were like, I'm
procrastinating your sentence.
yeah, because you were like, I'm not willing to do anything about it. You just made me laugh. Sorry.
No, because we know what it. Because that's like y'all know what I'm talking about. Like if you gotta stop drinking a little bit, you're
Yeah,
like you're
man, I
drinking a
know
little bit
exactly what
too
you're
much,
saying.
or you're smoking a little bit, and it's like I know, like I'm saying in my mind and in my heart, I know that I don't want to do this, but I also know that I'm not gonna stop. Like those two things are possible.
That's
You
why.
said one of the things you mentioned was that
It's like I
those
want
kids
to
were.
want
Can
to
you
stop.
hear
The
me,
problem is I
Elijah?
don't want to stop. You get what I mean?
Can you
Yeah.
hear me, Elijah?
Well.
Can Elijah hear me?
Yeah, I'm sure he
Ask him
can.
if he hears me.
Can
Eli,
you
you
hear
got
Is that
yourself
one
Elbow?
elbowed.
speaking? No, I
Eli,
don't.
you got
Somebody
elbowed.
was speaking earlier that I couldn't hear. Yeah,
It
hold
was
on.
me.
Oh, I do have him muted. Hold
Now
on.
this is where he pretends like he's got you turned down or muted or something when in reality he just don't give a fuck.
No. He's dead ass muted. Like I have because his microphone has a red line through it. No one else's mic has a red line through it. It just has the clear the white line through it. But how do I unmute him?
Right click me, maybe. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Wait.
You're
I
on
know
your
how to do
phone.
it.
Tap on his name. Yeah.
I got to go to the list first instead of
Yeah,
the
get to the
squares.
list. I used to mute people on accident all the time because if you have your phone in your pocket and you go to reach for it or something, like you can mute people on accident. That's a
Someone's
likely
been
story.
talking all morning. I've been missing like half the good conversation. I'm like, who the fuck is Travis talking to? Like, it's like, yeah, elbows there. Of course he was. We were talking about the Bible. So I missed all of elbow. That was you, wasn't it? That was you
Oh,
was there. I just wanted to.
Travis got fucking destroyed this morning.
I missed it because I went to the FED. Like I respect everybody's views and stuff when it comes to theology. Like I'm not gonna try to push back, especially when I know I'm too ignorant about the Bible. I wouldn't even begin to be like, yeah, you're wrong. Like I couldn't do that. But
I don't know anything about it, but I was ready to jump right in there.
What's funny was
yeah,
one of the things that
I
you
just know
said.
that an allegory is like, in order for an allegory to be an allegory, you have to know it's an allegory by the person who's saying, like that's like a person giving you an example without saying, for example. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, like the fact that it's an example, like you're going to know it's an example because they're going to say, this is an example. So I don't like, you can't just call something an allegory that isn't stated to be an allegory. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Travis.
Call it something else. I don't know. But what were you going to say?
Speaking
Sorry.
to what you were saying earlier, that the guy was born an asshole, he was going to always be an asshole. Yeah, I was gonna say one of the things that the first thing that's created in a person is the asshole, and that's your rest of your body comes from that. Is what throw that in there, but it's kind of lost in meaning now. But yeah, it was just kind of like it's simple.
But yo, does it not make sense this abortion and crime rate link? Like, yo, if you let the parents abort the kids that they don't want, that's going to be less potentially, troubled or ignored kids, or kids that the parents don't give a fuck about. Like, it makes sense to me. I don't know.
Can I respond to that? So your stuff is not correlative, or it's correlative as far as I can tell. But I actually know that there's quite a bit of research on kids who don't have both parents in the household have a much higher chance of being criminals and ending up in prison. And pay attention, notice it said both parents, and this is actually causative. Like, the literature is pretty cut and dry on this. I don't think anybody could actually argue. So basically, if you've ever known someone who's raised by their mom and has quote unquote daddy issues, you know that he's the type of person that every now and then you want to smack him in the mouth, right? Because his daddy was never there to smack him in the mouth. That's why we say women nag, right? Because women don't smack each other in the mouth when they nag too much, right? But men will go ahead and do it. A group of men will turn around and smack one of the younger guys in the mouth and say, "Quit nagging," right? So this is kind of really important with society, right? That both parents raise the children. Sorry
I
about
didn't
the
have
pause.
more of parents. Others,
So,
my parents.
yeah, there's a thing with cognition there. Like, you're right, Hank. Because one causes you to activate your cognitive skills, while the other kind of allows you to push illogic to the limit. Like, because again, like if you're doing something stupid, like me, I used to do dumb shit all the time, and I just get popped. And so instead of I'm gonna do everything I can until I get popped, it's wow. How can I not get popped? I need to do everything imaginable not to. So if it's like I'm saying something and I feel like, oh, you know what? That's not right. Like, I'll stop. Versus with my mom, who like may threaten, may even get the belt, but it's more bark. And it's like, yeah, I don't have to think about it, because when you're not challenging me, I'm going to continue on. Like, there's no immediate threat. You know what I mean? So I don't have to think about my action.
All right, so listen, there's like a million correlations you could do. You could probably find a correlation between people that own cats and crime, right? Single family house, single parent households, mothers with a low IQ, fathers who drink. You know what I mean? A million correlations. This is just one of them, and it makes sense to me in my mind that parents that didn't want a kid and wanted to have an abortion but couldn't are now stuck with this kid that they don't want to raise, and they're not going to raise him right. And the kids, you know, if you don't raise a kid right, he's likely to go out there and commit crimes.
I think those are just excuses for the human nature, man. Yeah, I mean, teaching somebody right it's. I think that's the main part, right? But human nature is to fucking be destructive and try to kill whatever stands in your way. But
Well, hey, along a little bit of what you guys were talking about, I came across, and I just posted, WT happened in 1971. When you look at those graphs, there was such a breakdown in society, families, just you name it. You can just Google it and then put 1971, sugar, corn syrup, like everything. And then in the 1970s, you know, with the Pokes and stuff, they didn't have any like new ones. They combined 3 Pokes in one. And that website I posted is amazing. WTF happened in 1971.
Yeah, I would agree. I've seen a lot of research that I've been doing lately about the economy hasn't been this bad since like
You
the
cut
early.
out. Check.
Mic check.
No, you sound good, dude.
All right, cool. So our economy hasn't been this bad since like the 1970s, and kind of the moral decay of society hasn't really been this bad since the 70s. And a lot of this is kind of, you know, history rhyming at this point right now with what's going on today and the early 70s.
Yeah, I've sent you a couple of bits on vitamin C, Larry. I'm sure you know if you're talking about colloidal silver, but yeah, you could take 6,000 milligrams all at once right now. Do you know? I'm not sure if you ever heard of Linus Pauling, but he was a doctor back in the day, and I know we can't talk too much around this subject.
Been on him a long time. My first boss. Who was he? You just got
Somebody's hot mic, and who is it? Me, sorry, you guys got it.
Rob stayed the same.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, Larry, you can take an obscene amount of vitamin C all at once, especially when you're sick. The more sick you are, the more you can take, basically. Yeah, and he would say, just as you feel something coming on, you can take sort of 6,000 milligrams all at once. The recommended daily allowance is about 65 to 90 milligrams. You can still get scurvy on that amount, by the way, as well. The amount of information in my head about vitamin C is ridiculous, and I could talk about it all day. But I was going to talk about the point we were talking about, the crime rate and all that. I think there's an overarching point and all that goes perfect for this server, which is scientism. Think about what they've told everybody, that, you know, they're basically meaningless. They evolved from pond scum. They're insignificant. I mean, I think that's got to play a part. Don't you think?
Yeah, I was going into the worldview next. You took the words out of my mouth.
So,
You know
anyway, I
what
sent
was
you.
thinking, guys?
Yeah, go on, I say.
Can a silhouette refract? Sorry to change the subject, but that's what I was thinking.
Put out a little
But
bit.
I'm willing to wait.
What
I've been wondering about that. I've been wondering about that since yesterday too. Yeah.
I missed that totally. What did you say?
Well, we were wondering, you know, Mount Canigou.
Oh,
and
yeah.
we were going on, and I was saying, okay, can a silhouette refract?
Oh, yeah. I remember. Yeah, the sun thing that Jeremy was talking about, I couldn't jive with that at all. I thought it was a false equivalence. That was just my 2 cents.
Isn't it funny that I can't find anything on the web relating to that? Did anybody have a look, or?
Nah, I already knew you weren't good. Wouldn't find out. I mean, who the fuck even knows that?
Yeah, yeah. Now, if a silhouette cannot refract, right? You know what happens to their theory, right?
Oh yeah,
But
they're
bye
all gonna
bye.
say it. So yeah, they got the radius wrong at the very least. At the worst, you've disproven the radius. But
Yep.
they'll have to say a silhouette can refract. Like they don't have any choice.
Yeah,
They
and
have that's in their model. Like that's going to be in their model no matter what. If they have to ad hoc it or whatever, that's going to end up being in their model. That silhouette's going to refract no matter what. So it
I
has to
wonder
be.
if they're
Otherwise, you don't have a model.
yeah. I wonder if they're writing it in right now somewhere. Hurry up, we gotta get this down, man, or we're screwed. Yeah, I checked. I couldn't find anything. Nothing. Not a single thing. Now, maybe I'm just a bad researcher, but Google silhouette refraction. See what you get. And if that's
Yes.
boring, sorry.
Go on, bro.
No, I was gonna say if that's boring, I'd like to challenge Earth, his life, to a little conversation about his famous hotel picture. But I'm really like fascinated about this silhouette thing. Like, I thought I'd do a simple search and okay, get something, but there's absolutely nothing on the topic.
You mean Earth is life's long distance, low level observation over a turbulent marine layer?
Yes, sir. The one I came up with, surfboard paradox. Yes, that one.
The exact
Or
same type of observation they tell us that is not good because you're going to be heavily refracted.
yes, sir. Exactly that one.
You mean the one for years we've been telling B-Ball and his own side has been telling him that because it's heavily refracted, you can't use it as any type of proof of anything?
I believe you have the picture correct. The one he keeps posting all the time. Yes.
What would that make that person? And why would you want to talk to him?
True, true. I think I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Yep. Good point, Rick. Yep.
Glad I can set you straight. I'll be here all week.
Cheers, brother.
I mean, seriously, brother, double speak on that is no. You can't do long distance observations, low level over water in the marine layer because you're going to get this looming and refracted effects that are going to give you all types of readings. You can't use it for any proof. Oh well, except for B-ball and Soundly's low level long distance observations over the marine layer, except for those because they prove what we call the globe. And
Yeah.
leave out perspective and refraction when we're doing it.
Yeah. The
They just
sound
look at
thing.
effects and say, "There it is." They
Yeah.
don't. There's no justification for what they're saying. They're just like that. That's like me looking at a wall and then I'm like, "There it is." Like, and I'm like, but how is this a portal into the next dimension? Well, look, it's a wall. Here it is.
It's a
Like,
wall.
no,
No,
don't
the
show
beauty.
me something in the distance and tell me what it is. Like, like justify your statement with some kind of evidence, or just go somewhere. I don't know.
I knew
Yeah.
it was.
Beauty.
I knew it was over before, but when Soundly said that he can see Earth curve with his 20/20 vision from ground level, and not one baller stepped up and said, "Come on, man." I
Yeah.
knew it was really over then.
That's where I was going, Rick. Yeah. He told you
What do you?
that from eye level you can see a curve, right? And he told me the previous day or the day after that if we're standing shore to shore, we can see a 90-foot hump. That's dialetheism at its finest. Like believing in two truths, believing that yes, you can see a drop from my level 20/20 vision, he told Rakia, and he told me that there's a hump. If we're standing at the beach, there's a 90-foot hump of water between us.
Well, I just like
See, it depends on where you make your line, right? If you make a horizontal line, there's a drop. If you make a chord line, then
Or
there's a hump. Yeah.
but you'd have to be standing. It would be a drop if you're at the tangent point, and then it's a drop from each tangent going out. But it's the same distance, right? It's 90 feet over the Lake Pontchartrain deal. Chord line would be in the center. The water is 90 feet higher, or if you're at the tangent point, the shorelines on each side are 90 feet lower. It's still a paradox because you have 90 feet. Yeah. I mean, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, not
It
only that,
wouldn't be
Jeremy,
90.
I was specific. Jeremy, hold on. I was specific with Soundly. I told him the chord line, we're drawing it where our feet are, correct? And he said yes. And I go, and there's a 90-foot hump of water above that, correct? And he said yes.
Yeah, that's
So I
how
don't know
their model
about how
works.
you're saying where you draw the line and how you look, bro.
That's how their model works. Well, you keep saying there can't be a hump and a drop, but there is a hump and a drop in their model. It just depends on where you draw the line. If you draw a horizontal line out from your feet, there's going to be always drop in their model. If you draw a chord line, you're going to get a hump.
Forget about drawing lines. What do you see?
Well, how do we know if there's
Who's
a drop
drawing
or
lines
not?
here?
You've got drop. You got to draw a horizontal line, right?
Where are you drawing that horizontal line from?
Base, wherever
From
you
your
want.
feet or from your eyes?
Head or your feet. Pick one. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so let's take a canal, Jeremy. We have a canal 5 miles long, right? It's locked on either end. It's a calm day. You're telling me that if one person on one side, right, he looks at the water across and he draws a line. Where does he draw the line and what does he see in your vision, Jeremy?
If he draws a horizontal, no matter what he sees if you're on the ball, we're talking about the globe model. You're talking about the globe model or just in reality? Globe model, you're seeing drop over distance. Horizontal.
Well, okay, let's take the globe model, right? If you want, and put a canal there with locks on either end. Are you saying that the water curves?
In the globe model, yeah, the water's curving in their model, yeah.
I don't know what to tell you then, bro. Okay, how about in reality then?
What do you mean?
How about in reality?
You don't know what to tell me. You know how their model works?
Yeah, their model is ridiculous, bro. That's what I'm trying to show. And every time it seems I say that, you come and stick up and you're telling me about drawing lines and shit, bro.
Yeah, because how do we know if we have drop or a hump? How do you know what's what unless you draw a line?
Yeah, okay. And if you draw, that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you, in reality, if you draw a line, right? You draw a horizontal line where the canal is. How do you envision that water in respect to that level line that you draw, horizontal and level line? How do you envision that water in relationship to that line? You drew just above the water.
I envision it staying the same elevation the whole way because I think the water is horizontal and level.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you can't run around saying
why
in
do
their
you
model
even come up and say that, bro? I don't understand what's your reasoning of coming and saying in their model it's like that. I don't get it, bro.
In their model, there's no paradox. Just within their model, that's not paradoxical.
Yes, it is, bro. Now listen to this. But see, you're not getting this, bro. Even in their model, you can't have both a drop and a hump, Jeremy. You can't have a person on one side of a canal and a person on the other side of a canal, and you have both drops in between them and also forming a hump. Somehow you don't get that, bro.
No, you can because if you're on a ball, I'll tell you how. If you're on a ball, okay, the only way to know if there's chords or drops or humps or whatever's going on, we have to draw a line, right?
Okay.
All right, so we're going to draw a line. You can pick, do you want to draw a horizontal line? You're going to get drop because you're on a ball. Go get a basketball, put a ruler on top of it. There's going to be drop everywhere. You can spin the ruler from that top point. Now, if you pierce say you have a giant needle and you pierce the ball where you're from where one guy's standing to anywhere else on the ball, be a hump there. About where you draw the line. There's no paradox.
Okay, take your ball scenario, for example, right? You have a ball. Let's put the ball on the table, right? Obviously, there's a top and a bottom, right?
In their model, there's no top and bottom.
Okay, and when we look at it, let's just say we're on the top of that.
All right.
Okay. Now, there's a hump there, right? Because it's a ball. There's a continuous hump, right, on the top part.
The whole thing's a giant hump.
If I'm on one side of the hump and you're on the other side of the hump, right? What's the water in relationship to me and you?
It depends on how you want to describe it. You can describe it. You can describe it as the water is dropping between me and you, or you can describe it as there's a hump of water between me and you, because it depends on how you draw the line. If it's a chord line, it's going to be a hump.
Am I the only one, guys, here that's not understanding what? You guys get what I'm saying? How can you have a drop? If you just said there's a hump of water between you, the basketball. Where does the drop come in?
There's only a hump if you draw a chord. There's no drop if you draw a chord, all right? There's no drop. You can draw a chord, there's no drop. You can draw a horizontal. If you draw a horizontal, there's no hump according to the horizontal. There's just drop.
And the horizontal
paradox, bro.
The drop doesn't go away just because you draw a chord line.
Yeah,
thank you, Rakia. The hump is still there.
There's always drop and there's always drop and the humps there. Yes.
So what? You just pick and choose because you draw a line, the hump disappears, and there's a drop. Jeremy, come on, man.
Nope, the hump's still there. The hump's still there, and the drop is still there.
How, bro?
It's double, but boy. Let me say this, man. Jeremy, he's identifying a contradiction, and you're being an apologist in the way they would if we were arguing it. They don't have any justification for why they're saying exactly what you're saying right now. They just say it.
Sorry, I called him Kiwi.
But you're saying it's consistent.
I thought you were done. My bad.
And it's about what you're saying. You're saying it's consistent. When actually you can look at it one of two ways, but technically you just admitted that whether you draw a line or not, there's a hump. So the only difference is your ability to look at it from different perspectives, but reality doesn't have different perspectives. It's either one thing or the other. Well, in reality, like, you can have different perspectives, but it's still going to be that one thing. So it's like,
okay, he's saying this is in their globe model. So right now we're in the heliocentric globe model. And on their model, moving down, you can get a basketball. You can see that. Look at a basketball. From every spot on the basketball, if you put a ruler up to it, yes or no?
Okay.
It's yes or no. I have a follow up with this.
What do you, yes, Jeremy.
Ruler up to a basketball. Is there drop from every point on that? I have a follow up. It's just quick yes or no, and then I got a follow up, please.
Yes.
Yes, there's drop from everywhere from the ruler on the basketball. Yes. If I stick a cord through the basketball from one point to another point, is there a hump there? One more follow up and I'll be done. Yeah, there's a hump there?
Yeah.
So these both simultaneously exist at the same time. There's no paradox.
No, Jeremy, you're wrong.
What do you mean? No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. But see, the problem is that when is it going to be one or the other for the observer? Like when is it going to be simultaneously both or one or the other? Like, or which one is it going to be? Because it can't be both, right?
Just walk you through it. It's both. They're both there. We didn't change the shape of the basketball.
No, not there. The person standing on top of the ball, is he experiencing drop, or is he? If you're standing on top of the ball, are you experiencing both? No, because that would be a contradiction, wouldn't it?
You can experience both. It depends on which way you're looking. If you want to look straight ahead, you're going to see drop from everywhere. If you want to look at a tangent, if you want to look slanted down a little
I
bit, you're
tried,
going to see
Eli.
a hump.
I tried, bro. I tried many times. It's
Screw
not,
it with the
it doesn't
basketball.
seem.
Yo,
I'm not gonna
I
go.
threw it
I'm
with
not
the
gonna
basketball.
do this again too. I did this yesterday. It's okay, Jeremy.
Just walked you through it with the basketball.
Yeah, I don't want to gaslight you.
Drop there.
Look, I heard your point. You gave it. Listen, don't reiterate what you just told me. I know if you put a cord through the basketball, you have a hump. If you're standing on top of it, then you have drop from all directions. And I'm saying, okay, well, if you're just sitting there, standing somewhere, how could it be both? Can't be both.
Well,
Can't be both.
We just went through it. We just went through it on the basketball of how it's simultaneously on how
help
both
me, Crypto.
things.
Maybe I'm wrong.
It doesn't work
He's
though,
not
Jeremy.
helping.
You're looking at the basketball from the
hold on,
outside.
No,
You're not
Crypto's
being
trying
an
to
observer
talk.
on the basketball.
Crypto is trying to talk.
Yeah, you're both right. That's why you're arguing and not getting it.
They're not both right.
Hey, there's no paradox in the globe
Let him
auto.
explain.
You're both right. But of course, I'm going to be allowed to actually explain why. Okay, so when Jeremy says that you can be on top of the ball and there's drop everywhere, he's correct. When he says you can put a cord through and there's a hump, he's also correct. And the way Elijah needs to understand this is your orientation as a human on that ball. That's the only thing that people aren't getting. It's the orientation of the person, right? So if you are on top of that ball as your orientation, then of course there's not going to be any hump in front of you because you are perpendicular to the surface, right? But if you are putting yourself in a place where you're perpendicular to the chord plane, then of course there's going to be a hump. So you're both right and you're arguing over it.
No, I've been telling them about this chord horizontal thing the whole time. They're not trying to hear me though.
No, but you're both right. That's why you're arguing. You're going, I'm right.
They're not.
I'm right.
So you're perpendicular. So you're perpendicular to the chord, and what angle would that put you on the top of the surface?
Exactly. It doesn't. That's why it's.
No. But that's my point then. Like
I know it
you're
is.
making the point I'm making.
Right. I know. That's why I said you're both right, Elijah.
Okay, but SE is just saying, how could he say that that's not a contradiction? It's not. It can't actually be both.
Yeah, this is a true form of dialectism, guys. Sorry, I don't mean to insult anybody, but you can't have it both ways, guys.
If you can change the drop into a hump simply by shifting your gaze downward, Jeremy, that means we can also make the claim that on a perfectly flat Earth, there's a 90-degree angle up as long as we look straight down. It's absurd. You can't change it just because you change where your eyes were looking. It's either one or the other.
Yeah, that's the brutal truth, man. Sorry, guys.
Okay, I just walked
That's
through.
why I said, what angle would you be standing on top of the earth? Like, because obviously, it's not going to be perpendicular to a horizontal, I don't get, like, nobody's going to be doing the chord thing. Like, that's not a thing. That's
Let me
a
explain how
non-thing.
it's a thing. I know. Let me explain how it is a thing, though. Pretend you're standing on a globular Earth, right? And everything works just the way they say. You're in the middle of the ocean. There's nothing around you but water. What are you going to experience? You're going to see drop from every point away from you, right? Right?
Not. I mean, if I lived on a ball, that's what I would assume.
We're on the globe. Yeah, we're on the globe. You're in the middle of the ocean. There's no buildings, nothing, no mountains, nothing around. It's all water. All you can see all around you. You're going to experience drop from every point around you.
No,
right?
you're going to experience the water appearing to rise up to your eye level, looking like a plane, and a lot of sharks.
But I get
Yeah, but
you,
we're on
Jeremy.
the- we're
Okay,
on the
like
globe,
if you're a globalist, you're gonna what? See that's the. Are we on a globe, or are we in reality trying to determine if what the proponents of the globe say about the globe dictate the reality. That's what it actually is about. Now let's imagine. Okay, well, if we're not in reality, because I thought that you were saying there's no contradiction with the globe model. If like the globe model itself, in this regard at least, doesn't have a contradiction. And I'm like, well, if that's not tied to an actual experience, then I guess you're right.
Are y'all trying to say there's no sharks?
Listen, we're not in reality.
If you look to the left, Rakia, the sharks disappear. If you draw a cord, then the sharks appear. Sorry, Jeremy.
We're not in reality. SE put us in the globe model. So now we're standing on a globe.
He doesn't want to answer the shark thing. He's scared of it. I think. I don't know.
I just think you guys are arguing. This is just conceptual nonsense. Like, it's not real.
It is fun trolling Jeremy. They get to do it all the time and rumpus the shit out of him when they're trolling him. And we just want to have a little fun too.
You sons of bitches.
Hey, Mike Chick, can I be heard?
We hear you, Hank.
Awesome. So, does the drop cause the hump?
Oh God.
Yes. The drop causes the hump. Yes. Listen, you're in the middle of the ocean.
Did he just say that? Oh,
the drop causes the hump. Yes, absolutely.
Listen. Just like you're on the globular Earth, you're on the basketball. All right, same thing. We can both picture this in our minds, right? So you're looking out. You can't see any buildings, no mountains, nothing. On the globe, in the globe model, you're experiencing drop from every point away from you, right? But then, so now there's the drop. There's your drop. Now, if we put a building out at the horizon to where you can only see half of it, like B-Ball's picture, now you're like, ooh, look, there's a hump of water in between us, even though we know there's still drop there, right? Because we're on the globe. We know there's still drop there. But now we're experiencing the hump because we're like, now we can envision it and be like, oh, look, there's a hump of water blocking us. You could do it on a basketball or in their globe model or whatever.
Jeremy, don't worry, bro. I'm patient. Just like the Coriolis, it's going to take time, but I'm going to be patient with you because I like you. We're going to get through this, bro.
There's no paradox, I promise you. All right?
We destroyed him with the sharks. So I tell you, he just ran away from that like fish out of water. Jeremy
should have went through
the
Marlin.
Well, can I talk about how I believe? Can I talk about how I believe the sky debunks the globe?
Yeah, hell yeah, let's hear it.
This sounds funny. Go.
Curving gas.
I mean, because the sky is conforming to the shape of the sphere. Where do we see that at? Like so yeah, they always talk about how, oh look, you can see a star and then you can't. Oh look, you can see a sun and then you can't. Well, those aren't arguments that are tied to like any numbers at all. But what about the horizon that's supposedly 3 miles? And then what about the clouds that are molten?
Microphone's muffled.
Yo, we can't hear you.
Elijah's underwater.
Like any of that light from the sun.
You sound like Jeremy after 8 beers.
We missed the whole.
The beginning and end of that sounded good, but the middle sounded like shit.
Oh, because I was getting a call. Damn. Who the hell is calling me? Anyway. I'm saying, okay, so the horizon is 3 miles away, according to the geometry. So the sky should follow. And I'm just trying to figure out, since I'm looking at the ground that's supposedly curving at 3 miles away, when I'm looking at the clouds at a much higher altitude, I'm looking at
I can't talk to this guy.
Yeah, sorry, they won't stop.
Bring Jeremy back. We want to troll Jeremy.
Bro, I hate when I'm trying to talk and hear people. Go ahead, Eli.
So Okay, y'all got the ground part. Okay, the sky, like looking at these clouds, right? They're obviously not 3 miles away. They're like, I don't, how fucking far away are the clouds that I'm looking at? What angle are they curved? And how come is it that if it's curved at all, I don't experience that by way of the sunlight? Like, because say the sun is coming up from the east, it's up now. Like, say it's like 10 o'clock, whatever, yada, yada, yada. 10 o'clock level, it's up. I look to the west, there's no, there's no inkling of curvature in the sky by way of the shadowing of the clouds. Am I tripping? Is this, do I got to diagram this?
Hey, you
No,
tripping, dude. You gotta get off the drugs.
I mean, I'm looking at a cloud right now, and I'm just like, yeah, it just looks like it's on a horizontal plane.
It's just an angle change due to distance is all it is. If you're stationary and the cloud moves in any direction away from you or towards you, the angle just changes. So it looks, higher and lower. That's it, over a plane. As easy as that. They leave out perspective and add Earth curve in its place. It's ridiculous. It's actually that simple.
Yeah, they do the same thing on the ground. Drop is curved to them. Absolutely.
Hey guys, I was thinking about the other day. I saw like a GIF of the ISS, and it was like flying overhead, and they caught it. To me, it looked like an aircraft, right? But if this ISS is flying overhead, wouldn't there eventually be a point to where you look up and you see the underside of the belly, and then you look out towards the horizon and you see the underside of the belly and it dipping down, like it should be nosing down? But it looked like it flew off like a plane, like it was just level the whole way. I wish I had that GIF. I could show you guys.
Your voice changer sucks today.
Yo, Jen gave
Yeah,
us
I
a
know.
shout out. Jen gave us a shout out on Fight the Flat or whatever he was on, McToons or something.
Yeah, just
I don't know if you
call me
guys seen
Mr.
it.
Big Head today. Rocco's Modern World. Just call me Mr. Big Head.
Why would anybody go on that channel?
So
I don't get it.
so another thing that bothers me is the ground itself. Like this whole and Issa said it one day that really translated well to me, and he said, so you can see curvature from the ground because they do say you can see curvature. Some people say you can't, like Professor Dave, for whatever reason. But then you go high up, and what does he say? You see curvature from the ground, or you can't see it from but you can't see it from high altitude. Which one is it, or something like that? Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that every time I watch like a movie or a show with like drone footage of the whole city, I'm like, fam, that whole shit is flat. But we'll argue about whether there's curvature or not in 3 to 10 miles with Globers. I'm literally looking at an entire city, and the entire area is obviously flat. Like, what are we talking about?
By the way, that dude, Eli, is not a professor. Let's just say that.
Well, I watched the, I don't know. You guys must have seen the original Dave Weiss debate with him. I don't know if anyone here has seen it or not. But there's another guy.
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah, well, there's another guy called Mindshock who's actually done basically a logical fallacy count on the whole debate. So every time either Dave Weiss or Professor Dave uses a logical fallacy, he just kind of pauses the video and he goes, right, that's an ad hom and here's why. And then he goes like, that's a straw man and here's why, right? and I got about a third of the way through the video and it was 38-0 to Professor Dave on logical fallacies. And that was only about 20 minutes into the debate.
That's how he does everybody. Even his own side, he pretty much ad homs them and stuff. Like, it's crazy.
He steel manned him and made jokes all the way. That was a sad thing.
Yeah. There was what
you can take.
Sorry, just quickly. There was an instance right at the start of the video where he strawmanned a straw man, which is like, how do you even do that?
You add some steel to it.
You can take a tool that measures horizontal and go out to any body of water and measure the horizontal, right, of that water, and then go off into the distance on the land. And usually as you go north in my area, you're going to gain elevation or go away from the sea. Whichever way the river is flowing in your area, go up current and the elevation will get higher and higher. You can use the same tool to measure both of those instances. So why is the horizontal, the first measure you made, wrong, right?
Well,
why are
hold
you
on.
not able to measure correctly?
Are we on Xanax up a hill that river that flows up?
Dude,
Not that river.
Yeah, that's just on the geoid model that he puts like measurements on and goes, see, the river is flowing uphill on the geoid. It's ridiculous. Like that, even the ballers go, come on, Xanac. Like
No, Xanac told me literally elevation above.
Come on, Xanac.
Dude, he told me literally because I wanted to make sure. He said no, it literally starts at 1.5 feet elevation and ends at 8.5 feet elevation.
No.
That's what Xanac. I know. No, obviously that's not how water works, but that's what Xanac told me.
well, isn't there elevation from the center of the earth anyway? Like I don't get how they get the, like when they measured the bridge 5.1 above.
It's above mean sea level, not the center of the earth.
Oh, yeah, nobody. I roasted Rumpus so bad on Jose's one day, he fucking rage quit because he tried pulling that elevation from the center of Earth bullshit. It's not. It's never taken from the center of Earth. It's always from mean sea level. There's even a citation from Wikipedia saying that it's sometimes confused from the center of Earth, but it's actually from mean sea level.
I think Sean G was trying to get in and tell us when his MMA fight with Brummy is going to take place.
Can you guys hear me? Is my mic all right?
We hear you.
Yeah, I got a bad signal right now, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to interject as much of the convo.
What are you in an airport hangar?
Fuck you, yes. And I'm too lazy to go outside.
It was better than being in your mum's basement, I guess.
That is true. I do not live with my parents.
Well, that's the best place to live. You know how much money you'd save on a mortgage or rent or something?
Yeah, you know how much pussy you lose out on too?
Oh, yeah, you ain't getting no pussy. We gotta just find a girlfriend with an apartment. That's all.
Yeah, if you're living in your mom's basement, usually you're not too keen on trying to find a girl.
I got laid when I was at home before I got married.
It was all right for me as well.
Oh, yeah, I got mad pussy in my mom's basement.
I suppose when you're 18, it's not like if you're 38 or 48, it's like a different story.
Oh, yeah, I forgot
Big
about that,
difference.
yeah.
Just a little bit different.
I didn't factor that one in.
Or my favorite is I don't live with my mom. My mom lives with me.
Sean, there's a paradox in your globe model with this drop and hump thing.
No, there's not.
Tell him, Sean, there's no freaking hump. Tell him.
There is no hump.
Oh, you're the wrong one.
Here's the difference. Ready? Here's the difference.
Fix him, Sean.
Here you go, Jeremy.
No,
Here's the difference.
He doesn't think there.
Okay, hang on. There is no hump. There is no hump. Here's the difference. Here's the difference.
Well, he's right.
The same difference applies to the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon. In this way, we only observe the apparent horizon. The same way we do not observe a hump. Now, if you go to a map or a model and you're trying to map these things out, And that would be a situation where you would use the geometric horizon. And if you're trying to, say, figure out the sagittus, the tangent line, in that situation, you can then look at it like a hump. But in no possible way at all, in reality, is there a hump. Period.
Okay, so I'm looking at B-Ball's photo right now, and it looks like there's water blocking the bottom floors, right? Could we consider that?
I gotta find his picture. I don't know.
Bro, you don't need to find his picture. We all know what it looks like, dude. It's a floor. He's looking over the water to a skyscraper. There's like 10 floors missing on the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so we're looking at this building. There's water blocking the bottom floors.
Yep.
Right? There's water blocking the bottom floors. We could consider that a hump of water.
What you consider that what?
You can consider that a hump of water in your model.
No.
Why not? What would you call it? What would you call that bulge of water?
Here's
what would you call that bulge of water in between you and the what just tell me what you call the bulge of water. Don't tell me why.
Okay. Now, would you agree with this? You create a horizontal line, you create a hump, the hump will go from the horizontal line, above the horizontal line, and back to it. That would be considered a hump, correct?
No, absolutely. No. Absolutely not. Can you hear me? Hold on, my mic's not lighting up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, that's not a hump. That's the drop. There's drop from a horizontal everywhere.
No. Okay, let me say this again. You create a horizontal line. A hump would be a line that starts at that horizontal line, rises above it, and then drops back to it. That would be a hump.
So you're telling me?
No, I'm asking you. Would that be a hump?
Water going over the horizontal line? Sure. Yeah, that'd be a hump. But now are you telling me that?
Okay, now we look at B-Ball's observation. From where B-Ball is looking, you create a horizontal line from his eyesight, from his eye level. At no point does the water rise above his horizontal. Therefore, you can't have a hump because it at no time does from where you're at to what you see rise above your horizontal in any way. Therefore, it's not a hump. When B-Ball looks horizontal, eye level, horizontal from where he's at, he's not looking at the bottom of that building. If he was looking at the bottom of the building horizontally from his observation, then you could say there was a hump.
Okay, cool. So are you saying humps can only exist if they go above a horizontal? Like I can't be on the side of a mountain. Like say we have a smooth mountain, right?
Yep.
A hump on the side of the mountain. That's not a hump?
Again, if you're standing on the side of a mountain and you look horizontal, anything that rises above your horizontal all the way to something drops below your horizontal would be considered a hump.
So you're saying humps can only exist if it rises above a horizontal, dude. That's ridiculous.
Okay. One side.
Have you ever been skiing?
Of course. You're talking about a hill, Jeremy.
So you know what a double diamond, you know what a diamond trail is, or a double diamond trail or something?
Jeremy, let me make this clear.
Moguls are called.
There's only two certain scenarios in which this can be or not be. If B-Ball is standing on that beach and he's looking level from his eye level, horizontal line he makes across to the buildings. There's only two ways it can go. If it doesn't rise above his eye level, it's not a hump. The only way it would be a hump if his horizontal, his eye level was equal to the bottom of the building. And he was looking at the bottom of the building.
So if he looks at the bottom of the building, then there's a hump.
He's not looking. He would not be looking. He would not be looking eye level across the bay like he is. He would
if I look at the bottom of the building, all right. If I look at the bottom of the building, is there a giant bulge of water between my eyes and the bottom of the building?
No, that's earth obstruction. That's curvature.
Which on the ball is a giant curve.
Okay. I see what you're saying,
water,
Jeremy.
Right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. If you took a piece of paper, drew where you're B-Ball standing, showed the water, and then showed that building, and then you drew a line from your eye level to that building, that would be a hump.
Exactly. Perfect.
Okay. Now here's the problem. Now here's where you may not have listened. There is a difference. when you are making this observation, you would be verifying hump or no hump based on the horizontal line that your eyesight has created. And that means when he's looking at that building, he's looking straight across at, whatever story level 10. To look at the bottom of that building, he would then look down. Because he is now looking down, he is no longer looking horizontally across his line of sight.
He's looking down and he sees the hump.
Okay, and because you will never see that building through curvature, and the reason you are looking down makes it not a hump. Again,
okay, cool. So let's say somebody
look, eye level is above the water. Down is to the surface of the water. Down more is to the bottom of the building. Again, let me make this clear. You are looking down the whole time to get to the bottom of the building. You still have to look down to get to the water. For it to be a hump, you would have to be looking up at something. If you're looking down a hill and there's a hump, a speed bump going downhill, your horizontal line, your line that you're following to whether or not it's a hump, is that slope that speed bump is on. You got to understand the scenarios in which you're looking at something.
Well, hold on, I'm waiting for him to get done with this long ass monologue. I'm going next, please.
Yeah, but he's been saying the same thing that I said in 30 seconds for 5 minutes. That's why I'm getting a bit.
Yeah. Well, that's because every time I said it, Jeremy acted like I hadn't said it.
Yeah, but I said this ages ago.
So let's hit.
Okay, I'm talking to Jeremy, not you. So that's who I was expecting to respond to it.
Okay, but this isn't.
Let's hit.
As far as I can see, it's a live stream, and other people are welcome to talk, unless you call one-on-one.
Okay, but if you say that's what I said
Crypto.
5 minutes ago, then
Sean, I'm going after Crypto, bro. This has got to work where I get a chance to talk at some point. Crypto, go ahead. I'm going next.
Going right now.
Crypto wants to jump in. Go ahead, Crypto.
What Sean said about the horizontal plane is exactly what I said earlier. You've got a horizontal plane on top of a basketball, right? And then basically you're just changing the angle of the horizontal plane with relation to the ball that it's on. Okay. So if you want to do that and then say drop the horizontal plane, I don't know, 10 degrees, and now you've got like a little quote unquote hump, that could be hump or it could be curvature. Like what you guys were arguing about earlier is the same thing. So when you're like, oh, is it this or is it this? Well, it's both at the same time. And then SE's like, oh, that's dialetheism. Well, no, because I don't believe in this. This is all bollocks, right? So it's not me holding contradictory beliefs. It's the contradictory beliefs existing within the concept, right? Does that make sense?
That's cool. That makes sense. So, Sean, say someone get.
It's not curvature. Curvature.
Okay, well, you're wrong then. That's fine.
Crypto, for the record, it was Jeremy I was calling a dialetheist, not you, bro.
Oh yeah. Okay, no, all good then. But the point is that I'm saying that the concept itself. I was sorry, Jared, just quickly. I was analysing the concept itself, not my belief in the concept. Please go.
Wait, I want to go.
Jeremy, please go.
I know, Rocket. All right, listen, Sean. So we got B-ball and we got this fucking hotel room, this hotel building, right? Say someone was to get in the middle of them, go away a distance and lower down. Could they not get a side-on view to where they could see B-ball and see the bottom of the hotel room floor, the horizontal line there?
Yes, and from the side, from B-ball to the building,
Hold on, let me walk. I just walked with you. Walk with
from B-ball, the guy in the middle would be lower than B-ball, and the building in the bottom of the building would be lower than that guy.
Jesus Christ. Can you just walk with me, please? Or I'm not even going to do this. I walked through your bullshit a minute ago. Now walk with me through my bullshit, please.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is
B-ball,
I have
guy in the middle,
so we can
and
get
the building.
Right? Is this Xanax
never mind.
on a voice
never
changer?
mind.
I heard
Xanax
you.
tactic right there.
Jeremy, I heard you.
Do you
I
hear
literally
Jeremy
heard
saying,
you,
be
and
quiet,
I was
let me
responding to what you said. What did I say different?
That's all you're doing is talking.
Okay,
Maybe listen
what
to
did I
Jeremy.
say, Jeremy? What did I say
You
that wasn't what
haven't
you said?
shut
From the
up.
side view, The guy in the middle would be lower than B-ball, and the building would be lower from the
Nobody
guy in the
wants to
middle.
talk to you, dude.
Okay, well, I was
Because the
trying to
way you
answer.
just
He said
treated
I didn't hear
Jeremy.
what he said. I did hear what he said. He said he wanted to walk through what I said.
You're
What he
still
said?
talking.
Yeah, I am.
You're Xanax.
Oh no, I'm Sean.
No,
I
really,
know
you're
who I
So
am.
we can get an orthographic view. We can get an orthographic view of B-ball and the building, right?
Yes.
A horizontal line between B-ball and the building.
Yes.
Okay, and there's going to be a giant bulge of water in between B-ball and the building, right?
No.
Not going to be. So there's not going to be a water. You don't know the globe model if you don't think there's going to be a
No, I
bulge of
do know the
water in
globe model. Let
between
me say
B-ball, the
this
line
again,
we
and
just
this is
drew,
why I
and
said what I
between the
said.
line we just drew from B-ball.
Okay.
Oh, Sean, relax,
Exactly.
bro. Relax. I'm mid-sentence.
Mm.
It's going to be a
Did you say there was
giant
a guy in the middle?
hump.
Did you say there was a
He's
guy in the middle?
still. That's the beginning of his
I
sentence
know.
Thanks,
now.
Rakia.
Yeah, thanks for you interrupting
Did
Jeremy
you say
twice.
there was a guy in the
Mid-sentence
middle,
and now
Jeremy?
beginning of the sentence. And now you're still talking.
Yeah, I am. Jeremy, did you say there's a
Yeah,
guy
We
in the
have
you
an
middle?
know things have
orthographic
changed
view.
around
He's
here,
not in the.
right? We don't allow characters like you to come in
Do
here
you
and
have
interrupt.
something useful
Oh,
to
then
ask,
kick me. Hey,
Rakia?
Rakia, then kick me.
I
Hold
can't
on,
kick
guys.
you. I'm not a
Let's
mod
all
for some
relax.
reason. Just
Okay, then shut
quit
the fuck up. Then
over
it's not up to you.
talking and
Please
telling me
don't.
to shut the F up.
Okay, well then if you're not a
Please
mod, then I
don't.
don't want to hear you.
Stop over talking
Stop,
Jeremy.
please. Yes, I got this, Rocky. Thank you. Stop over talking me, Sean. All right. Listen, there's a guy. We have an orthographic view of B-ball in the building. A side-on view, right? We're going to draw a line from B-ball to the building.
To the bottom of the building?
The bottom of the building, and from B-ball's feet to the bottom of the building. Yes.
Okay.
Are you with me so far, Sean?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so now there's this giant curving piece of water in between B-ball and the building, right? In our little orthographic thing we drew. There's going to be a giant hill, hump, bulge, piece, whatever you want to call it. There's this giant mound of water in between B-ball and a building, right?
Ask you something?
Right, Sean?
I'm asking you if I can ask you something. It's just for clarification.
Yes. Go ahead. Yes, please ask me something.
Okay.
Go. Yes,
Okay.
ask me something.
Is this side view being done by an observer, or are we doing this on a piece of paper?
On a piece of paper.
Okay.
We drew it on a piece
then yes,
of paper.
you'll have a hump.
Okay, there's your hump.
Yep, Jeremy.
Now, Jeremy, did you understand the difference in what I was trying to say? Because if you asked me, would there be a hump in an observation from that side view, there would be no hump. You would be able to draw a line from B-ball to the bottom of the building without anything above it.
Rocky, you're roboting. Okay, so B-ball, now that we know that there is a hump there, because we just drew the line, and we know that from B-ball's feet to the hold on, bro, hold on.
There's a
Now that
difference,
we
though,
know,
Jeremy. Observation and paper.
Hold on a second,
Okay,
bro. I'm not done. Sean, what are
okay,
you doing?
but do you understand that part?
Yo, I'm mid-sentence. I understand. Yes. I
Okay,
told you,
thank
yes,
you.
I understand. My turn to talk. Shut the fuck up, please. Now that we know that there's this giant hump of water, B-ball in the building, when B-ball looks at the building, he's going to be observing a side of that hump, right? Didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Okay, I said no. Let me make this clear again. There's a difference between the observation and the diagram that you're wanting to draw up. There's a difference.
Would it not be theoretically possible to get into space or some point where we could see B-ball in the building and draw a straight line, horizontal line in between them, or a line in between them?
So a third person to the side, away enough of a distance to have B-ball in the building in his peripheral. If he drew a line from B-ball to the building, there would be no water above that line. To the bottom of that building. The observer would not see a hump. No.
You're telling me there's no point I could get to in space or far enough away where
As
I
an
could draw a line
observation,
from
no.
B-ball's feet? That's fucking insane, bro.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go get one of the pictures that NASA's given us, and I'm gonna put a fake b-ball in a fake building somewhere, and I'm gonna show you how you could draw a line from the b-ball's feet to the bottom of the building. I don't know why you can't envision this, but okay.
Jeremy, will you
I'm bringing up the NASA pic right now, bro. Hold on.
Okay, will you ever be able to go to the beach and see the geometric horizon?
I don't give a fuck about the geometric horizon.
Okay, well, see, if you don't give a fuck to answer the question, then I can understand that you're not trying to understand it.
Dude, what's this got to do with the geometric horizon?
There's no such thing anyway.
Okay, I'll make it clear what it has to do with the geometric horizon. I asked you if you go to the beach, do you view the geometric horizon? The obvious answer is no. Why? Because there's atmospheric conditions and refraction that you have to account for. The geometric horizon is void of all those things. The same way you're asking me, is there a hump? In an observation, there is no hump. The same way there is no geometric horizon that you would view. When you are making this observation, you are always looking down. The water's down, the building is further down. There is no hump. The line you were talking about drawing from his eyes to the bottom of the building that would go through the water is not an observation that is made. You understand?
When you guys claim to go to space and you can see this whole spherical globe, you could theoretically put a b-ball on it, put a hotel room floor on it, and you could put them in such a position that you could draw a line from b-ball to the hotel room, and you would see a giant hump in between them, or earth curve, or whatever you want to call it.
I don't think you would.
I got a question. What if we just said, where's the obstruction? Where?
What's obstructing our view of the bottom floors of the hotel room? Is it water?
That was a lovely Australian accent, Larry.
Water is.
Right, and that water, what shape is that? Is that water? It's this curving hump shape, right?
Level.
Which is curving in your model, right?
Yes.
There's a giant curve of water in between you b-ball and the building that he can see.
You say giant. You say giant. I don't say so giant.
See the water? Can b-ball see the water? Can b-ball see the water?
Absolutely.
He can observe this big, small, little, medium size, however. I know you want to go off in the weeds on what giant is, but he can see this massive or small or whatever, however you want to describe it, length of water that's curving.
It's a hump.
In an arch shape, right? He can see that. He can observe that, right?
It's a hump because
Jeremy, I think it's a
from B-ball's feet.
Here, this is going to clear it all up.
That water is below B-ball's horizontal. It's below his feet. The building is also below his feet. So you can look at it as a downward arc. Again, you do not observe through that arc. So that is why it's not a hump. It would always be below.
We're not seeing through the arc. We're not seeing through the arc, but you can see half of the arc.
It's a hump.
No. You see,
it's a hump.
You see
Danik,
the arc.
it's a hump.
You don't see it. You see the arc. You don't see a hump. You see an arc. You don't see a hump.
Because you got to define what a hump is.
Of the hump.
You see an arc. You don't see a hump.
I'm gonna hump you. Can I explain why it's a hump?
I got a definition for the hump.
Before you do, Hank, I was trying to talk to Jeremy real quick.
Sorry, were you?
Yeah, just real quick. I think it's a hump too, because if you're on the surface,
there is no hump.
On the surface, you're on the top of the hump, right? Everything away from you is down the hump because it's but if you're above the hump,
that's not what
that's
not what the conversation is. The conversation is when you're looking across the water and like B-Ball's picture, is there a hump between you and that bottom of the building? The answer is no. It's a curvature. It's always below. There is no. Does not rise above.
Right?
Say again.
It all depends on your horizontal plane. It all just depends on your horizontal plane. I don't understand how this.
They won't let me answer.
I genuinely just want to say I don't understand how this conversation is still happening. This is really simple.
Okay, Zanik.
The question is okay, fine, whatever. Let me finish. The question is, what is your horizontal plane, and where is the water in relation to that? That really is the question.
Yes,
and
it's always
and
below your feet.
But we've been going over and over and over and over and over the same thing and trying to get a different result. I don't understand.
Yeah,
But
Zanuck,
below your feet. Yeah.
Zanuck, hang on. Hey, Zanuck, this is how I explained it to them about this whole hump controversy. It's the same thing as, say, the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon. Whereas in an observation, we only see the apparent horizon. Whereas on a map or some kind of graph that we're trying to show, where we would then be showing the geometric horizon because it doesn't have atmospheric conditioning and refraction involved. When we're talking about this hump thing, in an observation, there is no hump. In a diagram of an observation, you can draw that tangent to have that hump.
We look across Pontchartrain. That's a hump.
No, it's not.
It's
at any point from your horizontal. At any point, does that arc rise above it?
No.
Then it is not a hump.
Well, it's a hump below you, but it's still a hump. It's like sitting
not
on
a hump below
let's say you're sitting on a camel with the two humps, right?
Can I please?
Larry, quick. I haven't been able to respond yet at all. So let me just real quick. It'll be fast. If I'm sitting on a camel with one hump in the back and one hump in the front, and I'm looking at the hump in front of me, even if that hump toward the head is lower, it's still a hump, even though it's below your eye level. My point
just
is,
like flat Earth, you're talking about topography. We're talking about curvature. There's a difference.
No, I'm talking about let's go back to the curvature then. I'm on the ground and I'm looking. I in their model or their understanding, if I'm on my eyes are right on the surface, I can't see anything in front of me because I'm at the top of the hump. So looking out, everything is curving away from me. So I'm at the top of an arc.
You're at the top of an arc. You're not at the top of a hump.
Yeah, okay, they are. Hey, can we exchange the word arc with hump? Because they seem to be synonymous.
No.
Why not?
No.
Okay, so then I stand up, and everything below me, I agree with you, is still below your feet, and even as you look out, straight out, the surface is traveling away from you, so you're still on the top of the hump.
Arc.
Top of the arc. You're still at the top of the arc. You're still at the apex of the arc. You're still a distance vertically from the tangent of this horizontal that you're talking about, and everything is falling away from you. So you're saying there's no hump because it doesn't rise up and then fall away. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I get it now. I get it now. So what they're saying is it looks like a hump, but it's not a hump. Okay, I get it. That makes sense.
Yes, you're at the top. And the reason I kept correcting you, Zanuck, is this is very important. If you're making an observation, you're not looking 360 degrees. You're looking in one direction, and in that one direction, you're at the top of an arc, not a hump.
Right.
Is it my turn?
I know. I just had to steel man him for a little bit, and also put up all the objections I think that Jeremy or anyone else would put up, and then I understand now that what we see, it looks like it comes up and then goes away, is perspective. But in reality, it's just falling away from us. No hump.
Yeah, Zanuck.
There's no hump.
This is very unbecoming of you, Zanuck. You're letting Sean cuck you left and right. I
don't know what you're talking about. I just explained it and how it really is, and how you would actually explain it. That's all I did.
So I really wanted to understand. Again, I wanted to understand, and I heard Jeremy and everyone else's position, and I was actually on your side for a second, and now I started thinking about it. I know what he's saying now. Now it makes sense.
But I'm not. I wasn't.
It wasn't a win. It's not a win over Zanuck. It's just an explanation that I feel he didn't say correctly. I see what he's saying, but at the same time, the way he's going about it just wasn't correct in the way.
Yeah, cool.
It's
cool. There's no hump. There's no hump of water in between. There's no hump of water in between B-ball and the bottom of his building. Cool.
Thank you.
Look, if you want to, the reason I was saying the whole cucking thing is because he said, "Oh, what's the difference between an arc and a hump?" And you just said, "No, it's an arc." And then you went, "Okay." It was like really timid. It's not like that.
I mean, he's just quibbling over the word
hump.
I did, absolutely.
He's just quibbling over the definition of the word hump.
Wait, is Larry still here? Larry can give a very detailed explanation between the two.
He's saying a hump will actually rise up and then fall away from you if you're looking at it.
Off the horizontal. That horizontal is important.
Horizontal. Okay, I get that now too.
Larry,
is extremely important.
Larry, do you want to go ahead? Because everyone else has been chatting.
Right. I think this is one of those things to where I understand the relativist, getting it, and the flat earthers not getting it. But I think it's relative to person point A, point B. So if you're like punch train facing each other, you're not really facing each other if you're looking at the horizon on a globe Earth. You'd actually be kind of looking down below the horizon where the other person would be, and there would be like a hump in front of you, right? In between that person. But if you're standing on top looking at the horizon, it's not a hump, right?
Or looking above the horizon.
That's actually a
Yeah.
perfect example of what's being said.
Right. It's not a hump because it's relative to that horizon, Hank. That's what his point was to me. That's when I finally kind of got it when he explained it that way.
Yeah, the horizontal plane.
Okay, there's no hump. What do you want to call the giant? What do you want to call the giant bulge of water in between B-ball and the bottom of the building? What would you like to call that?
The horizon.
Curvature.
No, the big mass of water in between B-ball and the building.
Ocean.
The edge of the curve.
Water.
An arcing segment. You want to call it an arcing segment of water instead of hump?
A curvature.
And how about an arcing segment of water?
Yeah, I wouldn't say a segment because it's all doing it.
But we're looking at a certain
How about
portion
an arcing
of that circular object, so it could be.
How about an arcing portion of water? We all know what we fucking mean when we say hump. You're the only one making it difficult.
Jeremy wants that to be a hump.
You're
fucking bad.
obnoxious.
No.
You're obnoxious.
No, I wanted to be. I thought it was a hump. I didn't want it to be one. I just would define it as a hump.
No, I was saying Jeremy wants it to.
But it looks like a hump. It looks like a hump, but it's not a hump.
Okay, what do you want to call it, Zanuck and Sean, for the future reference? No more hump.
I got it. A pseudo hump.
If Jeremy said pseudo hump every time, I would agree with that.
Yes, it's reference frame dependent.
I would 100% agree with that.
There you go, Etsy. There's no hump there. There's no
It's a
hump there,
pseudo
Etsy. We good?
Pseudo hump.
The Globers just admitted there's no hump of water in between B-ball and the building. We good?
All right, shut it down.
We good.
This
This
is
is
fine,
4D.
gentlemen.
SE1.
Jeremy, this is 4D chess by you the whole time, wasn't it?
The SE1, yeah. No, SE1,
wanna-
you got me. There's no
I'm
hump.
going to tell you right now.
He was
Jeremy, SE Montreal set you up, Jeremy. Because SE Montreal knows damn well that I will tell anybody and explain to anybody that there is no fucking hump. And
No,
so
I know. This was my mistake. I actually forgot that you didn't believe in the hump.
Of course there's no hump, because there's no curve. I mean, that's obvious.
Now you're going. Now you just
Doctor.
but whatever.
So it's settled now. The hump is gone.
Yeah, there's no hump.
Yeah,
There's
there's
no
no
hump.
curve either.
All right.
No hump. But
45 minutes later, both sides
still
conceded.
saying there is a giant bulge of water. They are still saying there is a giant. They are still saying there's a giant piece of water in between you and the bottom of the building. So they just don't want to call it a hump.
Look, Jeremy,
It's crazy.
So go on. Look, Jeremy, when Sean was telling
What do
you
we-
about his giant bulge earlier, that had nothing to do with water.
I know. He's a little gay. He's a little gay sometimes.
That's why the word dialetheism comes into play here. You have to believe in two truths for this fantasy sphere to work.
No, I'm trying to figure out what we're gonna call the hump now, though, because we need to have another name for it since these
Pseudo
guys
hump.
don't like hump.
It's a pseudo hump.
Zanuck said it.
Pseudo
It's a
hump.
pseudo hump. That's it.
But there actually is water in between them and the building. They're still saying that.
Yes.
So there's nothing pseudo.
Yeah.
Well, they're
about the
wrong.
water.
So, Jeremy, they're still wrong, but at least we can refer to it as a pseudo hump.
In Paul's picture, what is obstructing that
This was a
building?
great day.
Jeremy.
A hump of water. Hump of water.
No. What is obstructing it in your world? Or for any flat earther, what is obstructing the bottom of that building?
Oh, in my world, it's an optical effect. It's
So-
an optical effect.
So you're saying if B-ball went out there 365 times once a day, there would be at the same time there would be pictures of the bottom of that building from where he's at.
No, not necessarily.
What's up?
Well, then what?
That's
Okay, then
asking if you put 10 cables in a drawer, if you go back one day, they won't be tangled. well, no, there's so many other different possibilities that the chances of that is very small. But what you will find is a variation in what you see day to day.
And what would you say? And I know you didn't make the observation, so I know what I'm asking you is not an exact or your position, but just so I understand, from what we see, let's say there's 10 stories of that building missing in B-Ball's picture. What variation would you see throughout the year?
I have no idea. So I would have to. I'm the kind of person who I don't really like working with imagery anyway. But if I have to, I like to do it based on evidence.
Yourself.
So I would actually have to go and do it, and then tell you what I saw.
Yeah, that is why I asked. You know,
In B-Ball's area, I'll answer it. In B-Ball,
Okay,
in
what's up?
Hawaii, you're asking how much variation?
For that building, yeah.
Yeah, not much because the conditions don't change that much.
Okay, so if 10 stories is missing, at best we may see 8 stories missing, and sometimes 11 stories missing.
Yeah, whatever. You can make up whatever numbers, but if the conditions stay the same, you're going to get the same, optical view that you've gotten throughout the other year when the conditions were the same from that height over that distance.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Because the temperature variation doesn't change, you're not going. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Right.
There's not going to be a day. Yeah, there's not going to be a day where there's going to be the conditions are so less that you'll see what you're saying would be the actual view.
Right.
Okay, I can't really argue that.
But over Lake Pontchartrain, when you get when I went one day and it was just refracted to hell and back, things were just all curved and distorted and wonky. And then 6 days later, I went and you could see a straight bridge, not curving, not underwater. That's telling you and everyone else in the world that's willing to use a little common sense that is the conditions. The only thing that changed was the conditions.
Oh, I absolutely agree with conditions because, that's the understanding of there are situations where conditions, we say conditions where everything, miraging, the whole nine we're talking about does affect it. Absolutely.
Yeah, everything affects it.
But in the same way, I asked about B-balls. What would be that variation? Lake Pontchartrain. Are there days you can be on one side and see the city on the other side?
You can, it's distorted a little bit, but you can definitely see where the shoreline is. Does that make sense? Like you can't make out the grain of sand or see a person on the beach or at the pier, but you can tell by the tree line and where the building is that you're seeing the shoreline. But because of your angle is acute or whatever, it's small, and you're still looking low level over water, that information is distorted, but you can definitely see line of sight to where you're standing at this beach over to the other beach. You just can't make out what it is.
Aren't there higher skyrise buildings, on the other side?
Well, yeah, from the North Shore going to the South Shore, there's buildings, and you can only see some of them. Like that's almost 26 miles.
Yeah.
So you're reaching the limit of reflected light in that atmosphere anyway, with looking over water in the first place. But if you get a little bit closer, you can see them clearly.
Well, we don't want to be closer. We want to be 26 miles. How much of the building?
You have a limit.
At the best, how much of the buildings do you see? On the best conditions, best possible viewing, how much of the buildings do you see?
I would hate to give you a number. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't know is an answer.
It's tough because you have a levee. You have a green grass levee. So you have water and then a levee and then shiny buildings.
How tall is that levee?
You can look. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I'd hate to give you that. I mean, it's tall. It's different heights and it's made out of different things. But in front of the hotel, it's a grass with a cart path, and that blends in a lot more than like the shiny building that is angled right at you that you're blunt with. You can still her that's at an angle to you. It doesn't reflect the light back to you. That's why you always see that one that one looks like a rectangle building from the North Shore looking to the south. You don't see the building to the right of it because that building's at an angle. Although it's made of the same material as shiny glass, a reflective glass, you don't see that building because of the angle. It's slanted away from you.
You're able to see from south to the north. You're able to see the beach. You should still be able to see the buildings just off the beach, right? Isn't it? Because like the
No,
first.
it's from the north to the south.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is the
How
buildings.
far?
The Marriott's
How
on the
far are
south
the
shore.
buildings? How far are the buildings from the levee?
Couple 100 yards, 100 yards maybe.
And
Not that
what?
far. I mean, not a mile.
What? The hotel's soundly stayed at is would be one of these buildings we're talking about, right?
Yeah, the Marriott's right on the other side of it's the water, and then the levee goes up, and then it's a top of a levee where cars drive, and then it goes back down, and then the hotel. Like, it's not very far.
Okay, so then you should be able to at least, maybe not the windows in detail, but you should be able to see the building at that distance. Then the whole building.
I've gotten pretty clear video of the building, but the sky is usually in between it. It's not water, it's actually sky. Because of the conditions where I'm at are pretty standard. You know.
Yeah, but so you can see. You're saying from the shore. I'm assuming from the shore on the north side, right?
Yeah, from the North Shore, Covington or Mandeville, whatever you want to call it. It's the
Okay.
same town, basically.
So if you're
One's
able
on
to
one
see,
side, one's on the
if you're able to see the levee, but not in detail, you're able to just see land basically rather than water and then buildings. You should be able to see the building above the levee. That's only 200 yards behind that.
You can see the upper part of the building a lot of the days.
Oh,
But the
okay.
lower part, it just starts to merge in with the grass and the water in the sky.
Wait, so you can see the grass, but you only see part. Isn't the hotel above the levee, or is it below the levee?
It's below the levee.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, that changes everything.
Yeah, yeah. So is the airport. Like when he's showing his airport
okay.
deal, he's below the levee when he's looking over towards the airport and going, "Look at that plane go below the Earth curve." I'm like, "No, it's going below the levee."
Okay, so I'm not in detail about Soundly's views. When Soundly is not at the hotel, he's across. I don't know where he's at. He's somewhere across Pontchartrain, but he's looking at the hotel, and he can only see part of it. So that even if let's just say if it was a flat Earth, you wouldn't see the bottom of that hotel.
I don't think so. No, and even the part above the levee would be distorted a lot of the days because of the marine layer that we have. Like it's just not a great viewing area. You have an airport, you have an interstate, you have a lot of pollutants, you have refineries, you have hot and cold, you have the salt water mixing with the fresh water. It's a lot of things that happen right in that area that cause it to be a terrible viewing corridor, like one of the worst.
Let me ask you a question, Rukia. So the way you're explaining why, when a glober makes a observation and why they think it's curvature, do you think that these observations indicate that it's a flat Earth?
Sometimes they do, but a lot of times they don't. Like I've seen what like curved water appears to look like when the conditions are right. I've seen it at Lake Pontchartrain. I'm driving by it right now. Actually, I could go. I'm like, I just came through Covington, so I'm there. You know, what I'm saying but today is like when it gets cooler, you just see further. It's more crisp. There's not as much humidity. There's not as much evaporation. The sun angle is different, so you see further.
Obstruction? You still see obstruction though?
You broke up.
Do you still see obstruction on those days?
Depends on the distance. Yeah, when you get into 20, 24 miles, 26, 30 miles, yeah, you're going to always get that you're looking, especially low level, right?
So would you agree, and this isn't a gotcha, this isn't even a point for the globe or flat Earth.
Yeah.
I'll try one day. Yeah, but okay. But so would you say that your observation, soundly anybody's observation, nothing gives evidence for either side because it changes so much.
No, it's evidence of refraction and perspective and optical illusions. It's all it's evidence of. When you look down, like when Soundly looks at a certain angle, which all his pictures are parallel to a bridge or a power line, and you get that perspective optical illusion type view of something going up and then going down. That's just an optical illusion. All you have to do is change your angle a little bit. You just change your angle a little bit, whichever side you're on. If you're on the west side of the bridge, just go a little more west by a couple of degrees, and that curve goes away. That optical illusion goes away.
I'm saying I agree. I think that just making observations, because of reality, it is so difficult to make a "this is what's happening" argument.
I agree. Yeah, it's impossible, but it is
Now,
proof of miraging and refraction
now
and perspective.
But now I'm going to ask this question: is there a way to take away these issues that we have with making these observations? For instance, are like tools or methods that we could do that would take away all these effects that make it not a good evidence for anything.
I don't think so. That's why I say we don't see too far. We see exactly how far the conditions are allowing us and the tools are allowing us to do at that particular moment. And believe me, it's changing moment by moment.
Doesn't infrared help to some degree?
It cuts down the turbulence. It cuts down, but it doesn't take away.
Cuts through stuff like that, but it's not perfect either. I have an infrared but it's not, and you're limited on some of the units. You're limited on distance for accuracy too.
It's an excellent tool to minimize haze, realistically.
Yeah,
like it takes the haze away really well.
A lot of times that's what the horizon is, a haze level, and it looks like, where the sky's meeting the ground or the water, but it's actually not. It's just haze. So the infrared does cut through that, and you can say you're seeing too far. But again, how do you know that until you measure it?
But I wouldn't say you're seeing too far. I'm just saying you're seeing through an obstruction. Because if the obstruction wasn't there, you'd be able to see the distance of the filter.
But there's a built-in assumption that the obstruction is the only thing that can stop you seeing something, right?
No. Atmospheric conditions do. They do.
By a
100%.
lot of your cohorts, they say that it's only the physical obstruction of water, and that's where they lose, because you're
right.
at least honest with yourself, where that a mirage or atmospheric conditions or the density of, however you want to say it, the thickness of the medium you're looking through lower to the ground is going to cause distortion where your brain can't resolve the information that it's receiving.
Absolutely.
So Sean, would you then be happy with the term optical obstruction, or how would you?
Yes, you could say that. The only problem I have with optical obstruction is there's no way to quantify it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Meaning this. Someone shows you a picture. I'm pretty sure you guys know the cargo ship picture I show, and I'm like, there's 55 feet missing. Some may say it's refractive and atmospheric conditions, but there's no way, even if you have all the data possible, there's no way to quantify how much obstruction would be because of the mirage. That's what I mean by there's no way of quantifying it.
Can I be heard? Mic check.
Yeah. So I understand that,
right.
Sean. But so what's quite funny is that I said more or less what you've just said to a bunch of the gem guys a while ago, and I said that's why I don't trust images, because you can't quantify these optical effects. And they all laughed at me, but here you are saying exactly the same thing. So I don't know.
Well, no. See, you can quantify, and this is because of my globe model and how I understand it. You can quantify the amount of obstruction due to Earth curvature, but that's the same thing like saying the horizon. That's the horizon is at the geometric location in that same sense, and that's obviously not true. So you have to account for atmospheric conditionings, whether it's miraging, haze, etc. That will give you a distorted view of what you're actually seeing, and that's just reality.
So just to clarify, Sean, are you saying that you can't actually physically measure
an optical effect or refraction.
I don't think
your question.
I don't think you can. I think
No,
that's
I
the
tend
issue.
to agree with that. Yeah, I tell you,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering whether the other guy was speaking when he says that you can't quantify obstruction. Maybe they thought that you couldn't quantify like a physical object obstructing something. You know, i.e., if we're talking about curvature, then curvature, you sort of mean. I think that's probably where they were probably laughing at you. They misunderstood
Well, well, you got to remember, in the sides of the argument, one side, its argument is based on curvature, where your argument isn't based on curvature. So unless you come to that same agreement, like we just did, that yes, atmospheric conditions have a effect and can obstruct, then you can't say that, right?
Well,
the
I
only
mean,
issue I have with that
you
is
gotta
that
be
you can't quantify it.
you got to be careful about using the word obstruct, because I mean, refraction doesn't really obstruct, doesn't it? I mean, it can stop you from what's the word, optically resolving an object, right? But it's not really obstructing it, though, is it?
Okay,
Or is it?
I think it does.
I can give you an example. And Travis, I'll give you an example. Travis has a lot of pictures that do this, where he'll take a picture of a boat on the water from a distance, and on the water line, you'll see a inferior miraging layer that runs along the water line and along the boat. I would say that it's obstructing the water line and part of that boat, and that's why you don't see the hull of the boat touch the water.
Yeah, but even if the water's refracted, it's still water. Is still the obstruction, though. But the refraction itself is not an obstructant, because you're not obstructing the water line, right?
That's true.
You see where I'm coming from. You see where I'm coming from. That's why I think it's careful. You got to be careful when you say obstruct.
Yeah, and that's why when me and Travis have this argument, the reason, because Travis believes that obstruction is because of these atmospheric conditions. No obstruction. The water doesn't obstruct anything. If that is your argument, the quantifying part is the only way you can justify it. And by doing that, you're now saying that an inferior mirage comes out of the water. Because what you just said is how it works. It's at the miraging is on the water. Your eyes just perceive it differently.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I'll give you an example, right? Okay, if you think about an airplane that's maybe traveling away from you above the horizon, right? Eventually, at some point, and it's going to be refracted, right? One way or the other, depending on the atmospheric conditions, it's going to be refracted. So, but there's nothing obstructing it, but it's just the ability of your eyes to be able to resolve detail of that airplane, for instance. But to me, that's not an obstruction. You just see what I'm coming from.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what I said when I said it does have some obstructing qualities, that's because you don't see the water and you don't see where the hull and the water touch. That would be mine. But if your argument, and here, I don't want to. Here is the kind of got you. If it's not Earth curvature, the miraging, we're talking explicitly about an inferior mirage, it would have to be a vertical miraging, which means it would have to come off the surface of the water to obstruct.
True. Yeah, can't argue
That's just
with
a basic. The reason sorry, M2M, you seem to talk about something that I said earlier as well, which was to do with like what I was calling optical obstruction. I'm just trying to get Sean to actually classify that in a neat package that we can refer to in a debate, right? So that's all I was trying to do. I mean, I don't think that there's a curve at all that you need to account for. So when we talk about these kind of unquantifiable optical effects, or whatever you want to call them, optical obstructions, however you want to classify it, yeah, that is the only thing in my mind that's going on with regards to why you can't see certain things on certain days, on top of the usual conditions.
Okay, Crypto, are you saying that an inferior mirage is a vertical miraging? So it's from the surface up?
I don't think you have to nail that down. I can prove that in a picture I just posted, Sean, if you'll look at it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I gotta find it.
The shrimp boat that I posted, that's less than 4 miles away.
Okay, see.
So the water, it looks like it's over the curve of water, right? But it's not. It's just an optical illusion of water in the foreground, you know, being ramped up or being appearing higher than the boat in the background. That's all it is.
Are those posts that for the nets, right, that come off the side? Are
Yeah,
those
that's
straight? Are those straight or do those bend?
they go out away. They come up and can be straight with the boat, and then they go out to extend the nets out away from the boat, like
so,
outriggers.
So what? Yeah. So those outriggers, that's what they look like. They're not they're not bent because of anything.
Yeah, because
Like
what he's saying, Rakia, is that it does appear as if those outriggers are actually curved. That's what he's saying. Or is that an effect of mirage?
Yeah,
I think that could be like they're extended out away from the boat, but you're talking about right where they meet the water.
No,
yes,
no, like,
yes.
yeah,
That
exactly.
could be distorted a little bit, but my point is the boat looks like it's underwater, right?
Right.
It's not. That's a mirage. That's an optical illusion.
Okay. Then if that's the case, your mirage now has to be obstructing vertically because
however it's doing it, that's what's happening in that photo because I took it. I'm like 10 foot above the water and the boat's only about 3 miles away. So
from where you're at to that edge of water where the water stops in your observation, is any of that affected by any conditions, or is that clear?
I think it's just perspective.
But you're looking down on it, right?
No, it's rising up. I'm looking out and it's rising up towards my eye level. And if I remember right, I can go back and look. I think I have the video on my computer, but I think that's a clear day because most people say you need clear conditions, but what they don't realize is a bluebird sky day, real clear, once you zoom out, can get real funky 10 miles away, right? Or, you know, and today it was only 3 miles away.
Racky, I'm not.
So when you took this picture, you think that your eyes were level, that you had eye level
I'm
sight.
looking out over the ocean. I didn't put a level in my head, but I mean, I'm not looking down. I'm looking out, and the water appears to rise towards my eye level, and the boat being further away from me than the horizon, you know, or whatever. It's in the background.
Racky, can I just ask you? I'm not disputing whether it is or isn't 3 miles away. I don't get me wrong. I'm not doubting you, but how do you know it was 3 miles away? Is it like an estimation or?
There's a couple of ways. There's an oil rig about 4 miles away, and it's in between me and the oil rig. And I was actually talking to Mr. Thibodeau, the captain, on the phone. He's telling me by radar he's about 3 miles, 3.3 miles.
All right,
but it's hard to tell by the beach. You know, like it's hard to tell where I'm at exactly on the beach. That's why I say 4 miles.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just to give you but the point is it's not Earth curve. That's the whole point.
If you're looking down, or if you're
I hate to do this, but I gotta step away for a second. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. See, the point of what I'm saying is this, and as an example, Rakia's picture, if Rakia's 10 feet up off the beach, he's looking down. There's no question if he's looking down, because if he's not looking down and is level, then he's underwater. And again, we've already established, regardless of what shape you think it is, it's not a hump. And to answer someone's question with Rakia's picture, that my questions about the outriggers where they come off right at the waterline, if that's straight, or if that is a inferior mirage or miraging happening at all, that it would be what I consider to be an optical obstruction, because you're not seeing the object as is.
Well, I'm going to say optical illusion.
Yes, yes, I think that's a better way of saying it.
Have you ever heard of the Penrose Steps, Sean?
Be more specific. Where is it at?
I have.
Yeah, so they're the steps that appear like they're always going down, even when they're not.
Kind of. Yeah. No, you're just talking about the artwork of it, right?
Yeah.
Or is this an actual place? Okay.
They can't exist in physical reality, but they can exist.
Well, that's why I was confused. I know. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, what do you think's going on in the brain when you see a Penrose Steps?
I think your brain is trying to orient orientate which way it actually is.
Yeah, and also your brain can't what's the word I'm looking for? Resolve it, because it's two-dimensional, right? Because obviously, like you said, it can't exist in reality, because you couldn't do that in three-dimensional. So because it's two-dimensional, it's fooling your eyes, and it's really just a trick of shading and all the rest of it to make things look like they're three-dimensional.
Yeah,
So
your brain is
you
striving to
can't-
understand.
Yeah. Whereas you haven't got they haven't got the depth of perception, really. So the artist is playing a trick on you.
You don't really have the depth of perception when you're looking at an image on a screen either.
No, because that's two-dimensional.
Yeah. So. This is why I don't like images. So many issues with imagery. So many issues.
Well, that's why. That's why when people make these observations, the data is so important.
Yeah, absolutely, big. I mean, but that's all we have when you're talking about things on Discord. That's all we have. So unless you're actually sort of with a camera somewhere, but even then, you're still two-dimensional because you're looking at a screen. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just a challenge. That's what I'm saying. When people are like, "Oh, but you like it," yeah, you get all these stupid accusations from Globers like, "Oh, you like this kind of image and not that kind of image." No, I don't really like images. I don't think they're persuasive on either side. They're just, you can do whatever you like, and this is without even editing the images, right? Just the raw images themselves are shit, and then you've got the problems of being able to edit them, and then you've got the problems of, I could talk forever about the problems with images. I don't really want to bore everyone, and I've got to go anyway. But
It depends on what. To me, it depends on what you're trying to achieve when you look at an image, though, or what you're discussing, or what is it you want to actually get from the image, though, doesn't it? I mean, they are very handy things to actually have for all kinds of different reasons. But if you're trying to resolve things from a three-dimensional point of view, it's going to be a hopeless case, right? Because
exactly, and when you're trying to assess sort of what you are living on, then I would say that that's a 3D application of a 2D image. It's just pointless.
But you know what does help, but then again, it's still not completely foolproof, is moving images, in other words, videos, right? Because you get the changes of just perception, like shadows change and all the rest of it. So your eyes are able to actually resolve things a little bit better. But then again, it's still two-dimensional. But with a still image, two-dimensional, oh yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. If you want, I'm just saying it's why I'll engage in it, and I felt like that with Larry gone, I felt like no one else really wanted to engage, so that's kind of why I did. But I don't think we can really get anywhere because you've got all of these issues and a bunch that I haven't even mentioned. So, but anyway, you guys have fun.
No wonder nobody answered. So is it a hump or a drop? What's the conclusion?
I came halfway through the conversation, so I didn't give you.
There was no hump.
It's a drop that looks like a hump. It's called a virtual.
Yeah, thank you for that one, Zanuck. The virtual hump.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's okay with Sean, though.
In the physics definition of the word, in use of the word virtual, very apropos. It looks like a hump, but it's not a hump. It acts like a hump, but it's not a hump.
The end result, Montreal, is this: the observer is always at the top of an arc.
Kind of like a pseudo horse.
When we're talking about an observation, like when we say B-ball standing at that location and he's looking at this, he is standing at the top of an arc.
Have we got any admin on? There's a guy on here. Cult the shit.
That's like saying you're looking down the railroad tracks, SE, and the Earth is rising. Is the Earth rising?
Sorry, what were we saying about admin? Who's doing what? Give me a second then.
Somebody spamming the chat. Cut the shit. It just keeps saying "Welcome to Flat Earth" over and over and over again. He's just spamming the chat over and again. He's getting sick of me.
He's also spamming memes every freaking minute. It's insane. This guy has no self-control.
Picture Mike.
So
I
could
didn't
somebody
being
admin
triggered
in?
by a welcoming person.
Hey, I got
Well,
a
no,
question.
there's no harm in saying you can just say welcome
Yeah,
to
you
Flat
gotta
Earth,
shut him down.
but he's spamming the chat. He's doing it hundreds of times. What's the fucking point in doing that? Stupid.
There's
It's
lots
just
of
fucking
people to
annoying.
welcome, man. There's a
No,
lot of
that's
people
not
on
fair.
there.
There's a back and forth going on between him and a couple other people. I don't think that's fair.
What's not fair? Well, I mean, that he's spamming. He's spamming the chat. I mean, and you can say welcome to Flat Earth if he wants to. It doesn't bother me. It's freedom of speech. But he doesn't need to say. He doesn't need to say it hundreds and hundreds of times, does he? It's like coming onto mic and just constantly saying welcome to Flat Earth without allowing anybody to talk. You know, it's the same
Yeah,
thing.
like that's different because this is a
All
live
right,
show.
what's
Text
what's
chat
his
is
name?
text chat.
Oh, sorry.
Cut the shit.
Yeah, I don't even see it.
Yeah, if you look down,
Has anybody seen that video where the astronaut's in space and her hair is obviously, hairsprayed and she's playing with a ball trying to prove that buoyancy and density is not real?
They're not, but
yeah,
Oh.
it's not hairspray, but anyway.
Hey, cut the shit out, bro. Cut the shit out.
He's
For
still
real.
doing it. He's still doing it.
Cut the shit
so-
out. I like you, homie. Don't make me mute you.
He's not in the chat.
He's still fucking doing it.
He's there.
Hey, Sean, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, think about the railroad tracks, Hank. For
Good. We can listen to Zanuck.
Well, just for a second, would you say there's a ramp in front of you? Is the railroad tracks ramping up to your eye level? Is it actually a ramp, or is
Zanuck,
it?
you're roboting pretty bad, Zanuck.
Yeah, I got to.
No, it's just
computer issues
perspective,
here.
Zanuck. Just an optical view.
So it's not. So it doesn't ramp up. So when you see,
Well, sometimes it might ramp up, but most of the time it's just perspective.
yeah, if we're looking at a flat surface, let's say it's perfectly flat, would the railroad tracks would seem to ramp up to eye level, but in actuality, it's not, right? So with the hump, it's the same thing. There's no hump. It looks like there's a hump, but everything's falling away from you, but it looks like it's a hump.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's take your railroad example. You're on the railroad tracks and you're looking down where it appears to ramp up, but it's not actually to your eyesight. And then put a railroad car further into the background on those tracks. Do you think that railroad car is going to disappear? I'll answer it. Yes, it will. Once it goes beyond that point. Okay, let me start over then. Your point was, yeah, if you don't mind. Your point was, wow, dude.
No, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Don't be such a jerk. Seriously.
Well,
So listen, if you're trying to understand,
just let me know when you're done.
I want to
So
understand.
your point was, due to perspective, the railroad tracks appear to ramp up towards your eyes, but they actually don't. They're actually horizontal or level, whatever. They're just not ramping up, right? It's just an optical thing due to perspective. Well, when something goes beyond that point, it goes beyond the point that it appears, that point that you're seeing where it's ramped up enough. Like it don't continue to ramp up, right? It reaches a point, the vanishing point, I think is what you call it, where the sky appears to meet the railroad tracks at or near your eye level, correct?
Near, not at eye level. Near, will never get to eye level.
I think I said at or near, so you can agree with that. Yeah,
not at, near.
Yeah, at or near.
That's important.
Near your eye level. Fine, great. Near your eye level. When an object goes beyond that point that we've now very well defined to be near your eye level, then it would start to be obstructed. You wouldn't be able to resolve that railroad car or whatever once it goes beyond that point, right? Just say yes.
Danik, you have to be specific on whether or not he's talking about a flat Earth or a curve.
We established that even on a curved Earth, there would be a straight horizontal railroad track. So we're just talking about perspective view. But due to that perspective, once it goes past that vanishing point, you lose resolution. So then you not only lose resolution, but it doesn't exactly ever, I would say most of the time, this is condition dependent too. You know this.
I missed. Sorry.
Hang on, Zanuck. No, Zanuck. Let him finish.
My God.
Let him finish.
No,
I gotta
I
hear
just
this.
came back. I couldn't enter you.
Let him finish. Trust me. Go ahead.
So it doesn't always just vanish and blink out, get small enough where you can't see it anymore, because it's going past that point and it's big enough that you still have a difference of angle where you're looking to the top of it and to the bottom. The bottom is going to be unresolvable before the top of it because of the angle, even though it's going a greater distance beyond that point.
That's not true.
If you had 100-foot diameter balloon, and you let it go straight up, at some point, like you said, it would go so far that you're not able to resolve it, so you wouldn't be able to see the long tether on it. You would stop being able to see the detail of the edges of it, and it would get smaller and smaller and smaller.
I agree.
Until it blips out into a dot.
I agree.
At what point would any part actually be obstructed?
None of it in that example, but put that balloon on a railroad track. Send it down the track to your vanishing point, and then go beyond it. Which part would be obstructed then, Sean? First.
Okay, but at the same
bottom.
time,
Hang on. Let's not skate past it, because I agree with yours.
Okay.
So which part would be obstructed first in my example? The bottom, the middle, the top, or all of it?
The bottom.
Exactly. Why? Why, Sean?
Okay, but this is not. Let me ask you this for clarification.
No, answer why.
No. This is why I got to ask you. If this is a horizontal, the track is on a horizontal plane, and it's on a curved Earth, it's going to be off the ground, right? So it's going to be at some point it's going to go above the elevation, right? This is
Doesn't
completely
matter.
flat.
The railroad track's gonna be on ground, but it's horizontal.
Okay. So we're going to say flat Earth, no curvature, no topography in this example, completely flat. What's going to end up happening?
Horizontal railroad track and a balloon.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter in this situation because it's completely flat. I'm not even thinking curvature in this.
Great.
When the further it goes, it's going to get to that vanishing point, like you're saying. Its angular size and its resolution will deteriorate and become smaller and smaller until it bleeps out into a dot. There will be no obstruction.
But the bottom, you would lose the information from the bottom past that vanishing point first, right?
No, I think everything.
Well, you just agreed that the bottom it would be
That's why
resolution.
That's why I clarified what I was saying, how I was looking at it, because again, we're looking at this argument with two different minds. So I know I have to make sure I know where you're coming from on it. If we're talking about on the globe Earth and my understanding of it, it's going to become smaller and smaller and smaller until it goes to a dot. But at the same time, at a certain point, it's also going to obstruct from the bottom up on a curved Earth.
Yeah, well, any object that's on the ground, once it gets further and further away, and that angle starts getting less and less and less, you're gonna lose resolution bottom up.
But on a flat
Gonna get smaller.
On a flat surface, there wouldn't be the whole object would change size and resolution at the same time. The bottom wouldn't be further away from you than the top would be. It'd be the same.
I didn't say it would. I just said because of the angle and because the blending of the where the railroad tracks are on the ground and what's above it is merging together where you can't resolve it like you can the top part of the balloon because that's a different angle. It's not merging with the ground as quickly as the bottom is. The bottom's going to merge with the ground quicker, so you're not going to be able to resolve that information, and your brain, it's going to be distorted, and your brain can't interpret it as a balloon anymore. It looks like a balloon track.
I agree. I agree with that part. But there's a difference between what you're able to resolve and what appears even to be obstructed. So
let's talk about that though.
You may lose the resolution and the distinction between the ground and the bottom of that balloon, but at no point will it look obstructed.
You're not going to be able to tell it's a balloon or not. It's going to look like a half a balloon. A balloon is setting over the horizon, over the vanishing point. Yeah, of course it would.
I think it gets smaller, and at the very least, the resolution between the balloon and the tracks would be harder to see, but it wouldn't obstruct. It would just be harder to see as it got smaller into a dot.
Does anybody here agree with me? Because I'm agreeing with Sean that at a certain time, like in the sky, it goes straight up above you with nothing. When it's not merging with the ground, it's going to go into a point where you can't resolve it anymore, blink, and it's going to blink out. But on the ground, before that happens, the ground in the bottom of the balloon or the tracks of the car, we see when people walk away from us, their feet go away and the dress goes away and you can see their head still. That's you're not resolving the information because the ground and the shoes or the ground and the balloon or whatever are merging together and you can't resolve that information anymore. I don't see how you're fighting that.
I don't know if you're talking about when you see people walk off in the distance and there's that heat wave or miraging layer that's in the distance as well, because that does that, what you're describing. But I was assuming where there are no atmospheric conditions affecting this observation either.
What are you talking about? You're on a railroad track out in the with something going away on the railroad track. It's going to merge together.
I see what you're saying. The horizon aspect of it, I get that part, but at the same time, it's not going. I still think that on a flat plane, you're going to see it disappear into the dot the same way you saw it disappear.
Let me put it a different way. To be fair,
here's why. Here's why. Because on a flat plane, that angle doesn't change.
The distance does, though.
Yes, absolutely. But but because it's a flat plane, you're what
How
you
can you
see
say the distance changes but the angle doesn't?
Say it again. Yeah. Because you're
How
okay.
can you say the distance is changing but the angle isn't?
Okay, let me be more clear. Where the track starts where you're at and the track stops, the last part of the track you can see is all at the same level. And because you're above that, everything you're looking at is always below your eye level. So, for instance, the tracks will never be at eye level to obstruct anything that's on top of them.
I didn't say that's what was causing the obstruction, but you get to that point where the tracks are near your eye level, and anything that goes beyond that point will appear to be obstructed or whatever you want to call it. You can't resolve it anymore because it's beyond that point
you
where
said bottom
perspective
first,
has ran.
and that's not true, Rekia. Assuming a flat surface, nothing is unresolvable bottom first. They're all evenly and equally resolvable, top or bottom.
That's in a vacuum, sir.
Not in a vacuum.
Sure it is.
What do you mean? Why?
Why
in a vacuum?
You can't tell me that the tracks appear to rise up near your eye level, and then when something goes beyond that point, it's not going to be missing bottom, get obstructed bottom up because of that same phenomenon.
Well, why would it?
Going past that point.
Let me jump in.
On a straight level line.
I'm curious why you think there would be.
You're never going to agree. I don't expect
No,
you
I just want to know why you think that's true. Why?
Well, you're explaining to me how it is the angle difference.
No, but the object, let's say you have a railroad car and it's going away from you in a straight line. And I wish Sean wouldn't have brought up anything curvature. We're assuming flat Earth. If it's going flat,
only time I brought up curvature was to exclude it in this example.
Okay, well, let's go back to it real quick. Let me just finish real quick. I don't want to get obscured real quick. So we go out in this flat plane, Rakia, and the railroad car is going away. It gets smaller and smaller. Its angular side gets smaller and smaller. As it becomes indistinguishable, or as it becomes beyond this point of where you can actually see it there, right? It will not go away bottom first. It will go away top and bottom at the same time until it's just a dot at its center.
I got next after Rakia.
You're also comparing it against the backdrop of a vertical plane.
There's nothing that makes the bottom of it go away. Now, can you determine where the ground is, where the wheels are touching the ground or the tracks? No, that will be indistinguishable. That's called the Rayleigh criterion. But it'll still be there angularly. Everything above where that ground should be above it will still. In fact, you can take a telescope, zoom in, and you will see the wheels touching the track. As far as you can magnify it, it'll never ever show that it is being unresolvable first with respect to any other part of that railroad that's going away from you. That's the point I was trying to make, Rakia.
Yes, and that's what I was trying to. Yeah, same point.
We're going after you, Rakia. Unless you don't want to go.
Heck yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's say that we were to have a perfectly straight railroad track, right? And let's say we were to print every single dollar that we owe in debt, and we stacked it to the moon, literally. Right? Now, the dollar on the railroad track, the first one, it's going to be kind of hard to see just standing there, right? But let's say we start walking away, right? We want to see, what it looks like from way over there because we just stacked our debt to the moon. Yeah, go America, right? So the further you get away, you'll be able to, look up to just about infinity. Sky's the limit as to seeing the dollar bills that are stacked up on top of each other up high, right? But the ground is the limit to seeing the first dollar bill. Does anybody disagree? Okay, so if the ground is the limit to our visualization, observation, whatever you want to call it, like eventually that first dollar bill, first 10, 20, $30 bills are going to blend in with the railroad track as you start moving further away, but not the top ones, not the ones that are like at the, not at the $1,000, $2,000 range, right? Because the sky's the limit. You could just keep looking up.
Zanuck, this is what's happening. Zanuck, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. The way me and you think about this conversation that we're having right now, in reality, we understand that this Riley criteria happens. We understand that an angular size and resolve diminishes into a dot and then disappears. We understand that if something is running along the surface of this earth, there is an obstruction, and we understand that at a certain distance, we see obstruction and angular size and resolution change. So we understand that when we do see obstruction, why? Understand in their world, their argument right now, there is no reason for something to be obstructed by anything.
Right.
So there has to be a reason it is looking to be obstructed, right? So in their mind, Earth curvature has nothing to do with their argument.
Right, and so they're making a point that this thing goes further away. It has to disappear bottom up because that's what we see in reality. Right.
Exactly.
But in reality, you can actually test that, Hank. If you watch something go away and you can't see the bottom of it, get a telescope and see if you can bring it back into resolution, and you can. So nothing's ever hidden. You can. It's easy to do with especially the naked eye, because we're not that great at telescopes. Our eyes are not that great.
90
we only
videos
can see,
are.
Hold on. We only
I can give an example.
Hold on. We only can see something at 0.02 degrees in angular size. So find something that's that far away. You can do it at home, down your street, or across the water or something, and you can see that. If you can't see it, and you think it went away bottom first, zoom in with the telescope. It will reappear.
Yes. Yeah, now here's the thing. The picture I just put in the chat, that is a screenshot from a video. Just so everyone understands, this is an observation that me and Travis made. Travis himself tried this and admits this. If he zoomed into that cargo ship, he will not see more of that cargo ship. And then your guys' idea of what's happening on this railroad track, you would be able to zoom in and suddenly see the whole ship.
But Travis thinks that the image at some point has been miraged, and it is blocking the bottom.
Yeah, but he will admit you cannot zoom into that cargo ship and suddenly see the whole cargo ship now. But under the guides of resolution, it would be able to. Under the guides of atmospheric conditions, you would be able to. With the infrared or zooming in, you'd see the turbulence right hand, or you would see the resolution of it better zooming in with a camera if you were looking at it with your eyes, right? Because originally you're looking at it with your eyes, and then this happens. Well, then you get a camera and you zoom in, and you're able to see it again. Right?
Are you putting forward the idea that you can do this on a small scale, like looking away 10 feet, then 20 feet, but there's a mile, 2 miles, right? You can keep doing it all breaks even with perspective and Atmos and everything, maybe even Earth curve, right? But then at a certain maximum distance, you can't do it anymore.
Well, I would say you can't do it because you no longer see Earth.
What's that maximum distance?
It depends on your altitude.
Okay.
Give me an altitude, I'll tell you.
Right. I mean, it has to do with the angle that you're viewing the object, the bottom of the object?
The altitude.
Right, that which increases the angle that you're viewing to the bottom of the object. Right.
Yeah. Be able to go see further. The higher you go, see less. But see that again, that's where the arguments differ, and it has to be an understanding of what's being talked about. Because on a curved surface, it's 100% understandable why you don't see 500 miles.
Can I make a comment on that? You just said as you change your angle and go up, you can see more and more of the bottom of something. But what I say, when you change that angle and go down, the bottom would be less and less resolvable. You disagree with that?
Yes, because your
You
distance
just contradicted yourself.
because your distance doesn't change.
Got
So the
him.
bottom of that building and the top of the building are the same distance from you.
Okay, you don't understand, obviously. Okay, so earlier when I was talking about the sky being the limit, so you look up and keep on looking up and look up some more, right? Because there's nothing there blocking you. But stand on your head and look up and look up and look up some more, right? The ground is blocking you, obviously. You can't do it that way. Now, let's put you out in the middle of space, like on Einstein's Rosen Bridge or whatever the fuck, right? Out in the middle of nowhere, right? And you got some, building or whatever in front of you, right? And it's way off in the distance, but you can see the whole damn thing because you're not on Earth. There's no dirt blocking the bottom of shit, right? So as you walk over there, or walk further and further away, there is no ground blocking anything out. There's no sky blocking anything out, right? Because the sky is the limit.
The problem with what you just said is that we understand that the Earth has topography. So
What does that have to do?
Okay, so the reason you're saying, if you're standing on a perfectly flat surface and you're above that perfectly flat surface, you will be able to see all of that perfectly flat surface until you are no longer able to resolve that flat surface. The higher up you go, you're still going to be able to see further because you're able to now resolve it better.
Yep.
When
Now
you
go lower.
listen, and that is distant dependent. Now, when you put a structure on that surface and you're looking at it from the ground, you are above the bottom of that building because you're standing above that surface. Therefore, your angle is still higher than the ground. So the ground cannot obstruct that angle. When you do this on a globe and you go higher, if you're standing on the surface and it's obstructed and you go higher, it's because you are able to see further. Again, when you go
just
higher,
change your angle.
when you go higher, the only thing that is dependent is distance. If the object is if the top and the bottom are at the same distance, the resolution of it is going to be the same, no matter where you're at.
Yeah, but when you change your angle, when you get lower and you change your angle, the resolution gets less and less and less.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
You're
because the
making that up.
bottom is merging with the ground.
No,
Absolutely.
that doesn't happen.
That's not true.
I can't believe it. Either y'all are getting me on one word, gotcha, and disagreeing with me. But if you're disagreeing with this, you slide bricks away from you and the bottom of the brick disappears over a flat surface, then you're the one that's wrong. I don't care what you say.
Sean, can I ask you something? If you agree or disagree with the basis that anything in the distance, like forget about the horizontal. Do you agree that there is a backdrop that we see in a 2D, right? Which would create a vertical plane that we're comparing this horizontal plane against?
Depends on your background.
Any background, whatever we're seeing, that's what sets the vertical plane.
Well, if you have a mountain in the background, it's going to be a different background than if you have the sky in the background looking over the ocean. It's going to give you a different perspective.
But at some point, we're seeing it in 2D. We're just seeing the face of it, right? whatever it is, whether it's the mountain or the air or whatever it is, we're seeing the face of it, and we're perceiving it as a vertical plane, comparing it against that horizontal plane.
I'll agree with you. At a certain distance, that starts to happen because our eyeballs are made to see up close in 3D. Like you resolve it in your brain resolves it in 3D. You might be taking the information in 2D.
Wait,
But as the
so
distance increases, it becomes more and more 2D looking.
wait, no, but it's still 3D. If I see a building in front of a
Of
mountain, I know
course.
that building. I can see that building is in front of that mountain. It doesn't
But
look
it
like
all
that
looks like
building
a
is on the
canvas at
mountain.
a certain distance. It all just looks flat, like a canvas in the distance, like a mountain jetting towards you. Just looks like a flat mountain.
That doesn't. That's not the same thing as whether or not something is resolvable.
Well, no, I was going on his point. What he was talking about.
But that's the
Being in
key of it,
2D.
though. That's the key of it, though.
Whatever.
Being resolvable is distant dependent. You even said it. People with
Angle
glasses.
depends. Yeah, because your angle changes.
People's eyes are made to see closer. Well,
Yeah.
that's exactly how it works. The further and closer you get, resolution and distortion changes.
Yeah, because your angle changes.
Now,
Yeah.
no, hang on. No, it doesn't.
No.
Because
Yes, it does.
If you're 100 feet in the sky, or put it this way, if you're in space and you have an eye chart, and that eye chart gets further and further and further away, but stays at that same level, it gets distorted. If you take something and just take that same thing at the same one distance and just raise it up and down in your peripheral, you see the same thing. Angle does not matter to resolve in this conversation. Think about that.
Does the sky and ground merge together and appear as one at a certain point?
It appears to.
Why? Because you can't resolve the two?
Because of Earth's curvature.
Okay, there we
Y'all
go.
sick, bro.
We got
Y'all
him.
are sickness, bro.
We got
I made
him.
it very clear.
Hold
I made
on.
it clear.
Hold on.
That
Glover.
there's
Hold
two
on. You've
different
been
arguments
talking for a
going on
minute.
here. And unless we pinpoint on what we're talking
Relax.
about, then that's why it
Bro.
does matter.
Bro, listen. You got to give equal speaking time, right? If we say
Me
we
too.
disagree with you, don't you think you want to listen to why?
I did hear
we
why.
disagree with
I
you.
did hear why.
You just like go and okay. So when you said you go up higher, you can see more, right? Is that a true statement?
Yes, over land, yes.
Right. So if you go down lower, you can see less?
Yes.
Okay, earlier you said no.
No, I didn't. No, I said this. Resolution is distant dependent. Rakia made an example of our eyes are made to see things up close. The same example of people who need glasses. You take an eye chart and you move that chart to where they can see it clearly, and then start moving it away from them, it becomes distorted, unresolvable. If you take that same chart at a distance where they can see it, and you move it up in their peripheral and down in their peripheral, they're able to still see it. What you guys are saying is that because the ground, you're so close to the ground, that the angle is what affects distortion and resolution. That is not the case, because if we're able to see the bottom of a building and we go up 100 feet, it's not going to become more resolvable. The top and the bottom are the same distance from you. The angle is always still going to be a negative because you are above the bottom of the building if you're standing on the ground on a flat surface. Resolution is not elevation dependent. Resolution is distant dependent.
We're talking about two separate things, right?
Conversion of the sky and ground. What do you call that? When you can't
The
resolve it. When you
the
can't
horizon.
make out the two objects. Is that
I call that.
resolution?
No, I do not call where the
Then what is
sky
it?
and I do not call when the sky and the ground appear to meet resolution. I call
No,
that the
what is
horizon.
that when you can't resolve an object at ground level not because of Earth curve,
No, again,
because it's too
you're
far away from you
complaining.
and it's merging. I'm asking you a question and you're cutting me off for some reason.
Sorry.
So let's start over.
Yeah.
Forget everything we've said already. When an object is on the ground and you go away from you, or it goes away from you, or you go away from it, and you can't resolve the bottom of it because it's merging with the ground and it looks like like a blur. What is that called to you?
There are two different reasons for that in this conversation. My reason is due to Earth curve, that something would be obstructed from the
It has
bottom.
nothing to do with Earth
You're
curve,
cutting me. Hey,
Sean.
I let you finish. Now you're cutting me off. You are conflating two different things. You are conflating the Riley criteria, which is the idea that two lights in close up in the distance become merged to one, which is the resolution, and you are conflating what we consider on the globe Earth as obstructing. Let me make this clear.
What do you call that
Again.
blurriness?
I'm not done, Rakia. I stopped talking. So
Dude, you are obfuscating from a very simple
let
question.
me start over.
You're looking terrible.
Let me start over.
Let me restate my question then.
Rakia,
Let me restate my question because it had nothing to do with Earth curve.
Now I'm
nothing
going
to
to
do with
start
Earth
talking,
curve.
and you're going to
When
let
that
me start
object
talking.
becomes
Is that how
blurry,
this
when it
conversation is going
merges
to work,
with the ground, what do you call that?
I gave you the respect and shut the fuck
No,
up.
you're not
for
giving me
you to
respect.
finish
You're
what you
dancing
said.
around my question.
Okay, you were dancing around mine, so that's why
No,
I
I'm not.
Just let him.
No, I'm not.
So
Hold
we have
on. Just
difference
let
of
him
opinion
answer,
of that.
and then when he
I
doesn't
shut the
answer,
fuck up
hold
for
on,
you.
Sean.
Now you can
Sean,
shut the fuck up for me.
hold on. I'm taking care of this, Sean. Relax. Just let him answer your question. If he doesn't answer it, you can let us all know he didn't answer it after, please.
Can you get him to repeat my question, please, Jeremy?
What is the question? Do you even know the question, Sean?
I'll repeat it if he wants me to. If he doesn't know
that's
it.
bad form. That's bad form if
Dude,
you don't know
He
his
might have
question.
left. I think he left.
Yeah, of
guys.
course he has to leave.
Oh, no,
Jeremy,
he's here.
Sean,
Go
what
ahead.
do you... They want me to repeat... Can you repeat the question, Sean, please?
You asked me, what is it called when you can't resolve anything and there's obstruction as well?
No, that's not my question. So I'll repeat it.
Okay.
When an object is on the ground and it goes away from you or you go away from it, and where it meets the ground, the object and the ground become blurry. They start merging together. You can't tell one from the other. What do you call that?
The horizon.
Okay, I got a question. I want to ask Rakia. Rakia, I
You
got a
asked
question
me,
for you, bro.
what
Can I
do
be
I
heard?
call
Can I be
where the
heard?
ground and the sky
Can I be heard right
meet,
now?
or an
Hello?
object meet? The horizon. That's what I
Can I
call
be
it.
heard?
I did not call you where. I called you what do you call that? That
The
blurriness.
horizon.
The blurriness.
The
Not the
blurriness?
location. Yeah, that oh my god, dude.
Okay. I call when something is unresolvable an
Check.
example of the Riley criteria. But that has nothing to do with obstruction.
I'm done with this guy, dude. I think
Can I
everybody
not
here
be heard?
Go ahead,
Can I
brother.
not
I'm
be
sorry.
heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask Rakia some questions. So, Rakia, let's say that we got an eye chart, right? Me and you is at the beach, and I start walking away.
Right,
but before I do, we take an angle of that E, right? And the angle of the E, right, is just the apparent size, right? So as we start walking further and further away, that angle, it begins to shrink from the top of the E to the bottom of the E. Isn't that right, Rakia?
Yes.
All right, so now let's put the eye chart in an ant pile, right? And the eye chart is, let's say it's roughly 10 degrees, right? Because we're a few feet away from it, right? From the eye chart to the top of the eye chart to the ground, right? And we start walking away, and we turn around. Did that angle from the top of the eye chart to the ground, did it go down some more? Did it shrink?
Dude, I'll be honest. I was driving in one-way traffic, so.
Right. So you put a eye chart, you stick it in the ground, right? And we walk away. The angle between the top of the eye chart and the ground, it goes down, right? Gets to be a smaller and smaller angle.
Yeah.
So the same reason we can't read the E from far away is the same reason that we can't eventually not see the eye chart, even though it's a 3-foot eye chart, right? Sticking out of the ground. We can no
That's
longer
not,
make it
you
out.
don't see it. You still
Bro, do you
see
mind if
something. You
do you
still see an
mind
angular size
do
from
you
the
mind if
surface.
I finish? Like, have I not been talking? Right? I've been talking, right?
Well, yeah, you have.
Just make sure I have been sharing the mic, right, Xanet?
Wow, why was so
Okay.
sensitive? I thought I just dropped something in there that would help you.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. I appreciate you still manning me. I really do. But my point is that just like in the Skunk Bay time lapse, like you're not moving further and further away, but still the white building on the left for more than one frame completely disappears. Like it's gone. You can't even see it in the
The
frame.
mirage hides it.
Yeah, it's mirage for sure.
There
But
is.
there's different reasons why things disappear from the bottom up. One of them is because the angle between your eye and the ground gets so acute, so small, after you move further and further and further away, that you can't resolve certain things, just like moving away from the eye chart. The angle
I agree.
between the top of the E and the bottom of the E gets so acute, right? Because it's not a right angle, it's certainly not an obtuse angle, right? Because when you're looking from the middle of your eye to the top of the building, that's an obtuse angle. There's lots of angle for information to
Okay.
come through, right?
I waited a little bit. You mind me saying something, Hank, real quick?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, let's look at other things that are hidden by other objects. So if what you say is true, it's going to be true for all objects that are seemingly merging together or being obscured from one another. And some, truthfully, can be, hid by the other. I mean, a car could be hiding a person, or the Saturn could be hidden by the moon. Now, regardless of what they are, we can see the moon obscure Saturn as it approaches. We don't think Saturn is just can't be seen because the angle is so acute. It's being hidden because you can zoom in and see it. Now, even no matter what the zoom is, you may not be able to see where it's being obscured, but you can still see the little nub of Saturn against the surface of the moon. So it's not the angle, because if you wait a while, it'll completely be gone. And no matter how much you zoom in, it's nothing of Saturn's there. And then a little while later, a few minutes later, Saturn will pop out the other side. You can do this if you don't believe in that analogy or that comparison. Look at a car and a person at a distance, and then you zoom in with telescopes. So this angle idea is completely nonsense. I hate to, be that harsh about it, but it's complete
Okay.
nonsense.
So what's the reason that blind people, that are legally blind can't read the E from 1 foot away? Is it because
Because
there's something
you can't.
obstructing their view? Does that have to
No,
do with anything like what I
no,
said?
it does. I'll tell you if you listen. What happens is you cannot discern the surface or this object that's obscure that's sitting next to and the actual letter. Now, its position angularly is fine, but because of the same color, the E is black and the ground is black, for example, it blurs together. But the angular position is not changing. That doesn't mean that you can't see it. It just means you can't see the details of it, or you can't discern between the ground and the E. But the E is still there, angularly in your position, in your field of view. It's not changing.
You give an example of something that is free all around to opposed to something that stands on the ground. He is talking about an acute angle near the ground, not a free floating object in the sky.
You got
It's
it.
the wrong comparison.
He's being dishonest.
It's a good comparison. We can also use things on the ground as well, because
The wrong comparison, Senik.
we can always zoom into those things. Like, for example, the E that you can't see, a blind person can't see, or near blind. We zoom in and we can see the E perfectly. Even the blind person or the near blind person can. So you're wrong.
No, you're wrong. You made the wrong comparison. You don't understand it. I'm happy to say it again. Say it sometimes to Glover.
By the way, saying you're wrong is not an argument. I said you're wrong with a reason. You just said, no, you're wrong.
Your reason was wrong.
No, my reason is wrong.
I
said, no, I explained my reason.
You compare something
I said you can zoom in and see the bottom of the E, and I so that therefore you're wrong. So I give a reason. Now you said no, you're wrong. Nothing to back it up. Go ahead, give me your story to back that statement up.
Oh my God!
Lightwater, go ahead. Why is that wrong?
I said you were wrong for giving an example of an object that is free all around, opposed to an object that is standing on the ground.
No, the angles are angles. There's still an object being obscured. There's still an angle difference between the top of the object and the bottom of the object, and a top of the object and the surface of whatever is obscuring it. And those angles are. Hold on, I'm still talking. So I gave it.
I'm still talking too.
And then you talked about the E on top of it, or they talked about the E on top of a surface. Could be the same color or not. Doesn't matter. If it's obscured and you can't see it bottom up, and then you zoom in with a telescope or binoculars, you will see it. So therefore, you are wrong. Now, why is that wrong?
It is seen and observed. For instance, in the documentary, the Hawkins documentary with the striped blankets, and it was also seen in for instance, the video or photo from Renty with the ship with the thinner red stripe below that it disappeared because of it being right above the ground. The ground.
I can't help you misinterpret what you're saying. No, those
and this is the misunderstanding and the misinterpretation because of always jumping to your orthographic side view. You will always have an angle, but you don't compare it with the observation.
Yeah, I definitely got to say that me comparing, the angle from the top of the E to the bottom of the E to the top of the chart to the dirt, right, it is a really good comparison, right, because they're both angles. And the further you move away from them, like eventually it's going to be indistinguishable. You can no longer read the E, right? And if you keep moving away, you'd no longer be able to see the sign. Now, what that has to do with the ground blocking,
If you zoom in, you see the E, though, Hank. You know that to be true.
What?
If you zoom in, you'll see the friggin' E. It won't be obscured anymore bottom up. It's only seeming like it's obscured because
we were talking.
You can't discern between these two objects. You can't discern for them being two different objects, but there's still something there. It still has an angular size that has been reserved. When the angular size changes physically from only the bottom, then you know something's hiding it. Because if you can't zoom in and see it, something's blocking it. It's pretty elementary.
He was talking about creating a greater distance from it. Zooming in is taking that distance away again.
No, it's not.
So it's not an argument.
You're wrong because it doesn't.
No, I'm not wrong.
You are. Zooming in doesn't change the distance. Zooming in changes the distance. Are you for real?
You don't understand observation because you always jump to the side view, to the orthographic side view.
Zooming in, I change the distance. I don't change the distance by zooming in. That's silly.
You just increase the angle, which is the argument that you're fighting against. I don't get. I want you to get back on track. Get back on the globe. Get back on your side. You don't belong over here.
Zooming in doesn't change an angle either. Nothing. But zoom in makes everything magnified. Changes the angle. Does not change the angle or size of the object. It just increases what you can see through magnification.
You're changing the angle view.
What?
You change the view angle of the.
No, you don't change any angles by zooming in. No angles are changed.
No. Yeah, sure.
As you laugh, people always mock what they don't understand.
I mean, you're increasing
I'm
the
making
angular
I'm
size of the
making you
object.
completely right now by laughing.
Yeah, you're increasing the size of the object, right? Like the angular size of the object.
No,
And
you're not.
now you can see it.
No, you're not.
You're magnifying
You're
its
not
size.
increasing the size by zooming in. No, the angular size of that object is still preserved. The angular size is an angle with respect to 360 degrees all the way around you. Right? The sphere all the way around. That's an angle in all directions. That does not
180.
change. Just because you zoom into a 0.015 angle doesn't mean in this viewfinder it looks like it's taking up the entire frame. Doesn't mean the angular size has changed. It's because now you're zoomed in, you can see that angle better. It's like looking at an object saying it's a millimeter across, but suddenly when I zoom in, it becomes a foot. No, it's still a millimeter. I can zoom in and see it because I've magnified it in my field of view. In the viewfinder. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many angles are in that field of view?
There's always 360 degrees, right? 180 side to side. So what angle, or 180 top to bottom? So 180 top to bottom, because you're looking in one direction. And whatever that object is with respect to 180 is its angular size. Doesn't change top to bottom.
How do you have 180 top to bottom?
Doesn't change by zooming in. Get it straight.
How do you have 180 viewing angle from top to bottom if the earth is in the way? Sanic?
It's a field of view.
Can you see through dirt? Is it transparent or translucent?
No, so that'd be in your field of view. That would be part of the angle.
No, that would be blocking.
No, but it doesn't matter whether you see it or not. You're not giving angle size.
Yes, it does.
Hank,
Yes, it does.
You're being really silly. It doesn't matter what's in our. It doesn't matter what's in our field. Our field of view.
So it doesn't matter what's in our field of view. We should be able to see everything.
It doesn't matter what's in our field of view. 180 is top to bottom.
So saith the king, bro.
This is
You can't see through dirt.
Because now it seems like you're really not even trying.
You can see from the horizon up.
Doesn't matter what you can see.
Because the atmosphere is transparent or translucent.
That does
why
not
are you talking through me if you're so correct? Why are you talking through me? So, like I was saying, you could see 180 degrees from the left to the right, right? Because the atmosphere is translucent. But you can't see 180 degrees from down all the way up.
Are you really being that dumb? You can look straight down and see your feet, right?
Can you see what's under then?
No, you don't need to. Whatever is blocking. If I cover your eyes, Hank, with your blindfold, you still see 180 degrees up and down. Now it's all black, but you can still see it.
How can you see if it's all black?
Oh my God. This is insanity. I'm done with you for sure.
I'm done with you then, bro. I'm done with you for sure. Talk to somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, he was losing me on, like, when he says he can see a distant object and measure it to be maybe 10 degrees of 10 degrees, right? And then you zoom all the way in until it fills up the entire camera lens, and somehow it's still 10 degrees. He lost me on that.
That's a valid question. Let me explain if you want to hear. So say you look at something that is 1 degree. Let's say look at the moon, a half a degree angular size. You would agree it's a half a degree angular size, right?
I'm saying let's use my car. Like if I take a picture of my car from here,
it'll be better because it'll be relative to everybody. If
I walk right up to the car and put the camera face against it.
Please.
Well, I want to get it on the right
I got
track.
the moon, and it's a half a degree angular size. We all agree, but its position, how it occupies in our field of view of a 180 is a half a degree. If we zoom in with our camera, and it is taking the entire viewfinder position, that entire viewfinder, the width of it is a half a degree. That's the magnification. It tells you that. It says if you look at this viewfinder, everything from end to end is a half a degree. For example, these binoculars I have are 2.6 degrees field of view. So you know when it occupies the entire field of view, it's 2.6 degrees. Even though it looks really big, it's 2.6 because it's been magnified. And it says it on the binocular, field of view, in this viewfinder, 2.6 degrees. So when the moon is zoomed in, as far as it can go, it'll only take up about less than half of the viewfinder. And that's exactly what you see. So why is this so hard to understand? And that's
Yeah, I mean, I
exactly
just want
why.
to I just want to bring it back to basics. I mean, you know, the back to basics is, you know, we have an object that disappears bottom up when on a horizontal level surface, right? And if I were to zoom all the way in on that object, or even just lay my camera face down on the object, you're saying that that proves something. That's equivalent to why things disappear bottom up.
They don't disappear bottom up for that reason. They disappear bottom up because something obscures them, something hides them. The surface of the horizon.
Yeah, where the vertical backdrop vector meets the horizontal vector is typically where things disappear, and you can simulate this at any size and ratio except for whatever our maximum viewing distance is, and then speculation begins. But you can replicate what, I don't know, people like Rakia were putting forward very easily in reality. Right, but it's at this maximum, right? It's at this point where it's we can't see any further, that people begin to speculate that that's the place where the Earth beneath them, even though it measures at the same distance from the surface, you know, on a horizontal, is now dropping down or away from them.
Dude, where are you getting this from? If you see a ship disappear, and all you see is the bridge, and it's 25 miles away, you barely see it. It's not beyond angular resolution. You can see everything, all the details from the smokestack down to the where the rest of the ship go. Angularly, it's missing. Now, Travis would say it's hidden by a mirage, but you're saying, Hank's saying it's hidden by the fact that it's near another surface. Yet right above it, you can have a fucking jet 200 miles away that you can make out. And by the way, you throw your binoculars on or a telescope to zoom into that jet 200 miles, or zoom into the bridge of that boat that's 26 miles away. You see everything in fine detail. Yet the water line is cutting into that smokestack exactly where it should be with a spherical surface. So whatever you're saying,
it's definitely not doing anything according to. It's definitely not doing anything according to the globe's. I mean, it's really not. It doesn't match what the globe predicts almost ever, unless you take a long video, and then just pause it where it matches the globe and say, all right, this is it, we're done. It matches the globe. That's when that happens. But you know, long range observations do not match the globe's prediction at all.
Hey, I'd just like to point out that I posted a video.
You sure about that?
Sorry, Zanik. I posted a video of a boat, a ship, remote control boat, and it's disappearing from the bottom up, even though it's nowhere near far enough to be caused by Earth curvature. Thanks. And on my YouTube channel, I made a video about atmospheric magnification, and I took, you know, the black swan image where it's still a black swan, even though one of the platforms is partially blocked. And I took that image and I stretched it out and I moved it to the other side where it's not blocked. And when I made it fit sizes, like they were both the same size, apparently, it made the bottom disappear. And I'm going to keep posting a few other things that have to do with things disappearing from the bottom up without it being curvature. And I guess the Glovers are just going to have to endure it.
Yeah, most laymen would probably agree with you. What you're saying, you know, if I were to ask a bunch of people at the beach, like, why can't we see any further than that? They said, I don't know, it's cloudy out. You know, they would never really attribute it unless you put it to them. Like, well, what about Earth curve? When you see in your field of view, maybe 6 miles left to right when and they can see they can see the water curving downward as they turn their head at the beach and look across the horizon. And your field of view is about 6 miles, and from left to right, and then straight out about maybe 3 miles is a roundabout of how far we can typically see from a 6-foot observing height. They might believe for a second that they're seeing the curve of the Earth at 6 miles, left to right. But most of if it comes up in discussion, but most of the time they'll attribute it to it's rainy out. Just like when you can't go and do surveying in in the rain. You can't do it when it's humid out. You have to have a nice day to survey short distances.
And over short distances, like 400 yards, we see no curvature. We see non-parallel plummet. We see 16 arc seconds deviation, 400 yards. That's curvature. And I can show you long distance observations where you have mountains in the distance that should be above the mountain in the background, but in the background they're down below the snow line even.
Yeah, and then in the globe,
that is a complete utter destruction of any thought that the Earth is flat, because that cannot happen on a flat Earth. Period.
And measurements are what tell you the Earth is
visual observation.
horizontal in nature.
Remember, trust your senses. Trust your senses, right? You have a mountain that's twice as far away as the mountain in front of you, and it's twice as high, yet it is below the ground mountain. That can't happen on a flat Earth. Why don't you understand that?
It happens on a flat Earth. That's how you. That's
No,
how
it doesn't happen on
That's
flat
how.
Earth.
That's
It
how you
can
were
happen.
created to.
It does,
Oh, that's
then
how you.
this trigonometry doesn't work.
Danik, let him
Trigonometry
finish,
doesn't work. Is that
man.
what you're saying?
Fuck's sake, bro.
Yeah. So I mean that's how we were created to see, right? So like however we were made with the idea, right? Right. Well, just however we were made, right? However these eyes in our head work, right? We weren't made so the globe would predict this, right? If the Earth were horizontal or flat, right? That all the land in the distance would just keep on rising and rising until everything in the distance was one just big blocked off mountain, no sky, just land. Unbelievable that you think that's how your eyes work. That as you look further, what should happen is the land should rise up to meet the sky. It's unbelievable. That's not how we were made. We were not made to have everywhere we go at 3 feet, 3 miles, the land to rise up and block everything in the distance. Yeah. So when I put pieces of glass in front of my senses, like a telescope or binoculars, I'm putting something in front of my eyes. Yeah. And then when I take them away, Earth is flat again. I put thing in front of my eyes, Earth globe. And you're telling me to trust my senses? I guess so. And that's how silly the idea of the globe is. The globe predicts that the way our eyes work, the land should rise to fill the entire sky indefinitely. Unbelievable.
That's not what they say at all. You don't even know what the argument is, nor do you know what the model dictates or how math works or trigonometry works. No, the ground will come up to eye level, not in the sky, not fill the sky like you said, just to eye level. Everything due to perspective that is at eye level as it moves farther away will stay at eye level. Everything, if the Earth is flat, or even if an object is just at level with your eye, won't go up or down. It will stay at eye level if it is the same distance above the surface as it moves away.
Why would things that are taller than me stay at eye level if the Earth were flat? They're taller than me. Shouldn't they be above me?
Taller? I said at the same height as your eye level. As they move away, they'll stay at eye level. You didn't that or not?
Right. So imagine a world, right, like a reality world where things are taller than me, like houses and trees, right?
And they come
so what
down.
happens to these things that are taller? They come
you're
down?
Looking at those objects, dude. You got to be playing with me, because if things
I'm just clarifying.
No, you're not clarifying. You're just making them. But yeah, if things are taller than you, they come down to eye level as they're. But
why do they stop at eye level?
Why do they stop?
Why do they come down at all?
Because of trigonometry.
Trigonometry make your eyes work?
Trigonometry is the explanation of why things. You asked me why it happens because of the ratio of angle. The height of the object to the distance is tangent. An inverse tangent, if you have the distance, will give you the angle. Angle times tangent will give you the ratio of those two sides. Do you not
Tangent
get
of what? A
basic
tangent
math?
of what? Your eye?
Did
Your
you not go to
eyeball?
school? Were you raised
Oh.
under a rock or something? Come on.
Oh, there you go. Because you got all right. So your model, and well, your false dichotomy. This is the thing. It's not your model.
Not a
It's your false
dichotomy.
dichotomy. It's that if the Earth were flat, everything in the distance that's taller than you should fill the entire sky, which is pretty much everything.
No, that's not what I said. I just told you.
No, it's not what you said. No.
I said it goes to eye level.
You spoke of a tangent. Where a tangent to what?
No, tangent is the ratio. It's a trigonometric function.
Okay. Tangent to the ratio
Everything
of
above
what?
you, everything taller than you on a flat Earth will go to eye level. Away. Everything that's smaller than you go up to eye level. Up to eye level as it gets further. Why is this so hard to understand?
Well, it's just convenient.
Well,
Yeah,
Santa,
that you make
this maybe. Sorry, just real fast. Santa, this may be kind of a shock to you, but not everybody's bilingual, right? Some of us only speak English. So if you know math well enough, you should be able to translate it into English for us, so that we can all be on the same page, enjoy the same conversation.
Right,
Because
and I did
math
that.
is
If I was
language.
a little bit snip, I apologize. Yeah, the tangent is his ratio, and I told him the ratio of the distance to the height of the object in the distance. And that tangent is a function in trigonometry. But you can do it manually. You don't need to have trigonometry. In fact, Aristophanes didn't use trigonometry in ratios of the sun's to the Earth versus the moon. Just a ratio.
Is
So
math reality?
everything from the ground that is smaller than you will rise to eye level as it moves away on a flat Earth. And everything above you, taller than you, that it moves away, will come down to eye level. That's just basic perspective, and I think everybody can trust their senses in that one.
So eye level. Everything has to be at eye level.
No, I said everything moves toward eye level as it gets further. Why do you have to keep on mixing my words?
I just want to know
I think you might be a troll, or something's wrong with you, because
I just want to know how you
I don't
found out that
understand why
everything
you.
goes to eye level. What is making things go to eye level? What is so special about this eye level that you just are so dependent on it? What's going on with this? Who told you about eye level and why things should go to eye level?
So, as you
You
get
can tell?
further away from something, it will move toward eye level, and that is you can use trigonometry, or you can just figure it out for yourself. This rise over run. This rise over run is a ratio. Rise, how high it is off the ground, and run, how far it is away. That ratio, if you just draw on a piece of paper what happens with the angles, I mean, kindergartners can figure that out. Draw a triangle and move one corner of the triangle out further away. See what happens to it.
Well, I'll ask the kindergartners. I mean, I'm done talking here.
Yeah, they probably.
You're not saying anything. You want to say a bunch of bullshit that
I'm telling
gets
you,
you away
have a
from.
triangle. Have a triangle of an object that's at eye level.
I'm going to ask the kindergartners.
Move that corner of the triangle away from you. What happens? What happens to the other angles?
I don't know. We stack the blocks up and we make castles and shit like that. That's what we do in a kindergarten class.
It talks about it helps them understand geometry and these type of concepts. If you build a triangle and you take a block out and want to make the bottom a little longer, what happens to the angle of the other angle? It has to be a little greater until it gets larger. Everyone knows that triangle will have a straight line in the top line, whereas before it started out at a 45-degree angle if it was an equilateral triangle.
What are you saying? What are you talking about?
I'm
what is
saying
your
that if you're a
subject
kid
matter?
and you have a triangle on the ground.
What's your subject matter? Like, what are you saying? What is your point of view?
You want to know why things go to eye level?
You want me to go read my car manual and talk to? There we go.
If you want to know why things go to eye level, I'm trying to explain it to you. You're not.
So what happens when everything goes to eye level?
I'm just going to condemn you as a troll because you're not even trying.
So what happens then? When everything goes to eye level, how do you differentiate things that'll be everything going to eye level? Just everything goes right to the one middle. So we should view the world as what, one big straight line at eye level? That's what you're putting forward? Right, that's what your trigonometry tells you, that everything should go to eye level and remain there, and that's it. That's how our eyes work, people. One big straight line, like a TV when it breaks, like that line across the television screen. That's yep.
It's weird because they try to use straight geometric arguments against us where there's only perspective involved, but then we'll bring that to them like Canago or the Black Swan or something, and now they're like, well, it's not just geometry, it's refract. Like, you guys need to stop. Both sides do it.
So he's making the argument that everything should go to eye level and remain there, and that our brain or the way we were made, whether somebody made us or we're just made from fish, that had no plans on how to differentiate all the things meeting at eye level, that they should just stay there
If
at
it
eye
was
level.
strictly geometry, and perspective, that is how it would be.
Yeah.
But it's not just strictly perspective and strictly geometry, because that's not how it works, even in their own model. So I don't know why they make that argument. Everyone needs to stop making that geometry argument, because it's not. There's an optical thing involved. Are you Xanax? Is that what you were trying to do just now, bro? Really? Just geometry, no atmosphere?
No, we were just trying to get the concept understood. It wasn't about saying that other factors do change position of objects. That happens. He just doesn't understand why things go to eye level. Then he says these silly comment, that everything's just a straight line across, like the TV goes out.
Oh,
no,
what's up,
that's not what
bro?
we're saying. We're saying that things that are in the distance will rise to eye level as they. You know this, Jeremy.
No.
And he doesn't want to believe that.
Come on, Mark. What are you doing?
What'd you
Come
say?
on, man.
What'd you say? I didn't hear
It's
you. What'd you
totally
say?
unprofessional.
What'd you say?
I'm hot micing, Xanax. I'm hot micing. My coworkers messing with me. So it's not just geometry and it's not just perspective, right? There's an atmosphere.
Yeah, we're not even there. We're not even close to there yet. Jeremy, we're not even close to there yet. He has a problem with basic geometry.
We are.
We're not
very
there
close
yet.
to there.
Tanks is so far
It's not
underwater,
just
man. We gotta pull him up.
geometry.
We gotta pull him up,
Do
pump the water out of his lungs,
just
and resuscitate him.
What's up?
You can't do just geometry though. That doesn't even work.
Okay, I don't want to. You're just trying to argue for the sake of argument too.
The just geometry thing doesn't work. It's nonsensical to even think about it like, because we know there's more factors at play. Geometry, this whole thing, we wouldn't even be
Breaking up real bad, Jeremy. Why don't you just take a chair? Take a seat. Relax.
Oh, it's all right. Oh, somebody's roboting like crazy.
You got to ask
All
the
right,
boss.
so
He's ad homing as he's roboting too.
Ask the boss to put you on the good Wi-Fi.
right. So I want to point out something. So let's say you got a drone and you fly at like 399 feet to the legal ceiling in America, right? So between your eye and like the drone, there's like 90 degrees of vision, right? So you should easily be able to look up
and see it, right? Because that's a pretty big angle, right? You should be able to tilt your head up and see your drone. But let's say all of a sudden you start making it go due east, right? Then it's going to appear to get lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, right? Till eventually it disappears. Now, it didn't go over any earth curvature because it's still actually above your head when it disappears into the horizon, right? So you might be able to get some binoculars and pull it back into view, right? That way you're still in line of sight. That way you're still within the legal limit of flying your drone. Let's say it's one of them really good drones, and you keep flying it, right? Then you have to go get a telescope, right? Because if it leaves your line of sight, like you're in trouble with the rules, right? Because you're considered a pilot nowadays. So
This is a great test, by the way. It's brilliant. Keep on going, gang.
great. Now let's say it's not a drone. Now let's say it's a remote control car.
Stay drone, and then measure the. It knows how high. Hold on. It knows how high it
Dude,
is.
shut up. He's
Dude,
talking. What's wrong with you?
But he's changing gears. He's got the point already across.
He's talking. Why are you
know he is. I
interrupting
wanted to
him
interrupt him for a
mid-flow?
second. Is that okay?
Shut your mouth.
Thank you.
Yeah, let Hank
Right,
finish.
yes.
Hank, you're next.
Yeah.
Hank, you're next.
I'm struggling to speak anyways, jeez. All right, so let's say now you got a perfectly flat field, right? Like the Bolivian salt flats, and you're right in the middle, right? And you got a remote control car. Now it's a really good RC car because it's made out of gas and it has an extra gas tank sitting on top of it, so it's got lots of gas. So you take this RC car, remote control car, and it's got one of them really high-end receivers, so you can send it like a mile plus away, right? So you're on the salt flat, you got this remote control car, and you like send it away from you. Now with a drone, the sky's the limit, right? On one half of your view, and the ground is the limit on the other half of your view. Now with the RC car, the sky's the limit, you can see the little orange gas tank or red gas tank on top. But the ground is the view for the other side of it, right? So the angle between the top of the gas tank, or no, let's say the angle between the middle of your eye and the ground, when your RC car is like a mile away, it's going to be pretty narrow. And the further you go out, it's going to be even more narrow. Just like the drone, right? So things shrink in the distance, but not only do they shrink in the distance, you're squishing them in between the ground and the middle of your eye, that little tiny angle. And the further it goes out, the smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller that angle gets. Does anybody disagree with that?
Xanac, that's you. You're supposed to disagree.
Couldn't wait to interrupt me, but now that I made my point, Kurt's got a phone call.
Who knows? He might agree with you, Blink. Sorry, Larry.
It's all good. All right, if anyone here under the sound of my voice does disagree with me, you got 10 days, 10 business days to respond, or it's going to be conditional acceptance that you two agree with me. And That'll be $10,000. Thanks. Is there something going on that I don't know about? Is there a live stream everybody's watching or something?
What was that?
I said, is there a live stream or something that everybody's watching? Because usually the conversation doesn't die.
They all must
Maybe
be
everybody's
preoccupied.
tired of hearing my raspity raggedy voice.
What happened?
I puked my guts out for like 6 hours.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That ain't good.
Yeah, good times. It really hurts my guts.
Why were you puking? Or is that different?
It was food poisoning.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
that ain't nice.
You shouldn't have that Taco Bell.
No, I don't eat goy food, bro. I was eating kimchi. That's that good stuff, bro. I just didn't know that it had been sitting out. Yeah, I don't eat no goy food.
How does one define goy food?
It's a food-like substance, like Taco Bell or Burger King. You know, it's not real food.
Okay. Food adjacent items.
Yeah.
Trash.
You know, I think I think for Thanksgiving, I want to do a social experiment. I want to get like black people to try pumpkin pie and white people to try sweet potato pie. Because I found out recently that
It's pretty much the same thing.
pretty much, yeah, but it's not the same thing. I found out recently that black folks don't eat pumpkin pie, and I was like, really?
Why not?
Like that's fine.
Did they
I
give
don't know why.
reasons for this?
It's just not their tradition. They eat sweet potato pie, and we eat pumpkin pie. We still have sweet potatoes, but it's not in a
Maybe.
We call it
That's
candy
interesting.
yams.
Yeah, yams are better though, I think, than pumpkins.
Well, I only eat pumpkin pie one day out of the year, so I can eat candy yams all year round. Yeah, I would just be kind of curious, like if why the sweet potato pie would they change? They're just gonna stick with their culture. Like, would
Wait, you have to do a
put
control
this
group
year?
where you mix the two together. See if anyone notices.
Double blind placebo study.
Yeah, you might hurt some feelings with that one.
Right. I remember the first time I found out that some people eat chitlins, and my response was like, kind of turned into a British guy. You did what? What? You know?
You what, man?
You're eating?
Wait, but what did you say? I didn't hear.
Yeah.
What did they eat?
Chitlins, which is
What's
like the
that?
pig's intestines.
Ugh!
Pig's intestines.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
That's haram
So
on
like,
every level. Disgusting. Why would he do that? Ooh, crazy
well,
people.
I'll tell you the reason, but you ain't gonna like it.
No, I'm good, thanks.
So back in the day, oh, okay,
Here we go.
okay. So yeah, it's like you did what with what? You ate. Yeah, but when I found out about chitlins, I felt like usually I'm not opposed like trying different foods, different cultures, but like pig intestines. Like
It's
I got
you
all
pick
posh.
you pick the dirtiest animal that shouldn't ever be eaten,
Yeah.
and then you go and pick the dirtiest part of that animal. It's just so dumb. Because that would probably be where most of the toxins and parasites would be.
Probably just
man,
fry
that
it.
is so that's so messed up.
What if you deep fry it? It'd be better, right?
Nah, you can't polish a turd, man.
I don't know, man. I just remember delivering, on New Year's Eve, and I'm like, what are y'all cooking? They were like, chip. I'm like, okay, chips. I go look it up, and I'm like, oh, hell no.
Yeah, they're proud of it
For
too.
our New Year's
Like,
Eve, our tradition.
like a delicacy.
Yeah, they like it. They like it. They do. Some of them, except for the people that order pizza, apparently they didn't like it. But we eat black eyed peas. I don't know.
Nah, you broke up. I don't know. I think Discord's doing everything to make sure this is not an entertaining server at the moment.
Mic check.
Hello, Mike.
Just all quiet in here right now. So nobody's talking about anything? What's going on?
You, anyone out there? Hello.
Greetings, Earthling.
Hello. Who is it?
Who's that? You first.
Oh. Hello?
That wasn't the first person that said hello, was it?
Say what?
I can't figure out who's talking.
Next.
That's me. Who's this?
It's a new world.
Yes. Took some major vacation.
Say what?
Just took a vacation from well, no, I don't know. I think I'm just visiting. I could, yeah. Yeah, I haven't been around in a while. How are you? Who's this? What's happening?
How you doing? Next. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Who am I talking to?
Kyrell.
You used to join our podcast here or something?
Say what?
Am I thinking of somebody else? Your voice sounds kind of familiar.
Who do I sound like?
Someone who used to like join our panels intermittently. Is that possible? Or are you
What
like
channels?
on YouTube?
No, no.
I don't know. Where do you know me from?
I don't know you from nowhere, bro.
Oh, somebody just said I haven't seen you in a while.
I did not say that. That was me.
Sweet. Anyway, very well. What you up to?
I'm just trying to store up space on stuff. I mean, free up space on a hard drive. What are you up to?
Just working on some artwork, I guess.
Make art?
Bro, I got that new MacBook. That shit has like fucking 2 terabytes of storage on it. I was like, holy shit.
Okay. The what? The new MacBook Pro
Yeah, it's like the I
M1
got the
processor.
yeah, that's the one I got, and it has 2 terabytes of storage on it, and I didn't even get the biggest like plan. I was
What'd you
like,
get
this
for
is
RAM?
fucking. I think 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
I bet
But
I bet you needed a small mortgage to buy it as well, didn't you?
it was
Yeah.
like $1,000 only. So
That's it.
I mean,
That's
it's
about,
not really.
that's about that's almost £1,000 right now in my money. So yeah, that's pretty expensive.
Yeah, but it would cost you like half of that just for the graphics card capabilities that the M1 can give you. That's
Don't
kind
get
of a
me
good
wrong. I
deal.
mean, don't get me wrong.
Dude, the
Apple.
storage is so useful. I had an
Don't
old
get me.
MacBook. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, Apple were are good products, but the thing is, they're expensive to buy and they're expensive to repair as well. But
Oh
I
yeah,
get
and then they can break and they don't give a shit, and you can have something that works really well for you, and then it doesn't work anymore, and it never will work quite the same. But yeah, lovely stuff when it works nice.
Yeah, man. Like I had an old computer. I had like 100 gigs of storage, something like that. Like it was constantly full, and I was constantly trying to like go through it, see what I deleted, because I had all
100 gig. Nobody has
these
100 gig
books
anymore.
down library of books. You know what I mean? Storage. Hello.
Yeah. I mean, like any how many PCs you buy now? I mean, nobody's gonna. If you buy anything less than 500 gig, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, man. When I got the M1 or whatever, it gave me like 2 terabytes, and it's like all my shit from my old computer is like when I look at like a visual graph of it, it's like a fucking like a little fucking like slim like
Yeah,
thing
like a
at the
sliver.
fucking end.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a sliver at the end, and I'm like, holy shit! Like I have so much space on this thing.
Yeah, it was the same because mine's 2 terabyte as well, and it's the same thing when I had my old 500 gig machine. I put everything over, and like it was like like you said, it was just like a little sliver. It's weird. But I'm soon filling this one up now.
Is that NVMe RAM or in memory? It's not SSD in the M1 laptop, right? Okay.
It's probably gone.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like only a couple of years ago, they were pushing those big desktop machines, the cheese grater Mac Pro, and they were, I don't know, very expensive.
Why did you call it a cheese grater?
I was thinking that as well. Yeah.
It's what people call it generally,
grater.
because it looks like the front of it looks like a cheese grater.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Which machine is that on? I'm so going to see if
The Mac. Yeah, Mac Pro. You can just put like cheese grater after it. You see like.
Is it a desktop or is it a notebook?
It's a desktop. Sometimes they have wheels.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. These are like $20,000-$30,000 units or more. You know, it's crazy. But like the M1 really makes a lot of that seem pointless, like a pointless waste of money for a lot of people because they don't really use all that stuff that.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean by the cheese grater thing. It does.
Mm-hmm. It's a special like air intake design that's meant to I guess sort of cut the air in sort of a cheese grater way.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the chat there.
Pretty cool. It's got a three fan design in it, and it's all temperature controlled. So and the fans don't spin at the same speed, because if they all spin at the same speed, it'll create like a rattle. So they have like an oscillating like little algorithm to make that not happen. Pretty cool.
Oh right, they synchronize the fans and stuff so you didn't get a rattle. Oh nice.
Yeah, so it's like quiet as can be. Like if you're editing in your for your job or something.
Whatever reason, I was just thinking about this, but have you guys heard of the good news of the gospel of the infinity chamber? So both on YouTube and Prime Video right now is a sci-fi movie that I have watched 12 times in the past year and absolutely love it. It's called The Infinity Chamber. I highly recommend it.
Is that about a computer?
No spoiler alerts, but it's about basically this man who
Like
finds himself.
Yeah.
He finds himself imprisoned without his consent, and his only communication is a voice and a camera, and the interactions between the two. Yeah. But the reason why I besides liking it so much, but I've watched it 12 times because it seems like after a certain amount of time, I was recognizing that I was solving more and more of the puzzle each time I watched it. So I would find another Easter egg, and it's just keeps getting better and better in my opinion. Because there's no way you can figure it all out on the first watch. No way. There's too many clues, subtle clues, man. Just the little flashes.
Give us the cheat sheet, then we can get it done in one.
I'll give you one, right? I'll give you one. So I don't know who said it. Was it Snacks or somebody who said talking to a computer, right? So in the very first opening scene, when the guy wakes up from his sleep and the computer and the contact turns on, there's like this glitch in the startup, and they cut to the control room where you don't hear anybody. I mean, you don't see anybody, but the voice is unfiltered. So in the room, it's a filtered voice. But when you go to the control room, you hear the voice unfiltered, and you hear a tapping, like he's tapping on the keyboard. But I didn't notice it for like maybe the first 5 times I watched it, right? But it was like the 5th time I was like, wait a minute, I can totally hear the keyboard, and that sounds like an unfiltered voice. So it's like, now I got to rethink it. But yeah, that's one good hint. I don't know. I don't want to give too much away.
Nah, that's all right. What's it called again?
Infinity Chamber.
Okay, I think I might have heard of it.
I've been preaching the good news of the Infinity Chamber for a year.
Where can you see the movie?
YouTube or Prime Video.
Wait, was it you who mentioned about the documentary the other day that about the British lab dropping the items and the rain affecting the speed? Was that you?
I don't think so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Okay, someone said that it was on Prime, but no worries. Because I tried to find the documentation for that. I just couldn't find it. So Wondering if whoever mentioned it could remind me. You don't have to pay for these things, you know, right?
What do you mean?
There's sufficient free ways to watch anything these days.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying that in terms of people who might not know YouTube and videos right now. If you want, shoot me a DM with an alternative platform, because I always get like forgetful of what the address was, and then I type in the address, and then I click the wrong one, and then I've got to do all this shenanigans. Like, they're not all like up front. A lot of them are just, I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, I can send you. Just make sure you have ad block and stuff, otherwise it's abominable.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, okay.
I was just watching the trailer to that Infinity. What is it called again? Fuck.
Infinity Chamber.
Infinity Chamber. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was just watching the trailer. I might check it out. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, the writer director made the movie on a shoestring budget. He built the set himself, and then I think with the money that he made on it, or something, or I think it was his first movie. But anyways, he made another sci-fi that a lot more people have seen. It has Dennis Quaid in it, and it's called Pandora.
Oh, I've heard about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people really like that one. I actually didn't like it as much, but it was just me. But that one was more like an alien mind bender. I mean, it's a serious, like, actually not alien. Let me say it again. It's almost like a what's that? What was that Will Smith vampire movie? What was it?
I'm Legend.
Yeah, so it's like I Am Legend meets psychedelic thriller. It's just,
yeah.
I might like it better if I watched it again, but my first watch, I just was like, that wasn't that great.
Kind of grows on you.
But Infinity Chamber, I loved, like, immediately. There was just a connection there.
I've got to admit, I kind of like those kind of low budget sci-fi movies, as long as it's done well. I mean, that looks like, the scenery and stuff like that looks pretty good. So yeah, I don't mind giving it a watch.
There was a sci-fi movie on time travel that I can't remember what it was called now, but it was a low budget, and it's supposed to be one of the best depiction of time travel out there. And the guy who wrote that movie ended up being consulted by, was it David Finch? Who did 12 Monkeys? There was something about 12 Monkeys. Like, the guy wrote the script for 12 Monkeys, and he gave it to this other guy who wrote this superb time travel movie. And the time travel movie guy goes, you don't know what time travel is all about. Let me rewrite this for you. And so he completely rewrote it.
For the original movie or for the TV show?
Movie.
Okay. That
Are you
one's
talking
old
about
now, isn't it?
The time travel movie where he's like time traveling in like PVC pipes and plastic wrap?
Yeah.
That was really good. That
was really good.
Movie. It was short, right? It was like 30 minutes or something.
Yeah, it wasn't very long, but man, it was really good.
Did you say he went to the future with PVC?
Yeah, I mean the set decoration, it was made out of like PVC pipe and some painter's plastic or something like that.
That's not NASA physics. I don't know.
I know, right? If NASA can do it, yeah, I'd watch that one again. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
You know, the best time travel movie would just be a time lapse of people walking down the street.
And you would never be able to tell whether a glitch happened.
Nah, it's just because you're always traveling through time. Time keeps going, you keep moving. I'm just trolling.
That's true, though. Think about it. Yeah, we're all time traveling in that way. Yeah. Yeah.
I reckon going forward makes some sense, but going backwards is stupid.
You can never step into the same river twice because it's never the same river, and you're never the same man.
Going forward in time is easy, isn't it? You just have to pause yourself, and then everything
I
else
think
can just go forward. That would just
I
be the
remember.
easiest way to travel.
Just wait.
I remember
Sit
reading a
down,
book.
take a breath.
I remember reading a book about time travel, and just write what you're saying, because I think they were saying that if you travel back in time, it creates like another dimension sort of thing. So you're living in a different life when you travel back, because, like you said, you're not the same person. So therefore, technically, if you go further back than before you were born, you weren't born. So you're in a different dimension. I can't, for the life of me, I can't remember.
A different timeline, basically. You're always in a different timeline.
Right.
But the whole concept of time travel is just perpetuates the idea that time is something that you can travel through, as opposed to just the denotation of time passing, or the denotation of things continuing.
That reminded me. What about that time travel movie? If you guys saw it, it was these high schoolers who came across this dad's basement stuff. The dad died, and then they were down in the basement, and they came across his time machine. And you guys recognize what I'm talking about? They're high
I think
schoolers.
I don't think I've seen the movie, but I think I saw a clip that describes what you just described in there.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's called.
if you ever come across it, I'd watch it. It was really good. I liked it.
They were like, "Demont, get out of his basement." I said, "No, but he's got a time machine in here." Hey, PVC.
Hey, Demont, your mic is pretty bad. It's making a lot of weird noise.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
Oh, that's what it was. They were in the basement, and they came across this video recorder. And so it's this kid's house. He's like 18 years old, right? And so they're watching a video recording of his 7th birthday, and then the camera just barely pans to the left, and he's standing there in the mirror watching the birthday party as an 18-year-old. That's what it was. Yeah, that was good.
I always like the butterfly effect.
Yeah, that was good.
In your own personal mind is where you actually change everything.
Yeah,
it's really good. Yeah.
I must admit, I like that as well.
I don't think you can go back in time. I don't think you can change shit. I think it's a fantasy. Yeah, I think it's like one of the biggest. You know, we all had that fantasy as a kid. Like, you get into a fight, you almost get kicked out of your school, and you're like, "Oh, I wish I could go back in time and like change it." So it's a pretty innate human fantasy to want to change the past. But
Well, not really. I mean, well, if you think about it, like if you have something in a container, right, and you have a start and an end, like a flow, like from one source to another. In theory, if you have like containment of the flow of something, like the idea of what time is, or just action and reaction, like happening, video just playing or something you recorded that. So the stuff you recorded, you implemented onto something, right? And then you can play it back and rewind it. Now, it's not really going back in time per se, but like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, in a way, you can go back to the beginning of that and always watch it, go back and watch it, and go back and watch it.
Yeah, I think you should always be able to observe it, because everything's recorded. But whether you can actually go and live it, there's something wrong with that.
Right, and it always depends on what it is that's really clear to be that we could go back. Possible.
Is his mic breaking up?
Yeah, it is. Still
yeah. Demok, your thing's dodgy.
Oh, okay. Goddamn.
And then that reminds me of the movies on reincarnation that we've seen or not seen. But there's this really great one from the early '90s called "Defending Your Life." I don't know if you guys have seen that one, but it's worth a watch. But basically,
that's a classic Albert Brooks movie. Of course,
oh
we've all
man,
seen it.
Albert Brooks is awesome, right? But yeah, it's movies like that now at this point in my life, I'm just more and more convinced that they're just showing us shit about the afterlife that they know.
In a world. No, I'm just saying it's all about comprehension, understanding, and like what shit really is. Like, if there is a flow to things, then in an idea, if there is a flow or a rhythm or like a, you know what I mean. So like a videotape, like a flow of that recording or something, like how we live from beginning to end in that stage, like in that idea, you should be able to watch it or do something with it. Yeah. Like the creator, I guess, like the process, like if your creation, intelligence itself, and everything goes from you and back to you, and you're the process, then you do have the ability, as whatever that is, to like have it for you like a fucking video, like a play and rewind, fast forward, stop, if you wanted, like the process, like the thing that made everything, the most known unknown.
Yeah, I get you.
Intelligence.
I don't know.
What do you think about?
Time and water only flow backwards in a globe model fucking shit. In reality, water doesn't flow uphill and time doesn't go backwards.
Right, but a video camera does, and it records what you did yesterday, and we can go back and watch it. We can't get in there and like mess with your life or anything, and we can't really do shit about it, but we can watch what you did. You see what I'm saying? So like, it's not really going back in time, but in a way, it is. It's seeing what happened yesterday. It's not being able to go anywhere and do anything with it, but in a way. So like, I mean, how do we know? I mean, how do we know what's not recording this so-called time or idea of reality or life or whatever the fuck we're doing here? Like, how do we know it's not like something recording that information in like a template?
Is that why? Right. So it's called the Ethernet, but it's also now called the cloud, where everything's stored. Right.
Right. Everything's stored in everything. Everything has the ability to take a charge, a load, an amount of something, depending on the ability, like the the temperature, the temperateness of the fucking material. I don't know how else to put it. Like how you at what rate you can shatter with vibration, at what rate you can break from a solid, at what rate you can turn to a liquid. Like all these things, yeah. Like the idea of density. What really controls density? To me, it seems like temperature. Temperature's the conductor. The ability of each material to like do what it does compared to other materials. So one material can go to 100 degrees, one can go to 1,000. Just the the temper of the material itself.
Not that I'm saying you're wrong, but for me, it seems more like frequency is the thing that holds everything together rather than temperature.
Well, it's the same thing because the currency or the frequency of the temperature will control the rate of heat or induction or deduction, right? It actually is the conductor of whatever we call temperature. Temperature is not really even real per se. It's the same thing as like high, low, hot, positive, negative, like neutral, whatever. It's not even really temperature. I can't even tell if you supposedly go to space or the idea of whatever cold is, right? So now is entropy reversed? Now it's low to high. I mean, like if you go over there with a ship and you're heated up and you got all like, is the cold gonna like rush in? I mean, the cold's gonna take you. You're gonna become cold regardless, right? So which one really is the absolute? Which one is the main power or the source of the other? I don't know. That's weird. It almost seems totally 100% backwards from what they told us. But I'm with you. Frequency. At Electrical frequency. You got to have focus. You got to have frequency. Yeah. Frequency holds the resonant shape. Yeah. But you got to have resistance for that frequency to reside in. So without this medium of intelligence, the frequency has nothing to sit there and be a frequency in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like the frequency is a frequency within itself. I'm done.
It's like the frequency of your voice, Demok, is like its own dimension. And most people on this panel know that is true, objectively.
Cool. I like that. Some people just hate my voice. They're like, dude, shut up. It's like, what doesn't process information? What really is intelligence? Like action, reaction, high, low, hot, cold, like things that do stuff in front of us when we see in nature. Is that really intelligence?
According to you,
Not just,
a few minutes ago, hours.
and what's your point? Now I'm asking you what your opinion is. What is intelligent to you? If you don't have an opinion, I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
This is a
Intelligence
very
is.
interesting perspective.
Light, so show me light be intelligent.
Show me it be dumb. Show me it do what it's not supposed to do.
Well, you can encode all kinds of information into a stream of light, like a laser beam, fiber
When
optics.
does a light not do what a light's supposed to do, buddy?
Are
Show
you
me
in-
when you found retarded light.
your
Show me where the retarded light is. We'll wait.
show me a retarded light? It's inanimate
Yeah, show me
object.
where the dumb, non-intelligent light is. The light that doesn't do what it's supposed to. The one that goes, I don't know how to be a light. Show me that, buddy.
Knows to do anything.
We'll wait. Are you
Yeah.
doing it? You're not. You don't got
Wait till
nothing.
you show me a smart light.
I already have one that does what it's supposed to. A good little light. Now show me one that doesn't work.
What
Like
is
a
dark?
light.
The darkness too?
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Oh
Show
yeah.
me dumb light.
No,
Show
no.
me retarded light. Is that darkness to you, retarded light? He's got stupid light. He says, where's the smart light at? Because all he has is dumb, stupid light. What does stupid light look like?
Wow. So you think it looks like
Wow.
has intelligence? Interesting.
I don't think you have intelligence. What's your point?
That's your opinion.
I
But
mean, exactly. And your opinion's yours.
Weird.
50-50, weirdo.
Wow. And you call that 50-50?
Yeah, your opinion versus mine. That's 50-50 anywhere I've ever seen where two people are having a difference of opinion. There's two of us, buddy. 50-50. Not a count?
Just trying to figure out where you're saying it's a smart light, man.
Yeah, you can't figure out much, can you? We'll
Yeah.
figure out where it's dumb.
You're just
Figure out where it's stupid at. We'll wait. We've been waiting. We've been waiting for the stupid light. For the dumb light that doesn't refract the way it's supposed to, or doesn't become light, or doesn't interact like light does. Where's that at? What are you talking about? Where is non-intelligence at? What the fuck does that look like? What does non-intelligence look like? What does dumbness look like? Dumbness of nature, retarded nature that's not working right, no flow, no existence, stupid nature. Look at the dumbass tree.
Elbow.
So
You see what you
retarded.
did, man? See what you did, bro?
I like winding them up, man.
No,
See how
I'm
retarded
glad
the
you're
water
the.
reacts.
Yeah, I'm glad you're the only one having fun here.
Well, I mean, what's the point of people asking what intelligence is when they don't know what stupidity is in the first place, and that's what they bring? Like, I don't know what dumb is. Well, you might be it if you don't know. That might be you. And I'm not calling anybody anything. I'm just saying if someone's opinion of what dumb or smart, and they don't, I was just asking what intelligence was. I wasn't asking for like goofy shit that made no sense. My idea of intelligence, right, is everything. Everything is intelligence formatted on itself. So when you say, what is all this other shit? It's intelligence. You say, what's darkness? It's fucking intelligence. What is light? Intelligence. What are you? Intelligence. Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
And I don't know shit. So when you keep referring to this other stuff like Democ said, refer back to Democ doesn't know shit. I know zero. That's why I say show me. Because I don't know anything that nobody describes in front of me or demonstrates somehow to where I can see what they're talking about. Because all I have is imaginary ideas.
A lot of stuff that come out of your mouth for not knowing.
I know that's how science.
Okay, listen.
That's how smart people work.
Right. Don't confuse thinking with not knowing.
Sorry to hear you thinking.
I'm sorry to hear you're not.
Or did you hear him say? I didn't say that I'm not knowing. I said, did you hear thinking, or did you just hear him say, I don't know?
No, he says that he talks about. What did you say? How did you say what you said, Democ? Right. Basically, he says, I don't know anything. He just talks about ideas, right? He thinks out loud. And I was just using that to describe what he does. He thinks out loud, right? He challenges ideas. But don't confuse that with not knowing.
I throw the question out there for a topic, like what is intelligence? And it should be, everybody should be chiming in. Like, hey man, I think this, or I think this, or I have an opinion like this.
Great pets, check. I'm going straight to Democ, man, none of you.
That's like information and intelligence. I don't know. I feel like information would be important to describing what intelligence is.
Come on, D-Mug. I was your cue, man.
I would say
Isn't intelligence just information?
I would say it's the processing of information.
Everything processes.
I would say
Everything
intelligence
is
is organic.
So the more it
its core,
processes, the more intelligence it has.
Yes.
At its core, isn't information and intelligence the same thing?
Well, think about this.
Well, I got a definition.
Insects will shoot the insect with a liquid that turns the inside of another insect into liquid, and it just drinks it. And most all of them do that. Then they get the attributes from all that liquid they drank. Somehow the intelligence of that liquid helps them, informs their new armor, their new poison, their spray, their acid, their venom, their needles, how they like put their baby inside somebody's back. So a bee can stick its baby in another thing's back, and the thing will keep living and go on, and the bee will fly out of it, the baby. It doesn't even need the other thing. It just sticks it in whatever. So like this thing can literally, if it wanted to, like do it to a pumpkin, and the bee pump will come out of a pumpkin, per se. But it usually takes a living thing. Usually it just does it to a living thing. But I think how wicked that is. They have the ability to just put something in something, and then their bee comes out. That's some intelligent shit.
It's pretty cool.
It's what our doctors are trying to achieve right now with clones and all the other, to be able to just put some liquid somewhere and have a baby from it. I'm serious.
Degens. They're not my doctors.
All they're missing is the incubator, but intelligence, though. I mean, I think it
Yo,
goes
intelligence
on
and schooling. Are you going to pick up?
Yes.
Somebody said they had a definition or something.
Oh, yeah, they did. They want to pipe up?
I think I was going to say intelligence is organic.
Well, I was going to say intelligence. This is a definition from the dictionary. The ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills.
Okay, that's learning,
Wait,
right?
which
But-
dictionary did you
but-
get that from?
But hold on. I was talking to Paul. That's something that knows already. But how about something that we can't communicate with? Say another animal. Say something on a molecular level, like our cells that they supposedly say exist. We can see them, but they do things on their own. They don't need to go to school to learn how to function, right? We do somewhat, but as a baby, nobody goes to school on how to grow a baby. That shit's just done on its own. That's innate intelligence, right?
Well, no, I would,
or did I leave you dumbfounded? Like
no, I would call that.
Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say innate knowledge to me is what an animal has in terms of survival. But growing a baby is not innate because the woman doesn't know how to grow a baby. She just is the conduit for the baby's growth inside of her. She's not doing anything else but letting her body be the vessel. There's no innate knowledge there.
Can I jump back in?
Okay. So what's the definition for things doing things knowing how to do things without being told or without being learned?
Innate. That's innate.
That's what I freaking said, moron. So why are you making me repeat myself or make it seem like I didn't?
Yeah, he's been like this. He's been like this all day.
Use the word
No,
instinct.
because I've been
Instinct as
crushing
well.
you all day, and you're mad.
Yeah, you're right.
Wait, who's mad? Are you serious? Take a breath, my dude. Relax.
I'm not mad. I'm glad.
Well, here,
If
let
you're
me
talking
jump back.
about
Special. Just breathe.
Sorry, go ahead,
Read
Paul.
the definition again,
Yeah,
Paul.
yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Okay. First of all, Travis, I want to apologize for earlier. I was really being pedantic, so I apologize. But with the word acquire, like that, the idea is like you're going out and seek it. You're looking for it. You're trying to find it. You go to a store to acquire an object or buy an object or something. You go out to, so acquire seems to have intentionality, choice involved. So you gain this ability to gain knowledge, acquire knowledge. And then the next part of it says to apply it. So like I can go strike a match or see fire outside. I can take that knowledge of fire and apply it to other things like cooking or to create a combustion engine or light a home. Taking the knowledge that you've acquired. And hold on, am I done talking yet? And you acquire that knowledge, you gain that knowledge, and then you apply it somehow. That's intelligence.
So let me get you straight.
No, that's not intelligence. Intelligence is something that doesn't need a manual or an instruction booklet to operate.
Huh? No, I'll just read the old dictionary and what it actually says. Intelligence, noun, Latin. I'm not going to read that. It's too Latin. The verb is probably composed in inter or intus, within, and lego, to collect. Primary sense of understand is generally to take or hold, as we to take one's idea or meaning. As we say, sorry, to take one's idea or meaning. Number one, understanding, and then parenthesis, whatever that stupid thing is, skill. Number two, notice, information communicated, an account of things distant or before known. Intelligence may be transmitted by messengers, by letters, by signals, or by telegraphs. Number three, commerce of acquaintance. Acquaintance, yes. Terms of intercourse, good intelligence between men is harmony. So we say there is a good understanding between persons when they have the same views or are free from discord. Number four, a spiritual Number four, a spiritual being As a created intelligence, it is believed that the universe is peopled with innumerable superior intelligences. Full stop. End of story.
All right, that was a good definition. Now, what Paul is talking about is what we can do, right? Like we can take. He was talking about fire, and then creating something with that, or doing something with other things. But my point is, look at the things that don't need understanding, or do it on its own accord, like water has its own intelligence. It has its own harmony. Fire has its own harmony. Our cells, our functions in our body, they do it without us asking them to.
I disagree in a way.
Well, can I respond to that?
Not that they don't do what you ask them or what they're taking in, but I don't think they do anything by themselves because a fire is made of a lot of things.
And I would say actually what you're talking about is laws. Certain laws govern how inanimate objects operate. Fire has no intelligence. It's not acquiring knowledge. It's not acquiring anything, but it works under certain principles and laws that cause it to be fire. Even your cell structure work under the laws of chemistry. So it's not necessarily they're intelligent. It's just they're working under certain principles or laws.
So light isn't intelligent then.
Okay, so how does water know where to go or what to do?
It follows certain laws. It seeks the law.
I don't think that's any different than asking how a tree knows how to go up.
Well, it's taking signals from something, right? But nobody's asking it to. It's like nobody's teaching a tree or teaching water. Nobody's saying, "Okay, Jimmy, it's time to practice your times table, Jimmy." Okay, Ma. Yeah, nobody's asking water to do anything. It does it without being told what to do.
Well, it's designed that way, isn't it?
Okay, well, who designed it then?
The designer.
Okay, who's the designer?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know either. Some people think it's Jehovah. Some people think it's Shiva or Vishnu. Some people think it's, I don't know, Muhammad. Allah.
Wait, who thinks it's Muhammad?
He misspoke.
Allah.
Allah. Oh yeah.
Allah Hebra.
But regardless, is the creator, right? So those things are built into them, right? So genetically and whatnot. So, but like you were saying, like I was saying, intelligence. What you were saying was intelligent, not you, but the other guy that was speaking, is the ability to get information or whatnot, or understanding it, right? The knowledge. Paraphrasing, sorry.
What stores it?
I'm not worried about what stores it, but that's the definition, right?
Well, I mean, where does
Well,
it come
usually
from?
for a brain,
it has
usually for a brain, you need some sort of memory device to remember how to do things. But water doesn't have a brain, right? It just keeps doing things. So where is the water's brain or fire's brain or
not
whatever
necessarily the
other
brain.
type of intelligence is out there?
The memory source. What is the memory source of everything that would be considered the brain? The thing that contains the information on which it will react or work or use to
The
process.
soul. For beings, it would be the soul, but for inanimate things, it would be the substance itself.
Hey, I
So
don't
it can
think the
be
medical
everything.
industry has found the soul, but they
So it
found the
can be.
brain, and that's where we keep memories, right? Is in the
No,
brain.
that's not.
But I'm
That's not where
talking
we keep.
about water.
That's
Where's
not where we
No.
keep
water's
memories.
brain?
Hold on.
That's
Stop.
not. That's
Memory's
not where
not
we
kept
keep
in the
memories.
brain.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
kept in
Stop
everything.
No,
lying.
the brain is
Every
a
bit of liquid.
transmitter or a transceiver. Actually, it does
A
both.
processor. The brain
No,
is a
it's not.
processor.
The brain is like a computer.
No, it's a
Stop
Processor.
it.
transceiver. It doesn't hold
Okay,
memory. That's
let's
not its
cut your head
purpose.
off and let's see if you can do your times tables, Jimmy.
I'd be dead, you moron.
Hold
Oh,
on.
I
Hold
broke
on.
the
No,
rules.
you
Sorry,
wouldn't.
I'd be dead. Stop being moronic.
Hold
It
on a
doesn't need to be
second.
personal.
Okay, let's
People.
turn your
Whoa.
brain off with some sort of. Let's put you to
Good white.
sleep, and let's
I'd
see if
still
you
be
could listen
dead.
to
Oh
me and
man,
do your times
why
tables.
can't you have a normal conversation, dude?
He doesn't want to.
Why can't you stop criticizing me?
Good white. I'm trying to say something. There are people that are missing half their brain and they do everything still, and they get paid a check and they still get like they're a study. They are their self, and they go in every once in a week or every once a month, and the doctors still study them because they don't know how in the hell they're performing every fucking thing that they used to with half a brain. So explain it.
Because
Yeah, they
memories are
dribble
stored in the
though.
soul. People don't understand what memory
So
is. They think they understand, but they don't.
right. So what is a soul? What is that made of? What material can we pull out and say this is your soul?
Ask the creator. I don't know what to call it.
Well,
No, I
yeah,
know, but I'm just getting down to the nitty gritty. Like when we keep doing this shit to anybody, we
I
ask,
know.
"What is it?" Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's
let's
some
just
kind of etheric like coalescence, maybe. But again,
Hey,
I don't.
to speak
How
to
would how would I
Travis.
even go about? How would I even go about presenting that to anyone?
Exactly. Does it really need to
Hey,
be
Travis
some kind
asked
of
why I
material
can't
that's
have a normal
non-existent?
conversation, and you
Hey,
tried
Good White, you
acting
gotta. Hey, Good
civil.
White, I need you to understand that you keep trying to talk over people while they're in the middle of their sentence. Just wait for them to be
I
done.
thought they were done.
yeah,
No,
just go ahead.
they weren't.
Yeah, just go ahead and correct me now. You correct me now. Feel free.
Yeah, well, when somebody's trying to tell me that you don't need a brain to think or hold memory, I kind of get a little defensive. That's all.
Why? Why would you
Well,
get
not
Why would you
defensive,
get
but
defensive about that?
Yeah,
How is that?
sounds like
How
a
is that
you
okay, maybe
problem.
not
personal to you?
defensive, but at least defend my point, right? Or do
You know,
I just say,
when
okay,
you're given
you're right?
a substantive rebuttal to your point, why would you get personal? Why would you not then consider, oh, maybe my point is not fully formed or is lacking?
I encourage you to listen back to the conversation from earlier today when he was doing the same thing.
But
No, I
what
don't. I
else are you
don't
going
need
to
to do
use?
that.
If you don't have the
Okay, so you
brain or
don't
the
need a brain
body,
then.
what
Yeah,
else
what
are you
else
going
are
to
you
use?
gonna use?
Say again.
If you don't have, if you're not using brain matter or physical stuff or water or whatever it is, what are you going to use to retain memory? Or
You
the
see,
consciousness?
this is the problem. There
That's
is
not
a
a problem, bro. It's just a
Wait, hold
question.
on,
There's no
hold on.
problem, man.
No,
Just
let me
answer the
address.
question, bro.
I'm addressing the question. Why are you talking over?
Answer the fucking question.
Shut up.
Hey,
So PMAC, the problem with that is it
that.
presupposes that memory is stored in a physical thing. We have to first establish what memory is in the first place, and that I don't know who could open their mouth with all honesty and say they know what that is. Just because we can do representations of it and we can replicate memory in a form with, for instance, the hard drives and stuff that we have, or just the fact that we've written down something on a piece of paper, that doesn't mean that actual memory that we have is the same thing.
There you go. Exactly.
And you have to get down to the root. So I understand it seemed before people like calmed down and listened that I was attacking by saying that's a problem, but it is a problem. Do you understand why I say that now, PMAC?
I'm trying
How can
to.
you be talking to DMOC when DMOC's not even talking and I'm...
He didn't say DMOC.
Yeah, carry on, PMAC. I'm listening.
It's PMAC. It sounds like debug, but right. I'm a little bit more intelligent than debug.
Carry on, though. You said you were trying to?
I'm
Maybe
trying
I can
to
help.
Yeah, could you repeat that again in Cliff Notes or brief synopsis or
Okay,
whatever?
ask your question. Ask your question again. The first
Okay,
question you
if
asked.
we don't use the brain, and if we don't use physical matter, and if we don't use our bodies to retain energy or energy, that's not me, memories, what else could we be using?
Okay, so now that that's stated again, the problem with that question is it presupposes that you have to retain memory. We have to first know what memory is before we can even say that memory has to be retained in that manner.
Okay, but isn't memory by its very essence a recall from a storage?
No, that's how we've described it, but that's not what it is. Like think it's funny that using these words, but think of all the memories that you've ever had and that you can bring up right now.
Yeah.
What do you actually know of them?
But they probably occurred because I have a memory of them, and I must have stored them somewhere.
Yeah, so well, you apply storage to it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that
That
it
was
has to
such
be
a
stored.
fallacious
It has to be stored in the same way that other things are stored.
Right. So the ability to recall them is maybe another way to say it.
Yeah. And
Okay.
that's the whole point of what me and Dimok were talking about earlier.
Right.
You
A
don't
tape player, a movie. Yeah, you never know.
You don't even need to bring up his example, but I've brought it up before about the brain missing. But you don't even need to bring up his example to say to address the fact that you can't just apply memory to something that has to be stored.
Okay.
The real question really should be, what the flip is it? How do we actually recall what happened before? And for instance, how is it that smells trigger memories? Like what is it? These should be the questions rather than just asserting what we want to say about it and then going from there, because that never elucidates anything past a certain point. It's limiting.
Okay, let me
to
ask
that.
you a question real quick.
Go ahead.
Let's say your little boy comes up to you and says, "Hey, Dad, like, I was thinking about what I did yesterday, and that was yesterday. Like, what is that? How would you explain it to him?"
How would I explain it to him?
Yeah, like he comes up and he says, "I was thinking about like something I did yesterday. I was thinking about it, but I'm here today. What is that, Dad?"
Yeah, I mean, we call it memory. That's what I say, and it's that's a long conversation to have.
You're gonna leave us stuck there, bro.
That's a fun conversation, though. Those are the kind of questions I hope children ask. I don't know.
You have to understand this.
How old is the child?
Doesn't
you can make it up, whatever. 7 years old.
Doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah, I describe what happens and what people call it, and then I would say that I have a limit to how far I can answer your question, son, because I don't really know. I can't put my hands on a memory. You know what I mean? We can designate it. We can make analogies of it, but it's the same as the rest of us. Like, as much as people want to ignore the fact that we are a soul within a body. That is what we're dealing with, and that stuff. How do you get your head around something that you can't even touch? Because we can't even go outside of ourselves to analyze ourselves. It's too difficult. It's not too difficult to discuss, but it's too difficult to have the fine point on it.
But at the same time, you can't say that an esoteric soul doesn't have some kind of a recording device within it, because we don't know.
Right, and that's what I was mentioning earlier. If you heard, I state, I can't prove it, but I state that that memory is actually stored in the soul. So whatever the soul is, that's where the memory is. And then you bring up what Dimok spoke about earlier with the guy who's had his brain removed, or half his brain removed. He still has the memory. So that obviously puts a hole in the idea that it's the brain that's storing. And then anyone who's researched, I'll be quick. Anyone who's researched into how the brain actually functions, it functions as a transceiver.
Well, they obviously didn't remove the part that was storing the memories.
Nah.
You got a little bit of a point in that.
No, because if you were to take the way they describe memory by taking half of someone's brain away, you are definitely gonna have caused an issue if what they said was correct. But you have him and not. I don't think that guy is the only example. I've heard of other examples.
I've read an article that said that that thinking actually occurs outside of the brain too, like that. Like there's a field around your head where things occur.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say that the brain is kind of the communication device between the physical entity that we are and the spiritual entity that we are.
That's a receiver.
Just real quick.
That's why I say. That's why I say transceiver, because it's both ways.
Transceiver. Aye, that's what I just said. It's a transceiver plus receiver at the same time. Yeah.
Just real quick. Yeah.
You're roboting. Try again.
I mean, it makes sense, Elijah. Just the point of, I mean, let's say, we'll remember. I mean, we're gonna be confronted for our sins, right? I mean, or judged.
Greek.
We will have to remember those sins, and we will have no body. I don't know. We wouldn't have a body to actually. So how are we gonna process that information, right? So
check
Right.
1, 2.
Yeah, we can hear you a bit better now. Try again.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I heard what you were saying. Just real quick, when you're talking about the soul, that's an English word from a Greek word, and suke is one of the 3 words that the Greek used for life. There was bios, there was zoe, and there was suke, but they all mean life. Right. So even the word though, even the word suke doesn't mean what the English tells us it is. It's not talking about a soul, right? We think of this immaterial being, but the word itself is more organic. It just simply means life. A person's life.
So
yeah, I use soul because it's easily understood. But I guess if you were gonna drill down, which I appreciate, I would say it's you, the living you.
So
or
life
me,
is so
or
good.
him, or her.
So life is so good. They had to make up 3 words for it.
Well, it's because
so bios, I think, is
it's not easy, is it?
I would say that bios is okay.
Now try again. I think there's just a lag between you and PMac. Try again.
Yeah, Discord hates my phone. Bios is more of the organic aspect of being alive. Zoe has to do almost with the existential aspect of like true living. And then as I don't know who you are, crypto or whatever, but the suke is more like who you are, right? So those are 3 different nuances.
Yeah, and there's obviously, like, while we're here on the terrestrial plane, there's like a connection between some of them, but then one clearly is, well, if you take the scriptural perspective, obviously those who don't, that's their business. There is clearly a distinction or a distinctive part that goes to the grave and awaits judgment or awaits resurrection. So that's kind of how, maybe it's not the best word, but that's what I'm talking about when I say soul. So maybe in English there's a better word to use, but English is kind of funky like this.
Yeah, just real quick, piggybacking a little bit on the conversation that happened earlier in the day. I'm not a scholar in the sense that I didn't earn a degree, but I know enough about language translation with the Bible that it seems to me that the English does it a disservice when they try to convey an idea they think that the word has when the word doesn't have that idea. So a lot of the times there's a difference between translation and transliteration, right? So in the New Testament, baptism is a transliteration of baptizo. You can hear the similarities. Baptizo, baptism. So you're just simply taking the letters and putting them in English. But they don't do that all the time. And it's very confusing as to what makes them decide to do it in one instance. Like, baptism is such a hard idea.
Biases.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, I'm good with that. But my point is, in terms of, like, I would rather leave it almost like you would almost have to just fucking learn Greek. Because a lot of the times I'm like...
I agree, right?
A lot of the times I'm like, man, they should just leave this word as it is and just leave it. You know, like, we have to, like, do the work for ourselves. Translation very often takes away the work and the exercise that we should be doing for ourselves, which is one of the reasons why I enjoyed translation work so much, that I actually had to, like, question my authorities that were telling me that this word means this. And if I took a step back and slowed down, I could actually see, actually, I think that you're a little bit biased in why you're telling me that this is what that word means.
Yeah, I think it's, but especially with all the agendas, there's heavy bias in many of the manuscripts, but also it's just the skill of the translator is sometimes lacking. Because for me, I mean, I don't know specifically what you're picking up on with the baptism, but so maybe that's a Greek thing that I need to look into. But I would have just done immersion in water. Then there's no confusion. But I think that's one of the least confusing things they might have done in all of the scriptures. Because then you get the essence of it. You get the meaning of what's happening. They're getting a guy and they're putting him in water. But they have done a lot of messes. At least, especially with the Masoretic text, because the Masoretic text is heavily biased. We might be going off piece here, so you know.
Yeah, but Gospel Bear is very good with the etymology of things, words and stuff. I don't know. You probably know him, Elijah.
I've had a few encounters with him.
Did you disagree on a word?
Oh, for sure, I would disagree.
Yeah, no, but
I don't know if this is the place, especially if someone.
I know, but he's cool, dude. He's good with the etymology of things and the way, because it is fascinating how words from Latin and etc. No, it's good stuff.
Yeah, and there's some things that they do, especially so from the Greek to the English. There's no punctuation and there's no capitalization in Greek. Is that correct?
Well, they don't mix the capitalization, so they have uncials, UNCIAL, and that's where all of the words are translated with all caps. It's just a style choice.
Yeah.
But they don't ever capitalize the first letter and then not capitalize the rest. They don't ever do that.
Right. And that's where you get some of these things where people, without knowing any of the roots, they just read it in the English sense with the English grammar, and they take the wrong meaning of it. So, for instance, when the word God comes up, depending on whether it's capitalized or not, they think it's referring to the Creator, but that's not what the Greek ever does. The Greek uses the word, and I think it's theos in this context. But depending on how it's applied, it could be referring to a man, the Creator, or even the devil.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about the context, and then like you were saying, like doing a proper translation job. Like, okay, give us the essence of this, because clearly the language doesn't meld very well with just one word.
Yeah, it is spelling after all.
But I have a question. How did this come up exactly? Oh, we're talking about soul and what script. Yeah. So I wonder what a better way to translate it. But I think even this, right? The word soul, when you take it from scripture, there's more to it. So when you read it from the Genesis account, it goes, and he breathed into man and he became a living soul. So it's a living soul. So you have more of the essence when you actually read the scripture. But if you just take the one word out of it, and then you go like thousands of years later, then of course we're going to have slightly unspecified meanings attached to it.
Yeah, but in this day and age, people are prone to not believe in anything esoteric or things they cannot see because they believe in the materialistic So everything is materialistic. If you can't see it, if you can't fucking measure it, if you can't, it doesn't
that's
exist.
the height of laziness. Considering the only way you can, the only way you can even come up with such a notion, is by something that you can't even get a hold of, which is your thoughts. You can't handle your thoughts.
It is laziness. It is laziness because it's kind of like, hey, listen, if I can't see it, fuck it, bro.
Yeah, it's okay. Then how do you know that you're even thinking? How do you know that anything coming out of your mouth is of any substance?
Yeah.
So yeah, those kind of people, I don't have much time for, because they're just ignoring the obvious.
I think it was storage as well. We were talking about how do you save something? How do you remember something? Where memory is born? How are they created? How do you recall? If you're not using brains, if you're not using something, it could be taken a higher, different. I believe that. I've always believed that it's somewhere else in an ether that we can't fucking see.
Well, it started with intelligence.
Mm-hmm. And then you got the emotions stuff, which is like intrinsically connected to memories and thoughts and stuff.
If you're trying to think about
what is an emotion?
If you're trying to think about how the universe was created, then obviously
show me one.
Well, think about it. An insect, right? They just work on they just do, right? Nothing really has to teach them. It seems like whatever they are is innately the information they need to be informed with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let me ask you a question. Mark, do ants get mad?
Do what?
What?
Insects have genetic intelligence.
Hold on a second. What did he ask? What did he just ask me?
Does ants get mad?
Well, yeah. They get hungry. They poop. They get high. Yeah. They're just like little people. What do you think a guy ant is?
No, they're just like little robots, bro.
Yeah, they display
What do
they
you think?
display
What
we
a
would.
giant is? A giant's not a guy, not a big guy. It's a little group of ants, about 1,500 of them, a colony, or bees, or termites. It's a group of renowned. It's a renowned group of a lot. It's a big group. Men of old, a giant. That's what that really means. A big group, 1,500 or so.
I mean, can you imagine being an insect, right? And this big bird that's considered a massive, it's like a monster to you, but it's a red robin. To us, it's a small little fucking bird. But to that little insect, it's a giant bastard with a big beak on it, and it's going to eat you.
Well, it's like a fly, a bird, an insect, a grasshopper, butterfly. Everything can do its own little thing. Everything looks like something else, but it all knows what the hell to do already. Like, what is that thing that's already set in them that they know what to do?
So oceans macroscopic or oceans huge?
But we're like, how do certain birds know to throw certain birds out of without even being told? Like when something
epigenetic programming through instinct.
Programming. Thank you.
So how do you tell a program? So like if I write a script on a game and the game can only do what I put on it or whatever, just a program. How do you tell that from intelligence?
This is a good question.
Well, I mean, I think it was in the definition, right?
How do animals, no matter how small, know from when they're like a day old or a week old or a month old to do a certain thing that ensures their survival without them being told or taught by the parents? They automatically do it. They kick a certain they kick their siblings out of the nest, or they do certain things. They just automatically know how to do that without being taught. It's almost like it's in their coding programming.
I mean, yeah, right. But wasn't that in the definition, D-Mock? I mean, that who was it that read that definition?
I read one out.
Intelligence? Was it intelligence? That was probably me.
It has 4
I'm sorry.
applications.
You could probably find 10 different definitions. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm going to the older sources, so it's more. I don't know.
It's just not the ability to do things. It's just also the ability to apply information and whatnot, right?
Well, it depends. Depends in what context
Sure.
you're referring to the word.
Well, I mean,
I can read it
D-Mox-
again.
Okay, yeah. Let me explain what I mean because D-Mox just said if I coded a script and what was you said, D-Mox, that if you coded the script, how do I know? How do you know if it's intelligent or something like that, or
intelligence?
No. How can you tell? Okay, I got a mosquito. It's a machine. It knows to when this sensor gets alerted, eat. When this sensor gets alerted, grind up the food in its little fake belly. When this sensor gets alerted, shit. Okay, how do you know those sensors and those reactions that I programmed into this from intelligence from the next species next to it? Because it knows the same thing that I already programmed into it. So I'm saying something's programming the thing. I already know that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I know you're trying to find some weird thing, but listen to what I'm saying. The thing is programmed by me. How can you tell that from the next thing? How they know what to do, both of them. Now, which one's intelligent and which one's programmed? How would you know?
right?
You're asking.
And that's when I
It's a-
said,
it's
and
a
that's
good
when I said
question.
it's in the definition because of the the definition that depending on the context, right? Elijah, so can you read the definition again?
So you got you got four main subcategories. You got understanding or skill. You got notice or just information communicated. You got commerce of acquaintance, and then you got spiritual being. So the last two don't really apply to what we're talking about. So you could just say that he that's why I said it's a good question, because it would. What's the difference between what the two things he described? They would both, in my mind, fall under understanding or skill. Just because one's done because it's told to do it, and one's done because it has the ability to do it. What is the flipping difference? It is nuanced. It's nuanced.
To do it. One had the ability to do it without ever needing to be taught. Like, there isn't like little mama bees over there teaching little baby bees what to do. It seems like they grow, they mature rapidly, and they get in there and do what their other friends and family are doing, if that's even a thing.
How do you know the teaching process isn't something that can happen without talking at all, like from the inside out internally? So like if you have a format of information that you put from you, like DNA coding or whatever your liquids retain the memory of, right? And you put a certain percentage, now like a baby, it doesn't remember shit. But maybe these insects and certain things, because we don't go about the same way they do, they've continued the real natural cycle of life. We haven't. So maybe they contain the actual information from the source without having to learn it from anybody else.
Yeah, it's in their code.
And by the way, it's not like this is unapplicable to humans. Just humans are more unique, clearly, because we're designed to rule this place. But even babies who never have any contact with their parents, they're just born, they're separated at birth. They have things that are given to them. So they have a skill set. They'll have an hold on, my guy. They have an aptitude, a skill set. Even like the thing with the twins is hilarious, right? Twins who are separated at birth, communication between them. So there is an essence of this stuff being very similar. There's nuance to it,
Hey,
but I don't see what I don't.
Yeah, you're monologuing. Hey, you said that
You're being a
rule
rude
this
person.
place.
Why don't you shut your mouth?
Hey.
No, he's
and
not.
listen?
No, you're being rude now. You
No,
should.
because I still haven't finished speaking.
That's right.
Just because someone
Dude,
says
you're
you're
monologuing,
monologuing
though.
in the
Come on,
middle of
man.
a sentence doesn't mean that you can
Like
then
you
just
did?
carry on talking over them.
He was making a good fucking point. I don't want to hear you fucking yelling to the mic, D-Mock, or any of you other fucks. Like, this guy was making a clear and concise point. Now you want to fucking derail us and talk about some Bible shit.
What are you on about? Anyway, so back to Dimok's question about what's the difference. I would say, other than the nuance of it, there isn't really that much of a difference.
Okay, you're done now. Cool. You said something about humans rule this place, but I disagree. One-on-one.
Then disagree in your own time.
Dude, I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Who is in charge of the world? Is it animals or is it humans?
Elisha,
What kind of delusion are you living in?
No,
Can I
Elias is
finish?
a fucking idiot. You just have to admit
Alicia,
he's
can I
literally
finish?
a fucking idiot.
Can I
Right.
finish?
No need for that, Smooth.
Okay, so one-on-one
But I agree with you.
versus a bear, a lion, tiger, or bear, you're gonna get rocked. Okay. So just because
What the
you're
hell has that got to do with anything? You can't even listen to the substance of what I said. You just want to disagree.
No, I think you shouldn't be talking right now.
Mankind rules the
disagree if
world.
I want,
If you think
if I
that
can
that's
make
not
a
true, then you're
coherent
living
point.
in delusion.
Right. Can I just say something? Just let me say something, please.
I still
Elisha,
didn't get to finish my
good
point.
white knight.
That's not
Shut up,
fair.
shut up, man.
Elbow,
Shut up.
are you still there?
Right. Elisha, you've talked for about 20 minutes, bro. Let's just let good white knight
Okay,
say
so
what
I'm
he has
gonna
to
finish
say.
my point anyway, since nobody let me. I just wanted to say that 1v1, a lion, tiger, or bear, you're gonna lose. So just because as a collective you think we run this place, we really don't. We just run a small portion of the.
I disagree with that.
Man.
I
I can't
Cool
ever finish
story.
my
The
thought,
rest of the
so-
world says you're wrong. All evidence
Good
points to
white.
the contrary.
Good white.
The-
Like
the-
when you say
look, if you
1v1,
look at the
good white.
amount of
Will you
land
allow me
we
to say
actually
something, bro?
rule. What?
Will you allow me to say something?
Well, can I just finish my thought?
All
and
right,
then,
finish.
You know, you can go right after me. It's not that hard. Can I finish?
That's
I'll
what
be
she
done
said.
in like 10 seconds. The amount of land that animals run as opposed to us is far greater than the cities we call okay, like if humans live in, say, like the woods, they don't run the woods. The woods, they live in the woods. Like, so like, yeah, like say somebody lives in Alaska, they're basically at the land's mercy. So just because we develop cities in like small, like if you look at the size of cities compared to like the rest of the world, it's basically, you know, not that much. But the rest of the world, that still didn't finish. But
Yeah, good way. Can you be a
Damn,
little
bro,
more
but
concise,
come
buddy?
on, get like, damn.
How long do you
silent.
need?
Come
How long
on,
do
you
you
of all
need to
people
make your
know
point?
to let people to talk, man.
Yes, please, but be
You're
more
the
concise.
mod, dude. You should
Monologuing.
allow people to finish their
Good
sentences.
white. Good white. Monologuing is not allowed. It's one of the
Right, I give you another extra minute and a half, bro, and you haven't finished, and you're
Yeah,
going
but
on
listen,
about the same
Janet
point,
gets
like this.
to,
You're just
Travis
repeating the
gets
same
to.
point.
No, I'm just making my thought well understood. That's all.
Well,
Do
you're
you have a
wrong.
problem with that?
Yes, I
I'm
have a
wrong?
problem with what you're saying. Yes, because you said
Okay, so how am
one-on-one
I
versus
wrong?
a tiger, a bear, or whatever, a human, right? In this case, you're removing our intelligence if you're not gonna allow us to use it to build whatever to defeat them.
Yeah, we literally have bears dancing for us. When do you see
still
humans
you still
dancing for
didn't
bears?
listen. When we look at what amount of land we rule compared to the amount of land animals rule, it's not even comparable. They rule the rest of the world, and in climates that we can't live in, they can live in. So
Such as what?
again,
Which one? Name one.
That's such a
the Arctic.
strange
How
way
about
of viewing it.
Antarctica? How about the Congo? How
How
about
does that
People don't live
support
in
the
the
claim
desert?
that we
There's
don't?
many animals
How does
that can
how does
survive in the
that
desert,
support
and
the
we
claim
can't.
that we are not
You
ruling
have
the
people
earth?
living in the
We
desert too.
rule the earth.
Right. Dude,
Like we can live wherever the fuck we want. We can eat whatever the fuck we want. We can control whatever the fuck we want. Like the idea
It's
that
so
okay,
it's
we
so
can't fight a
bizarre.
bear for a hand is such an idiotic claim. I can shoot a bear.
Okay, who
Right, big whoop.
just said that? Because a bear will
I
kick the
did.
shit out of your dumb little ass in a
No,
heartbeat.
good white. This is where you're wrong,
You
buddy. I
understand that
just
we
told
hunt
you.
bears.
I just told you, if you're gonna go 1v1, you cannot remove anything from the bear or us or yourself, which is we have intelligence, right? We can build things to defeat
Got
them
bloody machine
easily.
gun, mate.
So,
Come at me.
hey, most humans are slower. Well, actually,
Speak
most
for
animals are
yourself.
faster
Buddy,
than us.
yeah, I understand where you're coming from. but not everybody's like you. Okay.
Hey, haven't you
And-
ever read? Haven't you ever read The Most Dangerous Game? You know what the most dangerous game is? Right? Read the story, bro.
Listening to Good White speak.
No. The most dangerous game is a human, right? The island's
Hey,
just
that's
set up
not fair, man.
to hunt humans for sport.
I didn't add
What
hobby.
do you mean it's not fair? Like,
I guess he
we are
probably-
clearly showing you, and you're rejecting in everyone's face the honest truth. Like, just because a bear is larger, like that's like saying a blue whale can sit on a bear and kill it. Okay, so what? Does that mean a blue whale? Like a blue whale has no predators. Does that mean it rules the world? No. All right, it just exists in the world. Like,
And this
the
was a
fact that we can
deviation
make
from the main
bears-
topic as well.
A larger portion of the world, which means it has more.
No, bro,
more
we
scope.
can make every animal go extinct. Whatever animal we don't want to be here anymore, we can make it go extinct.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
that
you
means
say
we rule.
You say we, but 1v1, you ain't shit.
But
Hang on.
what
Because we're,
dolphin,
because we're more dangerous.
or a dolphin or an orca, they hunt in packs. Their success and their ability to be predator animals is dependent on their ability to work and communicate together. That's what that animal was designed for. We're designed to be able to communicate ideas from one generation to the next and be able to use tools to further our development. All you're doing
No,
is
I
trying to
disagree
limit
with
what we're designed for.
They're designed that way. They're designed.
I think
to
he's just
swim
trying to be
and
contrary to
efficient
one of the
hunters.
things I said and missed the
Yeah.
whole essence of what I was talking about.
Welcome to all day today with him.
Guys,
Welcome
stop
to
Yeah,
it.
whoever
Flat Earth
muted him the
Society.
first time, do it again.
Just don't clip each other. Let's let each other finish our sentences. Crazy, I just got here.
Jeremy,
Settle down.
but I mean, like the idea that we're not to be in a group. Well, then orcas can't be in a group, or seals, or any animal. Lions, they hunt in like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Can I say something? If
You're
ants
taking
get a hold, a big colony of ants get a hold of that bear, it's done for.
Right? They can eat a horse in a day, can't they?
Yes, sir. So really, let's not
Hey,
talk
if
about.
you were the
But
same size as an ant,
1v1,
you'd get
an
your ass
ant would
beat too.
lose.
How do you know?
I mean, I don't think there's an animal you could put up against me where I couldn't take it 1v1. I have machine guns. I have fucking bazookas, right?
No,
Even
1v1 without your
young
stupid
David,
little
even
gun.
young David killed lions with a slingshot, and he was like a teenager. My guy, just like it's a standard thing.
Yeah. Wait, why do I not get a machine gun?
Because he wants to make his
Jeremy,
point.
you have to fight him with
You're in the
pencil.
fucking desert, naked, without anything. Okay.
Even your birthday suit,
a
bro.
bear in the
There's
desert.
not,
Okay.
there's not bears
You're
in the desert.
How is
Come on, man.
this guy's
Listen, you have your
ridiculous?
cock.
Wait,
That's it.
wait. What if it's a bare naked lady?
Settle down,
What
guys.
if
A
that-
bear camel.
It takes
What
time
about
for
a
human.
man bear pig?
Oh,
It
I
takes
think what you
time.
got.
That was
It
funny, Travis.
takes time.
I
This
think you
is the
should.
absurd hour. Welcome to.
I think you should do this with the lion and the bear. Take out all its teeth, get rid of all its claws, and tranquilize it. And who's going to win? I think that's pretty much what you're doing to human beings, right?
What if it's a
Handicap
baby
them.
bear? I could probably kill a baby bear with my hands.
Probably. You just come to
Watch
an
out for the
arrangement.
mama.
You give him some salmon, he gives you free pass. It's all right. Everyone's happy.
Listen, in the octagon, there's no weapons. Okay.
Say, it takes time for humans to rise to the top of the food chain. But yeah, the humans ultimately have the most potential.
Right.
But if you
Why
if
would
you
I-
started a new race of humans on an island somewhere and just let them take over the world, it would take generations before they were doing really well.
But what's
Nah,
your
it wouldn't
point?
take
The
generations.
original
It'll
point
take a
was
few
that
years.
humans ruled
Starting from scratch,
the
maybe,
world.
yeah.
Humans do rule the world.
It's such
I
an
don't-
absurd
I don't-
argument to raise.
Somebody cue this. Somebody cue the song. Well,
And how you can
do your
refute that
life.
point.
Does anyone even remember why I mentioned that?
There's no
Because he picks up on one thing I
You're-
said, and there was a whole argument. There was a whole presentation I gave, and he's picking on one thing which is just obvious and disagreeing with it.
Even while we sleep.
I do that a
Everybody,
lot.
I
Dude,
hijacked
that's
somebody's
the
combo and
society
just
for a lot of
totally
people.
crushed.
Does
Sorry.
anybody ever watch the show Alone? Where they go up
Yeah,
just one person against, and
yeah.
that's kind of an interesting show. You're just watching how when you start off with kind of a basic lifestyle, how low on the food chain you are until you start developing a society and stuff like that. It's pretty damn hard to do it. And Naked Afraid is insane, and that's like really like if you were
There
starting
you
from
go.
absolute primordial, it's a bear to survive like that. To
Now
make
Fair.
your
she's
first
right.
pass
Now
before
you're
you die.
catching my drift. Thank you, man.
Guys are silly.
So
We could be really
how
low
about
on the
a
food chain. Like.
show?
Let's get back to the level stationary nature of this place we live on.
Hey, so think about this, right? So think about this. So if, as we're told, that two verticals are going to diverge from each other at different locations,
Measurably.
then when an airplane takes off from one position and flies to another, it's also going to be at a completely different angle from that starting position.
Yep.
Which then corresponds to angular momentum, which definitely can be measured and felt.
But somehow it never is.
What angular momentum are you measuring? I'm just not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, so if I have a sling, right, and I put a rock in the pouch, and my hand is holding the tethers, and I swing it around my head, that rock is equidistant at every point from my hand, which is the same idea as the rotating Earth. So then, as you are changing from 1 degree to the next, you are experiencing angular momentum, and yet not when you're flying a plane. That's strange, don't you think?
The plane has to continually reorientate itself every so
Why
often
would you?
to
Why
get
would
back
you?
to that curve.
Oh, okay.
I think that would lead the rational mind to conclude that this is a level plane and it's not moving.
There you go. Pretty simple, logical, sensible, empirical, right there for you, boys. I'll be here all night.
Because yes, we can feel all forces, no matter how minor. That's true. I mean,
right.
I can. If I'm standing on a glacier, and that glacier is moving at 1 meter per week.
This is a red herring.
Yep.
This is a red herring. Yeah, change the goalpost, Moyak. Go ahead.
That's not a goalpost change. You're saying that I can feel every motion, no matter how minor.
Okay, again, that's
and
a
I should
straw
expect.
man. That's a straw man. I didn't say every motion, did I? I gave you a very specific example, which is dependent upon the claim that you make, right? Yeah, so stick with my example. Right. Talking about a sling or angular momentum.
We're talking about angular momentum on Earth. How much angular momentum? It's about half or less the expected, even sensible amount of angular momentum change.
Yeah, that's
with
a claim.
Your ears. Plus, it's in a direction that is opposing what we call gravity. So, with an opposing gravity, all you would feel is a reduction in your body's weight. So, since you're in a constant state of that, you would perceive yourself as, let's say, at the equator, 0.3% less than at the pole, or 0.3%, less at the equator than the poles. So you expect to feel a half pound in your weight. You expect to feel a half pound of weight change that's constant.
Okay, again, demonstrate your claim, please.
Demonstrate the plane. That was the fact.
Excuse me? No. See, this is what's so silly with your lot. Demonstrate your claim.
Yes, the Atlas effect.
No. Don't tell me a term.
You've seen the demonstrations. Is that not fair? Did you see them?
No.
No, you haven't seen the Atlas effect?
No, I'm asking.
I'm driving right now. Look up Dr. Bob. Did it in his plane. Wolfie 6020 did it. The scales all around the world make allowances for it based on the equator or latitude. This is not really. There is a change of weight and airplanes, it's changing in either direction. Flying east, I can make things heavier. Flying west, I can make them light.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Moyank. Yep.
Yeah. Demonstrate. Verb. Right?
Yes,
to show or prove. To show or prove, to be certain, to prove beyond the possibility of doubt, to prove in such a manner as to reduce the contrary position to evident absurdity. We demonstrate a problem in geometry or a proposition in ethics by showing that the contrary is absurd or impossible.
Okay, so you all have seen this, the Atlas effect described to you, and I'd say 99% of you have seen it. So I don't understand why I have to now show it to you again.
Because you didn't demonstrate it.
And it
You
doesn't
have
demonstrate
seen it.
either.
Demonstrations of it. Not everything has to be demonstrated every day to you for it to be true. It was demonstrated for you. You saw it. The evidence was apparent. Now
Why
you
do you
can
keep telling
argue
me
that
what?
evidence.
Why do you
Because
keep
I know
telling me what I saw?
Okay.
He's your spokesperson, apparently.
Because I've been in rooms when it was said right in front of you.
Said? Oh, okay. So that's not a demonstration, right? Just like what you did, it was just simply explained.
Demonstrated.
So an explanation is a.
No, you can demonstrate. You can demonstrate how centrifugal force works, right?
Okay, nobody asked you, Xanac. We're having enough.
Well, I've heard your conversation. You're asking for something that's a little bit silly when you have to. You ask for something you can't even define it. The force that you can feel, because you feel forces, has to be a change in something, right? A change in angular momentum.
Explanation, Xanac, nice try, dude. An explanation is not a demonstration.
Right.
Please, let's
So
stay
what
on
do you
point.
want?
Xanac, don't interrupt,
You want
right?
to demonstrate? You want to demonstrate how things could be weightless, or how things?
No, I don't want to play your little fucking reindeer
No,
game.
what
dude.
are you asking to see?
You just jumped in. Here's the thing: when
No, I
Moyak
just
was
want to know what
being
you want to.
pressed, all right? So you don't
Mayak
know how to
hasn't been
fucking.
able to. I don't think Mayak even knows what you want. What?
Dude, you need to learn how to fucking not do that. See, that's why everybody is so annoyed. Moyak is a demonstration, an explanation.
Did you listen to anything I said, or are you just
Right.
playing dumb
Never
word
mind.
games?
Go ahead, you guys. Sorry, I'm gonna let Xanac and Moyak just do their gaslighting routine. I'll be back later.
I just want to know what you wanted to see. I mean, demonstrations can be part of an explanation.
Okay, listen. Hold on. If you don't know what it is that we want to see, that means you came into a conversation that you weren't caught up on, and you just inserted yourself. Again, you have no regulation for common sense in these forums.
Again. No, just reiterate, because it's not very clear what you're looking to see demonstrated. You want to see the demonstration of why
Let me try.
why something would be neutral, why you couldn't feel it. You wanted to see something you felt. You wanted to feel something.
One second. You know, the thing is, Zanik, I've also only just come in, and I was waiting to see if the people talking could catch me up. I didn't have to say anything. The only reason I've started talking is because you won't shut up. So maybe we can both shut up and let them get on with it.
Well, though I was waiting also, and when I understood what they were asking for,
You don't know what they're talking about.
I do know what they're talking
told
about. They want to know how you don't. So I'll explain to you, and you tell me if I'm wrong. He said, Copernicus said, Travis said to Mayock that we should feel these changes. He said that. And Mayock said, why should you feel it if they're very small? Do you feel everything? He says, no. Demonstrate why these things happen. The thing he exampled was if we have a centrifugal force, or if we have a rotation based on a radius, here's the weight that we would have based on the force of gravity, and then here would be the centrifugal force acting against it, and the net change, the net difference would be what you feel as weight, and the difference between that and somewhere else in the world would be so slight you wouldn't be able to feel it. He said, demonstrate it. So I know what they're saying.
Yeah. So anyway, Travis and Moyle, do you want to carry on without Zanuck interrupting you every 5 seconds?
That's I think you said basically what I said. But,
I want to give an example.
Can you demonstrate while I'm driving? And I am relatively confident that most of you have seen these demonstrations. And do you disagree with that? Have you not seen Wolfie 20 or Bob the Science Guy demonstrate with scales different latitudes? And Wolfie did it on an airplane where he flies east and west and demonstrates the effect. So we see that there is a apparent change in weight of objects depending on what direction they're moving on the surface of the Earth or where they're located on the Earth.
And does this apparent, and I emphasize apparent, change, does it necessitate that we are on a globe? Or are there other possibilities for these apparent changes?
It is strong evidence towards the hypothetical, because what happened was the Atlas effect was defined and then measured. So basically what they said is, if
did you not hear my question?
No, you didn't.
If the Earth is spinning at this speed, you would
So the answer is no.
If the Earth was spinning at this speed, you would see this much change. There is no absolute proof. You know that.
So no, that's a no then, which means by the definition that I read out earlier and that I posted in the chat, it doesn't meet the standard for demonstration because it has not shown that the contrary is absurd or impossible.
Oh no, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because you just answered your question. You just answered my question, pardon.
All of these different proofs, when they're all taken in
There's no proof, remember, buddy? There's no proofs. Please don't use that word.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
So if you observe something apparently, and this thing apparently is not fully dependent and only can happen if you're on a ball, then you haven't proven anything. All you've done is give some observation of something, and then you've inserted that this must be because we're on a ball. But you haven't actually demonstrated that the contrary is impossible. So therefore, you've just wasted your time. You've wasted your mouth. You've wasted your brain power. For what? To what avail? That was a question. That was a question, but I guess the answer is apparent. Go ahead, Godric.
Thank you. Okay, so there's this Disneyland, right? The Pirates of the Caribbean boat ride, coolest ride, right? Water ride. So in the Pirates of the Caribbean, you're in the boat, and then it goes off this little cliff, about 20 feet. It falls down, and it gives you that kind of feeling in your stomach, right?
It's time for me to talk. Hey, I should be talking over you.
A plane covering the globe, right?
Yeah,
every 10 miles, it's a drop of 66 feet. Okay, and let's say it's going 600 miles an hour. Every minute you would feel that drop. I mean, I'm not saying you feel it. Every minute you would have to move that angle downward, stay with that fear.
No,
but we don't feel that.
You're very confused.
We don't feel it.
There's been two things that have been said. So, Moyok, do you want to answer one or both?
Until you guys get control of your animals, I don't want to talk to any of you.
Well, then leave. Fuck off then if you don't talk to us. I'm trying to be a fair moderator, and you just said I don't talk to any of you. Go on then, bugger off.
You all were talking over me. You're rude.
I tried to shut them up for you to talk.
Oh, okay. I thought you were one of the people over talking.
No, I told them to shut up so you can go ahead. I said they've said two things. Maybe you weren't listening. I said they've said two things. Do you want to answer one or both of them? And then you said your stuff about animals or whatever.
No, I thought you were one of the people who was interrupting me a moment ago, and that's why I muted myself and decided to duck out of the conversation.
Them to give you room to talk, bro. Okay. I'm trying to be a moderator here.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. What are their questions? I was trying to answer a question. I don't recall what it was anymore.
Well, the 2 points were made by Elisha was saying that you haven't proven the contrary to be absurd, and Godrich was talking about maybe Godrich can restate exactly what his point was, but it was to do with the angles. And
Yeah, no,
if you didn't
I
hear,
agree. I agree, and that's what I was talking about. I was saying that it becomes absurd when you take all of the evidences as a whole. You can't just take everything as an isolated thing and say, well, that might not be true. Well, that might not be true. You take them all as a whole. The fact that the Edwards effect works in a certain way, where flying eastbound predictably shows a reduction in weight, flying westbound shows reduction in weight in keeping with the prediction. Then when you fly north, it has the same weight change based on velocity. That's strong evidence towards the fact that there is a motion involved, a centrifugal force involved.
Resistance.
And then resistance? What resistance? Why is the resistance?
There's always resistance. You can't go anywhere without resistance.
500 miles an hour. Let's just, I don't have the numbers. It's been a long time since I did this, but flying north, I fly 500 miles an hour. Let's say my 500-gram weight will weigh 10 grams less. Now I fly south, it'll weigh 10 grams less.
I disagree.
When I fly east and west, that thing will weigh 20 grams less and 5 grams less the other direction. That is all indicating that there might be a motion involved. And in the north,
why does it indicate that?
What he hasn't done was took a drone and put a scale on it with a ball or something like stuck to the scale. Like, so tear the scale out, put it on the drone, sit it on the ground, put your object on there, see that it weighs like 22 or whatever, right? Then take the drone and slowly lift it, right? And then weigh your object, lift it, see what the object weighs, lift it, or do it in an elevator. Like, you need to do it in the same place, right? All you guys keep doing is reaffirming like nothing. That makes no sense. You have to have the ladder. When you prove the ladder is wrong, you prove yours is right. For the word prove or whatever that is, I know you don't like to use it, but I'm just saying. So you're claiming going around left and right, front and back on a ball, north, south, east, west, with the same direction, going one, coming from the other, is changing your weight differential due to some other crazy claim. Now, you haven't showed the ladder. You haven't showed that going up in elevation or down in elevation isn't going to give you the same result. And if you do that, then it disproves your claim. So why don't we have these results in an elevator or showing weight differential going up as you go up or down, just from the same place you go? You're not going north, you're not going east, you're staying right exactly where you're at. That was to Moyak.
Does anybody have a serious question?
What?
Does anybody have a serious response?
Yeah, I predict Moyak wasn't going to even be listening to that. He probably didn't even listen to what you said.
Is it too he didn't comprehend it? What part about drone and scale is too incomprehensible to Moyak?
Well, Demak, you talk about the Eatvos effect, and it sounded like you brought in a whole bunch of other factors of going up and down in elevators that is not really connected to the Eatvos effect.
No. I'm talking about the effect they keep claiming that going somewhere low, and the idea of moving on a longitude or latitude is giving you your change directly on its own. I don't care about what effect they want to call it. They want to say the Foucault's pendulum and all the other things too have an effect when you go north, south, east, west. Cool. They can say it all they want, but do they have the experiment showing that just staying in the same position you can't get the same effect? Is my only point. Now, if he's talking about something different than that, then cool.
Yes, weights remain relatively uniform when you're standing in one location.
No, I'm talking about the differential you keep saying you're measuring. What's that all about?
The differential you're measuring is called the Atmos effect, and I described it to you in basic terms. So where is your confusion with my description?
Well, you described sitting still, which is the Lagrange point. So how is that any differential? How is that doing anything? That's called relativity, which is zero. That means nothing.
I did not mention the Lagrange point.
Well, that's what you are. If you're sitting there like a drone, you are the Lagrange point, buddy.
Okay, I refuse to even entertain this conversation. He's out of his league.
You're holding your rigidity
Wow.
in space. Is that not the Lagrange point?
I declare myself the winner.
Am I reading these meanings definitions wrong? Orbit can consecutively move in one area. I'm walking around my backyard. I'm orbiting it. Am I
It
reading
sounds
these
to
wrong?
me like you're kind of jumbling a bunch of different ideas together that don't really link together. I don't know if anyone else can follow this, but I haven't been able to follow it.
Listen, man, they say you're going somewhere on a ball, Geo, right? So if I go forward, supposedly on a ball, they want to say you're reading all these differentials from going forward, which is supposedly down or up or whatever direction on a ball. You're not really just going forward. So you're going to have all this crazy shit they want to calculate. They can't show that their crazy calculations are any different from a guy standing still and getting the same differentials just going up from where he's standing. Every differential they claim about going forward or back on a ball, I'm not talking about wind resistance and the effect of wind itself. So if he's talking about just wind resistance and it being an airplane going and all that, cool. I was talking about when they all claim they get a differential reading when they fly or they do anything else and their weight supposedly changes, the pendulum swings different. I'm talking about all that. It's all as a whole. You can't take it apart. You can't take it as one. It's all a whole. Globe
It's
is
just
globe.
a scattered mess. It's just a scattered mess.
We have one physics for a ball. A ball
I
is a
think
scattered
hold on,
mess. I
Demok.
know.
I think I could glean something out of that. Maybe he's talking about the differences in those things when you go north, south, east, west, and do they change with altitude? Maybe that's what he was getting at. Which, yeah, I mean that's something to be considered. If that was, I don't know if that was
Yes.
a non sequitur or what that was. I don't even know where we are in the conversation. It's
Well, so what's his question? He just goes back to what he's asking. That's all he has to do.
This isn't fun, so Demok, go ahead and talk with your friends.
well. What did you leave it at, Moyak? What was the last point you made?
I think he just left.
Originality kills it every time.
It was a mess, Demok.
Well, I always
Basically-
challenge them all to one-on-ones, but they don't want to. So
Yeah, I wouldn't want to
Basically-
either.
Yeah, basically,
Demok, I
Demok.
wouldn't talk to you even if I was paid for it.
you don't have the comprehension skills. You don't have the pay grade.
Well, when I first came in, what I heard was Travis and Moyok having a conversation, which everyone just seemed to be very keen on rumpusing. I don't really understand why. Can anyone answer that?
I'm eating my dinner.
Yeah, all I
Okay.
heard was Moyak talk about whatever, and then he stopped talking, so I was just trying to chime in. Free in the airspace.
I thought it was on the Iatbos effect, from what I was listening to.
Yeah.
Right, but he was saying he was getting a change in differential from something to what? Like what's it? So Iatmos, right? We're there,
So
right? Gio?
east to west.
Explain it.
Yeah, east to
Explain
west.
it.
I like the way
What's the
that
effect?
I like the way that 30 years ago, 10% of people on the Earth believed that the moon landings were fake. And 20 years ago, 20%. 10 years ago, it was like 45. And today, it's like 65% of people believe that the moon landings were faked. I like that.
I want to know what the Iatmos is doing. Like, what's the differential other than resistance of wind? Like, what are they doing with their Iatmos?
Well, that depends. Is the moon in the Earth's atmosphere or is it not?
Are we talking about Iatmos for the moon? Is that what he was talking about?
No idea.
No.
So what I'm talking about, the airplane or whatever he's talking about, I want to keep it on this. So if somebody knows like what it is and we can go through
He's
it,
not
I'll go
here.
through it with them.
Yeah, he's not here. Sorry,
Well,
I was
anybody else? Does anybody else know?
kind of change the subject to the moon landings, or maybe something else, maybe not. I don't know.
We can't land on the moon. The Yatmos we can actually do stuff with and see what's actual thing we get.
The Yatmos, YATMOS.
Well, I mean, what is it? We're talking about people who don't understand it, and I'm talking jumbled words, and I'm saying nonsense. So fill me in on what it is, and I can go over with you, whoever.
I think what they define the Voss effect is if you travel east or west, how it affects what they call gravity. But of course, we wouldn't describe it in those terms anyway, so I don't even know if there's an equivalent.
Exactly, and that's where I was going with it. So I don't see how telling you to test up and down in the same position versus the idea of whatever gravitational change you say is going on. So if you get the same reading going up on floor 10 as you do going 10 foot forward or whatever they're doing, like you get a differential from the resistance or the amount of whatever's there, it's like the same thing. Then you can't tell me that it's because you're getting it from that thing. Then it could be just from going up in elevation. That's all I'm saying.
Sounds to me like it's inferred in the consort, because you kind of you go looking for that that difference, and then you assign the difference to the cause you'd already decided it was, but the difference could be something else.
Exactly.
But I think that's what Democ's saying, Gio, is that I think that's I'm trying to tighten it both for the rest of the room, because I think Democ, you did scattergun the argument a little bit, and I tried to piece it together. Anyway, whatever.
Hey, you got the reference to crypto?
I'm normally pretty good at kind of making sense of incoherent ramblings after listening to Globus for 7 years.
Hey, I talk the way I talk. I'm sorry.
I'm messing with you.
So the only thing, Demok, just as a little constructive criticism, I'd only say like we just try to keep it on topic, maybe, because it just sounded like you brought up like a whole bunch of scattergunned ideas, and it makes it impossible to respond to. Like, how could anyone respond to it? It's a little bit more of like you're just kind of riffing, and I get it, but it makes it hard to follow, and that's why I think Moyak left, because we were talking about the Yatmos effect, and then I don't know, you brought up about 15 different things, and then no one could respond to any of them, and then it's kind of hard to.
You haven't told me what that is yet. You haven't told me what the Yatmos effect is yet. I was waiting for you to explain it so I could go over it with you and tell you what my ramblings meant when we go over it.
Yeah, that's what Moyak was talking about. If you need me to explain it, I guess we could do that. But I'm saying originally that's what he was on about it, and that's what we were. That's the topic we were on.
I want you to take his place.
Well, I'm not gonna take his place, but.
Well, I mean, I want somebody to take his place that knows what they're talking about a Yatmos effect, so I can go over it with them start to finish and see how it even makes fucking sense for what they claim it does or it is. That's what I want to do. I don't know if that seems jumbled to you, but that's how I do everything. I go from point A, start, right? And I say, what is this? How did we get there? From what to what? And then we go Yatmos, right? It's just Yatmos? No, you got to have some stuff.
Well, yeah,
what
you've
kind
got
of
to have
code
a
is the Yatmos?
Sorry. What was that?
Disregard, please. No, never mind.
It has to do with the way gravity changes going east to west versus west to east.
That's a claim of gravity. I don't believe in that. I'm telling you, everything I said was exactly on point to that. And I'm telling you, go up and down and you're going to get the same shit, the same reading.
But you don't.
So
That's
exactly
not what the
what I
Yatmos
said.
effect is. You don't get the same when you go in altitude. It's an east and west thing.
You don't get a differential change going up and down.
Well, that's a different topic. That's why it's a
No,
non
it's not.
sequitur. Yes, it is.
No, that's your opinion.
It's a non sequitur,
that's what
which
you
is why
keep
he got
inferring.
lost in the conversation. We all got fractured in it.
No,
because
you're
he
getting
brought up
lost.
something different.
No, listen, when you see action and reaction and you tell me, hey, Gio tells Democ what it is, I don't think so. You don't tell me how to think. So when I see that action and reaction, I tell you it's not that. You understand? That's where we're in contention. So I'm not saying it's anything of what you just said. I disagree with everything you said. And I say my stuff still is 100% on point and you're off point.
Yeah, I understand what's happened now. So basically, when Mike was making the argument for the Optos effect, what Demok was saying in a rather wordy way was that there are other effects that you're not considering that might be similar, that you might classify as the Optos effect if it suited your argument or your narrative, right? That's what Demok's saying. And I think, Gio, when you said, well, it's this classification of east-west gravitational, yeah, that is true in their paradigm. But of course, if there are other similar effects that aren't being included in that, then that's just an assertion of the thing in contention in the first place.
Right. Okay. I guess that sort of makes a little more sense.
If we're not on a globe, Gio, if we're on a globe, what they can say can hold weight. But if we're not on a globe, they don't have the ladder. They don't have the other set of information. The same thing we've been talking about all day. They have to have both sets to compare. They don't. They just keep saying this, one direction, gravity.
I feel like I need to get a job as a professional Demok translator.
Hey, it's working out great. You're doing perfect.
Well, you kind of made sense and he didn't, but yeah.
What did it pay?
Well, it's exactly what I was saying, so I don't know what that meant.
Yeah. I'm just putting it in terms that I think are more general and people can understand. I understand what you're saying, Demok. It's like what they do. Let me example like Gio. So let's just say you had 10 just separate phenomena, right? And if it suited your worldview to put 5 phenomena with one cause and 5 phenomena with another cause, and then just aggressively assert that these 10 phenomena belong to these 2 causes in these kind of boxes, then to just keep saying it over and over again doesn't really prove it. You're just saying it again and again, right? Whereas it may be the case that those 10 phenomena belong to a single cause or to 3 causes, if you see the world in a different way, or if you've got like the evidence to prove that. Does that make more sense?
You're something like a phenomenon, Crypto.
Thank you.
Well, like part of the Iatvos effect thing is like shooting a bullet east and west. And, they claim that it's different shooting it east and west in terms of how the bullet drops. And now, of course, they claim it's because of a globe.
Yeah. But how do we know it's that and not something else? And how do we know that other thing isn't causing 4 different phenomena?
Right. That was the potential for the conversation, but
yeah.
Of all those factors, yeah. And what Demok was saying with the altitude, that is valid. It's kind of a non sequitur when it comes to Iatvos, but I mean, like Bob Nodell claims that when he did his ring laser gyro at higher altitude, he was getting different readings than lower altitude, which indicates that it's something involved with the medium and not because it would be the same on a globe.
That's Gio. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but that's what I'm pointing out. The kinetic energy, the resistance. That was my first word when I jumped in with Moyak. I said it's resistance. He said, "Well, explain this resistance." So he's the one that made me go off in land. So it's resistance and the kinetic energy you get. So like the same thing that happens to a magnet or copper. When they sit still at rest, you're not going to get the weird effect. When they start moving, you get the effect. How are you going to tell me that's not what's going on versus a word called gravity? That's all I'm saying. I mean, I understand that's your take on it or their take on it or what they understand about it, but I'm trying to understand it different as a new person looking at it like, fuck what they told me. I'm just gonna rethink it. I mean, what's wrong with rethinking what Google tells you every day? Law. You understand? That would basically mean that nothing ever changes. No idea what their science was can ever be fixed or changed. It has to be put nailed down. As they're helping the cause with that stuff, saying I'm talking more, putting more ideas and questions on the table. That's it. Their mum be it. Take the meat, spit out the bones.
About the cartilage.
Take it or leave it.
You can use it for tools.
So does this
Cartilage is the best part.
Use cartilage for?
Does this effect only happen on an airplane?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Well, no, he said bullets, right? You said bullets, so it should happen with like anything moving east or west, right? Anything with a directional movement.
How is it spelled? I want to read it. I want to read up on it so that I can destroy it.
Starts with a Y.
It's EOTVOS.
I was just kidding. Was just kidding.
Sure thing.
Well, this goes back to my question about everything: is which came first, right? So, to me, it should have been an observation, and they're like, "Hey, why is
The
this
chicken.
happening?"
That's what I said.
Well, that's kind of what they do.
Sorry, carry on, my guy.
Not Yote votes, by the way.
No. That isn't your excuse to leap in, Zanuck. Travis, carry on.
Yeah, I got
No,
the perfect word. It's called amalgamate.
It's not your excuse to leap in either. Travis, come on.
Does a yacht do it?
It's
Does
called
it happen on a
amalgamation.
yacht?
Oh my
He
god.
said he wants to get an example of it, like seeing it as an effect and then trying to find the cause rather than something that affirms the cause, I guess. But you know,
Did you
Yote
finish
votes can
talking?
happen. This principle
No,
of
I want
things.
Travis to talk. Travis, did you finish talking?
I'm just gonna eat my dinner. Okay, I'm just gonna go on mute and eat dinner.
All right.
So if you shoot a bullet or fly an airplane eastward,
That was Janek's cue right there. I love that.
well, they're now the airplane becomes lighter. Things on the airplane are their force is not as great, so they become lighter going eastward. They're more heavy going westward. They you know, aviators and airlines have known this for now. What happened? The good question is, well, why doesn't this happen going northward? Well, it does. The problem is the airplane won't know any difference between the same speed going south. However, you will know the difference between it stationary and going north or south. It's one of the reasons they shoot missiles. When they go into orbit, they shoot them eastward. It takes less fuel to go into with the spin of the Earth and can conserve that angular momentum and utilize that angular momentum, so they don't have to basically change more angular momentum going faster, effectively the other direction.
Right, and I get how that links to a globe theory, but it also could work with the magnetic field, the ether drifting upon a stationary Earth. We know this. We know the sky is moving east to west. There's definitely a major east to west movement on the Earth. Weather patterns, hurricanes, all this stuff is. So there's clearly a directional flow occurring.
Okay.
There's
why
a
do things
magnetic
weigh
field.
less when they're
There's
going
also an
faster across the
airflow.
Earth?
Hold on a second. Why
No,
you talk
hey,
so fast, Sandy?
T-Mock,
Not let nobody
Gio
get
is
in.
talking to me. Just
No, he's talking to me too, buddy.
no,
I
he's
started
not.
the conversation with him.
I
Sorry.
guarantee he's
So
not talking to
listen,
you.
hold on a minute, dude. So when you're flying, say I'm up on a mountain, right? That you don't see is a mountain because the mountain is what you live
Gio,
on,
do you
and
want to
it's
hear the
the land
answer or not?
below you. What, dude? Will you stop talking? I'm trying to teach you something. So you're on a mountain, right? And the mountain you live on, right? The mountain range is 8 billion thousand miles long. But the top where you live, right? It's a diagonal line. Listen to me, please. It's a diagonal line. Now you take off flying, you think you're on a ball. But when you take off flying, the land is just naturally going down from the point you left from anyway. And there's going to be a differential in wind, current, magnetic field, elevation automatically when you take off because you're at the tip of a mountain and you don't know the land topography goes down.
Gio, let me know when you want to have an intellectual conversation
And it's
about
on
this.
a flat
Let him
base.
let him finish making his point. Okay.
On a flat base. Please pay attention. So like if you're on a pyramid and you're a little bitty dot and that pyramid's 8 million miles long and you don't comprehend you're on a fucking diagonal line, they would act the same. I'm done.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, Zanuck.
Okay. So that would be true, or you could actually entertain that idea if the ether is causing that. But then going north and south, you see this same effect going north and going south, and having it be different than if you were stationary ground. So that shows.
Why is that the case?
That shows
Can you actually make the case for that instead of just asserting it, Zanuck? Why would that be the case?
Why would it be the case? Well, because you're traveling over a sphere. When you have anytime you're not going straight, it means anytime you are not going straight, you are making a turn, and any change of position requires a change of momentum. That is the force defined. So if you are following a curve, that would explain something being lighter as it goes across the surface. If it's curved, is because you are changing direction, so it would become lighter the faster you go.
What if we're going on a great circle arc?
What? It wouldn't matter what circle you are. All that matters is you're traveling over and not changing altitude.
What about left to right? Just no matter
Gio,
what. Like, so you're
D-Mock,
going
you had your
forward?
point. You made your point.
No.
Let the
you
adults in
didn't
the
even
room have a
address it.
conversation.
You
Hold on.
said the word ether. I didn't say the word ether at all.
I didn't say
You didn't
ether.
address my point at all.
I didn't say
You didn't
anything.
address my point.
Okay,
Listen,
so we can't
take a
talk
left.
because D-Mark's just going to
Because
jump
you
in.
won't
Guys,
stop
come
talking.
on.
Just cut seven down. Geo mentioned the sky moving, and I'm pretty sure he said ether as well as a potential cause, but not as a definite cause. So, given that this is a room conversation, if you want to address ether, then maybe address it to Geo, or don't address ether and address Sanic.
So
Does that
why
sound
do
fair?
things become lighter going northward and southward? Why is it different than going westward? Because the ether is moving.
I don't know if anyone heard what I just said. Anyway.
Well, there's a dead spot. Now we reiterate what after.
You're saying the Iatvos does exactly north to south, the same as it does east to west, or are you talking about something different, like the weight change with latitude that's slightly different than the Iatvos?
No, a Yotvos effect of shooting something become lighter.
You cut out. Say it again.
Yeah, if shooting something north will at any increased velocity will make it lighter. That's why you can go into orbit going. It's due to that centrifugal force.
You keep cutting out. I don't know if your push to talk button's not working or something.
Oh, this connection's been bad today.
I think he's saying that
So you've got four directions: north, south, east, west. Are you saying that all directions they become lighter, except for going west, they become heavier? Is that right?
And eastward it becomes light. Eastward it becomes heavier.
Oh, so east is heavier, north, south is lighter, and what's west?
Well, every movement you make will, besides eastward, become lighter.
Okay, so only west is heavier. Everywhere else is lighter.
Correct.
No, what
And they're all the same amount, say 10 grams.
No, they say that.
So are they different amounts?
Yes, because if you're going eastward, you have momentum, the angular momentum of the Earth, the angular velocity of the Earth, and the velocity of this object, this angular velocity of the object, working against the weight. If you're going north, all you have is the angular velocity of the object. If you're going westward, then you have the angular velocity of the Earth subtracting to the angular velocity of the object.
You're just asserting that all that stuff exists.
And then therefore this is knowledge. This is measured.
You're not at any point considering that the effect might not be the cause you think it is.
That's why you can do further tests.
Well, what test could you possibly do to prove this?
Weigh things.
Go on then.
This
All right,
is
so
why I
finished
stated
my
what I
dinner. I have
stated
a
earlier.
question.
You weigh things on a scale. You're sitting on the runway, and then you weigh it when you're in flight, going north and south. It should be the same lesser value as you go north or south.
I didn't
going
question
east or
the
west.
effect, Sammy. Didn't question the effect.
The cause is so what you should try to do now. That's my hypothesis. Shoot down my hypothesis by using or some other methodology where it makes sense in that description.
So your argument was then yaha.
No, my argument was it's due to Yotvos and the centrifugal force of the object. And George Geo said, no, it's due to the sky. We know the sky's moving east to west, so we think it's due to the ether. And I said, well, if that's the case, why does the same effect occur when you go north or south? That doesn't make sense that it would be the ether now because the ether is going east to west.
He didn't actually say that.
I never said any of that, but
you did.
I actually think the ether is actually works in a vortexual fashion, so there is connections to all directions, north, south, east, and west.
Well, everywhere you are, north or south, no matter where you are on the planet, it will show this lessening of weight due to centrifugal force. So
yeah, so you're just assuming what it's due to, but you haven't isolated what it's due to.
No, we've not assuming. We're making a hypothesis based on these measurements. And we say what explains it best is that we have a spherical Earth that's rotating. Now, if you have a better explanation, your idea was the ether is moving. Okay, that's
wait.
Wait, hold on.
And
Hold on.
DMOC. So you have a valid point. To be that might have some way of electrostatically making things lighter. Well, if that's the case, then why are we seeing these effects going north and south as well?
Hold on. You just
Why
based
wouldn't you
your
see them?
entire wait, please wait. He just based his entire evidence on an explanation, not science. We have a better explanation. He started talking about variables and values, but then he completely stopped and said, and we have a better explanation.
Yeah, that's why what Crypto said earlier is correct. It's just affirming the consequence.
It's not.
This is why I made my point before Mayok like rage quit and left. Is that you haven't shown the absurdity and the impossibility of the other claim or the other assertion.
Well, then no one's mentioned. For example, if I was Geo or you, I'd say no, Zanuck. When things are going north, there's an updraft of only going in travel due to this magnetic discontinuity polarity dielectric, inconsistency that is pushing up on it. And that'd be okay. I'd have to accept that. That's your theory. Now you have to go about and try to validate that in some way, shape, or form. Even try to explain it in layman terms if you can, because if you understand something, you should be able to explain it in this term. My explanation is very simple. Earth is rotating, and everything we see.
Just because it's simple doesn't mean it's the only possibility.
I was still talking. Everything I said is easy to understand and makes total sense, and everyone can prove it themselves. Question that Travis is saying, I'm just explaining things with no values. I can provide the values too.
Well, I'm going to say something. This is kind of a crude example, but I just thought about it. Let's say somebody, your roommate comes home or whatever, or your wife or whatever it is, and they've got a big bruise on their face. Now, you could come up with different theories as to how they got the bruise. Did someone punch? Sorry, I got something stuck in my throat. There could be different theories, like, did they get punched? Did they run into a pole? There's all kinds of ideas. And if you came up with a certain theory, maybe this isn't the best analogy, but if you came up with a theory like, oh yeah, there's always these guys that are at the corner of the street and they jump people, so you must have gotten jumped by them. That's your solution as to why she has a bruise. But it could have been something totally different. She could have slipped and fallen. She could have something else. I don't know if it was the best example, but my point is that if you have an effect, it is, because you're to measure the effect or observe the effect is one thing. You're attributing something to that without actually validating or verifying that is what it is. So just like what caused the bruise, it could be multiple different things. So same with this, whatever's causing this effect, there could be many, many things. And to just assert that it's the Earth rotation is faulty logic, because that hasn't been isolated or proven to be the case.
Well,
exactly.
It's a hypothesis. I've provided explanations to it. Now, you're more than welcome to try to disprove it, to show that in some cases this doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen for the reasons I'm saying it is happening. But everything that I could do, I would continue to validate that it's round, that it's spinning, and here's all this evidence. But and then when you go back to the ether, you can't use it because Winsett will chime in and say, oh, because it's so infinitesimal, 10 to the 32nd times, much smaller reverse electrostatics. We can't manipulate it, we can't change it, so we can't really validate it. That's his outcome.
Why are you speaking for someone else? What's wrong with you?
Because that's what I heard about why.
Yeah. You hear many things that people don't actually say.
As a cause.
Focus on what Gio actually said.
Okay, talk over me. Go ahead.
It could also be pressure. Wouldn't pressure account for some of the issues that you're?
No, pressure is scalar, not a vector.
There is an even more major problem with this whole thing. The effect, however you pronounce it, the Yodvos effect.
Yodvos, yes. Yodvos.
Yeah, that effect. What you can definitely say for sure is that when you do this stuff in the in the methodology that they applied, is that when you do this action, the way we measure quote weight is affected in this way or that way depending on what action you do. That's the only thing you can conclude definitively. You cannot then from that conclude, oh, we're on a ball. That's completely illogical. That's what we were talking about, and that I think
right.
it was.
But one of the hypothesis would, here's what we see, and we.
No, hold on.
Wait,
rewind.
Rewind.
No, but you are editing the speech.
I'm not editing.
You cannot conclude definitively that it's a globe.
No,
Yes or
that's
no?
why you not let me finish. Let me finish, and I'll tell you.
Yes
So
or no?
we see this measurements, and we say, you know what? Here's our hypothesis.
Man, this is
We
weak
see these
sauce, man.
measurements.
Just accept that you
Just
have
stop
nothing.
talking for a second, and you can then get what I want to say. I'm not assuming anything. I'm saying in our hypothesis, we say we see these measurements: east, west, north, and south. See, that makes sense if we are on a ball spinning, and here's why, and we have an explanation. Then we stop. You could say, well, that's affirming the consequence. It's not. These are the
It
evidence.
is
And
the
this is what we're
very
treating. Now,
definition
could,
of
I'm
affirming
saying,
the
hold on.
consequence.
It could be wrong, but you need to poke holes in it by saying, oh, well, no, it could be east and west. Okay, well,
No,
why is it going
that's
south?
the burden
Well,
of
that could be
proof.
all you have to do is poke holes in it. Just let me finish. Fuck.
We've
Done
already
now.
done it, man.
Thanks. Just talking all
We've
over
already
me.
poked
I've been doing it all the time. I went shopping, got
All I
some
hear is you
food,
blathering
still
in
the
the
same
background.
thing.
You can't shut up.
Now you just don't accept the simplicity of what I've said. That's the issue.
No, I accepted it and I responded while you were talking over me.
If
was
you
very
accepted
clear and
it, then you would
concise.
concede.
No, I'm not conceding. I'm telling you that your
Yeah,
point
because you
is
don't want to
that,
back down
my
on your assertion.
Okay, you stop so I can finish the sentence. Seriously. So we have observations. We have
It's like
measurements.
you've met
Can
your
I-
match, dude. You
Can
know
I,
what I mean?
no. Can I just
No,
make a sentence?
just think about it. It's like you've met your perfect match.
I have not met a match. I just
I have
want to say a
come
sentence. I
from
am
a
letting him
time
finish.
beyond time itself.
Forget it. You know what? All right. Claim your own conclusions and claim your own questions. I'm out of it. You don't need to talk to me.
Well, Zanuck, there's a bigger so a lot of these effects are sort of similar in a certain way. The pendulum, the weight change claim,
Not really.
the even Cavendish. There's similarities in the effects that all of them have. Like there's certain overlaps, and
I don't see any.
oh my gosh, do we need to go over them all?
Well, what I just said.
Pendulum change at latitude, the pendulum
Yeah,
change at latitude, the weight change with latitude, the outpost effect. There's definitely overlaps and similarities.
Okay.
My point is not to. We could go into all those, but I'm just another time. I'm just saying. My point is that the effects. Let's just assume they're all exactly as they're claimed. If the Earth isn't a globe spinning in space, then it's definitely not the cause of those things. So that means the cause of those things is something else.
Right.
So my point is that since you haven't isolated or shown for sure the Earth is spinning, to leap to that conclusion is a premature assumption. Premature.
It's illogical.
That's why we use these
Hey,
theories and
can I
laws.
jump in and say something real
Oh my
quick?
God! Every time I light up crypto, you gotta light up, man. Just respond to Geo.
That wasn't me.
Yes, okay, forget it.
That wasn't me.
You
That
go
was
ahead.
Travis. Travis was talking. It wasn't me.
Yeah,
I saw a bunch of people light up, and I was
say,
responding back to Geo.
All right,
Geo, want to hear
so
my
I just
response
wanna-
or not? It's up to Geo. He owns the server. So what I was going to say is that, yes, we see this evidence, and we make a conclusion based on this story, this hypothesis, including evidence, and we can then test it too in those experiments. And all that points to the Earth round and spinning. Now, it may not be round and spinning. It may be. You're right. It may be due to something else. That's why it's not a proof. It's just evidence. And so, if you have something better that describes it, let's hear it. And shoot down what I've said. Shoot down whatever. Not me personally. I'm not the smart guy here. I'm just regurgitating what I've learned about it and what I've experienced about it. But if you have something better, put that down. Like, okay, we got the ether. What causes it going north and south? Why would things become lighter going? And he said, oh, it's a toroidal field. Well, how does that work? I mean, it's on you now to explain and try to shoot down what I said, because that's how science works.
No, it's not. Because if you remember, before you jumped in, because remember you jumped in without actually knowing what was misspoken.
I did know that was a claim, but I did.
I'm your Copernicus was talking to Mayok, was it, or whatever his name is, and asking him for a demonstration, and the guy, I guess because he was busy, whatever, couldn't provide it, but he just named it. But that doesn't even satisfy what a demonstration is, because it doesn't eliminate the contrary being impossible. It doesn't eliminate the contrary being possible.
It never.
So all you've done.
It's not supposed to.
Yes, it is.
It's not its design.
Yes, it is.
No,
we've
it's only supposed to provide evidence.
Through this.
The stronger evidence usually wins.
Why are you talking?
No. Look. I'll read it. I'll read it verbatim, because this is the foundation from which the conversation spawned. Right? To demonstrate, to show or prove, to be certain, to prove beyond the possibility of doubt, to prove in such a manner as to reduce the contrary position to evident absurdity. We demonstrate a problem in geometry or a proposition in ethics by showing that the contrary is absurd or impossible.
It's not
So
the same
when
as
you
physics.
then present everything that you've presented, you haven't done that. So therefore,
It's not.
you
It's not
haven't
the same in physics.
you haven't met the requisite criteria. Yes or
Yes,
no?
we have. It's not the
Okay.
same in
Now
physics.
now you're
Physics
now
is
you're
not-
just now you're just being
No, I'm being honest and being informative to you.
you're
And
being
in physics,
dishonest.
it's not about disproving or making something seem like it is absurd, any other alternative. It's about providing evidence. And all these evidences are not absurd. Even the toroidal field, the ether, is not absurd, but it is weaker because I can show more evidence why the earth is round and spinning than you can to show that the ether is flowing east to west. And how does it affect things going south?
All you need
Oh,
is
you couldn't even help
all
yourself
you
here.
need is one to the contrary that you can't definitively dismiss to make your position incomplete and therefore
Incorrect.
not proof.
Incorrect. It's not supposed to be proof. It's supposed to be evidence.
What do you
You're
mean
confusing.
incorrect?
This is what happens when you learn on the internet. When you try to learn from a dictionary.
No.
things mixed-
Don't
Okay.
don't try
I
don't
will
try
say-
and
You guys
do
used to
don't
say
try and do
proof,
your babble.
science, the whole body of science proof things. You used to say that 7 years ago. Now you have changed. Remember, I've
No,
been
I
dealing
always
with you
said
for
evidence.
so long. So don't come with that shit. You used to say
I
it
always
yourself.
said evidence.
Can I jump in real
Mathematics
quick,
are proofs. Yes.
I'm sorry, but no.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Who wanted to jump in? Go ahead,
Yeah, that
please.
was Travis who originally had jumped in before Zanuck did before. So yeah, go ahead, Travis.
All right, so this is open for the entire group to criticize whether or not I am thinking through this correctly. One of the things that Zanuck said was that rockets are launched to the east because they take advantage of the spin of the Earth, right? So wouldn't it then also mean that they don't fly west because then they would have resistance flying against the spin of the Earth? Now, we all can relate to this. If we go onto a river and we flow with the river and then paddle, we can travel faster than the river. But if we turn back around, so it makes perfect sense that that explanation works. However, when you're in an airplane, is it true that when the airplane flies east, it goes faster?
From the inertial reference frame, yes.
No, that's not what you said about the rocket.
No.
You said the rocket flies to the east so that it can go faster, taking advantage of the Earth's spin.
I said it has a greater angular velocity. Don't change my words because they have meaning, Travis.
Okay, so if it flies to the west,
its angular velocity is greater going east, not its velocity. And the velocity is respect to the surface or an inertial reference frame. So you have to be very clear when you ask me questions what you're trying to ask me. So I don't think it's well thought out on your side. Make sense?
Okay.
Good.
So you're saying that rockets don't? No.
No, really? Okay, tell me why.
Does anyone else? Okay, wait. Okay, so I'm saying no. It doesn't make sense. Is everybody else happy with Zanuck's answer?
I said it very
doesn't
deliberately
make
and
any
clearly.
sense at all. Doesn't make sense.
I said it very.
Shouldn't it be linear velocity? Shouldn't it be the linear velocity? Because angular velocity means that they're all moving at the same rate. If you've got 4 horses on a merry-go-round, the horses are moving the same. But if we're talking about linear force now, from the center of the roundabout, it's slower and it's faster on the outer edges of the roundabout. So isn't it linear that you should be talking about?
No. All of that wrong. All of it. And I can explain why if you want to hear it. So angular velocity.
No, wait,
is
hold on.
given.
No. I want to hear from anybody else. Unless you don't want to chime up, that's fine. Does anyone else want to affirm that what Zanuck said, in their opinion, made sense?
Nope. Angular velocity is key here. Angular velocity is key. So that means if the Earth is going a certain angular velocity, if I take off in the same direction, my angular velocity will increase. It doesn't mean the linear speed versus surface is changing as much. We're talking about linear speed with respect to an inertial frame, which would make you could correlate them, but that don't mix terms. Don't mix inertial versus non-inertial reference frames. That's a big mistake.
Okay, but
people
it's
make
hard. It's
first year
hard not
physics.
to interrupt you
Okay, it's hard not to interrupt you because just a moment ago you said as much, which is a qualifier. So then
Well,
it
yes,
does
because
increase.
we know if we have a once for 24-hour angular velocity, but in our linear velocity, if we refer to a reference frame of inertial is 1,000 miles an hour, then we can do all the math for which happens when we go east or west. But you're conflating, mixing up terms and conditions and frames. So when we take off of the airplane, we know we are already going a 1 per 24 hours angular velocity. When we take off and let's say we double the speed of the Earth, then we'd be double angular velocity. Now, what would the linear velocity be doing of the airplane? Well, it started off with 0, so it's only going 1,000 miles an hour linear, but really 2,000 miles per hour absolute. So in a non-inertial reference frame. So 1,000 miles an hour versus 2,000 miles an hour, 2 frames, 1 revolution per day or 2 revolutions per day. The speed of the rocket versus
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm lost. I asked you a question about your qualifier for as much, and I'm absolutely fucking lost. I have no idea why you used that qualifier.
Because the Earth is already going a tangential velocity from an inertial perspective of 1,000 miles an hour, and it's 1 revolution per day for 24 hours. From an inertial perspective, that's what the rates are. All right. So if you take off from a rocket and you go eastward and you double that, you're not going to go into orbit, but you could double that, go another 1,000 miles an hour, or make it revolutions, 2 revolutions per day. That would be faster. Now you're going twice as fast as 1,000 miles an hour. So it's obviously, but sitting on the Earth, not going anywhere. That's not as much as if you were going double the angular velocity, double the linear velocity. So yes, not as much. That's what I meant by that. I mean, those words shouldn't be confusing or misconstrued. They go east to get more angular velocity because that gives them more centrifugal force. Because you know the equation for centrifugal, right?
Sorry to cut in there, Zanik. That's where you're mistaken, Zanik. Zanik, you're mistaken there, but I'll let you finish.
All right.
And I want to rebut what you just said.
Mistaken. And you're qualified to mistake.
Have you finished so I can just say something? You get more velocity from the linear because it's the centrifugal force, not the centrifugal. Centrifugal force is a direction inwards if the Earth is a ball into the ball.
Exact same value, by the way.
No, and then when you're talking about linear force, you get more power. You get more power from the linear force, which is the centrifugal. So it would be the linear velocity that's going to help the rocket, let's say, take advantage of. Yes, that's what I think there, man. I think you've got that wrong. Okay? That definitely wrong. And it would, because it would be different anywhere on, if let's say you were going to fly the rocket from Alaska, then it would only be 500 miles. That's how fast it would actually be. You'd be losing speed. Okay? And then if you go back to the equator, you're back to 1,037 miles per hour. That's the linear speed we're talking about. We're not talking about angular. Angular, it's all the same. So I think you got that wrong there, Zanik, I do believe. Sorry about that. And if you watch the documentary from Generism, it's only 30 minutes long. It's called Are We Spinning by Generism. I think I'll post it in this server. And you can all watch it. And the formulas are there. It's brilliant.
You know what happens with the rocket going westward. What's the difference? Both are going, let's say we're taking off and going let's say the rocket goes 10,000 miles. If you take off eastward, you're going 10,000 miles an hour in that rocket. We just confirmed that through the air, and the surface was already going 1,000 miles an hour. But the difference on the surface is 10,000. The difference from an inertial perspective is 11,000. Now, if you go eastward, because the Earth is spinning the other direction, you can still go 10,000 miles over the speed of the Earth. Because the speed of the Earth is 1,000 miles an hour, you're going 9,000 miles in the inertial frame. So you're mixing up frames, Jen, very clearly. So I appreciate your apology at the end of that, and you are incorrect, and I'm sorry that you are.
So let me ask you a question. I'm kind of going back to the weight thing, right? You said that you weight the whatever you weighted in the ground, right? Before the airplane takes off, and when you were flying northward,
flying north or south, you will weigh less.
All right. So, and I told you that air pressure could definitely cause an issue, and
No,
you said you just
pressure is scalar, not vector.
yeah.
It's a
Well, I could
scalar
actually,
quantity. It does not have a direction.
give you,
That make you aware of that.
I could actually give you a citation that says that if you use a scale in a different pressure that it was calibrated in, that it could create a malfunction
Yeah, that's
in what
that's
you're reading.
buoyancy. It's a whole different set of forces. Yes, buoyancy is a real.
Yeah, but actually,
That's not
if
going
it
to
was
change. That's not going to change from going
yeah,
north
but
to the south.
what's the when you're weighing something in, let's say the floor or wherever you weighed at before you got into a plane, before the plane got pressurized, it's a totally different set of pressures because the air cabin pressure they only get pressurized from 11 to 12 psi to simulate somewhere between a mountain high
Yes, so you'll weigh less. You'll
atmosphere.
weigh less at altitude. Yes, due to that.
Yeah, so
But that is you can calculate that. We can actually put you in a chamber,
the
weigh you,
pressure.
see that difference. Buoyancy is not a foreign calculation. You're making a big deal out of it. It's not. It's hold on.
I'm saying
Buoyancy is not the
calibration.
force here. Listen. Buoyancy, we can pressurize that cabin at that pressure and do it on the ground too. We weigh things in pressure chambers all the time. We can validate buoyancy changes, or we can do it in a vacuum.
I understand.
Hold on. What we are measuring is that there is a change of weight due to the velocity, not the pressure at those altitudes. So you go 1,000 miles an hour or 500 miles an hour, there's going to be a difference in weight. Same pressure, so it's not pressure. Plus, pressure does not have a vector. The pressure that you're talking about creates a vector because of buoyancy. That becomes a vector because now it's the weight of the air that's been displaced. Actual buoyancy is a force, pressure is not.
I'm talking about the atmospheric pressure than what the actual machine got calibrated on could
I
cause a
explained it to you.
malfunction.
You weren't listening.
I just explained it to you. I'll give a citation that tells you this.
I already agreed with you. Buoyancy is a real thing. If the pressure is less in the cabin, things will weigh more. Actually, sorry, opposite to what you're saying. So you're making your
I
problem.
didn't say it will weigh more or less.
It will be heavier.
I said,
It'll be heavier if you have a less density. You said 10 psi versus 14. Objects will weigh less at altitude, but we measure them to have more. So nice try.
no,
Stop
I said it will be a malfunction.
It's not
Oh my
malfunction.
God.
It's an error, and it's an error because things will weigh less. They'll weigh more.
No,
Things
it will be a
God dang it.
malfunction.
I'm done with you. You're done
Holy
too.
shit, will you shut
Done.
the fuck up? Holy fuck, bro. Like you just keep on babbling your fucking mouth.
You're reading something and you're saying it's a malfunction. We know it's due to buoyancy and things will be heavier at altitude at 10 psi. Don't talk over me for a second. They'll be heavier due to buoyancy. That's the malfunction you're talking about. It's not a malfunction. It is a value of buoyancy based on the calibration done at 14 psi versus 10 psi. So you're wrong there too. Next.
All right. Yeah, now mute your mic, Zanuck, and count to 100 to let someone respond. Like, mute it for a long enough time that someone can actually respond.
You mean 1,000, surely?
Yeah, count to 1,000. Were you going to respond, Elbow?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm driving, so I can't pull up the actual thing. I can't read it.
Well, we can just address that none of this actually proves what they're asserting. They could say it indicates the tenuous possibility of curvature and rotation, but they can't actually say that it concludes this definitively. So therefore, all it is just another method or a tactic to assert the same thing they've been claiming the whole time. And I don't understand, if you were to claim something and be so vehemently in favor of it, and know deep down in your heart that it was true, surely you should just be able to show it and then be done with it. Like, someone claims they have a Ferrari, for instance, very mundane example, but all they have to do is go, look, vroom vroom, park outside your house, look, here's my Ferrari, here's my keys, here's the pink paper or the pink sheet, whatever. End of story. Proof delivered. I'll go on with my day. If they had what they were claiming, surely they should just be able to provide it. Or am I the only one who thinks like this?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think what's strange about Zanek's approach, what's kind of contradictory, is that he'll assert it as if Earth is a globe and these are all the proofs. But then when you really kind of get down to it, he'll say, well, it's not really proof. It's actually just evidence that kind of points towards a certain theory. So he kind of a little bit contradictory.
It's confusing.
But try to read it now that I was able to take it off and push to talk. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it back up. It says difference in air pressure. Scale can provide inaccurate measurement if the air pressure. I'm sorry, I'm driving and reading it. If the air pressure